everybody, good afternoon, and welcome back to some more Challengers action. Season 2 is now where we find ourselves. It's going to be an absolutely chaotic season. That much we always know for sure is going to be true, but even more so it feels like for this season with a ton of changes across both Europe and North America. I'm my whole chef. With me, of course, I've got Austin Visions. Neil, brother, look, I can only say it so many times. I hope you have more words than I do, though, because this season, like I mentioned, I think it's going to be up in the air for a lot of the teams that are going to be in the midst of both of our two groups.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think even some of the newer teams being able to qualify in, might be able to do some damage, through the middle of the pack, or maybe even pull off some upsets as we get later and later in. But I think it's always exciting, right? I mean, we got some big changes coming in with rosters, some big changes coming in with some game updates, which, might totally change up the meta as well. So, I mean, it's hard to ever put predictions in place, but it's going to be fun, man. It's going to be a great stage as usual.
If you're joining us for the first time, you missed Season 1, and I say the word missed very selectively, and I mean it by definition. It was unbelievable as we finished things off. We, of course, crowned 2 champions, one in Europe, one in North America, but just to kind of get you familiar with how things have moved now going into Season 2, 12 total teams split between 2 groups of 6. The top 4 from each of those 2 groups will make up an 8-team double elimination playoff bracket after each team has played each other once in those groups. But the thing about it is, after you've qualified for playoffs, you retain your spot in the following season. So for Europe, we had to re-qualify and see some new qualifications for 4 squads in the mix. It leaves us with these groups kind of upcoming here. And look, I think when we get a chance to take a look at them, there's going to be a couple of pop-off favorites. I think the way the groups had formed this year, or this season rather, it definitely sees former Elevate, now Orglis, and a Wobblebobs on either side of the groups. So right. I think that those are your heavy-hitting favorites. I don't anticipate Orglis having too much of an issue, although I think they're in the harder group overall with significant teams, including Team Notorious and Nave Del Mysterio, who are back.
Definitely two of the big ones, without a doubt. I mean, you got a lot of the Spanish community behind that Nave squad, and, sticking it out, I think it's a little bit interesting as well, right, coming into this. But Team Notorious, as you mentioned, this is a squad that I actually was a little bit surprised with them kind of sticking things out, coming back into Stage 2. I thought maybe make like one change, but these are definitely, I think, the 3 squads that you will probably see make it within the top 6 unless something crazy happens. And I know Team Notorious specifically are looking to have a big bounce back after a little bit of an upsetting, I would say, stage number 1.
But the thing that's crazy about this group is not only is it kind of heavy-sided on the top 3, but the bottom 3 are all qualifier teams. So it's going to be one of those situations that's, or at least bottom 3 as they're listed, not to say that they're going to be bottom 3. But when it comes to fighting for that 4th position, this is going to be a really interesting group, I think, just to see which of those qualifier teams are going to make their way in. On the other front, as we take a look over towards Group B, look, I think my early anticipations for this group is that you're going to get a Wobblebobs likely not going to be touched. They're in, I think, the softer of the 2 groups, which is weird to say because Group B it features 5 teams that are auto-qualified from last season, but the way the seeding has worked out, Wobblebobs are in a really convincing position.
Definitely. I mean, I think you look at Wobblebobs as a whole here in this group, and I think that, they're sitting pretty, without a doubt, The Originals up here, I think, is without a doubt, the other squad that I think you're probably going to be looking at fighting for this top position. But I definitely think that, at least between the 2, this would be at least a little bit of the weaker group. And Wobblebobs had a phenomenal Stage 1. If people can remember back to what they were able to do, they did not lose, I think, a single map until they got to playoffs. So overall, I think Wobblebobs probably pretty happy with how this group will shape up to be. But I think there is still some potential upsets, maybe with the Clutch Rain, with the Team Falcons also in the mix here too.
Yeah, and this is interesting because technically speaking, all of these teams feature the majority, if not all of their players that were in Season 1, including that retirement pending squad, which is Dave's team, formerly known as Nixa. So I think that's going to be an interesting kind of battle to see who winds up in the top 4 from this group in particular. So that's just your brief look at the groups. Of course, you can find all the information in COD Gamepedia as well in case you want to know more about the rosters in full. But we've got a lot coming up as far as the schedule itself is concerned here. And look, I think the thing about it is you kind of already see a little tease of what our first match is going to be. Team Notorious versus Nave. This is going to be one of those early matchups that we always talk about where you're in a position to, this matchup could determine where you end up seeding wise in your group, because technically speaking, I think anticipations would be that this is a battle for second seed, at least for this group in particular.
I think you'd imagine that without a doubt. Team Notorious, they've still been pretty good when it comes down to the Cups. They've been very consistent, despite maybe not having as strong as a performance as we kind of initially expected from this squad. Winning like that, first kind of Cup, and then coming into the stage one, we're thinking, all right, this is a squad that's probably going to be number one, but it felt like they could never really find their footing on the map. And I think you could say the same for Nave, where it's a similar story where, like, you got to see consistency through a lot of the game modes, but you didn't really get to see them hit that next level, like we saw from Elevate, like we saw from the originals, and they still get a pretty solid placing overall. But I think you're still expecting this to be like that superstar Spanish team with the likes of Super and some of these other names that we kind of continue to throw out there with this squad.
Indeed the case. But looking at our full broadcast schedule for this first EU day, it's not just Team Notorious versus La Nave del Mysterio. You're going to have a lot of interesting action in this Group A matchup, because you've also got Orglis playing up against Grandmasters. That could actually be a pretty important matchup in the scheme of things. But more so, I'm actually kind of curious to see how Team International and Fade handle one another. Both of those teams, as mentioned, kind of in Group A, those are your kind of qualifier teams that may be battling for a top 4 position, and that opening matchup could be super important. Meanwhile, over in Group B, you're going to get, I think, a pretty, I would say, predictable opening matchup for these two, just due to the fact that you kind of have your favorites on one side versus your kind of underdogs on the other. I'm most interested, I think, to see how strong Team Falcons and Signs are going to come out this season. I think the biggest thing about that Team Falcons roster was that they had a pretty poor performance in Boston, only finishing, I think, top 48.
That was the big thing. I think when we saw Team Falcons really play online, they were putting up some great fights. They had a lot of really good hardpoints, too, over some of the top teams. And I think we really sat there for a second and thought, okay, this Team Falcon squad can actually really get through a bracket and do some damage. But I think when you look at Boston, you look at their LAN performance, it simply just was not there. So definitely need to see, at least a close series, I would say, versus the Will Bobs, to make sure that you're not falling in that same position that you fell in stage one, where you're putting yourself in must-win scenarios to kind of make it into playoffs. And it's really obviously difficult to do when you have all the talent that we have, at least backed into these regions at the moment.
And because there are 2 blocks of matches that are going on, so in our second block, some things to kind of keep an eye out for here. I think, again, like Grandmasters has a pretty difficult run today, having to play up against both Orglis in their first matchup and then La Nave del Mysterio in their second. You definitely don't want to be 0-2 if you're Grandmasters. Whereas, again, I feel like you kind of have favorites built into the Orglis versus International matchup and the Notorious versus Fade matchup there. So I think for Group A, I'm mostly interested to see how Grandmasters handles their opening schedule, because it is a difficult one, I think, just based on the expectations. But the second slot for Group B, I think, is actually particularly interesting, simply due to the fact that you've got kind of important matchups on a number of fronts. The Originals in retirement pending, that's kind of a grudge match. Most of former Nixa now playing up against a team that kind of beat them up a little bit. They had a lot of back and forth. There was, the surprise initially with Nixa against the Originals. Maybe they can do it again. But I'm also curious to see what the temperature is going to look like in that Team Falcons versus Signs matchup, mostly from the perspective of Signs. Have they improved coming into this second season, having to requalify?
That's another big factor. Having to requalify and being able to do so, I think, is always at least, a good sign. No pun intended, but coming into, this roster, it's still really difficult, I feel like, to kind of judge some of these squads, especially when you don't get to see strong performances off of, like, the last event, right? You don't see something strong come out of Boston. It's hard to put a lot of stock in them, but, at least in a different environment, coming back to online, maybe something can happen within that group with those lower teams. But like you mentioned, like, those matchups, those head-to-heads that you have here, day 1, day 2, like, are just so important when we get to week 2. That's it. Matches are pretty much done. We're going into playoffs.
Yep.
So week 1, man, we always emphasize that you have to at least get yourself on the board. That is really, I think, the goal for day number 1.
100%. You don't want to fall on 0-2. You don't want to pull a Boston Academy from Season 1 where they have to essentially win out just to try to get to playoffs. But with that in mind, of course, there are multiple streams that are going on. We've got this one here, but we also have the We Are Clutch GG stream that is kind of a secondary focus stream for you guys. And I think we have the ability of kind of taking a look at the intended broadcast schedule for this match before we get things started between this matchup between Team Notorious and La Nave del Mysterio. I'm most excited about this opening matchup because there's that Spanish versus Spanish blood that's going to be kind of running against each each other, but we're actually going to get La Nave del Mysterio on for their matchup versus Grandmasters immediately afterwards. So I think both these matches are particularly important for different reasons. Meanwhile, on the other side of things for the Clutch GG stream, Team International versus Fade, that important matchup between qualifier matches is happening first, and then Orglis and Team International will be the secondary matchup, the second stream slot for them, which again I think would be a really important one for Team International to kind of show their worth. That's kind of where we're at as far as the broadcast is concerned. So any kind of reactions to what we're going to be getting on broadcast here before we jump into the rosters?
I mean, I just coming together with, like, I think I really want to see how Orglis is going to be able to do, how, like, an Originals is going to be able to do, as much as maybe they're not, like, always the main focus for this stream. I'm just curious to see, you know, if they're going to be still, you know, that top-tier team that we were kind of seeing, you know, for example, like, Elevate just looked like they were a cut above the rest. So, you know, the top team's still the top, I guess, is really, like, the big question that I have when you move into a different stage, you move into a different type of meta that's going to be slowly evolving throughout the next couple of weeks. I mean, a lot of things can change up very quickly, right? Like, I think, you know, we don't know too much about the change, but if there's one thing that maybe we can take away is that SMGs now on the map are that much more important. You know, playing your life in certain situations could matter more because of the gunfights that you're kind of eligible to take. So I think that maybe we'll see, you know, that be a pretty big factor, I think, going into these next couple of weeks here for us, and specifically today and tomorrow.
Okay, so looking at our first roster here for Team Notorious, we'll just kind of breeze through this because it looks like the gameplay is about ready to come to us here. Look, like we mentioned, it's the same team, the same roster, and a lot to prove here for Team Notorious after falling out a little bit shorter than I think they wanted to in both the Elite Season 1 playoffs, but also at Boston. I thought the team looked improved coming into Boston, but was a little surprised to see them still kind of falter before they could get to the top 8.
Without a doubt. I mean, like I said, right? Like, I think this is a team that a lot of people, including myself, had massive stock in stage 1. I was thinking that they were certainly going to be able to make a run to a top 3. That doesn't happen. They're getting kind of cut down. They're getting beaten. And a lot of it comes from their early kind of series where they lose map 1, map 2. But if they can start to figure things out, kind of get back on track like you're seeing at Boston, team could definitely do some damage. And I mean, they stuck together for a reason, right? They think that they can work through it. And these are just staples in the European scene without a doubt. So you can never really doubt them by any means.
On the other side for La Nave del Mysterio, same roster situation for them as well. Kind of a similar story between both these two teams. I think that they, again, you know, were a little bit lacking through the group stage, but started to kind of push together a better product as they were moving in towards things like playoffs and especially kind of expectations towards Boston, but still didn't really quite live up to the expectations, which is seemingly a problem for Spanish teams on land. It's just we continue to see them fall short of not just the top 8, but in particular for La Nave del Mysterio, I believe they finished top 16 overall at Boston, which was, I think, a lot less than we actually expected from them going into the event.
I think you just look at this team on paper and you expect them to be like just an absolute relentless squad that is going to be very punishing. They're going to have so much slaying power that you won't be able to stop these guys. And that just wasn't really a factor when we look back to, you know, what was happening in stage 1. There was a lot of inconsistencies. We know Super is this kind of all-star type of player, but when he wasn't dropping those crazy performances, those crazy games, it really never felt like they were kind of at that level that we expect them to be at. So we'll see if they can get there. I still do not want to count these guys out because they're still really good. They're good online. We saw it all of last year, but they have to come together as a team. I think that's really the big thing that we're going to be looking at with that squad.
100%. Let's take a look at kind of how these teams fared, though, and we've been leading towards what they did last season. And again, this was a matchup that I think we expected to kind of see be pretty even going into it, and that indeed was the case. The problem for Notorious, though, in season was their search and destroy, just not quite there whatsoever, even though they were great in their control. That has to be the big priority, I would say, for Team Notorious, is to be better at the search.
Without a doubt. So many series for Team Notorious. Go game 5, you know, after pulling off sometimes reverse sweeps, getting to that map 5 and not being able to close it. That was certainly a big problem that they had. Now, something that they didn't have a problem in was control. They are still the only team currently flawless when it comes down to that control win rate. I know we're looking at the Originals for being like that big control squad, of course, through playoffs, but Elevate were able to beat them down a little bit there. So I think that's probably, you know, their game mode that they're going to always be able to rely on. But like you said, cleaning up the S&Ds and across the board, I mean, where do you really criticize the Nave? This is what I talked about. Like, they don't have a bad map record through any of the game modes per se. It's just finding those clutch series wins or those clutch map wins when it really matters the most.
Yeah, agreed. I think there is some sort of elevation that needs to happen for both these two rosters. I think for Nave del Mysterio, it doesn't really come down to one mode or particular maps. It's more of like, you know, I think the way that we kind of framed things up at the end of Season 1 was that Elevate was just a step above everybody else in EU. It was just a general kind of blanket statement, and that's kind of one of the things for La Nave del Mysterio is that you're not looking at one mode to say we need to be better here or better there. It's just as a squad, we need to just click a little bit more. And maybe it's a speed thing. Like, when you look at players like Yako, you expect him to be running around the map. We didn't really get that, so to speak, in terms of tempo. So I think it's more going to be like an identity thing for Nave overall, comparatively to Team Notorious, where, again, I think we're just looking for search and destroy improvement, generally speaking.
Yeah, it's like that team maybe is not like looked at the way they are if they just have, you know, at least consistent or 50-50, you know, in the S&D is like probably a totally different team altogether and have a different run. So without a doubt, I'm with you there, brother. But I think we are just about ready for map number 1. Stage number 2, man, it's just been flying by. Can't believe we're already into it, but we got to keep the action rolling. We got to keep the gameplay coming. Well, Team Notorious, La Nave, kicking it off here on Hydro for map number 1.
Yeah, I love this call for Hydro. It's one of those maps we saw very limited amounts of throughout Season 1, but I think it is one of those maps that if you can control how the map is kind of moving and your awareness is high, there's an opportunity to really kind of snowball this map a bit out of control. So let's jump on into it. Match number 1, as you mentioned there, brother, of Season 2. It's La Nave del Mysterio taking on Team Notorious on Hydro. Let's get it on.
Let's get into it. Already going to see a lot of the water, I'm sure, on your screen. And Maple's going to take a bit of a route. Nice little win here from Wee Man up close and personal on the hill. Now you got a little bit of control. It's 3 members strong here for Team Notorious. If they can win these battles, maybe they can push through. But a nice quick response comes through for La Nave.
Yeah, great opening here. Just the ARs controlling lanes, allowing Sukri to get on in. Some updates as far as what had happened in Season 1. Again, like we mentioned, we just did not see a lot of this map. So for La Nave, interesting to see them kind of want to prefer to let this stay in the pool. Response for Team Notorious still looking pretty solid on the re-break. So only 8 seconds of time forfeited on the initial engagement. And with that now, Team Notorious looking to stretch across the map, try to battle for P2.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to brute force through. And I mean, La Nave, they're here ready for it. Everyone just kind of comes right off spawn, positions top dome, bottom dome, is ready to play for the exits off of P1. So a lot of work to be done on the map here. But now you got Super, who's going to pop the dead silence. He's going to be in that key position to kind of shut this rotation down. Stuns and Naves running over the top. Wee Man finds a great first, Metals with a great second, and now the collapse is about to come through here for Team Notorious.
Oh, and that stun does land. Trophy not in place yet for Rancor. He gets it down, but it's too late. Notorious from the front have found the kills they need. That is unbelievable, and maybe a small mistake there to credit towards Rancor not getting the trophy down when he already had it earned. Now, all of a sudden, shoes on the opposite foot in the blink of an eye. Nave looking for the break. It's Sukri with the opener that opens up the middle of the map, but look at this little duality play happening between Wee Man and Eric Boom in the corner, just trying to stay alive, watch each other's crosses, and it's worked out absolutely flawlessly. Team Notorious putting on a clinic here at P2.
I mean, what a break, right? Team Notorious not always able to get into the back of this P2 hill that we love to talk about. It's a money hill. You get through, you break it out just 20 seconds in, and you're going to be able to come away with a huge amount of time. Kick off this Hydro map. So now we'll have to make a cross-map rotation. Renkor's in a great position to get a cut right through mid. So he's going to be pretty much the first player you have to deal with here as he drops down into the water and might find a wild Wee Man. I think he's trapped. I think he's stuck in the rock salad. He's trying to bob and weave, but Wee Man will eventually clean him up. And the Team Notorious now coming through with the T-push.
I like that he just tried to hide behind the rocks. Like, you can't see me. You can't see me. Not so much. So Team Notorious pretty much stretched from 2 to 3 as perfect as you could ever imagine. Wee Man on 4 on this rotation. Stuns even landing for Eric Boom in the front doors here at Generators. And oh my goodness, Eric just lines them both up in the spawn. So a double comes through. Rancor is able to at least maintain the anchor and a chance to get 20 seconds worth of time here. The scrap is still very valuable, but Metals is still in a great position just to zone them completely away. He's doing it all himself, but finally overwhelmed. But who cares? At that point in time, you've got the rest of your team already rotated anew, and you give up 8 seconds? Yeah, this is a clinic from start to finish so far for Team Notorious.
You're going to be extremely happy with that. I mean, you had a late rotation. You're able to keep it neutral, and Eric finds a huge 2-piece in the back to really shut things down and slow it down for La Nave. Now they're forced to rotate into the setup here in the waiting hands of Team Notorious, who are looking actually a little bit weak now as they start to lose some numbers. They were looking solid. They had a lot of great ruins control, but now Wee Man's kind of forced to push all the way up. His teammates coming off of spawn. Is a good moment here for La Nave if they can win the battles, but the battles are not being won whatsoever. Team Notorious now looking at that 100-point mark.
9-3 for Weeman with also plus 60 seconds worth of time in the hard point. Yeah, he's having himself a monster game to start. Eric Boom trying to clear up some space and through ruins is good for a double. Just, again, confirming scrap time. I mean, this is something that we did not see this Team Notorious team doing a lot of last season, where in the last half of hard points, you're in control, but do you get the ability to kind of push away your opponent and secure more of that scrap time? Man, what an unbelievable turnaround it's looked like for Team Notorious. We're going to get to the final hard point of this first rotation and nearly a 100-point lead, although Nave does have control early here at Generator.
Yeah, we'll see if it holds, though. It's a pretty tight setup. Very responsive. You have to kind of win some battles through outskirts here for Sukari. And now the first shot the nade over the top is beautiful. That's going to remove him. And now you have to kind of post up inside the point, win some critical gunfights, and they're not looking great right now for Nave. I mean, that is just not enough zoning in my mind from the front of the hill. Way too easy for Team Notorious, and they win all the battles as they break back through.
And it starts with just good set nades. A couple of different times on these breaks. We saw the stun land on a Rencore in P2. This time it's a set frag that comes over and clears out rocks. And you're giving yourself a 4v3 at worst almost every single break attempt for Team Notorious. This is unbelievably great from Notorious through and through. I mean, this is as perfect as I've seen any team play Hydro so far. And you can definitely see why Notorious is fine keeping this in the pool. And boy, man, talk about having to find a way to correct and adapt quickly if you're Nave. We're going to exit the first set of rotations at a 90-point gap, and Team Notorious already have some good lanes to lock down to at least keep P1 neutral, if not earn time of their own.
Yeah, and you talk about correct and adapt. I mean, that correction's got to happen right now from P1 to P2. If it doesn't, Team Notorious are going to run away with things, and Metals now as the dead silence pops, so he can start to go rogue and really get in the faces of all these respawners. Back up, reinforce the hill if he needs to. He's got so many options. Metals down for 5. One more for 6, and Metals will deliver. Streak is earned. Notorious still picking up time. Nave, they are in the blender.
Dude, this team is clicking right now. Everything going the way of Team Notorious. It's just a flabbergasting experience to see them play this polished. Metals on 7, still alive. Eric Boom doubles up behind him. Oh my goodness, Metals! What in the world is that? 8 for him now at 19 and 8. Even getting out, and look at the zone they've got towards P2. Nave's nowhere to be seen near new.
I mean, and all that information is good for Metals as well. He sure will end up dropping, but Weeman will take his place and picks up 2. Probably would have got the 3rd, but Maple wants to get involved in the play. The spawns are across the map, and I mean, this one is just over. It's not normal that I would ever say that at this point, but Team Notorious are just absolutely smoking them out.
What a freaking highlight reel. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's not even... Here's the thing that's been cool about this for Team Notorious. They're playing great team play, but also the individuals are just frying. Unbelievable. Weeman, you know he wants to go with this. This is almost like a heat check for him right now. Semtex lands, and they even get the scrap time. Are you kidding me? Spawn manipulation also in play as Metals hitting the route, man, getting paid every step he takes. I mean, this is just an absolute demolishing feat for Team Notorious.
This is slaughter. Oh my goodness. I mean, every rotation, it just felt like it's pretty much been won, and if Nave hold the rotation, then they're broken in the first attempts. Oh man, as good as you'd ever want to see Hardpoint being played is what you're currently witnessing. And now, probably going to end this here as we manage to dancing around the point. One more up top. Metal's going to have to deal with the second. And finally, Nave able to break through, but you feel like things will still potentially end here, or if not, the next hill.
Well, for sure. It's one of those things, like, this Nave team is not a bad team. And
of course not.
You look at the scoreboard, Sukri's having a slow one, to be sure, but, like, no one is really individually getting costed right now, either. Like, there's not one player popping off, the rest of the team's falling behind. This is just, like we were talking about in the pre-show, we needed to see Nave as a squad elevate their game, and it's been the opposite. Team Notorious has been the team to really step up and show you what, you know, perfect hardpoint looks like on this map. I mean, come on. What do you even say about this? Weeman is just snapping. I mean, he's by himself picking up 2 pieces. This has been an unbelievable display from Team Notorious. What an absolute stomping.
Yeah. Should be able to put it away here. One final push for Nave, but spawns at the back should hold strong either way. Sukari and Super able to get in for 1 apiece, but there's the support, and that will be the holds. My goodness, Team Notorious coming into stage 2, and they're looking a little bit different. 250-106, at least for map number 1, to kick this best of 5 off.
Yeah, a lot of bit different, maybe. I don't want to, bite off more than we can chew here. It's just map 1, but I mean, these guys are snapping. And the cool thing about it, and again, I continue to say this, and I apologize for just sounding like a broken record here, but it's just how coordinated this team is moving. Watching little plays from Eric Boom, contesting every single second of scrap on P1 while his teammates are just hanging out, ready to go at P2. It's like little things like that. Metals hitting super long routes, flipping spawns route early. It really is everything going right for Team Notorious, and it's all because of how they're clicking and meshing as a squad, how they're moving around as a full 4-man unit. Beautiful stuff from Team Notorious. Absolutely exquisite hardpoint out of them on Hydro. And that's kind of what we want to see. And what at least I was looking at for this Team Notorious squad, we saw the potential of them having this type of a game in Season 1. I expected to see it show up at Boston. We didn't really fully get it, but man, whatever they learned at Boston has absolutely come to play here in the first matchup that we've seen for them on Season 2.
I mean, it's perfect. When you're breaking hills in the first attempt and you're just, out-rotating your opponent like on almost every single hill, like you're just vibing, right? The comp's got to be feeling great. You're up by like 150 points and you're just sitting in the hill, collecting time. It's all coming to you. And this is one of the first times that they've ever played Hydro when it comes down to the elites. And I think you look at Hydro as a map, and it is one of the most punishing maps when your all 4 members are not on point, right? When they're not on the ball and they're not making the right plays at the right times, they're not following each other up in the right moments. It is such a punishing map based off how the spawns work. And Notorious always had the spawns in their favor, always holding the hill, always breaking the hill. When you have those 3 things going for you, I mean, it's going to be a hardpoint win without a doubt.
Wow. Crazy stuff. Well, jumping into the first map, here's a look at what the full series layout will look like. And Notorious take away both sets of hotel, so we're not going to see any of that, which is pretty rare, to say the least. Usually we at least have it somewhere in the map pool, but not today. We have an Embassy Search and Destroy up next, and then a double dose of Fortress, followed by a final dessert play on Mercado, pending, of course, we need all of that. And now, look, here we got to just completely, take our praises and sober up a little bit, because Team Notorious have to show us better Search and Destroy. It was by far their worst game mode, and one of the biggest kind of hindrances to them both in the Season 1 playoffs, and I will also say, just kind of watching over their shoulders, it was also one of their big deterrents at Boston as well. What's your thought process going into this map 2 for either side?
I mean, specifically, at least here for Mysterio, these guys have to win this map in my mind, because you're going into a Fortress Control that is, a flawless game mode across the board for Team Notorious. So you have to tie up the series here in my mind. You can't afford to go down 0-2 going into their best game mode, where they might be able to just 3-0 clean sweep, call it a day for Series 1. So I think that's what you have to do here. And I think if there is some good news that, Team Notorious have not really been notoriously good at S&D. So, maybe there is something there to try to pick apart, especially on a map like Embassy, where you can really, force a lot of individual gunfights and, kind of force a lot of big sniper shots. I think there's certainly a chance to bring this one back against, a weaker looking team in this game mode, but must win in my mind, I think, if you're coming into this, Alan.
I like the call on that, and just for what it's worth, kind of looking back over some more of those Season 1 statistics, the Hotel Veto starts to make a lot more sense when you realize that Team Notorious was 0-4 on that particular map mode combo last season, and for Embassy, it was one of their better Search and Destroys. So it looks just kind of by looking at the results from last season, El Asilo was the hard veto for Team Notorious, and it looks like they're saying, all right, we just can't figure out Hotel. Let's take that one out and maybe spend some time learning El Asilo, while kind of maybe hoping that the map pool allows you a chance to see more Embassy, which in this case it has. So cool to see them kind of make a little bit of adjustment and change in their veto process. Obviously, there's some learning that needs to be done, though, if you're going to be a well-rounded squad on Hotel Search, because you're not going to get away likely with having that be your hard set veto for the entirety of this season. It's by far one of the most popular maps that we have in our current state. So, hey, that's kind of something to look out for, and I'm glad that you kind of put the highlight on towards sniper rifles in particular, just simply due to the fact that you've got some major options for either team roster-wise to pull out the scope on a map like Embassy here without question.
Yeah, this is the map, right? If you're going to pull out a sniper rifle, it's probably going to be Embassy without a doubt. You can have so many different looks, through either lane, and it just gives you so much versatility, I feel like. And when you know a sniper's on, like there were some clips we were seeing at the end of playoffs through EU and NA, right, where just snipers are just hitting every single shot. You can't peek, you can't overlook the bomb, and you're just kind of, scared hiding for someone to kind of deal with him or eventually allow you to finally come through and actually take a challenge, which most likely going to lose. So it feels like there has been, I don't know, just a different look when it comes down to Embassy and being able to attack this other site that we don't normally see, which I believe is A over in the left lane. Snipers being able to kind of get on that back truck, get some trophy systems down, start to allow a push to kind of slowly unfold through that left side. There's been a couple different looks, but I mean, it really is the name of the game. I think when you talk about Embassy, if you don't have a scope that's hot, it can be really difficult to kind of open up lanes to make plays.
Absolutely. So those are the things to kind of keep our eye out for, and just to kind of really cement this, it does feel like this would be a must-win situation for Nave very early on, based on what we just saw in that opening respawn. I mean, if they're pulling that off on Hydro, I don't even want to know what they're looking like on Fortress, whether it be the Control or the Hardpoint. It's definitely one of those situations that you start to kind of, see things trend over towards Team Notorious's direction. Again, just as a reminder, we do have 6 games going on at once, so an opportunity for us to kind of get a look into what's going on across the other group matches throughout the day will be available for us as we go. The biggest thing is our secondary matchup as we pull it up here is I'm really pumped about this one because you've got the Originals and Clutch Rain that's in the mix, not quite able to get the first map underway, but I'm interested for both teams because the Originals largely stick together. They make one substitution, whereas Clutch Rain are also kind of the squad looking for improvement after kind of, not having the greatest season 1 statistically.
Yeah, I think the Originals making the swap, with the ARs is a little bit intriguing, right? Like, you're thinking, okay, things weren't too bad last season. Like, he had a pretty good placement. Maybe, things don't go as well at the end of it that you were kind of originally hoping for if you were able to get the whole roster there. But overall, I think that you see Lucky come in, who had a standout performance, was extremely strong, and like, was the reason they were even winning some of their season matches. I mean, you go, leading up to playoffs, it was a 3-2 season record, and there were a couple of those series where they had to really dig deep and actually close them out. And that was off the back end of, I think, Lucky doing some exceptional things. So I think it's a little bit of an interesting swap coming in for as far as what you're going to get. But I think that's also another big one that we kind of line up for as far as finding a big win. If you can take down a team like the Originals in that group, it sets you up for, I think, getting an early playoff spot potentially if you keep that trend going.
Yeah. Okay, so with that in mind, again, a lot of things, and this is what EU is going to be very different narratively than North America, because pretty much all the rosters for the most part stayed the same. A couple of individual swaps, but we only had to requalify 4 teams, and for teams like Signs, for instance, they do requalify, so we've got a lot of returning teams from Season 1 into Season 2 with a mix of some new ones that have qualified for the first time, whereas, and you'll learn if you stick around for North America, everything is different. I mean, we had to qualify 7 teams, and the 8th team in Decimate essentially had to put together a brand new roster at last minute because of all of the CDL call-ups that happened yesterday. So we technically have 8 new teams in North America with a couple of other roster swaps that, still allowed some of the 4 teams that retained their positions in Season 2 from having to requalify again. Like, technically speaking, we literally almost had 10 teams that had to requalify for North America, and that would have been silly. But outside of what's to come, let's get into the immediate. Search and destroy. Embassy. Team Notorious looking to get themselves corrected in the search, whereas for Nave, a chance to tie up the series and go 1-1 into the Control.
Gonna need it. Do not want to go down 0-2 into a flawless game mode here for Team Notorious. So let's see what they bring to the table. Couple stuns coming out early here, maybe to try to drive Metals just kind of out of this bottom area position, and Nade will not connect, but Wee Man just patiently waiting there for Sukari's peak. We'll find an easy first blood.
And I love that patience as well, just kind of feeling things out. Now you've got Metals forward right up against the offensive building walls. And with help around him, it's one of those things that if you're Team Notorious, you just say, Metals, maybe there's a chance here for you just to find a free kill, but if not, and you get contested, we could trade you from this position most likely. Wee Man across, Super with the scope out. I believe did see Wee Man, but that's mutual information, and the defense, I am sure, will not peek that again.
No, most likely not. And now player 2, Yakko drops down low, so they're starting to make some moves, which would have to be pretty quick. Down to about 30 seconds, have to plant this bomb. Eric under pressure, start to spray and lay on the trigger, but won't finish off the kill. Both players Pretty heavily tagged in the exchange, but now you have to make a move. Nave have to drop this bomb. They are low on time, and Wee Man, well, finds the bomb carrier in the back. Everyone else wins their gunfights. A Team Notorious, they bring it home.
Yeah. Good stuff. It all starts with the first blood, right? I mean, you get the first kill, you take your advantages, you move forward. Metals can have the ability to wait for his dead silence and then get around the back. It's just, yeah, it's surgical search and destroy gameplay. Absolutely love to see it. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, just one round. But you do love to see it if you're a Team Notorious fan. Flawless, in fact. So now, Nave, what do you have for the defense? Can you put together a little back and forth here early, get yourself settled into the series?
Well, you got trophy systems now, so might be a little bit more aggression here for Team Notorious. Well, no one really contesting the cross. It's a late peek through mid from Yako, but Super! Oh! You'll find two. Wee Man, don't do it. It's a death trap. Super wants him just to give him a little peek for kill number 3, but that should force him to back down. But what an opening play here from Super.
That is an unreal second shot. Wee Man up top, Yako down low. And actually, how about this? Sig's deep, kind of on the tennis side of the map, has taken down the threat of the scope. So now Wee Man with dead silence. He's got Yako tagged. Yako's running for his life. Backs away, throws a couple of shots his direction. And after an aggressive game of tag, both teams will survive with their current numbers. What shots are those from Wee Man onto Rencor? And now up top, Sigs has found some timing and a Vaznev, turning this from a 1v2 into a 1v1 very rapidly. Sukri, the last one standing in his way, and the stun's gonna land. What a play from Sigs.
I mean, he opens up everything, and then that kill from the bottom of Orange there, I believe from Wee Man, was just disturbing. I don't know how he finds that kill on a Rancor, but finds it, and then makes it a possible 1v2 there in the end for Sigs to come up the back, reads him down low with the stun, finishes it off. My goodness, 2v4 there for Team Notorious. A round you thought was done once Super popped that two-piece.
Honestly, it was one of those things that you start to look back at that if you're Nave and you say, it should have been a win for us. A couple of mistakes given away. Maybe you just get a little bit too aggressive trying to find that third and fourth kill, and it allows Team Notorious to kind of work around. Now a quick hit for Nave, though, on the offense. Eric Boom is in very dire condition here, just down to 2 HP. Is not going to be able to contest this bomb plant, so you would think, although the regen is here. But he just shuts the doors very mindfully, and then comes back through to peek. Eric gets the first. Super cannot confirm the trade. Early 4v3. Up top, though, Super continues on his rampage. Eventually shuts down by Maple. And Sukri up top means that we've now gone to a 2v2.
2v2, and right now Maple's on 4. Trying to earn those streaks. He's going to have to get through Rancor, and Rancor will shut it down right there. 20 seconds on the clock. Eric trying to pull off a 1v2, but everything playing against him now. The nade just falls short, but there's just no time to work with.
No, not at all. Have to hope he could just get the kill and stick, but not going to happen. Rencor watching it every single step of the way. And Nave get on the scoreboard. With a clean round, mind you, as well. I like the idea. The trophies are down. You get a quick plant off. You watch your crosses nicely, even though it looks maybe dire for a moment with the first blood being untraded in favor of Team Notorious. Good play over the middle of the map to kind of create extra space for the exits and allow Rancor much easier time in the post plant.
Round number 4, Team Notorious. See if they decide to bring this play back over to B. Super obviously shut it down last time around, at least initially. Still able to come out with the round, but will this one be any different? Little pre-nade to the back here. And Maple is going to keep this scope out. Why wouldn't he? It's been pretty hot with it so far. He will be able to get across. Sukri, though, is up top. And Super also still matching the sniper play, looking for a pick himself.
Bomb down, Super contested. And in that moment, Sigs finds some freedom to find the kill. Jump peek, oh, just a bit wide, hits the palm tree. Eric Boom looking for the trade pistols out. It does deal some damage, but Eric wins the gunfight. Yako red up top by Wee Man, no worries there. And it all rests with Rencor for the 1v4. He may just watch this round come to an anticlimactic finish. On 3, make it 4. Maybe a chance to play for streaks. Wee Man up top, throwing some shots his way, stunned up, and eventually dealt with Team Notorious looking clean again in another attack.
They really are, and it almost feels like, you know, so far for Nave, if Super isn't kind of getting them information or isn't getting them picked, then you can almost just see how difficult it is for them to find any kind of counterplay, you know, going into this push that's coming through for Team Notorious. They just want to get across, drop this bomb, get the trophy systems down, then they have this kind of, you know, 2-little setup just outside of Orange, ready to pounce off anybody who gets weak. And once you lose Super, it really does feel like things just start to crumble here Nave yet to figure it out so far. Really need this round going into round 5.
Yeah, I need to get Yako enabled as well. He just hasn't been able to do much so far as the kind of entry SMG, the one that's also dedicated towards usually carrying the bomb. It's going to be Sukri this time with a look over towards A early. Weeman's in a pretty good spot to contest this, largely because he's got the help of Metals in front of him, and that's actually going to deter Nave completely from going to A. A re-wrap back to B, and look who's already on the play. Metals could shut this play down if they decide to commit, and so he has.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. Bomb now down. Have to retrieve it. And Super, if he can get his hands on a secondary weapon, like attack, like a sub, it'd be great. But Metals, he's not stopping. He's just running right through. Come right behind Rencor. Finishes off a second. Now turns this into a 1v2 here for Super, who's still trying to find that trade onto Metals.
Oh my goodness, dude. The reads from Team Notorious are so good. I mean, look, if these guys play like this all season, they're going to be a problem for everybody, groups or playoffs alike. This has been a great start. And I know, it's like, well, maybe you could look at this from the negative place and say that Nave is looking bad. I can't really say that with any confidence. Like, they're playing fine. It's just Team Notorious are clicking on another level right now, all across the board, as Metal secures the full ace. Unreal.
Without a doubt. It's just been a full team performance across the board. Extremely stellar. And now, need a round here if you're Nave. Can't go down 5-1, but not great off the opening engagements. Weeman finds the first. Rencor needs to try to come up with 2. Might be able to get away with his life, and 1 is just fine here. He's got a sub to work with. He's lost another one of his teammates, but he's at least in a good position to still potentially stop this.
Yeah, but look where Metals and Sigs are. They're in a spot to contest as well still. Okay. Sigs misses the shot. Metals down low, though, now on 5 in a row. And not going to get a chance to even bother with the 6th. And look, here's the thing. Like, you're absolutely right, by the way. From a couple of rounds ago, I'm just going to harken back to your comment saying, like, if Super's not finding information, this Nave team is just completely kaput. Like, there's just nothing that they seem to be able to do. And now we've seen a couple of rounds in a row where defensively you're putting your scope at bottom orange. You're not going to be able to see anything besides an early cross. Yeah. So you're really limiting your options. And I think that's mostly due to how Team Notorious are putting pressure on that top AC server position.
So difficult to deal with right now, and Metals is on 5 in a row, 1 more just to kind of add in the insurance of a streak. But on offense for Nave, don't want to get caught on their side of the map. Super not going to stick around for that challenge, but he will find a kill on a Weeman in the back, though, so that could still enable this B push. Super going to take a peek onto Metals, and Metals will drop. That's a huge kill. 2v4, Nave in a good position.
But they don't know that Eric was also a part of this flank. The trigger discipline comes through, takes down 1. Yako cannot plant. Shots back from Rencor, pushes him off the angle, but now Sigs all of a sudden from the front may find a timing. Still, no attempt for the plant. Tack out, finds the bomb carrier, but Yako gets a little turner. It takes down Sigs, now leaving Eric Boom by himself, who tried to pull off some fancy footwork with the scope, but Nave shut it down and survived the round to get to 2.
When you see Yako getting kills like that, you're thinking, how is that only your first one, right? Like, that's a pretty damn first kill to get. Just snaps, turns, and will smoke Maple there after having a really good look. Because if Maple finds that kill, I know Eric drops slightly after, but, you know, he maybe gets the backup and maybe split the last 2 attackers just a tad bit. Not going to happen whatsoever. 5-2. Still a long way to go here for Nave, but at least they're able to find themselves that second round. Now they got to figure something out on defense.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And how about this? 4-man hit around the cross, and Super's going to be able to watch and find the first blood. And now Eric has to be kind of curious. Did anyone push through that? Because losing Metals early may not have been able to see everything, but look at Maple. He's already watching this long flank, and he has been able to transmit some intel to Eric saying, you are under threat. But I don't think they knew that all 4 members are back here. Maple would have to do something incredible with the scope and not going to get a chance to. Love the curveball from Nave.
Yeah, that's definitely a much better look, and a curveball, as you said, right? Just kind of setting 4 players here all through this A side. Thinking about a flank, I think they see Maple deep behind the planters there. They decide, okay, we're not going to fully push through. We're going to back up, and then Eric gets caught kind of in between every single member there on that side of the map. So starting to pick them apart. Great opening kills. This is the last 2 rounds. Super's been able to find a first blood. Both, I believe, on the Metals as well. So he's been huge for being able to open up those engagements, but still can't constantly rely on that. We'll see if he continues to stay hot.
Yeah, agreed. Opening nades from the defense will not just blow up the trucks, but also get information that Super is playing on this angle. The defense is in a good spot to respond to any early A positions, kind of 2 rounds in a row now. And with that little pushback, you've already got Weeman on rotation to help out Eric Boom, who is kind of by himself, defending with attack. Super good intel that Weeman's up top, misses the shot, though. Would have been an impressive flick, and in the process, Weeman does secure first blood for free. We go 4v3.
Rencor still the very back of the map, waiting for a late push through, but take a look at player 7 on the minimap. It's Metals. He's going to be able to push all the way up. He can attack and flank if he needs to. He's got a great position. He can just play off information at this point in time. You got a good spread across the map defensively, but Nave, low on time. 40 seconds, have to make a decision and have to grab this bomb. Super is probably going to be responsible for doing. He's got a sub to work with here, but still, now you have to make something happen over by A. Yeah. That's a great first kill.
And the thing about this is, even though the kill comes out over towards A, this is not a free site by any stretch of the imagination. Weeman and Eric Boomer are still in a position to contest. Stun comes out. Super going to try to commit. And as he does, he loses his teammate. So now Super kind of has to play his life. Rencor kind of held off mid-map. Oh, and that's not great news here. Metals has stopped and split this post-plant defense up. Rencor now by himself. Shots were decent, but not good enough. Team Notorious. Smooth like butter through the search and destroy. 6-3 and now 2-0 up in the series.
Yeah, looking good right now, man. Just trap them into the site. Play the patience game. Force them to go looking around on where the retake is coming from. And they just all sit and wait for the information. I mean, it's so clean right now, man. Team Notorious are looking extremely strong, and I know we've played this opposite side of the card. Like, is Nave looking, bad? I would say no. I just think they're getting outplayed heavily right now from a Team Notorious squad where all 4 members are just, here to play today. All 4 of them showing up, which is not something we were always getting, throughout last season, especially with the ARs. Sometimes there was just one player lacking. It hasn't felt like that, at least so far through the first 2 maps, and well, good news here for Team Notorious. They're going into their flawless game mode in Control, so it just goes up from here.
Yeah, it's just to kind of reflect and react to this Team Notorious on Search. That was not a performance that you would have said was a 22% win rate in Season 1. And again, that was their best map on Search last season. They only played it 3 times, and you put Hotel out of the pool. It gives you a chance to kind of refocus towards some of your other strengths on other maps, and maybe that kind of gives you a light bulb moment. But the thing that I really enjoyed about this Search and Destroy was not just the individual plays or how the team functioned, but how about the variety that we saw from Team Notorious? A couple of rounds where Eric Boom is the solo defender at A, he pulls out attack to do so. A couple of rounds where Maple wants to help the push, so he pulls out either an AR or sometimes I think he maybe picked up an SMG off the ground to assist in those hits. It was just so much variety that's hard to counter. When you're down early, you're 5-1 down and you don't know what Team Notorious is going to throw at your direction, I don't know. I don't know how you put together a response to that for Nave, and the only way that they did was, you got to remember that 4-man stack defensively pushing through the opposite side of the map at A. So, that's one of those things that it just puts you in the back foot, and that's just good credit to Team Notorious on their game plan.
For sure, and that play call where they sent 4A was just one of those screw it moments. We just got to get some gunfights. You know what I mean? We got to find these guys. I don't know where they are on the map, and yeah, that was certainly part of it. I mean, Team Notorious, I feel like they just got multiple playmakers in S&D right now, and again, just one map, so don't have a huge sample size, but you could just see, I think, multiple players being involved in the spearhead of the play. Just something which you love to see. It's not just one player looking out for. It's not just the Metals flank. Where is he? Track him. It's everybody kind of getting involved in different moments. So 6-3 victory, 2-0, and like we said, we're going into a Control where these guys have yet to drop a single Control throughout the Elite. So this is bad news bears here for Nave fans going into a map number 3 where they're going to have to pull it together, I believe, going into a Fortress Control.
Yeah, Fortress is correct. 4-0 on the map. It feels surprising. I don't know if you had this reaction, but I'll be transparent. I was like, is that stat correct? They were 4-3 in their group one, their first stage of groups, and that also combined into playoffs. And I was like, there's no way they were 7-0 in Control, but 4-3 overall. That stat checks out. It is a correct stat. They did it all through Fortress and through Hotel. And here's the fun thing about it: their average points were 3-1 on both maps. So they're not just winning Controls; they are dominating Controls. A 1.24 overall team KD on Fortress control throughout the entirety they played it in Season 1. That is a stupid statistic. Like, just dumb. Very dumb. I don't like that. I like it, but I don't like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's filthy. It's scary. They outslay you. They just take all the rounds away. They win offense and defense. Doesn't matter what map it is. It just feels like they're always just, above and beyond when it comes down to it. So that's pretty difficult to deal with. And I feel like the reason maybe we see like this map record is because there were so many times Team Notorious went down like 0-2. They were on the opposite end of this situation. They had to pull off the control, the hard point, then they would lose the map 5, right? There were so many of those situations where they can always rely on this game mode, which is great when you're up, because typically it means that you can close it, but we still have to do it, still have to get the job done, and we got to see if there is just anything left in the tank right now for Nave, because, a little bit of a flat map number 1, kind of gets smoked a little bit in map number 2, have to bring it back, but I think we just need to see a solid start, and maybe they can at least slowly build off of that. Something's got to change, something's got to happen. 3 maps in a row is required, but it all starts right here on the Fortress control, Alan.
Yeah, 100% agree. We need to see, like you mentioned, just signs of life here from Nave, who I continue to I want to impress upon you guys listening. This is not a bad team. I don't think they have played badly. I think it's just Team Notorious are playing near top of group status at the moment. Yako, first blood, straight on in towards the A control zone as Nave is on the attack. Really good start here as they do have mid-map control as well. Well played from Super to take down a couple, and that will lead to a very free first tick of progress, and okay. You don't have to resuscitate right now. Nave looking very much so alive on the A zone.
Yeah, it's the start you want to have, and should be the zone as well. Player 5 is going to try to cut through mid, but it's just a second too late, and that is already the zone gone over here. Nave with an extra minute on the clock. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to start to work with here. See if they can make their way into B. They are caught in the back, but, I mean, step 1, that is just everything that you would ever want out of a Fortress Control round 1.
Oh, absolutely the case. Okay, so with that in mind, now you've got an opportunity to kind of use the clock to make sure you don't get spawn trapped, okay? Like, that's the biggest point of contest here. Because of how clean the exits are here for Team Notorious, they are still in those very formidable defensive positions. The Nave squad looking to kind of stack up over towards maps. All the nades are coming in, but Eric was just not inside, so he doesn't get affected by any of this. And now a chance for him to line up a couple, but only takes down 1. And Nave have created an exit in towards maps.
Metals, though, the next one up. You got to get through Metals, and Super there for a quick trade. Super there for a second. Trades, though, still maybe go the way of Team Notorious. And yeah, this is a great example of just how difficult it is. You bait and switch, you get maps control, you get to the middle of the map. Team Notorious right there to shut you right back down. So, minute 14 now left on this clock. Sukri does find a great first opener. Try to make something happen, but you can just see how difficult it is and how many players are down here. You never know.
Yeah, that's the big point, right? Is you don't have any sort of information. You're just kind of hoping and praying you can come out on top of the trades, which, to be fair, Nave have done. 3 for 1 this next engagement off the following respawn. Sukri was some free space in towards mid. Chance to try to aggress upon Gallows. Good nade damage, good shots as well, but not a lot of assistance to finish off on it. Yako, the last one left, and he's going to get turned around by Metals. No worries here for Team Notorious. It's just Super. Last one left to find, and he will be dealt with by Metals. And yeah, what looked to be maybe a decent opportunity to get towards B has completely been shut down.
Yeah, you always need someone to stay alive on the other side of the map when all your teammates drop. Obviously easier said than done, but this is a good moment still, yet again. Nave just need to try to break through Metals, and well, they can't do that very cleanly, at least so far. Super's not going to push up. He's now got to maybe wait for a second, but Sukri pops a 2-piece. Maybe there's life here for Nave. Numbers outside the point, but down to 5 lives, 8 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, have to have something miraculous, you feel like, because you need to stop this clock if you want to get this to lives, and it's going to have to be down to Super. So much in front of him, and only half a second left. Not quite a great opportunity to get on and stop the clock, but hey, decent overall. You get the first progress at A very rapidly, and you nearly have win condition built into the live count. So overall, it's going to feel like a missed opportunity, but I think you're still going to be okay with that if you're Nave.
Without a doubt. I mean, I think, like, the goal is just always to, like, get a tick. It's like, all right, let's just get a tick. Like, that's what you start with, I feel like, in the big team chat. And then as you're like, okay, maybe we can actually get the zone. It's like, all right, we got the zone. You almost, like, feel like dabbing each other up because that is, like, one of the most difficult things to do on Fortress. So the fact that you get the 3 ticks, that's great. But now you have to shut things down on the side here on defense to make sure Team Notorious don't do the exact same thing. And this is where they were really good at being able to come away with offensive round 6 with a great opening. Frag grenade, Eric Boom just waiting patiently. What a big 1v1 that is. Now he's going to drop pressure away and try to get an art.
Yeah. Okay. Chance here. starting to come to fruition. Nice shots from Weeman. That will allow them to keep the clock stalled. You've got Eric Boom zoning out the front, maybe even trying to be a nuisance to create a couple of kills. And oh boy, has he. Oh my goodness, he's got help now. Metals is working with him. This SMG duo is all over La Nave's backline. Weeman's going to get contested by Yaku, who was blessed with a bit of a fortunate spawn that kind of put him in the midst of Team Notorious. But overall, this is great success for Team Notorious. The A-zone looks like a lock with double stack in the play. And you've got an opportunity for Eric to maybe even do more damage in towards Fortress, although naturally we mentioned it and he will drop. But it's not before maybe the full A-zone capture. Weeman going to get tested. Semtex is out, tries to isolate the gunfights, but does get pushed off, and the third tick will be depleted.
Okay, I was about to ask, like, is this Fortress Control, Alan? I was just going to, like, make sure, like, things are right on my screen, because this is not what we normally see. Now, the A-zone doesn't go over. Eric is still in a great position to make a play. He's able to find that first one there onto Yako. Still a lot of players kind of in and around maps right now, though, for La Nave, so not going to be able to kind of make any kind of an easy push over to A without a little bit more out of Eric Boom. But 40 seconds on the clock. He's got to try to come behind potentially or come up top, try to clear out these ARs.
Yeah, that's the big key. Lots of time being killed again. Eric's going to be able to find a couple of eliminations to make life a bit easier towards this A zone, but Nave's doing great through the middle of the map, just kind of avoiding Eric at all costs. Time now becoming a problem. You can see Nave still looking for Eric, and they're not able to capitalize on taking him down in any form, but the problem is the teammates for Team Notorious can't quite get to the A zone. Now finally a chance. Kills coming through. Up top, Eric, a chance to completely, once again, single-handedly, maybe even just win this play. Kill's still looking good. Eric on 5. Still more in front of him, and you feel like he just wants blood. Your teammates will get the job done. You just keep reaping in the backline. Eric nearly completely single-handedly confirms the team wipe, but now Sukri's low, and one of the final defenders in the way of Notorious getting on towards B.
Look at the lives. The lives are down to 5 right now. Eric just goes rogue in the spawn for so long that you have multiple win conditions if you're Team Notorious. No spawns remaining for La Nave. And Sigs is still here, just collecting 2 pieces. As you're now down to 3, have to attack the zone and retake it cleanly here. Yako's able to find the first, no trades just yet, but the numbers are just stacked against you.
Yeah, this is not good if you're Nave. What looked to be maybe even a solid defense just to stop them at A just gets completely single-handedly thwarted by the presence of Eric Boom. What in the all good graciousness was that play from Eric? Oh my god.
I don't know, but I feel like he was playing like, I don't know, like Portal 2 or something, just like Portal in and in that like top and bottom, dude. He was just all over the place. They couldn't track him. They like will look for him for like a full minute, and like you could see players through mid-map turning around, waiting for him to peek. Oh man, they couldn't find him. Eric has just got to be giggling, I have to imagine, after the performance he just put on. But streak to work with, 20-9. Why not kick it off with the kid as he's going to try to keep the rampage rolling?
Wow. Unbelievable. Not sure what you say about that. You just have to revel in the majesty that was that play. 21-10 for Eric Boom. That was his first kill of the round, mind you, so he's averaging 10 kills per round at the moment.
Yeah. Wow.
And I mean, Maple's right behind him. He's 20-13. I mean, what do you say?
Say Team Notorious. That's what you say, Alan. I guess that's all you say.
Okay.
Team Notorious looking to close it out. Well, they got La Nave in the blender right now. It's a good first kill, but you need more. And well, Super's able to find the trade. So there is a moment here. Super needs to find the second, and he does. Last player up on the map is Eric, and well, it's not easy to cut through Eric. Able to bob and weave, 4 in a row for him. Comes behind Yako and should be able to get number 5. Ready to overlap straight. Eric almost combines for another.
Unreal, dude.
It's chaos. It's sloppy, but La Nave, they got to get a touch.
That's just silly. I don't know what you say. It's just, this is terrifying if you're in Notorious's group, flat out. That's pretty much the only reaction I can come up with at the moment. This is as good as we've ever seen him, if not better than anything we've seen in Europe so far. That includes Elevate from last season, in my mind. Unbelievable.
Well, they're able to stop things there for a second, and I think that probably will seal it.
Yeah.
That should seal it. 10 seconds, final push. Yako and Super do find a little bit of life. You got to get through Maple in the back here. Maple's good for 2. Maple looking for number 3. Gets help from Metals, and Metals cleans up the last 2, and there it is. The rest of the Nave players will simply sit and spawn. There was no time to get to the zone, and Team Notorious, they grab the broom, they sweep them under the rug, and say thank you very much for the 3-0. That's their first series here in Stage 2.
Yeah. Wow. That is just... Oh. Where was this in Boston, brother? That's what I'm wondering. Like, I was borderline expecting this Team Notorious team to be kind of a dark horse runner in Boston, just based on the fact that they did look improved kind of as their group stage was going on. Unfortunate set of circumstances, I think, just based on how their bracket turned out in Season 1 playoffs, but they still looked good in their matches that they did play. And I was like, if they're looking like this and staying competitive with some of the best teams in Europe, and they've got a week and a half to get ready for Boston, I was like, this team could easily finish top 6, if not top 4. It didn't show up in Boston, but this level of gameplay is better than my previous expectations. Like, the bar has been not just set, it's been launched into orbit right now by this Team Notorious squad. That was an unbelievable display of COD.
Yeah, it was. Through every single game mode. Just looked so clean, man. All the way back to the Hydro, just not losing a rotation. First break attempts, solid. And plays like this, I mean, they were happening the entire series, but Eric really putting on the clinic in the map number 3. I just felt like he could just not be tracked, man. He was just on one in this Fortress HP, or rather Fortress Control, and it just, every single time the Nave came out spawn, it's like they were hoping someone else was going to go deal with the problem, right? They're just like, I'm not going back in there, like someone needs to go and shut this kid down, because he is just absolutely ripping us apart, never giving us a chance to get out on the map. But there's your scoreboard, 27-13, 21 of those non-traded, man. I mean, that's just disgusting.
Yeah, it really is. Wow. That says a lot. I'll say that much. More than I have words to encompass. Wow. And it just, how about the shutdown that Team Notorious put on every single respawn to Yako and Sukri? Like, I think there is something to be said about their ability to stop Nave from even getting their subs a chance.
Yeah.
And you look on the other side, where does it come from? And it comes from multiple points of view. I mean, Maple was great in the opening hardpoint, had a great overall KD, didn't need to be part of the hardpoint time. So that means that he's playing lockdown AR on outside lanes. Then you had Eric that was kind of crossed up with Weeman. You know, as Weeman's kind of inside the hardpoint, Eric is in front of him to make sure that he can kind of be first point of contact, so Weeman knows what he has to look at. So, like, you're kind of in this moment where the identity for Notorious is built off of, like, almost two, I don't want to call it rogue players, but two isolated players, right? Like, Maple's locking down one lane, Eric Boom is pushed out towards another in front of the objective, and he's finding so much space for Weeman behind him to stay safe. Whereas on the other front, you've got Maple who's dominating a lane, and that means that Metals can float. He doesn't have to necessarily be in one place or the other. It's all working out as you would ever possibly plan on paper. And that's, again, very terrifying, I think, for whoever has to play up against this Team Notorious squad next.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this group gets really interesting if this team at least performs at this level consistently. I have to think they might be able to at least rival that first seed, right, going into playoffs. But still a lot of matches before we get to that point. However, just can't really praise that team enough. However, now have to move over to the Originals and Clutch Rain. Originals up currently 1-0 in the series, as see a little 1v1 take place. And Lucky, I think, will not be able to read that in the back. Nice little play coming through with the crouch, and Clutch Rain Rio up here in the S&D taking over.
Yeah, good stuff on the search. A good bounce back map for them, kind of looking at their results from map number 1. It was not pretty. Originals put him in the 100-point club on Mercado Hardpoint 250-98. So a dominant affair there at map number 1, but Clutch Rain looking good in the search so far. And this is an interesting team. They make a swap. Klausy's in instead of Isaac, who was playing with Clutch Rain last time around. Hard to say if it's much of an improvement. Honestly speaking, if we're being candid, we just have not seen Klausy do much yet in Challengers. So kind of a first opportunity for him to get involved as Lucky takes down 2 through mid-map with some quick scopes, and it leaves now Klausy and Fabrone to have to make something special happen defensively.
Yeah, Lucky gets a buff when we swap over and put him on main, apparently. Lucky for 2. As he's lighting things up with the scope, as we typically see it. Klausy and Fabrone now they have to play retake on one of the most difficult sites to retake in the game, especially with the number disadvantage here. So very unlikely it'll happen, but maybe if you can find Furious and exit cleanly, there is a chance. That's not going to happen. And now, very clean round here for the Originals as they get themselves that first round.
And the interesting thing about the Originals, good moment to kind of talk about it, it's a bit surprising to see Lucky become an option, right?
Yeah.
I think that, all of us were looking at that Elevate team as being pretty much a lock-in, even though they did not have a great performance on Sunday. In fact, they kind of got the brakes beat off them by that Decimate squad, who, let's be honest, that Decimate squad was just, they were doing that to everybody in the lower bracket. But I was candidly very surprised to see Lucky get moved around a little bit. You've also, got, Gizmo not with Harry all of a sudden as well. So there's like a little bit of a mix-up to the identity of this Originals team, but I still think they're just as good, if not possibly better than they were last season because of this roster.
For sure. I mean, I think Gizmo leaving his duo of Harry was probably the biggest surprise, but Lucky, I think, will bring just so much to your S&D game as you're currently seeing, and is obviously one of the best ARs right now in EU. 4 in a row for him. Has a chance at number 5. Won't connect or won't take the shot. A minute left here. Clutch Rain definitely trying to push all the way out. And, well, that's a great kill from Henry. Reads it. Takes out Yaza. Another 2v4 now for Clutch Rain.
Yep. Oh, shot lands for Lucky, but it's only a hit marker. Clousy lucky to be alive, but Henry's there to follow up, crediting his teammate for the assist on the impressive shots.
Very impressive.
Very well done. So 2 rounds in a row now for the Originals. And I don't know, it's going to be, I think it's going to take us a second here to get a full read on what is the potential ceiling for this Originals roster, because this is not the same team. They didn't play together at Boston either, so not a lot of time to get a look at them, especially considering that they did guarantee themselves the auto-qualified spots. We didn't even see this team through the Season 2 qualifiers. It's kind of a first eye test here for us.
It really is, and I think you look at the Originals through last season, I think everyone was still very impressed. Thought they'd maybe put up a little bit more of a fight, I think, as we got to the end of Grands and everything along those lines, but maybe Lucky can add a little leadership. Twiz, first blood. Furious will drop. Henry's eating every stun that's available here on the other side, and is still able to get help from Gizmo. Might be able to play his life one up close. I mean, Henry's just been on 1 HP this entire round, and he's alive. Gizmo's watching over him. Finally, Lucky will drop, and now it's a 1v2 here for Yaza.
Yeah. Oh, first one very cleanly taken, though. Shots from Gizmo, pushes him off. Gizmo gets on top of the bomb and just says, "Chell me, please." No worries there for Joey Giz. 3 rounds now in a row for the Originals, who honestly are, I mean, it's hard to say for sure, but they're not doing anything crazy. It's just they're starting to win gunfights now.
Yeah, they're starting to win gunfights. Lucky's getting a lot more involved with the scope. I mean, offensively and defensively, we saw that 2-piece in mid there, their first round, and defense kind of just locking down the back of Cantina there for the back alley. So yeah, it's been really great to see this last 2 rounds for the Originals, just kind of, brute forcing their way into A, taking it by storm, shutting down Clutch Rain, maybe not allowing them to make as many plays as they were making there in the first 3 opening. Here we go with the stuns and nades over the top. See if they can finally get a first blood engagement to go their way, as Henry is back in that position where you're going to have to try to really weave him out of the back of the planters.
Yeah, that's for sure, especially if he's hitting shots like we just saw.
Yeah.
Makes this even more of a dangerous angle to be held. Good first blood, though. Clousy does get pretty far forward, allowing the elimination to come out, but Twiz behind him will actually kind of trade places as the bomb will be planted. Difficult predicament here for Originals to try to figure out, although Gizmo makes life easier by finding a kill over towards Cantina, allowing Furious a chance to sneak into tunnel. Clousy's watching it. We've also got a player up top of it as Fabrone falls. Now the prediction comes through, and that is just flat out brilliant dissection from the Originals. Everyone's crossed, everyone's watching each other's backs, and as soon as the first 2 kills come out, the go calls hit, and the Originals take advantage.
Yeah, that was perfect. I mean, that first kill I think that came through for Gizmo was really everything. Once you turn it into a 3v3, it then allows you to kind of, okay, let's go to mid. Let's try to retake through middle with 2 players. We'll keep Lucky on our side, and we'll just try to bait and switch this player either in the close right corner or up top in balcony. Well, they actually do both. They get the player up top in balcony from the AR, and then the challenge comes through in the tunnel, and they find the player up close. Lucky snaps for the 3rd with the scope as he retakes from their side. So very nicely done for the Originals. That's 4 rounds in a row as well.
Yes.
They have just started to figure it out here. My goodness, Clutch Rain, they got to find a response.
They sure do, brother. They sure do. Wow. Okay. How do you respond to this? That's dirty, dude. Furious just playing with some elevation, gets first blood, and that was essentially Just kind of a feel-out kill. Yaza's in trouble over here at B, so Originals are putting some pressure all across the map, and Clutch Rain are having a tough time figuring out what they want to do, especially now that Gizmo's going to call in the cruise missile that he's previously earned.
Yeah, he's going to call it in. See if he can try to pick anything up with it. Comes in the back, and yep, Twizzle drop. Might have been able to get the trophy system out of play, or just had nowhere to go. It's a 2v4 now. Originals should be able to drop this bomb safely, which they do, and now you got to play retake. Ronan Yaza again, 2v4 required.
Tough situation for him, though Yaza does get the opener, but it's just there's no space to work with here with that little transition that the Originals kind of made you feel pressure on both sides at once. Nice shots from Fabron. Down low, maybe a second opportunity. Bold. As Furious just kind of jumps across. Long-range shots decent. Fabron in trouble. Has to go to the pistol as he's just kind of... I mean, that's such a tough set of gunfights right there. Do I focus on the guy deep? Do I focus on the guy running in front of me and jumping like a Easter bunny? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, despite the situation, he played it as well as he could have. It felt
Absolutely.
like got bullets on every single player, and almost even took out Gizmo off that secondary chow, kind of working up the back alley of this little laneway here. So, nice little play, but not enough to turn it into anything. And, well, more specifically, not enough to turn it into a round. Clutch Rain now have let 5 rounds go in a row, and the Originals have just kind of been steamrolling over them. Gizmo's just also started to have his way with Clutch Rain as well.
Yeah, yes. Those are facts. Doink. Fabron just hits his teammate with the trophy system in the head. Doesn't quite get to the corner, but Furious and the rest of the Originals were more focused on trying to take over Cantina, including this long early play from Henry deep. It's just absolute takeover. First 3 rounds go the way of Clutch Rain. The next 6 straight go the way of the Originals unless Twiz can go 1v3. First one breaks the camera, but up and over, no worries. The Originals clean on the first that we get a chance to see. And with that, they go up 2-0 in the series.
Well, Clutch Rain's not very happy with us, because before we joined in, they were very much in control of this map, and they were on par to potentially win it. But that 3-0 lead obviously led to 6 rounds in a row there on the opposite end. The Originals just swiftly swoop in off the back end of Lucky's little double through the mid lane and just started to run away with it. But we'll keep the action rolling. This one, a little bit closer. Orglis and Grandmasters, 1-1 apiece into control. Ace slowly going over as Denzet's looking to put the pedal to the metal, but Petey will shut him down.
How about the surprise from Grandmasters in the first map, taking out Orglis in the hardpoint. Response, though, from Orglis on the search. And now with the A-zone captured on their first offensive attempt here on Hotel Control. A lot to be excited about, I think, for this Grandmasters roster. How about Petey? Long-time competitive player. He's back into the mix and looking pretty solid. Of course, a lot of people familiar with Aroma in this title. He's kind of been the EU streamer to watch in Challengers. And then Rezi back from trying to give Warzone a go. And Kids, who was in the mix in Vanguard last year a couple of different times. This is by far, I would say, probably the best roster he's found himself a part of.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a big S&D star within the EU scene, trying to make something happen now in Respawn as well. But he currently under attack. He's a big kills from Aroma. He's able to deliver on 2. Don't have any members on the other side of the map right now. You got Petey who's kind of cutting through mid, though. Might be able to get involved in the play, and he is there for 2. Might be there for 3. Petey opens it up. Can he get all 4? Yes, he can. Petey finds the 4-piece.
Wow. Welcome back to competing Petey. I know he's been playing for all season, but first time we've really had a chance to watch him. So I feel confident saying it. This Grandmasters team is now starting to really feel it on this defense. Forcing Orglis to take a ton of gunfights all at once, although that may be a bit greedy because now you don't have many defenders back. And look where they're spawning, Austin. They're all the way top right-hand side of the minimap, so now Orglis are on towards the site, but Petey, not to be thrown away, gets 2. One more from the top ropes, not needed. It's Kids who beats him to the punch, and it's an 11-kill first control round for Petey as Grandmasters get on the board early.
Get on the board, and Petey, my goodness, just finds that moment to kind of come off spawn, cut through mid, and more or less saves that play, right? Like, if Petey doesn't do this, he gets traded right here, and that player doesn't have to reload. Like, all of a sudden, this is still very much, you know, a possible situation where you can take a 3-on-2, you can get on the zone, you can potentially get a touch, you can stop them from, more importantly, getting inside of bedroom as well. So that play really does just speak volume to how important it was to sealing that round. Grandmasters are good for it.
Yep. Great stuff. Okay. So threatened on A, but cool and controlled thanks to PD's play over towards B. Now a chance for Grandmasters to see if they can crack the code of the offense. Orglis looking very aggressive over through B. Not just on it, but you've also got Journey, who's already gotten up towards bedroom. A little bit of trouble for him, so he'll just find a free kill behind that ladder. And Grandmasters, they don't have an entry into A here either. This is going to kill a lot of clock here for the Orglis defenders. Denza's going to get a read over towards Kids, or pardon me, that's, yeah, on Kids, no worries. And that means now that all of a sudden Grandmasters are kind of tested on both sides at once. And again, the clock is just going to absolutely be destroyed with this defensive setup.
It really is, and until you deal with the player in kitchen, you're not really going to have a good look towards A. Denza's still very much alive, 3 in a row. Roma will finally deal with him. 3 players will go down. Now there's a chance to be able to finally stop that clock after taking a good minute or so to finally get a touch. A will be the target, but you still got a lot of their defenders over by B, making sure there's no 2 plays happening at once.
Yeah, and that's the problem here, I think, is when you're on Grandmasters, you almost feel obligated to make plays happen on both sides just because you're running out of time and you're running out of lives. Although, they do find success at A. First tick lock, second on the way. An opportunity to try to play in towards shops here if you're Grandmasters. And with the nade kill onto Vortex, they've pretty much guaranteed a comfortable look here on the third tick at A. And now a chance to use those forward positions into shops to get quickly over to B. How about this all of a sudden, Visions?
Yeah, how about this play from Kids? He found 2 at the old point. Tries to transition it right into a couple kills here to set up something early for B. It's not going to happen. So a minute 33, that's what you got to work with here if you're the Grandmasters. Any ticks from here on out are great to give you that tick lead. Aroma, ready for a push to kind of come through into the back. See if we can maybe disrupt this entire setup and get through Journey.
Yeah. Tough ask, to say the least, but you can take a breath here if you're Grandmasters with this setup. See if you can find a crack in the defense somewhere. Maybe it comes around the back. Good trades coming out for Grandmasters, leaving kind of Vortex by himself. Harry doesn't really have an opportunity to do too much from topside roofs at the moment due to the fact that Grandmasters have 1 mid-map. Big kill, though, from Vortex. Gets him onto his 3rd, and with that, Orglis have resubstantiated their defense without question.
Roma's still alive back here. I mean, Orglis have kind of opted into just leaving him, saying, listen, you're fine back there. You want to sit back there and force the further spawn, go ahead and do it. We're going to cut off all the reinforcements. But Aroma has been able to at least build himself up to 4 in a row. He's got to get involved in this play and cut through mid at some point in time or come through the back. It might be right now, but that gunfight will not come through. Denzo will, in fact, win it. And now everything has to come from the front, but there's still very much a play alive. Grandmasters, they're here around the point.
But Journey makes things a little bit easier on the defense with the first kill. Now pressure towards Grandmasters, running out of numbers and more so running out of time. Aroma good for 1 up top and does it pretty cleanly, but Vortex very wisely just heads up the staircase, confirms the trade, and now puts desperation into the shoes of Grandmasters. Having to get on towards the B zone. Kids flies across, stops the clock. Has things to worry about, though, on both sides, and as Vortex continues to run bedroom, defense for defense is what we'll get in the first 2 rounds.
Just 3 ticks here. Tied all up going into round 3, and I mean, the biggest difference really did feel like Denza staying alive as long as he did there in kitchen throughout that round. There was just such a delay, I think, you know, trying to make a play happen over to the A point. They could never really get their numbers there until Aroma finally deals with them. But by that point, there was only about 35 seconds left in the clock. So Aroma can't make that play happen in the back. Just needed to try to let his teammates get through to the zone, and maybe he can pinch. Just not going to happen. Orglis too tight, too clean. We'll make sure things stay at least within 3 ticks.
And if we keep seeing that, those ticks will be important for possible round 5 implications. Still, though, you have to figure that with how much success was just garnered from both teams offensively, that an attacking round is definitely plausible, as Petey's having a little bit of a dance here in the restaurant with Denza. Both of them just watching opposite corners, and he's going to get a little bit of help. Rezzy's now on the way. That'll help isolate Denza, or will it? There we go. Kill still comes through for Rezzy. So, an interesting affair for the 1v1, but largely things kind of stay neutral as the focus for Orglis was ultimately designed towards B, and they're going to start getting on for maybe the first tick easily.
Yeah, this is pretty scary. First tick you think should be good, but they could get a lot more than that if PD doesn't find something here up close. He's got his teammates behind him as well. Kills need to come through, and well, they're starting to lighten up white so far. 2 down. Vortex still responds with 2 in the back, and now Journey gets 2 himself. He wins the 1v1. There is a chance for player rate Kids to try to get here to stop this, but the reinforcements starting to come through for Orglis. B looks like it might go over. Kids just flies out. It's pure chaos. It's a push that comes through in the back, but is it enough? No. Last member gets there for Orglis. That's the B zone secured.
Oh, look at Orglis' exit. They know that they've gotten these kills over towards Spa, so they're going to use this as an opportunity to try to hit the backside of this Grandmaster's defense. PD is going to be the first point of contact, playing literally on top of the chandelier. He does see one of the cross. Whoa! Great shots coming out of Vortex. Nearly has a chance to get the 1v1 versus Rezi, who's now completely isolated inside Perfume. And he's done well to take down 2 with him, so it creates an opportunity for the defense to still stay alive. Kid's trying to predict the second challenger, but misses out. And things to level kind of around the A zone. 20 plays 16, though, and there's still a ton of time on the clock here for Orglis to work with.
There's a lot of time, and they've just found Aroma in the back. And look at this pinch from Vortex. Now the play is completely ignited. Need a big moment out of Kids. He can only find himself just that first kill. Now Grandmasters are just going to be desperately trying to flood through. Any kills are great kills. Can they get them off the zone? The nade is there for 1. The push needs to come through, but it's Denza and Vortex. That old strong Orglis still grab the offensive round.
Yeah, and it all starts with that play over towards B, right? I mean, it's just, it comes so convincingly. And maybe there is something to be said about that 1v1 that turns into a 1v2. Rezi has to come help over towards the A site with Denza. And that naturally is going to build you a 3v2 situation. And it maybe wasn't necessarily needed to be communicated like, hey, we've got numbers here, let's go. It may have just been natural off of the kills also coming through for Orglis, but yeah, really good kind of conversion there. Credit to Denza for playing his life as long as he was able to and forcing help to have to come over to his direction. Does give his teammates an advantage towards B. So a nice small moment leading to a giant macro win here for Orglis. And now Vortex, if he can just keep doing what he was doing last round on the defense here in Bedroom, you may just be able to win the map right here.
Might be able to. Denza gets some great timing. We'll be able to move in there, clear up the last kind of member over by A, actually. All the spawns now for Grandmasters are actually bottom laundry. About bottom luggage. Now we'll see if they're going to be able to try to make a move over to B, or will they rotate back over to A? They're kind of pinned, but all this time just kind of, you know, slowly escaping, slowly just going down. It's just great news for Orglis.
Yeah, it really is. It's, again, it's the same situation that we were just talking about in the first defense. It's like, they may not be finding a ton of kills, but they're creating so much distance between Grandmaster spawn and the zones that they're killing off a ton of clock. So now that you're going to be pressured on the B zone, time for Orglis to start collecting the kills. First one's good for Denza. PD in the back line, shut down by Journey, and it's just as clean as you'd like. Roma, last one left. Can only do so much from that top bedroom position. 2 ticks, though, do get locked for Grandmasters, so it's not a loss.
That's right. I think all things considered, that's actually pretty solid. It wasn't looking great, but Orglis do let 2 ticks go over. A also slowly going over as well. Defense holding so far around the point. Here he's going to try to make something happen. Well, while that happens, PD is going to try to make a move over onto the B point, but Journey's going to be able to find that one. It's a full-on push to the back. Denza's going to get a great read on both players here and will call for additional support, which will be Harry, who moves all the way to the back off screen. We'll be able to find that kill, no problem. He's now ready for the second as well.
Yeah. Good stuff here for the offense, getting the 60 seconds for free. Roma's trying to do what he can around the back, but largely it was just kind of a solo mission. One of those nice if you get it, not a terrible thing if you don't, but Denza kind of packs a little bit of a harder punch in the back line and shuts down any potential cheekiness from Grandmasters, who now will have to reset. And look at the position from Journey, and this is a perfect POV of it. He is just forcing Grandmasters into a blender out of kitchen.
Yeah, this is his team finding so many kills that Journey got to go deeper and deeper and deeper into the back of the spawn until he's finally at the back of the map. Gets a good amount of information as well on this push. And Denza is the only one inside right now. PD will end up dropping. You can trade Denza. You can start to make some work happen over to this B point here, but you have to get through Denza, and that is just so difficult to do. 5 in a row, 1 off the streak.
And, you know, just got to take a moment. We haven't had major Denza pop-offs like we did last year at Vanguard, but the guy's still making unbelievable plays. It maybe even more maturely than he was last year, right? Like, last year was a lot of he's just going to run at you and just win because he's better. This year, he's still winning a lot of individual gunfights, but he's doing so in the fashion of being part of the squad. And it's helped these big, overwhelming kind of snowball moments for Orglis, especially here in this control, to kind of throw Exhibit A on top of that conversation. And what looks to be a 3-1 affair is only a matter of time away. It was a heck of an effort for Grandmasters. And we guess we did misspeak just to say that they confirmed the second tick of progress at B. It must have been like a 100th of a second away. Yeah, some of it has been depleted, and in a 14v7, this is the last effort for Grandmasters.
Yeah, sure is. And, well, they will actually get a three stack, 4 stack in. That should be the B zone unless Harry gets in here and pops the 3-piece. And, well, that's just sometimes how hotel control works, right? One good push, one good wipe. Boom, stack the zone. Boom, round number 5.
Bro, I just got Modern Warfare 2'd so hard. You hear my voice like, and the round comes to a conclusion at a 3-1. Never mind. I just got MW 2'd so hard. Oh, great heavens. Okay, into round 5 we go. And here's the interesting thing. You got to remember that because Orglis, I was going to say, they did win one of those rounds very convincingly off kills, maybe they would get the defense, and yeah, that would indeed be the case. So Grandmasters have to kind of repeat, and hey, who knows? Maybe you can find a way to kind of punish Orglis again and try to take away those early 2 ticks of progress at B if you find a similar opener.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they decide to try to make something happen, you know, for that first, second tick stack. We'll cut right through mid. And, well, that's going to be easily read from Journey. He's going to be able to get the first, get a read on the second. Kids is going to have to completely come to a halt here. Wait for his teammates maybe to start to loosen up the map just a tad bit, but everyone's starting to drop. That's a clean feed there from Orglis. They'll find 3 of the 4. And now it's a play forced over for A here now for Grandmasters.
Good stuff here. Grandmasters, first tick should be locked. I don't think it was. Again. Oh, there it is. Locked in at A as Roma finds the final kills. But say for a second there, it was almost not locked once again. Rezi putting some pressure over towards B, but I mean, you kind of give away your intentions when you just have your knife out looking both ways and just trying to survive as long as possible. Not able to do so, and now Orglis is on their move, trying to maybe even defend this A zone. Kind of both teams have flipped the map around.
Ooh, look at A.
And yeah, if they don't get this kill onto A, Grandmaster's going to have a free transition to B, but Denza, Vortex, the sub duo does clear off the last defender on the A zone, and now the defense can kind of figure out that, all right, they've pushed through.
It's risky business now, though, because if you touch B, how many players are behind us right now in bedroom? So do we just go back to A, secure that tick? But is there a player lingering over there? So, like, you really don't have a lot of information if you're Grandmasters right now. You got to win these battles. Huge battle there for Journey. And then Harry's there for the support. So
wow,
things are at least still looking okay because they get back over to A. But overall, this defense set up in bedroom has at least held strong for Orglis.
And it's been a problem every single offense for Grandmasters up until that last surge, right, in their round 4 attack. So here we go. A lot of work to be done here for Grandmasters, but maybe all it takes is one good break around the backside, which they do have numbers in. Harry has read this, though, and is asking for help, and he will receive it in form of Denza. Oh, my goodness, that is a bold challenge. And with that, Kids gets the double, and now all of a sudden Grandmasters can threaten B from behind.
A lot of pressure on Journey and Vortex to not only play for the zone, but play their lives. It's going to be a full-on cut right through mid. It's still this backplay that Grandmasters are trying to make happen. They don't really want to worry about Benjamin until they have to. Journey going to try to come through on a pinch. It's a good read from Aroma. He's able to now find that key kill, shut down the spree of Journey. But 40 seconds on the clock. They're finally going to stop it, and they're going to try to get on B.
Yeah, and Aroma, this is a big position from him, kind of controlling front desk. PD gets the second kill. It's really on just Denza now from the front in towards bedroom. Rezi wants to take the challenge, but pushed away. 35 seconds, 17 plays 8. All of that favoring the defense of Orglis, as now they've kind of regained map control as well. Kids on 4 has been hit by nades, and you figure that the play will allow an isolation to come through, but look at the numbers. Grandmasters now all of a sudden have a 3v2 towards the zone. Denza has to stay alive, not able to do so. 16 seconds means that Grandmasters, with those kills, could stop the clock and maybe stack for some progress.
Yeah, lives don't matter anymore. You could just stop the clock and win it here. Orglis have to retake and retake now, but it is just cruising by as Aroma finds 2 through mid. Grandmasters, they do it again. The final push, the final seconds, 7 lives does not matter. They'll grab back-to-back offenses, and they'll go 2-1 up in the series.
Wow, 2-1 up in the series is big, I think, just for, most people that are looking at the schedule today, myself included, but here's the thing about it is, how about the calm, cool resiliency from Grandmasters in 2 straight offenses, nearly out of it. I mean, 1 kill doesn't go your way. those looks towards the B zone are not at all comfortable anymore. So for them to be able to kind of hold their ground, wait for the perfect opportunity, catch Orglis on rotation, trying to get into their favored defensive spots, and then flood on into the zone. Great stuff from Grandmasters, and a lot to be excited about, I think, going into what is going to be a map 4, maybe even a map 5 affair here, which is a surprise.
Yeah, and I mean, having a head-to-head versus, you know, this team in this group, oh man, does that ever do wonders for you. So this Grandmaster squad, they're a lot of fun to watch. We've only just seen, you know, the last couple rounds, but at least looking at some of these individuals, you know, getting some of their first shots in, you know, really getting a good look at some of these guys who haven't really had the opportunity to be in elites because of, you know, the top 8 that we've kind of had through previous seasons. It's great to kind of see this talent come out and then put on performances like that. You know, big moments out of Aroma there, you know, in kind of those big transitional periods through the middle of the map. You talked about that front desk area, the back of the map.
Yeah.
It was really controlling a lot of that area, doing a good job of at least, you know, trying to force that further spawn, force those big gunfights, and allow his teammates to actually have a chance to really get to that zone and then worry about the players in bedroom.
Big stuff, honestly. Great things from Grandmasters. A lot of things that, again, we weren't sure what good things were going to look like off of our qualifier teams, because let's be candid, the caliber of teams in the qualifier are not the same caliber of teams that were in playoffs for Elite Season 1. We head over to the Originals playing Clutch Rain. This is a map 3 where the Originals just won 6 rounds in a row in the Surge, and it's a 1v2 situation. Clousy last one left, and that was a tight one. Didn't even notice where we were at in terms of the lives. I saw the clock start to tick away, but the Originals will finish off the 2v2 cleanly for their first offense.
Yeah, I looked at the live stream. I'm like, wait, hold on. 1v2, what's going on in this round? Down to the time, down to the lives. Definitely a spicy one, it looks like, but offensive round win. Definitely love to come away with that. The very first opener on something like Fortress. We've seen a lot of offensive wins go over today. Maybe there's something changing when it comes down to Fortress Control. We'll maybe see it evolve. But either way, switch it up. Clutch right now have to try to do a similar thing and see if they can come away with at least a great opening and try to get air.
On early. And mostly, this is given by the Originals. A lot of focus trying to win mid-map. They're going to give away a tick of progress here. And if Clousy can find a kill, maybe even 2, that could just be the entirety of the zone, but gets turned around. The Originals try to put pressure through mid-map. That will work out, at least to stop any further progress towards A, although, let's be honest, a lot has already been confirmed, and most of it for free.
2 ticks. Looking for the third. Lucky, though, cuts through 2. Yaza, I think, tries to find an opening to maybe get through to B or at least play his life. Not going to happen, so caught in the back now. Will be Clutch Rain. Have to battle themselves out of the spawn. And, well, look at these positions. Look at these battles. It's just so difficult trying to funnel through here, and the Originals are not going to allow you to.
No, not at all. Okay, so some curious things off the defensive break-off, but ultimately, it still ends in what you want. Full defensive zone of control. Now Lucky on 4 in a row has the potential for a streaks trophy to keep him safe from this kind of turret position backside. Hey, Fabron says, where are you at? Oh, there you are. My bad. And Lucky is just not letting any ground go for free. So, Clutch Rain now stuck. 18 seconds on the clock. Not looking good.
Not looking good. Desperation play. Trying to get over to A. And, well, that kill right there feels like probably seals it here for round number 2. Originals just clean the entire way through outside of the opening, which, you know, only was that 1 tick. We're getting baited with the ticks today. It looks like some of these are, like, going
Dude,
through, I swear, man. Like,
I thought it went through, too.
We are getting baited. Modern Warfare 2 is making us work today.
It's something with an update, man. I'm going to have to start watching for tick secured from now on.
I know, for real.
You know what would be cool? Enox is listening, is when a tick of progression is locked, it went from white to kind of like the gray.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, you know it's gone. I guess not really, because if it's gray, maybe it's like the color of when they're making progress versus when it's secured needs to be different.
Ooh, yeah. That's probably the way to do it. I like your ideas, Alan.
I have them sometimes.
Smart guy.
But again, mostly we just need to watch for the game to tell us progress secured. Beanox is like, shut up, casters. We already built that in for you. As how about this play from Furious? Already getting over towards the B zone. If he gets this kill top vote. Okay, not going to happen. Good response from Clousy. He's playing pretty fiery, man. He's taking a lot of challenges, I'll say.
Yeah, he's definitely taking a lot of aggressive challenges. He's a flashy player, I think, based off of what we've seen out of just his individual POV. But we'll see if anything can happen for the Originals now on this attack, which has been a pretty lockdown setup so far, but a couple players actually starting to slip through. Yaz has done so much damage, and he is able to finish off Gizmo, but dies in the process. So that does allow now a play to unfold by A and B. A will be shut down, and Furious is forced to go inside. Now he's got a big role to try to clean up a lot of kills on the map, and so far so good as he gets 2. Trying to move in for 3. Furious gets 3.
And he could just keep picking them apart one by one here. Stun will stop him in his tracks, at least for now. But he's got a good look at, again, I mean, where are the teammates? They're just searching for Furious. But the progress is going through that. You could actually feel Clutch Rain saying, we got to stop at A, but wait, we got to get Furious. But wait, they're still on A. This is just a complete multifaceted approach from the Originals. And Furious could just sit here and wait for the next person to try to take him out of the position because his teammates are winning all the gunfights towards A. Completely disjointed his clutch range at the moment. And Furious is about to get his 6th elimination if Yaza walks through the door.
He's looking for him. I mean, he's been waiting for it for about 30 seconds. Doesn't want to over-peak, but... Oh, what a shot! For Brone, finds 2, and will actually shut down the spree. Furious does not earn the cruise. Gonna maybe hurt you just a tad bit, especially if you wanted to try to close it out right here on this offense. Which they still might be able to do. For Brone has been on a spree of his own. Gizmo will get there, he'll shut it down, but the rest of the members will drop here for the Originals.
Yeah.
And now they are caught in the back with about 1:10.
Well, enough time to just play trades here as well. Put some pressure on Clutch Rain's life count. 2 for 2, that's okay. Lucky down low, just on a statue position. Challenged by Clousy. Doesn't win the gunfight. Twiz there to at least confirm. But again, lives continue to dwindle for Clutch Rain's defense. Even more so that Twiz gets caught playing over towards Blacksmith. Uh-oh, not good news. 11 plays 6, still 45 seconds on the clock. And you may not even need to see the B zone if you don't want to if you're the Originals. You can just play for kills.
Yeah, you can just keep one player on it, stop the clock, play kills. And, well, they'll find the first one on the Yaza. They'll find the second one on the Twiz. Gizmo. Starting to light it up, and there's the kills. Originals, they are good for another 3-0 here in the Fortress. My goodness, very clean the entire way through, and I believe that's a 3-0 in the series, too.
It is.
Yep. Yeah, they won map number 2 with 6 rounds in a row, so they're looking good, Alan. They're looking real good, and I think this is how we expect this match to go, but it was extremely clean, at least watching over it.
Yeah, the recap of this series was a 100-point club Mercado Hardpoint, the 6 rounds in a row that you just mentioned on Mercado Search, and then a 3-0 with 2 attacking rounds for the Originals. So, okay, maybe I kind of got in there a little too soon saying that, oh, you know, Orglis and Wobabobs, they're going to just kind of cruise through their groups. The Notorious looking nasty, the Originals looking nasty. We're going to have some really interesting battles when those 4 squads have a chance to play up against each other in any order.
Sure. Yeah, without a doubt, man. It's gonna be crazy as usual. Day ones, I mean, you just don't know what they're gonna turn out to be, Alan. You just never know, man. They'll flip the coin in some occasions, and well, our top teams are still looking like top teams, at least a few of them anyway.
If not better than some of where they left off before. So, with that in mind, we do have more games that are on the way for you. We're going to send things off to just a brief break, though. Don't go far. We've got more of EU Season 2, day number 1, right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping right on into map number 4 of Orglis and Grandmasters. And no, do not adjust your monitors. The qualifier team of Grandmasters currently giving Orglis one heck of a workout, up 2-1 in the series. And we've got a tight affair here early on and towards the Hotel Hardpoint, Austin.
Without a doubt, Grandmasters, you know, trying to keep this snowball going for the last map off back-to-back offensive wins. And we'll see if they can try to lock things down in the restaurant. It's Kids and Aroma, everyone getting involved. PD gets in there for the remaining trade. And that should lock in the remaining scrap time as well. And look at the spawn, player 8. Rezzy's already on the move. He's already at new.
Yeah, this is looking really solid as far as timing is concerned. Problem is, he's by himself and borderline going to be that way for a while. Stuns are going to land. Rezzy just trying to fight for his life. Does well to take down the first, but the nades will flat out overwhelm him, and Orglis will win rotation. A decent effort, though. It does keep Orglis a little bit pressured on towards this new hard point as far as reinforcements are concerned, especially considering that Grandmasters has found a little bit of an entryway here through mid.
Wow, that was a huge patience play coming in the back here from Grandmasters. They just wait for Denza to kind of, you know, chow over peak, and once they find him, that's kind of the go button. Push into the back, secure this back spawn, and then take them off the time. Orglis, though, still a chance to try to at least keep some numbers in and around the point, play a little defense if they can. Roma good for another one off screen as Kids just waiting for this pinch to come through, and well, the read is good. 4 down. Grandmaster is good again for another break.
Roma for 3 on that exchange, pretty much dating all the way back towards that initial respawn back towards Kitchen. So a great set here for Grandmasters on the break. Even more so convincing on the hold. And take a look at the playthrough mid-map. An opportunity to even do more work here through couches. Okay, wake me up, why don't you, Grandmasters? 150 to 130, the score after the first rotation, and a chance with numbers to at least neutralize, if not find time here on the first as kills keep on coming.
Up by 20. Trying to get a good chunk of time on P1 if you can. Would be great as Denza brings the knife out. And we'll be able to dig it right into Rezzy. Finds that first one. Roma's trophy system helps him out with the second. So a bit of a moment here now for Grandmasters. They can start to look at the rotation and maybe even pinch some of this P1 time. Rezzy, though, has just found 3 at the couches. And that's really going to slow things down. The 30 seconds remaining here on P1.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you feel obligated if you're Orglis to start finding a convincing kill feed, because the last 2 hardpoint rotations have just been completely taken out of your hands by the performance from Grandmasters. But a chance to bounce right back into it. 15 seconds of scrap time. Orglis have also made the move over towards the favored side for P2. Roma doing what he can to try to correct that, though, as kills for GM look decent. And this is once more going to force Orglis to have to win gunfights from not exactly the strongest positions you've ever seen in your life as we open up the second hill.
Roma, though, gets to the front desk, trophy system down. It's kind of really the big step one as Vortex is actually going to try to pinch this, and, well, he will be spotted, so Vortex goes down to the pinch. You got a play now unfolding in the back here from Kids. The collapse looks good, and the break is even better. Grandmasters, they get in, and they're in control of the time.
Man, it feels like every time that we see moments like this, I don't know about you, partner, but for me, it's just like, do you start to second guess some of the roster changes here very rapidly? Hard to say yet. Next set of kills looking good for Orglis. They go 3 for 1. Rezzy will be by himself in the back. The rest of his teammates spawning out, which forces a conversation on, do we commit to finesse the scrap time with a lot remaining, or do we play for new? And it's going to be a little bit of both at the same time. Rezzy's trying to sneak on for a contest, but he gets shut down. Denza expected it the whole way, and now Orglis are winning the battle on 2 fronts.
They're looking good as Aroma's kind of pinned back here. He's got a lot to deal with. And, well, not easy gunfights to take whatsoever either. He's got some support through mid. Rezzy with another big kill. Kind of rotating just a little bit late off that last kind of hill. Trying to find the exits. But it will be Grandmasters that are able to at least stabilize here. They got support in the back. Now they just got to hold.
Yeah, 100%. Over the top, Denza tries to create some space in the back. Looking good for it. PD on the inside has help from Rezzy. It's just the 2 of them, though, against the full force of Orglis. And on their attempt in, it's Dirty who gets both. 180, 196. Back and forth, we continue to exchange these hard points. Next hit for Grandmasters, coming largely from the front. Denza stunned but not deterred from his position. Nearly collapsed through 2. Next attempt, mostly coming over towards Journey's direction, who also does his share of damage. And it looks like Orglis look good for the hold as Rezzy drops. 17 seconds will go their way.
I mean, this is huge. They stop all of that time from going over with that rebreak just about, halfway through the point. And then they also stop Grandmasters from actually flooding all the way through again for the scrap time. So solid holds here from Orglis. Allows them to hold on to just a small lead. Now going in to the final, or rather to the next hill. See if they can maybe make a play. break through the front, but look at all these players you're going to have to deal with just inside a bedroom. Kids is just trying to go rogue, just buy time.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you're just, like you mentioned, just creating a little bit of time and space, a little bit of breathing room, but Orglis denies the chance, forcing Grandmasters to have to put together kind of a bunkered up response. Break for now good, and Orglis continue to find the kill, so now it's convincing towards Orglis' direction. 5 in a row from Harry in the effort. Make that now 6 as he gets the cruise missile, and he wants more than that. Rezi next one in his way, but Rezi denies anything further. Doesn't make too much difference towards the status of the hill, though, and there's a chance where Orglis just win right here.
Yeah, I think very well could. Vortex, huge win. Still control now inside of bedroom. 14 seconds away from the dub. Might be able to do it. One final push. One final group up here for the Grandmasters as they are just cut down on their attempt to break in. 4 players drop. Orglis looks shaky maybe through the best of 5, but they still have a chance to win it as they take map number 4.
And that's just a very convincing finish from Orglis, needing to kind of wrap through, hold kitchen off of what looked to be a really solid 2-2 split from the front for Grandmasters. They provide a lot of it coming from the subs, and then on rotation where they've been kind of, well, picked apart, so to speak, when we tuned in, it's Harry who really steps up with the AR to lock down lanes and give Orglis a chance to kind of get their setup that they want. So that's a little bit more like it, I think, if you're Orglis in those last 2 hard points in particular, but I'm still more so just impressed, if not borderline surprised, by how contestable this Grandmasters team has been. They've looked really solid so far in each of the instances that we've had a chance to look in at them.
I mean, they really have. It feels like anything that we've seen, they're doing the right things, they're making the right plays, they have, great playmakers, and I feel like, somebody like Aroma, that I already touched on in the control, is just, such a great anchor. When you have him and Rezi that are just putting up numbers, it's looking great for that squad if the subs can also get on board with that too. I think that's really the big thing. Kids is somebody I think that, a lot of people are probably not going to be very familiar with. We touched on him very briefly, but, coming from the S&D scene, you're expecting him to put up probably the bigger numbers and some of the bigger play calls when it comes down to that game mode. And I think you're going to naturally see him struggle maybe for a bit when it comes down to the respawns. But you have a team, I think, that is really well-rounded, at least with playmakers. You have the OBJ guy, PD, who's been doing it for as long as time, right? Minute 22 in the hill, doing what he can. I really like this roster. It's just a matter of, can they actually consistently do this? And they still have a chance to put it away if they can go into that S&D and close it out.
Yeah, agreed with you on that on all fronts. And look, here's the other side of things. Like, if you're Orglis and you drop this map, this series rather, I should say, at large, I think a lot of people will look at this from the outside looking in and say, what the heck's going on here? You kind of surprisingly make changes. Not that, again, I don't think that this is a bad substitution, kind of comparing Harry to Lucky, but it does feel a bit strange after what looked to be a pretty solid performance from you. I mean, we really hyped them up and gassed them up after the Elite Season 1 playoffs. I think they looked way ahead of the rest of Europe. And then they proved that again at Boston, by the way. It just came down to that final day when they were playing up against the team that ended up winning Grand Finals convincingly. Oh, maybe not Grand Finals convincingly, but winning Grand Finals and having some convincing performances in their lower bracket run. It's just like, okay, we'll just fix up on some of the things that went wrong on Sunday. But now all of a sudden you're put to the test versus this Grandmasters roster. It comes to an LSCLO search and destroy. At least a bit of good news is, looking at this series in particular, is that Mercado seemed pretty comfortable for them. So maybe something to kind of build some confidence in going into this map.
Yeah, that's really the big factor now coming in. LSCLO search and destroy to end it off. I mean, hard to kind of really get a grasp on how things are going to look like for the Grandmasters. I feel like overall, these guys obviously a chance to be able to put this one away. And you look at their performance, at least in map number 2, 6-3 victory. That's somewhat convincing. It's just a matter of trying to replicate that now going into this. And like I touched on, like this is where I feel like you have to then rely on some of your players like you picked up, like Kids, to be that SMG playmaker, get you kind of, some kind of progress done in the middle of the map, open up with those engagements, find you those entries, get the bomb down, get control of the site. That's where I really expect him to really come in, because he's been playing like high wagers like his entire life when it comes down to search and destroys. And there's not a lot of them that come out of Europe. Like, there is a handful of S&D kids that come out of Europe. So I always like to highlight them when they're here and they're in front of the big stage, a chance to be able to at least perform and live up to what they've been playing, most of their career.
Yeah, I love to hear it. And this, look, as much as we love just kind of evaluating how these teams match up against each other, we would be doing challengers a disservice if we didn't spend time to kind of talk over the players, where they come from, give them a chance to kind of be spotlighted here because, I mean, largely speaking, that's the reason this whole program exists in the first place. So as much as we love kind of comparing the teams back and forth, yeah, I love the fact that we're seeing not just some new players kind of pop up in Europe that have kind of taken over the storyline over the course, we'll say 2 years, but now a chance to kind of see even more new names thrust immediately into the conversation here after being a part of the scene for a while, but really kind of finding their grip, right? I mean, we really only get like one of two stories to tell about new players. Either they're brand new, they just turned 18, we're excited about what they've done, kind of, playing in, 18 and under leagues or anything like that. And then the other side is players that are just improving, that have been in the grind and have gotten better and better and better, and now finally have a chance to kind of, cement themselves as a formidable force and challengers. And we've got a little bit of both here this season, which is always fun to see.
Yeah, it is. It's nice to get a little mix-up, especially as you go throughout the year, right? Like, you see some new players coming in, and I think that's the addition of 12 teams coming into the Elite that we kind of keep referring to. We just get to see a lot more of that younger talent, the newer talent, the names that we don't see as much. And now some of that newer talent that we're touching on, has a chance to take down some talent that's been around for a very long time and has been very dominant, has been very strong. So I think that just does wonders to the overall team environment, the confidence going forward, as well as obviously sets you up really well, at least for this group too, with a big head-to-head versus one of the big heavy hitters in the group. So a lot to come away with this match, but if there's something that we always know when it comes down to at least these four individuals, is that it's hard to put them away. You might be able to get a map here and there, you might be able to send them the distance, might be able to really push them to the edge, but you have to be prepared to push them fully over the edge because they will certainly fight back.
Yeah, it's really interesting as well because, again, like, based on how the seeds have kind of worked out here, like, with Team Notorious looking as dominant as they had in Group A, Nave kind of falling off, Grandmasters looking strong. When we started this whole broadcast, we were like, out of the three teams that qualified for the last tournament last weekend, which would possibly have a head above the rest to get into that fourth position? And Team International and Fade, who played each other earlier, already kind of gives us some sort of an idea. But now all of a sudden, Grandmasters kind of taking Orglis to the wire gives us a chance to really kind of throw a lot of possible consideration towards Grandmasters, not just fighting for a 4 seed, but if they could keep this up versus teams like Nave and Notorious, that could completely jumble our expectations coming into this first day at Group A in particular. So it's always really fun, and I know that there's a space out there where Brody's mind, Infinity's already thinking through possible tiebreakers, and he's already thinking about it. I already know he is. So that's always fun when we get down to week 2, day 1. That last day of round robin is always we call that Infinity's Day.
Yeah, we call that Infinity's Day for sure. I just picture like that, like exact Hangover, like one scene where Alan's at the table. It's one, just literally Brody. But yeah, always fun when we get down to the wire. And then there is almost always a situation that occurs where there is a tiebreaker. There is one team that missed out by one map. And you never really feel it in the moment, right? Like you lose 2-3, you're like, it's a series you would have loved to have. You just continue on playing. But then you realize that series actually costed you more than you thought it would. It's just how it always just tends to work through both regions, right? It's just close as ever.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of things that have kind of got us a little uneasy here on the caster desk. That was my North Carolina earthquake dance. Is it?
Yeah, is that it?
For you? That's it.
You were shaking. You look good, I guess. Yeah.
I'm in there. I'm also a little cracked up off of coffee right now too. Like
a little coffee. I
feel like I have to like be fidgeting with something on my fingers or something.
A little double there, bud.
Well, I wish I had a double, bud. We need it. But here we go. Map 5. Orglis Grandmasters. And it's going to be Orglis on the attack. No trophies, so they are looking to get quick over in towards the A zone. Orglis will get a free plant, but that's on concession of Grandmasters, largely playing around the outside and maybe a chance to play around the back here with an aggressive play coming out of both Kids and Aroma. That completely blows up this post plant setup. 3 kills come through. Last one to grab is Harry, and he will not be allowed to live for long. Goodness, what a retake.
Wow, I was wondering, like, Grandmasters were all just, like, patiently waiting. Like, they're all just lingering just outside the doors, waiting to pounce, and I'm wondering when they're going to make that call. But they're just waiting for everyone to kind of get in position so that they can collapse at the exact same time. And it obviously helps when Kids opens up with that 2-piece to really try to start off that retake. But it was obviously perfect with the way that they were just kind of coordinating everyone attacking at the same time so they could play for the trades. So very nicely done. Grandmasters just wait to pounce, and they'll come away with that first round pretty easily.
Yeah. It's just great overall when you see a post plant come through like that. There's a number of reasons a retake come through in the post plant that convincingly. In a first round, you expect that nades are going to find a ton of value. Grandmasters deny that, right? Like, they don't play in the site. They really don't even play inside of the building at A at all. And then as soon as the nades are thrown and the bomb gets planted, then they make their play on the retake, and it's just as clean as you've ever seen. So, love that from Grandmasters. Good control, good discipline. Now a chance to possibly go up 2-0 early. Free A site here. Orglis kind of doing the same thing as far as denying a post plant, but Aroma's in a really cheeky spot to watch the cross.
Yeah. Yes, he's just waiting for someone maybe to hit a little bit of a late flank, but now has to get involved with the play. Vortex, first one in. Trying to see if he can maybe break into the site. He's going to have to cut through 2 Grandmaster players to get a read on the first. PD is tagged up, and Vortex brings home the kill. Now Grandmaster's going to have to really try to go clutch, try to go big. A lot to ask for. Rezi have to pull off a 1v3. Not going to happen.
NT, gotta give him respect. Jumping down, trying to get the kill off the defuse. Would have been hard-pressed to do much more than that, of course. So almost a copy-paste, kind of what it feels like for both teams.
Yeah.
Free A sites, good retakes. Give me the next round.
I got good news, Alan.
What's that?
It's coming.
Let's go!
And, you know, do they opt in for the same thing, right? Like, now that you know both teams have kind of, you know, had a successful retake and they've just kind of lingered just outside of, you know, these kind of areas just outside of A, like, do you try to play for these kills now? Do you try to flood one side of the map and work a numbers advantage and then play for a plant?
Yeah.
Kind of the interesting thing here to look at for Orglis going into their next round, and that does seem to sort of be the play, at least initially, with a couple of peaks, trying to see if they can work through the outskirts of this left side and maybe get control of it before they pounce.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the big idea here, although the dead silence will actually maybe force contact into Aroma. Kids has gotten a first blood, though, and that's just completely turned the play around, literally. Now Denza in trouble. He's completely isolated, has collected the bomb, and will find an isolated pick onto Aroma, but he needs help if they want to get through kids, and, well, Rezi's right there with them. I love that idea from Grandmasters. You're all about isolating the outside of the A site, but it's kids inside that gets first blood, and just, I mean, you saw it. It literally spun this Orglis roster around.
It did, and instead of, like, immediately re-challenging and maybe expecting a second, right, like, he just tucks himself away, throws a little stun nade out there, gets good information, and like, all that time that is just, you know, slowly ticking by, it's just allowing his teammates to also get there and support. And, well, they got there pretty quick. Grandmasters had about 3 players there up on the rails, ready for anyone who was down low on the ground, which was just about all of Orglis there, as they're now down by a round, and shutting down kids, you know, seems to be a pretty important factor, at least off the rip in some of these early openings.
Yeah. Here we go. Journey, quick. That will work out beautifully. PD was the bomb carrier, so now there's new problems for Grandmasters for the first time. The Journey moving quickly, nearly gets shut down. It's Kids who instead drops. Rezi trying to confirm the trade. But Journey off the regen will stay alive. Rezi's still on the hunt, and Journey has no idea that he's in his position. Still nearly gets the kill in the gunfight back, and Aroma outside has actually turned this 2v4 into a very quick 2v2.
Yeah, that's going to turn extremely quickly off the back end of a couple 1v1s. Bomb is now picked up for Rezi. And this A site is open. Harry's going to slowly move over. He's going to get information, so that should also tell you that the other player is probably around the area if he's sitting up top playing inside the tower. We'll see what Orglis kind of choose to do with said information. They're going to basically swap sides of the map. This could leave B open and could leave some interesting timing here. 25 seconds, you got to make a move.
Yeah. They still have a little bit of time to play with. The problem, though, is Harry up top. Oh, although they've seen him. If they make the gut check call to run out in towards B, that would be bold, but no information on the second. So Harry will hold his position, gets a good look at Aroma, who fires back. Pushing him off the angle. Denz is already committed down low. He's got attack in hand, but Rezi does not get a shot off into him. So now it's Aroma by himself. He does not have the post plant available above him. This bomb is planted on the back side of the A site. And the check is just a laborious one. And Denza ready for it, gets the kill. We go 2-2.
There we go, 2-2. And that's a round I'm sure Orglis are very happy about sealing, at least. They were, you know, a nice little 4v2 to kick things off. A couple 1v1s don't go their way off the back end of Journey's big 2-piece. That's really kind of how this entire round starts to go the way of Orglis. Journey just finds that little creak in the door, comes down low, says hello, finds the first, jumps up top, finds the second in the stairwell. But certainly a good attempt for Grandmasters, just really the time. And trying to get a good read on the second player, I think, was also the big factor. They saw Harry a couple times, but they just never really had an idea on where the second was. And it's really hard to commit when you don't really know if someone's watching B or not.
Yeah, it's a good point. But that opening play just made life too difficult, honestly. So now a new thing has kind of approached us where, okay, maybe now it's not the play outside of A, but through this kind of fence line alleyway towards B. And Orglis will kind of double stack in that department. Similar setup, though, for Grandmasters. Only thing that's different is that Kids is not making an early route up top. Instead, it's a lot of this opening nade pressure on the extremities. And it's a double AR stack up for the defensive Grandmasters outside of A. Interesting stuff.
A lot of stuns and nades just being thrown out here across the map. Trying to get a little bit of information. You can even see Grandmasters like, hey, is like something actually slowly happening by B? Well, that's not going to be the case, of course, but 50 seconds on the clock. PD will be spotted there for a quick moment, and now you're starting to see players move all the way up here, pushing through bottom mid. What a play call, Orglis. They'll find two. No trades come through, and they got themselves a 4v2, and they're looking at A.
Bomb's gonna get planted. Resi hoping for something through the doorway, but Aroma, a chance down low, maybe to take down two, but still would be difficult to deal with the players up top. The drop down was what will finish him off, and now Orglis, couple rounds in a row. You start to feel the trend shifting just a touch here from how we started to where we are now.
I think they're just starting to figure out that, hey, listen, they're not challenging, bottom boxes. They're not challenging us, through mid, top or bottom. So why not just hit it, right? Let's just hit it out. We know PD's kind of trapped in that bottom right storage area. Let's just see if we can try to flood through, and they just cleanly find those two opening engagements. Allows them to really just get kind of a free plant off after that 4v2. Working the numbers, working middle of the map now, really, is what Orglis has just been doing so well.
Okay. How does Grandmasters tilt this thing back around to their favor? Stun for stun, both land. That actually does allow PD to get in. The defense, not a chance to defend against this. Vortex maybe looking to get through double doors, but you can see Grandmasters are just waiting for him to hit this. There's the cross. Should have been seen. Nade out. Forces Vortex in. That is so great from Grandmasters. PD maybe actually caught information on the journey, but was also hindered in the play. Could not quite get away, nor find a way to respond. So we go 3v3. Retake still hard pressed to get here, and yeah, there's just really no way, no how. Harry by himself, 1v2. Post plant should be good to watch this. Just takes a shoulder check to see if he's on the defuse. Resi will check. Back away. Kill not there. And that will reset the clock once again, forcing Harry to have to make a go. And, well, not going to work out. That is beautiful from Grandmasters.
It really was, and you can just see how much it also hurts once you lose, like, your entry sub player, right? Like, as soon as you lose Vortex, like, all of a sudden there's a bunch of ARs, like, just pre-aiming, hoping that you give them a chow, which is almost never going to happen. Journey kind of caught outskirts here. Really difficult to kind of push in. He gets cleaned up by Aroma. They have a nice little bait and switch there with the nade. They force Vortex's hand to challenge in the first place. So just a lot of really small moments that work out there for Grandmasters. Allow them to keep this one close. Make sure Orglis isn't just running away with things. And 3-3 the tally. Huge swing round now. Round number 7.
Yeah. Maybe an idea here for Orglis to try to change things up. Opening flash does land. Look at this setup for Grandmasters. 3 members large outside. Tons of nade potential, but Journey follows up after his own Semtex comes through. Kids trying to force the trade. From a very difficult position, but has to be worried about any potential offenders from the interior. And it looks like Grandmasters will try to back away from this position. Kids is still going to be isolated, though. Maybe could still use this as a clutch-up position, but no, not going to happen. He will drop, and we go 4v2 again.
PD, though, he's the key player. Has to try to get away with one, but Vortex, he's going to hit a perfect flank, but Aroma's going to read it. The nade should not connect. It won't, but look at where the bomb is right now. Still got time to work with. There is a chance to maybe come around to B. There's no dead silence, though, for Denza. So he's going to have to slow walk this over to B, and now PD is able to find one more inside. 3v2 we go. 20 seconds on the clock.
And that dead silence not being there is why Vortex gets picked. Grandmaster's just a chance to kind of get a read on this because it's taking so long, but the problem still occurs. How do you crack through this code? Long-range shots for Roma, decent, but not good enough. Team shots are there, and Orglis continue to have us going back and forth. 4-3 we go. But I will say, Grandmasters offensively have been putting on an absolute display so far. If there was ever a chance to continue to see this thing go offense for offense, it would need to be established right here from Grandmasters.
Without a doubt, their tempo has just been, a step above. PD is not scared to go for those initial little nade stun trades through mid-map and then just immediately sprint into the site and try to drop the bomb. We'll see if they do decide to change it up, though, because mainly their plays have been kind of, through the left side of the map, try to work a kill or try to get into A. It's kind of really been the two really big setups we've seen, at least so far. This time it's a little bit more of a spread. Aroma's going to get information on Harry. Won't commit to the challenge, but this does leave a gap for Rezi to try to hit through mid. He gets through, but he is not safe.
You're kind of stuck here, honestly. But Orglis, they seem to think that they got an opportunity for numbers to move in towards the offensive side of the map. That was not the case. Grandmaster still had a little bit of a quote-unquote defense to stop that potential push-through from happening, and now you've got a free transition in towards A. Just comes down to, can you get the kill onto Denza, which they do eventually grab. Bomb now collected, a chance to plant. Rezi on the corner, good shots. That pushes off any contest of the bomb plant, and a 3v2 favors Grandmaster for the post. Plant and a kill onto Vortex. A quick response leaves now Harry into the 1v3.
And you know where Harry was. You certainly know where he is now, but he's able to find the first pretty cleanly. Gets a magazine in, has a chance to reset, and he's got a read on one inside. He's going to find the second, and I think he's going to try to fake hop this, or will he stick it? He's not going to commit. Now, will he decide to go all the way around? He's still got dead silence, but he's going to have to wait and just gamble. He's just going to have to gamble that Aroma gives him a peek. He's going to hop up, and the Mansell will cost him. Solid attempt, though, from Harry in what looked to be an impossible situation. Just not enough there to find the round.
Yeah, that's a heck of a try from Harry, but again, just good discipline once more from Grandmasters defensively on this offense. Weird to say, I know, but like, you start to throw out the consideration to Orglis, like, hey, we're heavy-handedly hitting over towards B alley. But that's actually not the case. You still have two ARs that are kind of deep, waiting for any push-throughs on the offense or the defensive side, and that works out for the first couple of kills very cleanly, and then all of a sudden, Orglis kind of has nothing to play off of. It's a really good idea from Grandmasters, and it works out, I think, just exactly as you drew it up. So now 4-4, and the question stands, can Grandmasters put together any sort of an effort defensively? And PD is going to double stack A. This is the first time we've seen Grandmasters make this sort of a defensive setup.
This is the first time, yeah, we've ever seen any presence kind of through mid. At least this far pushed forward. We'll see if it works out for them. Orglis, very much willing to take their time like they have in a lot of their offensive rounds. Throw some late stunts, throw some late nades, kind of get some information. Vortex still having access to his nade. Could potentially give you the information you need when making this push into A's side. As soon as you know that this trophy goes off, you should know that there is for sure one, if not two. So you very well could read this if you're Orglis as well. But now you're down to about 40 seconds here. And we'll see if they make a move.
Oh, great shots from Vortex! Oh my goodness! What is that double? Journey with the follow-up. One more to grab his Aroma. He's going to get spun around, and Vortex essentially just calls game himself. A takeover round, and Orglis get to 5.
Wow. What a snap that is from Vortex, man. A situation where you're under pressure, under fire, you're looking to make moves into A, you just have a quick little snap left or right like that. Just absolutely disgusting. Wow. The double stack does not work out defensively. Orglis break it down. They just use a little bit of patience to do so, and they get in there, and they are now on match point.
Yeah, brother. Oh, man. That one is a deflating one, without question. Unreal stuff. Roma back to the same position, and it works out. That is a very, very rewarding first blood for Grandmasters. That gives him a lot of map to play with. Vortex is also stunned at soccer. He could get isolated here. Grandmasters have the opportunity to try to flood him with numbers or just leave him here. There's no way Vortex, you would think, could make any further play forward with the information given onto him. It looks like Grandmasters will just let him live in the back line, play for the plant, and hold their numbers.
Shots to the wall. PD and Kids both kind of set up. I think they want to try to exit here, and PD will be able to do so. Denza's not going to see that. And Rezi's able to find one off screen. So Denza and Harry have to retake and retake quickly. Harry, the last one up. They have to pull off yet another 1 versus 3. He is going to wrap all the way around. He's got a read on PD. Will he be able to combine for the quick second pistol and in? Harry! Oh my goodness! He wraps around the back. 1 versus 3. Harry gets there for the defuse. And that is the victory. 3-2 in the best of 5.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that's why you bring Harry into the roster. Holy cow. That may be one of the best 1v3s you're ever going to watch. Holy smokes! So Orglis,
Okay.
they survived through a grueler of a series, and that is a result that has very opposite effects. Orglis, that is a confidence booster for you. You're back in saying, forget the rest of the series. We can take over. It's fine. Grandmasters, you're right there. You think you've got it going to around 11, and then the air is just completely taken out of your sails. Unbelievable from Harry for the 1v3. Orglis get the win. Grandmasters, a hell of a fight, but just a touch too short. What a series that was.
What a series, and I'm sure, Grandmaster's going to be just a little bit salty those last 2 rounds, right? Like, how can you not be? Vortex pops that ridiculous 2-piece, and then you're looking good for what should be around 11, and Harry just moves on through, finds a nice little 1 versus 3 with a beautiful rewrap through the back there. My goodness, 6-4 victory. We'll take a look at the maps, of course, again. It was a back-and-forth affair, though, like you said, Al, a lot of great maps out of Grandmasters. Surprising map number 1. They had a great back-to-back couple offenses come through there on the Hotel Control, and they had a couple of good looks there when we were watching over that Hotel Hardpoint there, too. So just tough. Not able to close it out, but certainly put up a fight.
100%. You have to be, I mean, it's going to be tough. Like, you're going to be shaking your head at that one if you're Grandmasters. It'll be a little deflating just due to the fact that you did have Orglis up against the ropes. But I think you give them a little bit of time to just settle, digest. I think when you watch back that VOD, you're gonna be really happy with your first ever elite affair for just about every single player on the roster, mind you, and then also the opportunity to kind of polish up on the small mistakes that you made. That Orglis is a good team. They're going to punish you for it. But there's not a lot of turnaround, my friend, because next up on our list is Grandmasters versus La Nave del Mysterio. At the beginning of the day, we were running through the schedules. We said Grandmasters has a hell of a day today. If they can find a way to go 1-1, they'll be feeling pretty good about it. Whereas on the other side, with La Nave getting kind of beat up by Notorious, they're kind of in the same situation where now all of a sudden you feel like you have to win this matchup versus Grandmasters to stay competitive in the group early.
That's just it, right? Like, no one wants to go 0-2 down day 1. Like, it's just, you don't want to, and both one of these teams will. So it makes for a lot of pressure. I feel more so on La Nave, just because they didn't play their series nearly as close. And I don't know if that's Team Notorious, obviously just being just completely elite and a cut above the rest, all of apparently coming into stage 2, whatever it might be, or if that is just, a flat series out of them. It's hard to say. But they got to show up versus this team right now, because Grandmasters, man, they're still looking really good.
Yeah, and before we kind of transition away from the conversation, I think you look first and foremost to this La Nave team and say, can you get your subs involved now? Because they were just not allowed to participate at all, really, it felt like, in their opening series. So I think that's going to be the biggest thing for us to kind of bring our attention to if La Nave were to go 1-1. Because if Grandmasters can have an opportunity to do exactly what Notorious did, have some great AR play, shut down the opportunity for these subs to get involved, we may see a very similar result here with how good this Grandmasters team was. So that's a little bit of what you could expect, maybe something to marinate on, sizzle with, as we send things off to just a brief break. When we come back, we're setting up the full series for La Nave del Mysterio and Grandmasters. Right after this, don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping on in towards the second set of matches for Europe and day number 1 of the round robin affair. It's been a really interesting one. Things not going as expected, which, well, we should expect the unexpected when it comes to things and challengers. And with that in mind, Austin, we are about ready to go hit slot overall. Team Notorious Fade is currently we have on the radar for us. And, well, I'll say this much. Team Notorious are looking like a possible heavy hitter, and that is terrifying news for Fade.
Yeah, that was one of the cleanest series I think that we've seen so far, in one of the elites, without a doubt. So I think without a doubt you have a tall order ahead of you, and you have to try to, do your absolute best. If you can take a team like this down, great, and then we can start to build up the story around a lot of these individuals that we maybe don't know nearly as much about. But it's really difficult, I feel like, to look at these 4 guys and expect them, I think, to come through and have a convincing win. They're going to have to really dig deep, and I think going to have to find some gritty dubs in some of these respawns. And more importantly, we keep coming back to the fact that they're so good in control, you have to really strike first in the first or second map if you're going to have a shot, it feels like, versus the Notorious squad.
Absolutely the case. It's one of those things that it was already tough prospects, but made even more difficult based on the show that we just saw. So exactly. It just the deck is feeling a little stacked against what we're getting out of Fate. But again, like we were mentioning kind of in the last set of series, it's always exciting to see new faces on the Elite stream for the first time, which is what we're going to get here for these this Fade roster just coming through the qualifier. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think any of these players had qualified or been in the Elite previously. I could almost say that, I think, with 95% certainty. So I'm excited to see what these guys have to offer because, like we talked about with teams like Grandmasters, we just haven't had the opportunity to watch them play it all this year. Right. So it's going to be cool to kind of learn and maybe see, what these players have to offer as far as maybe some growth or maybe even an opportunity to kind of show out here in the second season.
That's the big thing. I mean, you don't know, what individuals might just have some big moments coming into, a series like this. And if you can have big moments versus a Team Notorious that is looking polished, is looking good, with all 4 members playing the way that they were in that first series, then at least we get to take something away from that. And obviously, you're coming away with, as many wins as you want to be able to get, and you want to try to come through and take out these top squads. But like you mentioned, it's difficult to do when we just haven't really seen anything yet. Where are their strong suits? Where can they actually find map wins? I think that's going to take maybe a little bit of time before we really start to figure out the squad. But like you mentioned, you just don't know what to expect. They could come out, they could just come out firing, might be able to find themselves a big dub. But at least being able to maybe come away with some of those S&Ds and maybe stealing a Hardpoint, could be very well how they look to take a squad like this down.
Absolutely the case. Let's take a look at the series layout, though, to see how it may unfold between these 2 squads, and for Fade, maybe some opportunities for them. Mercado Hardpoint, Embassy Search, Fortress Control. Actually, it's a triple setup of Fortress at the end. But here's the thing, getting through those first 2 are going to be probably, I would say, more difficult than you would normally expect, just due to the fact that we saw the Embassy Search looked really good for Notorious against Nave, and the Mercado Hardpoint. I'll just say, if Team Notorious are playing as exquisitely as they were rotationally on Hydro, you assume that they're going to be able to kind of unfold and make the same things happen here in Mercado. So a tall ask, I would say, for these first 2 maps for Fade.
Without a doubt. And something like a Mercado, though, really can set the tone. I think we've seen this map, really be similar to Embassy Hardpoint in a lot of ways, where it can be very snowbally, but you can also always bounce back in, like, back-to-back hills. I think Mercado offers you at least a little bit of a strong setup. You have a good money hill, and you can get at least, kind of early moves to the next one, win some of those key gunfights. You can absolutely start chaining those hills together. And in a map like this is where you really do need the subs to really step up. And that's maybe bad news for, for this squad overall, just because of the fact that Eric was just putting up some crazy numbers today. He was going rogue when we were watching over that Fortress Control. He was unstoppable. I said it, like, he had like Portal 2 guns going, dude. He was bottom, top, bottom. He was everywhere, dude. He was hard to shut down. So I think that's really your key if you're going to come through into a Mercado map number 1 and set the tone. You don't want to get blown away. Your subs are going to have to really be here to show up.
Yeah, without question. So a lot of things to set up, a lot of problems that Fade may need to dissect on the macro level. But again, there is still part of us that I think are just kind of genuinely curious to see what this Fade roster will kind of give to us. So, shooter-styled Vision, Divil. I could only really speak a little bit about Vision and Divil, who've been competing for a while. Styled has kind of been in and out of the top 32, top 64 in the years past, if I'm not mistaken. And then Shooter's a brand new name to me. So I'm kind of excited to see what those 2 guys kind of have to offer, whereas for Vision and Divil, some top 16s, maybe a top 8 here or there. kind of over the course of at least the last 2 years. I don't know. It was definitely a little bit of a surprise to see them make it through the elite qualifiers, and it was, by the way, in the face of a couple of great teams that they were able to take down to qualify. So maybe a great day at COD for them, maybe something to show that they've kind of had a light bulb moment, and now they're here to kind of click and show what they have to offer. I'm excited to see what they have to kind of put for us one way or the other.
For sure. And I mean, listen, I'll gas that Vision kid all day, right? Like, if he pops a couple 3 pieces, I'll get loud for him. That's for sure. But
absolutely.
But either way, I feel like that one went over your head, Alan. I don't know. Gassing Vision, Vision in the game.
Look at
you
that.
got there. Okay. Game started. It's okay.
Let's move on. We digress. And, well, a good start at least early, as Fade does get a couple of early engagements. I wasn't sure if you were, like, trying to play off your own name or something. So
absolutely, I was. I was like, dude, I'm going to gas myself. Look at Vision. He's just going off. Dude, he just popped the one. He got a team kill, but he just ran in front of him.
Teammate.
He's running in front of him like that.
Oh, man, it's too funny. So 16 seconds of early time for Notorious. Fade looking to try to work their way back through mid-map while also fighting for the P2 side of the map. Not going to be able to get the second part of that conversation, although Divil has found himself spawned up in front of Cantina. Kind of puts him out on an island, though. Good 1v1 win for Shooter. Makes this bottom side of the map a little bit more favorable for Fade overall. 21-6 the score after the first kill comes and goes. Nice shots from Shooter to kind of keep some early contest alive. Okay, decent here from Fade, making things scrappy on the rotation to Cantina.
Yeah, it's a good moment to be able to, like you said, keep it scrappy. Don't let them get at least that initial setup right away. It's still very much a little bit of a 50-50. This pinch through mid is looking good. Devil's able to get in there for one, but everybody else just loses their individual gunfights. Vision now, last one up. You'll also end up dropping, and that means that Team Notorious, they are good and now have a chance to hold on.
This is where Notorious gets dangerous, when they start to get in front of the hard point. Although, great little response here from Fade. A chance to contest. Not exactly the dive that Divil wanted, but it still leads the numbers. Starting to move back and forth. Vision now the last one left on 1 HP. Not much he can do from here. Maybe a chance to finesse the scrap time, though, as he gets the first cleanly. Good read on the second. Lots of toe tapping going on, but runs out of ammunition. The beat down there. And 3 for Vision as he gets the scrap time. Not a lot to win, but explosive fireworks in the last 10 seconds nonetheless.
Yeah, that's right. Nice little just individual moment, you know? Get a little loud in the comms. Start to set up what could be a strong hold here. Vision's able to come right off the last still, right into the new one. Finds a good transitional kill. You have to hold strong inside. And Divil will deliver for the first, but you can just feel it. Under pressure and will be taken out for Metals, who's able to break back in for a quick moment. Team Notorious now have numbers in and around the point, looking like they might be able to hold on to it, unless you can get a quick break right now from Fade.
All the numbers are decent. Style with a double kind of opens up the opportunity to break. Now it's just down to Sigs on the opposite side. And how about this for Fade? Dude, they're keeping it real scrappy. I'll say that much. I mean, these little break attempts have been largely successful in the face of good setups from Team Notorious. So props where props are due. Now all of a sudden you're putting rotational pressure over towards Barbershop. This is going to guarantee you the scrap time in Austin. We're going to have about an even game.
Yeah, we are. I mean, that back 25, right? It is huge. Talking about scrap time, it can really play a factor, but they have been doing a solid job of finding at least all of the rotators. So Team Notorious will be able to just hold on for a second. A nice little breath of fresh air as they start to post up, and Eric's position here could really ruin everything. You got to clear him out, as he's going to be able to find yet another one. 7 and 8 for him. Not that same performance we've seen, but just in a critical position while his teammates are just cleaning up mid. This is everything that you want. Team Notorious uncontested first 20 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And this next hit will be under much more distress than the previous ones, with Fade continuing to spawn over towards the warehouse. Good patience, though, from Shooter, and it's a great idea. Put Metals down, let Vision pop forward, but Metals is just taken over. Goodness. There are moments where you watch Metals play, and I think that you're going to love where I'm going with this. You kind of get, like, wind of him on Modern Warfare 19 playing on Toronto. Right. It's just like, why did they ever drop him off the roster in the first place?
He's flashy, man, and he's just so electric. Maple, though, all the way in the back. Trying to just really control this bottom half of the map. See if they can set them up, maybe potentially for spawns, and try to battle the players out of top 10. Meanwhile, Eric is already getting some early moves done in and around the point. Teammates now starting to collapse with them through mid, so now you got to stack. You still got one player, though, inside of 10. Eric tries to shut the door, block his line of sight, but that's not going to happen. He'll still be cleaned up, and Style now has been able to move in for 2, but Shooter up top's got to make a big play.
He can wait a little while longer here. It's going to be tough for Team Notorious to flush him out. And I love this idea from Shooter. Just come back down, help your teammates contest from the low ground. Problem is none of the gunfights are won. But the idea is decent. So you're seeing some well-structured forms here from Fade. I'm pretty pleased with what I'm seeing. It's just tough against this Team Notorious team who's just not losing gunfights.
Yeah, they're tough, man. Tough to overwhelm this squad, try to two-piece them, try to trade them at times even. Not an easy task, as we'll move back over to Cantina, and it looks like the setup is once again good for Fade. And this has, been the situation a couple times where they've actually been at the new hill first. It's just winning the gunfights. The rotational gunfights are everything, and well, this is what Maple's so good at doing. The patience game is good there for 2. That puts him on 5, 1 off of the streak.
Yeah, and this is just what we talk about here, is the fact that the ability for individuals to pop off are there, and how does Maple win that gunfight? And then another behind that. Granted, vision was low from a previous engagement, but regardless, Maple just doing it all. Takeover moment again for Team Notorious. Oh, goodness.
Oh, they're on one today, Alan. They are just feeling it, running away with it, breaking hills, holding hills, man. This is exactly what we saw in that first series. It's looking like it might just be on par in this one too, but we'll see what's left here for Fade. Eric, 2 on rotation off screen, fighting for scrap time. I mean, this is like big time right now. This is like 20 seconds. She doesn't really have a whole lot of support just yet, but they're just not winning battles. And Team Notorious now up by a massive margin.
Oh my goodness, and Maple is just, dude, he is cracked. Are you kidding? 11 now, and Eric is there to assist. That combination of Eric and Maple just continues to be so fun to watch. I mean, 8 from Eric, 11 from Maple. Weeman and Metals could just, I'm sure if they could opt to not spawn back in again, they might, because they are literally dominating the kill feed. And we're going to have some problems here for our observer. Who do you want to watch, Maple or Eric? Fortunately, I'd say for our observer's POV, they say, okay, Maple drops, and now I can go over to Eric, who's on 12. Holy.
That's ridiculous. 22 kills like in a row for those 2 players, man. Just going from left to right, mid to left, like, oh, what do you say? Team Notorious, man, just absolutely running away with it. 20 seconds left, Vision with a big win. Decides to pull out the AR here, try to match a little bit more of the further pressure, but Eric right back in for scrap time. 10 seconds, looks like it should be theirs, and, well, it doesn't end in the first rotation, but it's certainly going to end in the second. Might just end on P1.
Yeah, I'll say so. I mean, dude, if this was like traditional Call of Duty, both of them almost earned a juggernaut. Like,
oh yeah.
I mean, that's where we're at. Fade's still trying to fight, though. Back to Market Center. But it's just one of those, it's just, okay, let's try to keep the guns hot, see if we could even shoot back against these guys, because I've never seen anything quite like that.
Well, I think what's been crazy is, like, they had 60 points, like, I don't know, 4 hills ago, something like that, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, it's just been Team Notorious, like, over and over and over again. You can see it. They're in the blender. Play the blender noise. Let it fly. That's what that whole map was there after the first 4 hills, and Team Notorious just ran away with it, man. It was a good start. Just, you could just not see any adaptation, I think, come through in the second half of that hardpoint.
Insert copy pastas about check his PC. Good player, but him not normal, something like that. I don't know. If Eric Boom has 1,000 fans, I'm one of them. I don't know. So just throw something in there.
Or just replay what we said after the map one in their first series earlier today as well, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of
whatever.
options.
Pick your poison. Unreal. So that's at least an opening look at what that matchup has to offer. But our primary focus continues to actually be with Nave versus Grandmasters. Had to kind of shift our focus while Grandmasters series going the distance would, of course, mean that they had to spend a little bit more time, getting their vetoes and picks done, which it looks like they are pretty close to being finished off here. So now a chance to actually talk a little bit more, at least about this Grandmasters roster, who we did just see a lot of. But look, here's the thing is, like, this team has been doing really well, kind of staying competitive throughout all of the cups. And in particular, this group of 4 has now stuck together. At least 3 of the 4 have stuck together for the large majority of this entire year. So a chance to kind of come off of what was an unfortunate top 24 finish at Major 2. They qualify relatively cleanly in the elite qualifiers for Season 2 here, and a chance to kind of maybe elevate their game a touch more to kind of break into that top 8 on a regular basis instead of, floating around the top 16s from cup to cup.
It's very possible. If we see more of what we got out of them in the last series, I mean, how could you not say that we'll see a lot more of them, right? I still think that there's obviously some learning curves. I think the subs are going to be the biggest thing. If we see, players like kids, really start to find, that rhythm that's needed and required for something like this game, and that pacing of a sub that really does just do so much for you and makes a lot of those opening plays, then yeah, I think we see this team, potentially rival some of the best that we have. I mean, it's not every day that we see a team like this come for the qualifier and then, push one of our top squads all the way to a map number 5, a close map number 5 that they were in control of at one point as well. So there's a lot to take away from that squad, but I think if they figure out the respawns, their S&D looks clean enough that I would say that they will be, one of those threats without a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I think it's really fun to kind of see kids now. He's actually the more recent addition to this roster. I would say just kind of generally because Cruz was the one who was playing with them at Boston, so Kids actually was not there, if I'm not mistaken, as I rapidly go and check to see if that's true. Yeah, that was indeed the case. So, there is that little moment there for Grandmasters where they're not playing what they're intended for at Boston, but everything else looking pretty solid in terms of what's kind of gone in and out with Kids now being part of the mix. What looks to be for sure since the qualifiers come through. Actually, no, pardon me. Kids was at Boston. He finished top 16 with the roster he played with. So, again, for both teams, or both sets of this team, rather, I should say, the core 3 versus now Kids, some success, but now maybe this is the right formula for them to kind of crack the code, because that's been, I think, the hardest thing about Europe is we very regularly have, we'll say 4 teams that are the top echelon of Europe. And then 6 to 8 sometimes kind of floats in and out, but generally you have an idea of who the top 8 are. But 9 to like 16, 24, it really is kind of feels like who's good on the day could find themselves kind of in that conversation for top 8. And maybe Grandmasters has found a formula to kind of crack that code.
It's very possible. It's tough, right? Like we don't see like as much of it in North America, I would say, just because of like the talent and the X-Pros that we have. So a little bit more consistent, I would say, with the teams that are trying to break into the qualifier. But with EU, it is very much a question mark when you get some of these players that, have basically been like top 32, top 64 maybe over the years. You're never really seeing them on stream because they're never making it to Sundays, which is what we're mainly broadcasting, what we would mainly see when we're talking about Cold War or Vanguard. So yeah, I mean, it definitely draws some question marks in, for as far as at least that level, whoever plays the best COD likely qualifies. And then we don't maybe always see those teams then go beyond and actually carry that momentum through, right? It's more of like a standstill. All right, we're going to have to requalify and do it all over again. So it's always interesting, right? Like, you don't know. Like, we had a team like Falcons, I think, which is a good example, that we're able to find some really big upsets. We're able to find some big wins, make it in. Smog Alpha last season as well, another good example of it. So you just don't know how these kind of wild cards picks, so to speak, are going to be able to perform. But we got a good look at it at least earlier today. And if they can just, again, bring just like half of what they brought in that series versus Nave, then they might be in good hands.
Well, let's take a look to see what the series layout looks like for these two squads. I think, at least for me, looking at the map set series, I'm kind of curious to see what Grandmaster has to play again after some good performances, as you just mentioned, versus that Orglis team. So taking a look at it, you've got an instance where we have the Embassy, El Asilo, and Fortress first and foremost, and kind of looking back at these maps, really not a lot that's going to be the same except for the Fortress Control based on what we saw from La Nave's situation. But for Grandmasters, you got your opening Embassy Hardpoint. You have that El Asilo Search and Destroy immediately again. And then everything else from there is a little bit more unique. And actually, now that I say that, I have to kind of counter myself. The Hotel Hardpoint was played and the Mercado Search and Destroy was played. So this is actually 4 out of 5 maps that are repeats here for Grandmasters. And now it's part of the part where you get it to the elite, you go from one match immediately into a second. Do you have the ability to find the little mistakes that you made versus Orglis, fix them, and then come out better versus this Nave team looking to go 1-1 on the day?
You feel like you kind of have to. Can't go down 0-2, especially as the top squad with a lot of expectations here on their shoulders. So we'll see if they can really show up. So far, so good for Grandmasters. Good presence around P1. Edie gonna get stuck with an 8, so forced to kind of run out. Super starts to get some kills right through mid.
Yeah, this is nice. He's just holding his life. Nave looking to possibly even threaten the opposite high ground here with Super's route. And oh boy, he's caught timing. No one's even looking at him. This will be as free as you like onto Aroma. Chance to now overwhelm the point. Petey, good turn, nearly able to push back Super, but it'll be 4 in a row as La Nave get the break and a chance to also fight for new.
That's right. Good moment here. And it's an interesting wrap from Super. Instead of kind of pushing through right to maybe flood through the front, he's going to come all the way around the back here. Try to regroup maybe with his teammates coming off of the exit there on P1. But Nave able to get some time back. Just about an even game going into P2. Kills are looking good at rotation right now. Rezi's got a lot in front of him. He's got a lot behind him. Aroma's going to have to help him out. He is there for the first, but Super quick trade. Taking some long-range shots with the Vaznev. Will be cut down here from Aroma, who's holding strong in the back.
But that initial kill from Super on the second engagement did allow him to go 6-0 on his first life. So cruise missile earned early here for Nave, who are still finding kills as they eventually feel comfortable enough to get onto the hard point. And how about Renko right over the top? Big gunfight win versus Roma. Now the next hit for Grandmasters. All of it coming very rapidly right down middle. Rencor gets a read on this and just backs away while his teammates are kind of causing a distraction. And great sound cues there. Good conversion, and Nave will lock in the majority of this time here in the second.
Great moment too, because there's 20 seconds left, and look at how fast they're already threatening the rotation up top. Super down low, only died once so far. Looking to try to find some tags, but PD with a nice chow will be able to finish him off, and Aroma also finds one on the flank there, so they will be able to at least shut it down initially here from Nave, but they come off of a huge amount of time there on P2.
Yeah, it's a big kind of swing moment, forces Grandmasters to put together a response, but the trophy system and Aroma are already in place, and the zone around the hardpoint is also pretty good. This is going to force the cruise missile. Not feeling super confident in the trophy system, will back Aroma off for a moment, but he just replaces it, so yeah, he's going to be pressured here on the take through orange, but in a good position to try to fight up against this. No nades will come through, and even the door spam works out for a first kill. More in front of him. Aroma for 4 in a row. Off the reload. One more nearby up top. Aroma just kind of dancing between weapons, and it's Rezi who kind of alleviates the pressure, and a solid hold for Grandmasters.
I will continue to gas Aroma on the day, man. He has just been so elite. So many moments like this where, you know, this is now a back 30 seconds for Grandmasters. If that's a break, you're thinking about a rotation, you're having to concede that scrap time. So much of Embassy really does come down to who is collecting that scrap time. So Grandmasters able to bring it back with 45 seconds here on P3. They really lock it in, and now kills starting to come through on the rotation. So far, so good for Nave. Their turn now to set up.
Yeah, it's been kind of what we often saw in the very early stages of competitive Modern Warfare 2. You take 60, we'll take 60, you take 60, and then we'll fight for P5. We'll see if that can change here as Grandmasters looking to break. They've got a good hit around the back, but it's Yako who gets a solid read on it. The break attempt will still allow Grandmasters to get in, but where do they spawn? They're going to spawn out. Now it's just down to holding from inside the hardpoint. Yako on 4, starting to get involved, starting to get mixy with it. It's now with him and Rencor combining. They will be enough for the two of them to single-handedly kind of break on into the hardpoint. Rezi was trying to contest, but if he finds more than just the first, I'd be surprised. And all he'll get is the opening one. Roma still trying to contest it. He actually takes down the double. So a long-winded battle for the majority of this hardpoint time leads to Grandmasters eventually getting the break for scrap.
You got the break. The scrap is good. And now PD already making moves, man. He is certainly the route man. But he will be under a lot of stress here. Super tries to get through the door, answers with a Semtex of his own, and they do not check the corner. So PD's able to find a nice little freebie. Has to throw himself into the point. Still feeling a lot of pressure from the front. But you got some players now, at least trying to get to you. See if you can add in some support. It's a nice little stack. Aroma finds 2 through mid. Yako gets a read from the back, but can't push just yet.
I mean, the setup looks solid in terms of Grandmasters being able to contest through mid, but the problem is they only have 2 members inside the hardpoint in the face of 3 Nave members trying to break. So the numbers will eventually win the battle. 30 seconds of the fight for them. And Grandmasters, an opportunity for them to once again just kind of get in towards the side of cafeteria. But Sucri's watching this, and Nave is setting up a bit of a zone here. It's up to can Grandmasters even find the first eliminations needed to get in here, because they're not really working around the back in any form. Finally, the kills start to come out, but this hit is a little bit soft due to the fact there's no trophy. Eventually, the break will come through, and we can just see this, continue this be a tug-of-war game. Back and forth on the scoreboard.
Yeah, back and forth, without a doubt. 20 seconds here for Grandmasters, but it has certainly been hill for hill. A little bit of a scrappy P5 and a little bit of a scrappy P1, at least the first time around. We'll see if that continues. Either way, I think the good news here for at least Nave is that Yako is at least a little bit more involved this time around, which is exactly what you needed. He finds another big one up top as well. Try to threaten the player in the hill, and they'll be able to beautifully collapse, break it open. Nave gets some control around P1.
Yeah. And they hold it, though. Roma up top has been like lightning in a bottle. Sucri not having a great start to this match. 6-13 is being pressured off the side. And Grandmasters just kind of hold off Nave. Just from these positions, PD gets the flank. That will open up an opportunity for Grandmasters to get onto the hard point and allow Roma to play for rotation here. Decent read, but Super just goes prone underneath his aim. But all the meanwhile, Grandmasters doing solid. They're just growing their lead little by little here in the first hill scrap time.
Oh, look at Yakko. I love this play right here. See if he can get to the high ground undetected, and he will be able to find Kids. So Kids a little bit kind of alone and isolated. Will be picked up, so Yakko now can zone this from the back. Might be able to find one more, and this is great out of Yakko. Semtex able to back all the way up. Will be able to reset the fight. Gets the regen in. More shots come through. I mean, Yakko's taking on the world right now. Able to find two.
Wow.
Yakko for 5. He defends against the entire team and sets up 30 seconds for free here for Nave.
Yeah, what a critical moment that is, because now Nave can get in and reinforce with numbers to stave off the second hit. Super 4 in a row as well. Zoning out the front, goes high. Aroma predicts it, shuts him down. But as you had mentioned, it's not just the first 30 seconds that Nave gets off the spree from Yakko. They're good for a lot of the scrap time. They will only forfeit about 14 seconds, but in the effort, that is still enough for Grandmasters to regain the lead and possibly hold for new. 3 members large, already here for Grandmasters. Back and forth, the kills start to come as Rencore wants to travel up the ladder, and is just not heard. So Rencore will win the opening time here for Nave, and look at the spawns for Grandmasters. They are not in a position to contest the early time whatsoever.
No, they're not, because look at Yakko again. He pushes all the way out to the left, so he forces kind of those deep parking lot spawns, those hallway spawns, not where you want to be. And it is so separated right now here for Grandmasters, but PD might be able to do a big individual play. He's able to find the first. His team now with him in orange. Little bait and switch to come through, and Aroma over the top. It's good for the first and the second. Break is in. Sukari trying to respond with a break for himself, but has to hold his position. He's the only one here. Everyone right now for Grandmasters was set up with the nade over the top is perfect, and allows them to re-break in.
Yeah, but how about Rezi? Just right back into it. Nearly takes down both. PD looking to follow up and will be able to do so. So, honestly speaking, even though Grandmasters do get softened up by the nade pretty convincingly, it's overall a win for Grandmasters on that break attempt. Now going over towards 4. Nave here with pretty much all 4 members. Kids in the back trying to block spawns, maybe try to pick apart a couple of kills. What happens now that Sukari's dropped? Where does Nave spawn? You have to figure it's going to be the left side of the map, and so it will be. So now an opportunity with numbers and the spawns favoring Grandmasters for them to try to break, but Rencore, Super, trying to get it done, locking things up, but it eventually is Rezi to turn the tides, and Grandmasters secure the break as Nave try to hit for their next attempt to break.
Oh, but the support just wasn't really there. Nave able to funnel through the side door just a little bit quicker than Grandmasters were. Now PD's got to come all the way around the back. Not going to read that player in the corner. That is a great feed here for Nave, and it comes at a perfect moment. 210 points on top of what will be 20 seconds likely, unless they decide to hit the scrap time, is great for potentially closing this out now going into the next hill.
Remember we talked about it. Could Grandmaster shut down the double SMGs of Nave just like Notorious did? The answer's been a convincing no. Yakko 31 and 16, Super 26 and 15. It's just been the ARs who have not really been able to get involved for Nave, largely speaking. But when Yakko's playing like this, there's a reason why he's called Mr. Yakko SMG. 231, 185, and it's just Yakko walking into sight. Have to get a break from GM, and they've got 3 kills. It's just down to Yakko, 5 in a row, and eventually shut down. Break good for Grandmaster.
Break is good. They'll hold on a little bit longer. And, well, the good news always is when you break in like this, that P1 is right next to P5. So if you can hold, you could still look at bringing this one back here in Embassy Hardpoint. But the big thing is holding. We'll see if they can do it. Sukari and Rencore starting to gather together in the back here as a pinch also starts to unfold through the front. Super will just wait patiently for 2. Aroma's got to take on the world, and Yakko is there to respond. That will be the break. Nave are in.
Grandmasters isn't going to like watching that back. Nave get a split spawn situation leading to the natural pinch. You saw Grandmasters just kind of turning their heads left, right, and center, seeing if they could feel where the hit was going to come from, but Nave had 2 around the back, 2 from the front, and Grandmasters never saw either of those 2 setups coming. So a little bit of favor off the spawn situation, but Nave get the clean break. They put it away on the 5th hard point. A hell of an effort again for Grandmasters, but the subs from Nave del Mysterio were just not to be trifled with here on Embassy.
That's exactly it. And that's exactly what I touched on coming into this series, right? Were we going to get, that same type of performance coming through that's necessary when you look at players like Yakko, look at players, like Super that pulls out that sub and also, gets very aggressive at times. That was my big question. And Yakko just has himself an absolute game. I mean, he just goes off. He has a couple of key individual moments where he is single-handedly like shutting down rotations by himself. When a player is doing just that much for you on the map, it's obviously going to create space. It's going to create time, and that is obviously going to lead to points. So, I mean, very cleanly done through that second half of Hills. Through the first half, very back and forth the whole way through, but Nave really started to pull away with that P3 to P4 there in that second set.
Yeah, and that's just credit, again, to the subs staying involved, they're flying across the map so many times through, and you see that represented in the damage that's done. Also, take a look at just the overall amount of non-traded, as we always look at, but it's in the effort that you see, again, the shared hardpoint time as well that really impresses me. A minute 20 for Super, going 31 and 18 with 8 objective kills. That's just an unreal tally. And Sukri just wasn't even a part of the map. I mean, no. 9 and 24, he was barely involved in any fashion. The only kills that he got felt like, and you could actually kind of confirm that, 9 traded kills means that he was just getting kills from like the sides or from behind or something like that. He really wasn't, getting involved when you needed him the most. So a little bit of favor, a little bit of bless up that Nave del Mysterio had a big pop-off game from their subs, because otherwise, they would have been probably a little bit hurt to kind of keep this tally in their favor, as Grandmasters put together a pretty solid team effort. A little unfortunate, Kids just really wasn't able to keep pace with what Yakko and Super were doing.
Without a doubt. And I feel like Nave is actually just a little bit lucky that, Kids kind of has a really rough game, right? Like, if he's at least even, like, this game, might still be won for Nave, but it's a lot tighter, I feel like, without a doubt. And this is the one thing that I will say when I look at this Nave team, and it's something I feel like we saw a lot of during Stage 1, is that whenever we see this team perform, it almost feels like there's always just one player that's a little bit lackluster, and they take turns, right? Like, they kind of like pass that baton around between each other, where it's not just the same person, it's a different person that's struggling. We even saw, superstars like Super at times, right? Who has a really slow start, sometimes brings it back. But I'm wondering if this is something that will plague this team against more consistent squads and top squads, that it always feels like there's just one person that isn't there with the rest of them.
That's a good point. And, those little differences lead to major consequences when you've got a pool of teams that are looking really solid in this second season as a full squad when it comes to, like, overall improvements. So,
sure,
it's a good shout. LCL Search and Destroy. And after the Embassy does not go the way of Grandmasters, all of a sudden you start to, again, turn your conversation, almost forcibly so, into can they kind of pick up on the LCL Surge that they were just a touch short on versus Orglis in their last matchup. 6-4 was the tally there, but the problem for the Grandmasters was defense. They were having a little bit of trouble defensively, kind of stopping Orglis outside of maybe the first 2 rounds. That's where my focus is for Grandmaster, to see if they've been able to kind of adjust and improve right as soon as you turn around from one series to the next on the same map.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think their game plan was very much, play through the side lanes and then try to come around at the back or try to work up top, whatever it might be. I think that's the one good thing you have working for you when you play a playstyle like that in LSE, though, is that there are actually so many entryways into the top and the bottom that sometimes you can get away with it because of the chaos. You kind of get caught up in the mix after you get a bomb plant down, trades go through on the site, and, sometimes you're just not watching every single angle because there's too many to watch. So I think that a lot of their looks did look good, but like you said, they were struggling to adjust it. And even when we saw them adjust it, they threw like 2 players inside the site. That was broken down. As soon as you reveal that you have a trophy system inside of A, that usually, alerts the enemy team that there's probably more than one. And well, we just need to kind of throw all of our Semtex and nades in there originally, and then just kind of nade and stun you out afterwards, because the trophy's only good for at least a couple. So I feel like there's a lot of ways that you can kind of break them down if you're watching over their match whatsoever. However, this is where I feel like they were still finding a lot of good proactive plays. They were breaking down setups. It was just really, the back-to-back rounds that plagued them in the end, which were just kind of pop-off individual moments from Harry and Vortex that kind of shut them out.
Yeah, that's a really good shout. And the thing about it, too, for Grandmaster was not to just completely pick apart at their defense, but they did show a handful of variety of looks from the defensive as far as how their setup was concerned. So I'll be curious to see if they're going to continue to be able to kind of flex that against this Nave team, where you have to assume that for Nave, you probably come out and try to heat check your subs off your opening round. See if they can continue to just dominate this series, dominate the opening matchup versus Kids, and put him into a bit of a corner. I think that's kind of the early questions about, setting up this map in particular. And then kind of looking over it, just for what it's worth, for Nave del Mysterio on their Search and Destroy, you know, they were a okay search team in Season 1, but they didn't really play a lot of El Asilo. In fact, they only played it once, and they lost it 6-2. So you look kind of to a player like Rencor, who was dominant, you know, when he was kind of in the search and destroy mix. But, you know, do you really get a good enough look when you're looking at LSU? Like, what is your identity going to be if you're Nave here? Are you going to try to trust Rencor to kind of show off, you know, his ability to be a search and destroy phenom, or are you looking to somebody like Sukri or Super, who I would say, like, in their past, like as a history, like those are players that have major takeover potential in search. It's just kind of dating back to when they were both on Heretics, well, Sukri on Heretics, Super played on Giants during the Black Ops 4 years. So I don't know, a lot of things to think about.
For sure. And I mean, Super with a scope on El Asilo, probably likely, without a doubt. I mean, I feel it's crazy that they've only played it once, because I want to say I've seen Super like up top in that balcony area more than once, but that could be the cups too as well. But either way, it feels like when he gets kind of, you know, posted up, he starts to hit those shots. We saw it, at least glimpses of it, you know, in the last series, as much as it wasn't consistent round in, round out. There was definitely some big individual moments still from him. Always likely to expect Super with some flashy plays, maybe some little stun door opens into that kind of bottom little courtyard area that we've seen a lot of too. I'm sure a lot of plays potentially in the cards here for this squad to set him up and get him into really key positions. But either way, we'll see if they can do it. I think we talked about the fact that this is at least what seems to be a pretty strong search and destroy squad. They won 6-3 in their last series, and they just falter in the end. So overall, we'll see if Grandmasters can put it together and get the players that they brought in like kids to really shine, you know, in game modes like this, where he should be shining in my mind.
It's a great point. While we're waiting for this map to start up, I just want to kind of give you guys some verbal updates on other things that are going on around this set of matches. How about this? Retirement pending and Signs are in map 5. That's a first stream block situation with Signs trying to pull off the reverse sweep, and they're up 5-2 on Retirement pending. So that you can find the conclusion of that on We Are Clutch GG's Twitch. Otherwise, everything else is pretty much started and kicked off here for what's going on in slot number 2, this round robin phase. The only real other updates that we have is Team Notorious. We saw their opening hardpoint dominant over Fade. They also won the search and destroy pretty quickly, 6-2. And interestingly enough, Clutch Rain, who's kind of had a battle of having to play up against all of the other French players in the mix, they played up against Signs in their first matchup. Or no, pardon me, they played Falcons first. They won that 3-1. And now they're playing up against Clutch Rain. That is a 1-1 affair. Clutch Rain taking the opening hardpoint on Fortress. So Bubba Bob's not flawless, which it was, you know, not to say that we expected that, but that was kind of the big storyline for them in the last season, is that they were really untouched in the group stage. That's already being threatened in some regard here with a couple of close maps already on the day for them.
Yeah, that's always a fun one, right? Interesting though, yeah, because you come in, you have like a flawless season, and then all of a sudden, you know, everyone's got eyes on you to see, okay, what are you going to do now for season 2, right? But overall, pretty hard to expect a flawless map count to come through, but still a squad I think that you would love to have a head-to-head verse, considering that they would probably be within the top 2 potentially in that group, but we'll have to see. Either way, I think we are getting a playlist update at the moment here,
Looks that way,
unfortunately, so I believe we're going to send things to a quick break, get set up. Don't go too far, guys. We'll be right back after this.
Didn't have to wait for too long. Playlists are update, and now the teams are squared off. El Asilo search and destroy for our featured matchup here. La Nave del Mysterio up 1-0 after the Embassy hardpoint. And Grandmasters, we asked the question of how their defense would look. This is a very similar setup to what we saw in their round 1 defense against Orglis. Just don't play inside the site, throw some counter utility, and force Nave to have to put a reaction together, which is currently maybe over towards B. Players here to watch this, though, mostly PD, who does get the information. He'll just back away.
Yeah, PD kind of in a weird spot. He has to like watch the cross and play for information, but doesn't want to give away his life for free. He's going to back up and likely come all the way around. But this is going to allow for a free plant. So Yako will be able to get this down, and now you got to play a retake. And it's not going to be easy. We'll see if they can do it, man. There's no information to really work with here.
And the thing about it is, Kids is not in a position to play off the flank, so you have to retake this from the front, which is never fun to do. And I think Yako just threw his shoulder and saw everything you need to know. Watching just the back door, the rest of his teammates holding the front of the garage. Kids does take down first blood. That's in the middle of the map, though, not nearly around this site. Super pushed out. Oh, hold on a second. That's going to let the defenders get on towards site, and the Kids are coming. Oh, what a shot from Super. Now with an AR to play with. Actually, it's a fast Nev. He does fall, leaving Rencor by himself. Just has to cut off a couple of seconds. The shots come through. The tags are in, and Rencor clutches things up. What a Semtex to create some space. It wouldn't have gotten the kill, though. He needed to get the eliminations with the tack, and boy, did he ever.
Yeah, I was actually surprised. Like, in this moment, I mean, he's one shot, right? Like, he's just got to hop on it. He has to eat the nade and just stick to defuse. It's the only way you'd ever win the round. I thought he would just immediately kind of snap on Aroma to finish him off since he's tagged, but he takes the gunfight first just to kind of secure it. And my goodness, he just snaps, finds the 3 kills. It was a round that I didn't think was going to be that close on the back end of it, if I'm being honest, but what a clutch play. What a big moment. Rencor there to save it.
Unreal stuff. How much of that is also influenced just by the quick scope from Super to help out that retake. Rezi will stun open the door, looking for anything outside. Weird angle to be playing with the scope, I'll say that much. Grandmasters will not be able to search out too much info, and it looks like they do maybe want to try to make a play to commit on to A if they can just get a little bit of tags or nades to land, but none are here, and so now PD kind of has to make a desperate move in.
Oh, and Super finds Kids. It does maybe give him a timing, but no. Oh, PD just chows in. It's not punished. And he's able to get back in, and he might be able to get this bomb down. Now Aroma making some noise over here by B, and he's able to find one, and he gets out.
Unreal. What is happening in this round of Search and Destroy?
I don't know.
Lots of kills that should come through that haven't. Rencor on 3 in a row, still Semtex over the top, flushes out PD, no worries. Now it's down to, does he get help from Sukri? Was cleared off some space, gets a couple of shots to land, but not enough to get the kill. Now has to play forward. Rezi trying to help out. Both players tagged up, but Rencor has hopped it and will get the defuse. Or no, he hops off it again. I thought he had it. It was close. But gets the 5th elimination. Aroma just has to check. Has the corner, and the kill will be there. Man, I thought Rencor was just going to hold for the full stick, but he hopped off it with maybe an extra second left to go on that defuse.
Yeah, I don't know. It would have been really close. It would have been really close for sure. But I almost wish Rencor had kind of played for this kill in the end, because that was his 5 spree, right? After he finds that quick trade, he hops on the bomb. I'm thinking maybe you just play for that streak, but decides to try to stick it, decides to try to clutch the round, maybe play the bluff of the last remaining player on Grandmasters, but not going to fall for that, and they'll be able to tie things up here one apiece.
Wow. Okay. Crazy affair through 2 rounds so far.
It was a wild one.
Yeah. Super scoping, Rezi doing the same, and that pick from Rezi is not really in a position that tells you much. He was just up top over the A window. And Grandmasters, who continue to kind of stack up for this outer play through tower, means that you have a lot of trust that Rezi will be good for more than just the one, but Super will scout him out. Kill will be there. Yako now 1v1 with Kids, which does turn the tides back to the defense of Grandmaster. And Rencor, I don't believe, actually saw what all of us were watching was that bright yellow outline of Aroma. No, did not see him at all. And that leaves Super now for the 1v3.
Sure does. 8 over the top. They likely know where Super is, especially based off how PD's playing, but Stun's going to connect. Super's playing it as well as he can with the limited information that he has. He's going to shrug PD back, but the sniper, bomb down, 30 seconds on the clock, in a 1v3. So much playing against him, but he's going to invest the dead silence. You can find a kill, pick up a weapon, maybe there's a chance, but I think he's just playing for kills here. I don't see how he'd clutch this.
I mean, either. Not enough time is really the biggest issue.
Yeah.
Looking for Aroma. Well, where's Waldo? Outside by tower. And that will be it. Okay. So, I mean, these opening first blood engagements have been wild, to say the least, as Super continues to showcase that you do not rule him out with a sniper rifle. An inconsequential kill, but one that will definitely live in the head of Grandmasters. Just a touch, like, man, if he's hitting shots like that.
You're right. It's just, it definitely doesn't make you want to peek him when you see the glint, right? As soon as you hear one of your teammates say the glint's out, like that's the last place you want to look. So, Super always making it look flashy, even when it seems impossible. But still, the round in the end going the way of Grandmasters, which is more important, and they're playing very disciplined, especially when they get numbers, feels like. They're not really giving away their lives, right? They're not going looking like Petey gets stunned and nade up here in the back and then immediately just plays his life. He isn't looking for a challenge. Yep. Smart play. Rezi, nade over the top, won't connect with it, but will get some good information and now starts to kind of peek through left to see if he can get a read on just where this defense is set up right now for Nave.
Yako looking for a delayed hit towards bottom bar. You take by the candor in my voice. That was a surprising challenge. Sukri. Also surprising, trying to mantle onto the fence line, leaving Super by himself to try to contest B, and he actually has taken down the bomb carrier. And Super is playing this scope like it's a freaking tack rifle or something. I don't know, but he's getting in the mix early and often. Rencore, this is going to feel, unfortunately, familiar for him. 1v3 over towards B. And I think he was trying to maybe search for a little bit of a ninja there, but Grandmaster will deny him any further antics and take the edge in the map 3-1.
Wow. It's just... You can just see how they kind of work like both sides of the map at first, and then they just cut through. They work this B bomb site. They get kids all the way pushed up, able to drop this bomb, but it's off the back end of just kind of picking them apart slowly, and it's like catching them off guard. Like, as soon as you lose Yako, there's so much more of the map that you got to cover, and as soon as you start to shift over and you're isolated and you give away that free kill with no trades coming through, it's just too easy for Grandmasters. Get there, drop that bomb, play post-plant setup. So 3-1, back-to-back rounds, looking good. Sukri, Yako, still looking to get involved, however.
Yeah, I was about to bring up that same point. For Sukri, this is 2 poor maps now in a row so far, so you got to get him feeling a little bit more mixy.
Street.
Cruise missile. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
There it is. Won't land to do too much, but it opens up maybe space to go over towards B. Rezi defending. He's still got PD nearby. And yeah, Sukri and Yako just continue to not find anything. Both will drop in the first point engagement, and this trophy, or pardon me, this cruise missile gets 0 value. Yeah. Negative value.
Negative value indeed. Oh man, that's tough. I mean, they get the information they need to then just, I guess, play the kills immediately after here, but just it feels like there wasn't really much of an identity to this round unless they were kind of looking to burn the clock, maybe play for like a late flank through the back, attack B, a little bit questionable, but if you think that's the case, then why are they aggressively kind of pushing up, making moves? Either way, still looking to get on the board here for 2 of the Nave members. S&D has just not been friendly to them today. Super has kind of just been doing his best, and then after Renkor's kind of, 5-1 performance, it has been all downhill from there.
Yeah. So, Grandmaster's comfortable now. Looking to kind of feel things out over towards the top of B by the look of it. You've got Renkor, you'd assume with an AR, playing really far forward here. With Yako dropping again, this puts a lot of pressure on this Nave defense. Sukri's already moving. He may get caught in this rotation. PD quickly in. Cruise missile called in once again. They know Sukri's nearby, but PD can't find him. Oddly enough. So Sukri now can counter. Dead silence for him. Cuts on through. Goes to the beatdown. Finds the kill. One more on the outside. Turns. Not going to be able to take down a second. I know you were hoping for it. Super right behind. Pistol will work out. We go 2v2.
It was looking like it, man. He was
Do it
going
again.
to do a quick little 180. Welcome to the ring. Renkor up top should be able to find a freebie there onto Aroma, and he does. And our kid's caught inside the site. This is not a position you want to be in, but he has a trophy. Kind of the best news about the situation. However, he's got no escape. He's going to have to take a chow head on. Try to finesse his life, and he's able to do it. He takes out Super. And there should be a chance to reset this. Sub in hand, 25 seconds on the clock. Kid's gonna re-peek, and oh my goodness, what a play! 1v2, a round you thought would go over. And well, Grandmaster is able to find yet another one. What a 1v2 from Kids.
And this kind of takes me to flashbacks of Kids from last year, man. He was great in the search, pretty much all throughout Vanguard. For moments like that, I mean, the fact of the matter is, you could call it a miscue. I mean, Renkor's in a good spot at range to just make sure there's no plant ever, but decides to get frosty and wants to play for the engagement, and Kids says, thank you very much, come into my web. So now 4 in a row for Kids, and Nave down and maybe out as Yako is a single death without a kill away from joining the agency. It's been a very lopsided performance team to team.
Got donut, breadsticks, a lot floating around over there on that scoreboard.
Lots of food.
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
They're not eating. Yakko 0-7. Zukuri 1-7. Rencor and Super forced to clutch up here. And, well, Petey's going to be able to find Rencor. Super 1v3. We'll find the quick trade. Trying to get a read on the secondary push. Won't come through right away, but if there's one person that could pull it off on this roster right now, you feel like it would be Super.
100%. And he hasn't even picked up a SMG that was at his feet. He's just trusting pistol sniper combo. And I can't blame him, but look at the respect Grandmasters have given him.
Yeah.
They are off the map nearly. So this is going to lead to collection of the bomb plus a weapon and a free plant. And the question will be, can Grandmasters survive a 1v3 this time, as they were unable to do so against the sniper-wielding player from Orglis last time around?
Let's see how they retake it. Super would love to get a nice little isolated gunfight and get out. He's going to get a bomb check here. So now oh, he's twisted. Super's a little twisted right now. He's hearing steps, I think, up top. So I think there's a player right on him. That stun is not going to hit. And the timing here could be very interesting. Super going to get spotted. And Rezi is actually holding the scope in the doorway. Oh my goodness, I was not ready for that, but he is there for it, and that will be the round as well as the map. 6-1 here for Grandmasters.
Yeah, I did not expect to hear that little pop. Wow. Calm, collective stuff from Grandmasters, looking so much better defensively, mind you, as well. Now, I will say that comparing the performance from Nave to Orglis on this map mode combination from the perspective of Grandmasters, that is not a 1-for-1 without question, but I will say that there are some really cool things once again shown by Grandmasters. So they tie up the series, a tight map one affair, but a blowout here in the search and destroy favoring Grandmasters puts them, I'm sure, feeling super confident as we now consider the control. That will be played over on Fortress. Yes, Fortress. Hotel Mercado's what's to come here for us. More updates coming through, speaking of things. The reverse sweep did happen. 6-2 in map 5. Signs take down retirement pending. Wow. Holy smokes.
That's a huge win.
That is a massive win. So that now forces retirement pending to play up against the originals. It Signs to play up as Team Falcons. There is a realistic possibility here that Signs start their group stage 2-0. Not to just throw any discredit to Signs, but that would be a major surprise without question.
Oh, I think so, for sure. I mean, you come away with, like, especially, like, those teams, I think, coming away with a 2-0, it starts to at least draw some questions. And, you know, in our area, when we go into day 2 prep or next week's prep, it's like, okay, hold on. Like, what is this squad all about if they're able to do it right? So certainly some crazy things starting to unfold here for us throughout day number 1. But, I mean, that's kind of what you come to almost expect. There's going to be one crazy upset, one crazy thing about day number 1, you feel like. And if Signs go 2-0, well, that is it. Now, looking at what, of course, was the scoreboard. Tough, I mean, across the board for Nave, right? Like, there's not much you can really say about their team play when you got 2 individuals that are, you know, only putting up a combined 1 kill, right? Sukuri struggled to really get going on the day, and, you know, Yakko comes off the heater, just can't find, you know, the same value, it feels like, or the same engagements, whatever it might be, going into the S&D.
And you got to keep in mind also that even though you look at the 7-6 and 7-7, think about how those kills were tallied. Rencor went on this early streak in his first 2 lives. Eventually shut down. Cruise missile doesn't find any value. And then Stuper, his only picks were really with sniper rifles or pistols. So, you know, you're at best, you got 1 first blood based on the tally here. If that's 100% correct, like, it's just, yeah, needed some help somewhere else besides just the opening engagements from Super. So tough scenes for Nave. Having to come now into that fortress control, as I mentioned just a moment ago. The rest of the series would then guarantee a hotel hardpoint. And then possibly a Mercado Search and Destroy. Again, keep in mind here for Grandmasters, Hotel Hardpoint and the Mercado Search and Destroy are repeat map mode combos from their last series. So they've already got some things that I'm sure that they could talk about if we do need to load into that map 5.
Yeah, then they got the Mercado that they won 6-3. So I feel like as long as they grab one of these 2 maps, they're probably happy, at least even if this one does go to a map number 5. But see if they can do it. Moving on forward, though, this is the match we were kind of talking about. The Oval Bobs dropping one of their maps, but moving right into a nice little fresh Hotel Hardpoint. They're up 2-1. Looking to see if they can put it away right here, right now.
And outside of the tight affair on Fortress Hardpoint, the search and destroying the control very heavily went towards Oval Bob score-wise. So Clutch Rain trying to pull something special off with another. They've had a tough first opening bracket as well, mind you, as far as their schedule is concerned. having to play up against the Originals and the Wobblebobs. I think, you know, you look at the groups, you say those are probably the top 2 teams in that group. So not a fun start here for Clutch Rain, but some things to be pretty pleased about, at least being able to find one map. This opening hardpoint, though, all goes the way of the Wobobs. Brezzy on 5. You've got 3 Strees already alive for Linz and Abusa as well. And you figure that all it takes is 1 miss peek, maybe 2. Oh, my Brezzy! Go for the 4. Give it to him. Not going to go for the quad feed. Doesn't want to, you know, overstuff himself before dessert. But, whoa, that's just an unbelievable play for Brezzy now on 8-0.
You know, I actually love that play so much from Brezzy because I'm pretty sure like 60% of challenger players, maybe even more, would fly out looking for the 4th, right? Like they want the clip, they want the big play. Yeah, and maybe it is more than that for sure. Brezzy just not one of those guys. He knows what's on the line. He knows what they're playing for. In the back end of it, they're able to get about 40 seconds off of P2. So nice little heads up play, and Abusa might be able to still move in and actually clean up the last remaining player, which he does. Finds Twiz and Brezzy. He's making moves on the rotation.
Yeah, the win at Old. The double stack win at New is just going to be likely scrapped to initial, pending they can find this kill into Yaza, who just kind of forfeits his life. Jumping on into the mix. Maybe he thought it was a little bit more vacant than it actually is. And Brezzy, now he wants a little bit of blood. Tries to chase down 1, but Clousy will turn him aside, and with that, Clutch Rain will open up the kitchen.
Yeah, that's a good moment there from Clousy. Liked about at least his individual mechanics, certainly shining through his first series. Need a lot of it now for this kitchen hold, though. As everyone's starting to slide on through, bait and switching slowly taking place. Maybe doesn't unfold as fast as I thought it would, but there it is. Brezzy opens it up, finds 2.
Unreal,
Goes 1 more. It's in between the counters, but Clousy's there to at least play his life for 1 more. Cobra now the last one in. Support coming through from Abusa. 2 off screen is good. And that will allow Wobblebob to get in for a stack. Oh my god! Slams the door in his face. He opens it and shuts it down too.
Oh no, dude! What happened? Brezzy, dude. Okay, he's starting to feel it now. I was waiting. We've had so many games with doors. I was waiting for a moment to see someone get bonked. There it is. So Brezzy with the streak. It's a 107-25 game heading over towards bar where Wobblebobs have numbers. Linz showing off some snaps. Long range as well. The Vaznev says, what nerfs? A lot of damage in. Cobra with 3, and it's just all Wobblebobs here in the hardpoint.
It's just all slaying, though, isn't it? Like, you're looking at, you know, like, key hardpoint fundamentals. I'll give you 1. Wobblebobs are killing anything that moves. And 35 seconds left on the point. You're going to have to slay them out here from the front. It's not going to be an easy task. I mean, you just got Linz flying at you. They're just not paying any respect anymore, it feels like. But maybe a small moment here for Clutch Rain. Trying to still fight for some of the scrap time. And, well, Cobra's not going to have any of it. 5 in a row for him. He's now 1 off the streak.
Yeah. Wow. And it's just one of those things, as we watch Cobra tear off things now, it's like, you talk about a player like Brezzy, and our big storyline going into playoffs last season was Brezzy has never lost an elite he's played in. 2 for 2 in North America last year, and then 1 for 1 in EU when he made the move back to France. Wobblebobs looked like they were going to be primed to continue the streak, not able to do so in Season 1, but this Wobblebobs team throughout Season 1 was unstoppable in Hardpoint, and I think you can see why if you're tuning in for the first time.
Without a doubt. And I mean, you look at, you know, how they lost. It was a lot of map 5s, you know, a lot of S&Ds. That, oh my goodness, okay. I'm probably shutting off my VMix link if Cobra gets that 3rd. There's just no way. I will not do that clip justice. That is just disgusting. Brezzy now looking for 2. And like I was saying, like, it was just a lot of map 5s that plagued them, but their hardpoint was never ever in the question for being a problem, and you're seeing why. I mean, Clutch Rain have 29 points, and we're about to get ready to go into the final hill here.
It's unbelievable scenes. Dangerous prospects, my man. I mean, we've seen some absolutely disgusting stuff on stream. This time, by the hands of the Wobblebobs. Brezzy, hello?
Dude. I've never seen Brezzy play like this.
Me neither. I was literally about to say this, you know, when you were talking about Brezzy, like, he's not the type of player that's going to go over chow things when he gets to trying to go for the clip. Like, that comes with him being in the league. Top 4 finish at Black Ops 4. Like, he's a mature player, but I think he's kind of thrown the leash away since that first life.
Yeah, it feels that way. It's like, oh, all right, we're up by like 130. It's like, all right, yeah, now time to send it. I'm gonna have a little fun here. And Clutch Rain will have maybe a little bit of light here to try to get some points. 25 seconds up for grabs. Bills has been the big, I mean, Brezzy's taking chows like that with the sub. Post nerf, won't find it. Get some good damage in, and well, still allows the Wobble Bobs to continuously hit this over and over as Cobra gives it one last good attempt.
Yeah. Okay. My goodness. These are games that could be tough as commentators, like flat out, because it's just no one's losing gunfights. I would be willing to wager that Clutch Rain may have as many beatdown kills as they do regular gun kills based on what I've seen in the kill feed. Like, it's just one of those maps, man.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those maps, and it's one of those teams that you play that has the highest slaying out of any Challengers team through both regions. I mean, maybe we don't see as much of it take place on LAN, but when we see these guys get into their groove and their hard points, you know, especially throughout stage 1, like, it is just like this. 19, 19, 15, 14. Like, it is just slaying across the board, man. Difficult to deal with, as you can see. But Yaza in the back. Can you try to get some kind of a close spawn, chain some hills together? It's going to have to be clean. And, well, it's going to have to happen now.
Yeah. It's one of those things that if they get the full 60, then we can talk about this being a game again. But until that point, it's still the Wobble Bob show. Although there's a nice little moment here for Clutch Rain. Turning scrap into initial on a key hard point. Okay. A little bit of late life out of the opposing French squad. Brone gets a good read on a cross. Nades are also there. Second player will make the move for Wobble Bob's trying to get around the back. Yaza trying to sniff things out. Takes down at least one. Second one close by. Will lose the gunfights. And now it's just down to Brone to keep his life. And he will not be able to do much more than a little bit of toe tagging. So Wobble Bob's get the break. That'll put him over 200 points. Clutch Rain, well, now or never.
Yeah, really is. Have to break this. Can't let 25 seconds go over for free. But have to do it right through mid. Right through side door here. Brone able to get one, but can't stick around for the second. Yaza now has to come up with a couple kills, and he is there. So they do manage to get the break, but now another problem. Rotation. You take a look at it. It's just Brezzy. He is going to be a little bit alone. So if he can find that first one, he is set up great. If Cloudsy can find this cleanly, it's even better, and that's a great moment now for Clutch Rain.
Yeah, not bad. You don't really forfeit much scrap time either. Wobble Bob's feeling the pressure on trying to get here for rotation. Okay, hold on a second. Hold up. Wait a minute. Twizz around the back. This could blow up the entire break attempt. Okay, how about this all of a sudden? Clutch Rain starting to string together some moments now. 140 to 217. Next break attempt for Wobble Bob's. Looks like it's all coming from the front, buddy.
Oh, it's all coming from the front here, bud. Have to break in. Have to win key gunfights here for the Wobble Bobs, and they're starting to slow down. Ozzy there for 2. Won't be able to stay alive, but he's still got support. Brone and Twizz ready to take chows. Flying on out. Twizz will actually be punished. Are you kidding me? Does he reach out like that and find a double? And then he gets the third as he picks up an SMG. Will be taken down. Still a fight for scrap time. It looks to go the way of Clutch Rain, and they are slowly bringing this one back right now, Alan.
Chipping away little by little. What does this fall into the category of a day late, dollar short? As now you go over towards bar. Yaza needs to get another pick. Help your teammates break forward, and he's just going to be denied. Cobra bouncing on in towards Spa. Kills all going the way of the Wobble Bobs. Spawns for Clutch Rain will be top right-hand side of the map, so a chance to try to get in from the backside. Wobble Bobs are ready for this, though. You got a player at bedroom, a player in mid towards front desk, and Brezzy who's throwing shoulders. First kill, good for Clutch Rain. Good prediction, though, for Brezzy, and another 5 spree. Nave make the job easier at Brezzy, says game. 242, 168. A decent late effort for Clutch Rain. But it feels like the door is shut on potential comeback, although they will extend this a little while longer. Pending they get the kills. Okay, never mind. Game's over.
You said it. GG's. Wobble Bob's 3-1 victory here. And that was a little bit of a roller coaster. Started off with just a complete blowout, a little bit of a comeback, but Clutch Rain just can't keep that momentum going there after the kitchen hill. And if we get this Brezzy with a sub in his hand, drop in the most, I think it was the most kills?
Had to have been.
Most kills, right? Like, that is just not something you statistically see out of Brezzy. He's the slow AR that works the spawns and will rotate 40 seconds to the money hill for you. Like, that's what I think about when I think about Brezzy in the critical moments. But running a sub, just going absolutely rogue was, man, that was a treat.
Yeah. And put a pin in that, because I want to revisit that conversation when we get a chance to see that team again about Brezzy's role, because Cobra was running the second AR throughout the majority of that map, so maybe a role swap has happened for Wobble Bobs.
Feels that way.
So, something to consider. If we see them again, we'll talk more about it. Otherwise, take with that information, do with it whatever you will. over towards map 3. Control. Grandmasters already on 2. They are on the attack here, though, and for Nave Del Mysterio, they hold the life lead, and there's only 45 seconds on the clock. Looking good for round 5.
Yeah, looking pretty solid. Not too much time to work with in Super. Wins a nice gunfight down low. Finds the head of PD. But the stun is going to stop the regen from coming through, so easy clean up there from Rezi to follow up with that play. So now you got one good push in. Well, it is going to be a great push at that. 4 players all drop down for Nave. A now under attack. You have a great kind of setup right through mid. The cross being completely washed, but PD has a sub. The only downfall of the situation, but he can still make something big happen. Just needs to find the shots. First is there. Point now under a little bit of an attack, and they'll be able to break through and get him off the time there for a quick second. 21 seconds on the clock. Still have to stay alive in the zone.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that PD doesn't try to make a little bit of a solo play over towards B. He's got a wide open opportunity to stop the clock on the B site, but instead decides he wants to try to help his team get this full 60 seconds at A, and they will crack back on. Second tick of progress on the way. It's just Yako trying to contest, shut down by Aroma mid-map. Third tick now. The next thing up, and hold on a second. Grandmasters have gained the life lead in this whole exchange. They're going to get the extra 60 seconds, so we got a minute 15 for a 9v10, and Grandmasters are freely getting out of spawn still.
Yeah, they very much are. Just no real pressure coming out of spawn, and a map like Fortress, that is good news when you're on the attack. But can they make something happen from it? Aroma's able to find one up top, looking for that second on the Yako, but Yako wisely back down from the challenge. So now, I feel like something's going to have to either start to unfold inside of Art or at least through the right side of B. And so far, everything's holding here for Nave, but kids might have found an angle in.
And I think if you're Nave right now, you just don't want to see this. Don't allow them to take control of Cannon, because that's going to put your spawns into a blender. So good kills for Super and Rencore to kind of collect things. 5v6. Rezi stunned up, dealt with by Yako. And now keep your eye on Yako watching the cross and Super, who's deep in towards bottom relics. Oh, that's a problem. That is a problem. Super gets 2. You got to see his X-Ray running around. Roma needs to shut this down. Good for the first. Super not going to give him the challenge. And oh, what a little mix-up that is. A little crossover. Leaves it down to a 2v2. 13 seconds of time left. Rezi, now the last one standing. 1v2 has to come into the zone, and Yako's stun lands as soon as he wanted the gunfight. Nave Del Mysterio tie us up at 2 apiece. We go to round 5.
Yeah, now since we're, jumping in just about halfway through, who has defense, right? Who's been getting the ticks? Who's been capping the zones here on their offensive rounds? Well, we're about to find out. That is for sure. Just joining in. I mean, Rezi has been cooking so far. Looking at, what was, I think, just about 30 here for him. Right behind him, Aroma. Who has defense? That's the big question going into Fortress Control, baby. There you go. There it is. Grandmasters. They're going to be happy about that.
And Sukri still has not loaded into this series.
He's struggled, today as a whole.
Yeah. That's so surprising. I mean, I always claimed when that Heretics team kind of broke up going into Modern Warfare 19, and Sukri was like the guy that was like left out of the conversation with the Core 4, or Core 3 because Method 6 didn't continue on. I was like, dude, Sukri was so good in BO4, and he put together a good Modern Warfare season, and in the last 2 years, he's been a solid option for kind of like the second Spanish team, so to speak. But today, he just has not been able to get it to click. So, La Nave on the offense as you framed up. Having a little bit of trouble getting out of spawn, but starting to make some moves. Great play from the subs. That will allow an exit. Rezi, really the last defender left over towards A, and as he drops, the clock will stall with Nave on the zone.
All right. On the zone. 48 seconds on the clock. Love to get a tick right here. Aroma doesn't actually see Rancor there with the wide peak. And now cutting through mid will be Kids, but the streak is invested. Rezi's able to find one, and the collapse is even better. And the hip fire from PD connects. That will take out Super. And that really take out a lot of the life left in Nave as they got 30 seconds on the clock and have to set up their next push.
They're getting some space to work with. PD kind of let go of the doorway, but all follows right back up him with Rezi. They double up. Off the reload, PD goes to the prone position, but Kids will make sure no further efforts towards A are made. And now it's desperation time for Nave. Maybe an opportunity to get through Hay. And you sneak someone through the archway. Rezi's really the only one watching this. And as he drops, Yako can make a move, but Kids picks up the angle. 7 seconds. Can you touch anywhere? Nave have to flood. PD in the way. Just trying to kill off time. Use his life to his advantage, but do they get on a touch in time? 0.4 seconds on the clock, and it's a triple stack. First tick is here. Kid's trying to clear off single-handedly. Sukri doesn't turn, trusts Yako to handle it, and he does. Second tick of progress is in. Kill still coming through, but it's Grandmasters who clear the zone and take map 3.
Grandmasters, they'll find it. Gets a little dicey there in the last couple seconds, but ultimately they hold on, hold strong. Retakes are good, and they never let the nerves get to them in these final couple moments there as Petey finds a nice two-piece. A lot of huge moments from him as well in this final round. Really stuff attack after attack there from Nave, Del Mysterio. Hell of a control, at least the back two that we got to see, but you know, it's really hard, like you had kind of brought up there at the end, like you're just not getting a lot of participation out of your fourth member, and that's just been a trend through almost every single map of the day, which is so uncharacteristic as you started to bring up there from Sukri, Allen.
No, it's just one of those things that just like it just has to be better now. Like a map off, 2 maps off, sure, one of those things, but your team is under threat of possibly being 0-2 into this overall series, and we haven't seen him really show up on the day in any form, and you can only do so much when you're dealing with great teamwork on the other side, which, to the credit of Grandmasters, they are putting together some great teamwork. Loving what I'm seeing without question. So we've got a map 4 that's coming up for this series, and this is where the series becomes a little bit more, I would say, under grips even for Grandmasters, because like we continue to talk about, you know, you've got map 4, map 5, they are the map mode combinations that we had seen for Grandmasters in their first series. But, I mean, we go back and we look back over things again. I mean, how about Rezi in this? I didn't even notice. 31 and 15, more than double positive, 3,200 damage. I mean, Super did everything he could on the other side, but it just wasn't enough to make up for the 11 and 27 from Sukri.
Yeah, without a doubt. I started talking about him going into the round 5, man. Like, Rezi, I think he's just been, like, silently going off so far on the day. Like, I've been talking a lot about Aroma, talked a lot about kids in the S&Ds, and, you know, PD's been great around the objective, but Rezi really has been kind of that driving factor for putting up a lot of the big numbers and just removing a lot of the players across the map. I mean, 23 non-traded as 31, as you said. Like, he is just doing everything he needs to do and more. So,
yeah,
incredible stuff here from Rezi. Continuing to see that very well could put it away. And the interesting thing now about Nave, at least in my mind, coming in is like they won map 1 off the back end of Yako having a takeover map. I wouldn't say it was purely through, you know, outplaying their opponent, you know, through teamwork or through team play or through rotations. Like Yako had a map, single-handedly shut down some big pushes. And now if Yako or somebody else, you know, doesn't, even Super puts up 28, like if we don't see that same performance and the other 3 at least being, you know, somewhat consistent, you know, like, do we get a 3-1 here from Grandmasters going into, you know, another respawn? It's just like the big question that I have right now, because it's just been so inconsistent, right? And that's like Nave when you look at them in a nutshell throughout the last 2 seasons.
No, that's a really fair point. It's never something that we like to bring up, you know, early on to kind of throw out what is essentially baseless claims, but the claims are starting to find some foundation now. You know, I think last year we had these question marks about how good the Spanish rosters were online, but then wait a second, what's going on? Why are we not seeing that same thing here, you know, in the live environment action? Now all of a sudden you're starting to see 2 straight seasons where this Nave team's a little bit hot and cold, and maybe more so than we'd like to say out loud. So definitely one of those things that you need to see some bounce back here in the Hotel Hardpoint, because for Grandmasters, they did not win this Hotel Hardpoint versus Orglis, but it was a 250-206, and it was a last-second kind of string-together moment for Orglis that tilted the tides, because if you remember back to that map, and we saw it earlier, it was very back and forth, 30 here, 30 there, 40 there, 20 there. Like, it was a very close affair until Orglis kind of took over a little bit at the end towards that bar hard point and gave them the 250-206 win. So, yeah, I think there's a lot to be kind of required here to match up against what is still a very good Grandmasters team, even though they're 0-1 in this map, technically speaking.
Yeah, technically speaking, but it's, I don't know, man, it just feels like everything's playing against Nave right now. And, you know, like, this is their series to lose. I kind of felt like coming into this, they don't have a great series, and, you know, they get smoked 3-0 in their first set. They come into this one, and it just hasn't looked, you know, cleaner. It hasn't really looked like they've been able to, you know, hit at least a different level since the series that we saw a little bit earlier on. So, this is scary, man. This is actually a really big deal. Like, this map coming up right now, 0-2 for Nave. Like that is huge going into a day number 2 here, especially within this group. And as we continue to kind of build off of this Grandmaster squad, it feels like they have a lot of the right pieces in place. Agreed. And I think that's really good news for a lot of people that are maybe backing the squad, or, you know, are wanting to see a team like this succeed, because a lot of the players that we're not used to seeing in the Elite are really showing up, and are showing up in a big way at the moment.
Absolutely agree. Other updates as far as what's going on in the second phase of the round robin. Wobblebobs and Clutch Rain, I don't believe they've started their fourth map yet. So that's still kind of yet to come. Orglis looks like they have 3-0'd Team International based on the scoreboard that I'm seeing. So that's great news for Orglis, kind of being able to get into the mix and obviously showcase some resiliency after being tested against this Grandmasters team. Team Notorious, we saw them blow out their opening matchup versus Nave del Mysterio. They did that and more when they were playing up against Fade. It was a 250-67, a 6-2, and a 3-0. So their worst map today was a 250-106. That was their worst map today. They 3-0'd both controls.
Them?
I know.
Come on, dude.
Shame,
What's going on here? Like,
dude, those guys are looking different right now.
Oh, that's scary. That's scary. I'm interested to see how like the rest of their matches go.
Yeah.
Because they have been like the top dog, I think, on the day for sure. Like they're a team that you watch and you go, oh, okay, like I see what you guys are doing here. You guys are making moves, looking scary, looking dangerous without a doubt. So 6-0 in the map count there for that squad, and now we'll jump back into this one. Nave del Mysterio, they need this to get it to a map number 5 so that they don't go 0-2 on the day.
Yeah.
The Grandmasters, with the way they're shooting right now, Alan, I don't know if we're going to see a map 5.
Someone has to give Sukri a bit of a pep talk here. Slap some water on the face. Wake up a little bit. Let's get into it.
Water.
Yeah.
Walk around the house. Come back to the setup.
Dude, we've all been there. Just got to step away sometimes. We'll see. On board with Sukri. Very appropriately so. First blood. Does he get more? Can he really feel hot and dandy? Okay. Now he's starting to snap a little bit. Boys coming to play maybe early on. 10 seconds for Nave. Grandmaster's fighting back.
Here we go. Map 1. Super Nyako, 1.76 KD overall. So it really shows how much those two were really bringing to the table. And Super brings a little bit of it right there. Nice little two-piece here to make sure that they still hold on to the favorable side of the map. But time now go on the way of Grandmasters. Still 20 seconds. You'd love to be able to get it if you can. And they got the setup to allow them to do so as long as Nave don't start to take away the map.
Yep. Which, at the moment, Yako's trying to force a bit of consideration. Sukri trying to come out of Perfume. And how about the shots from Rezi? Good prediction. Makes the north side of the map an opportunity to go for the scrap. Contest over towards New, which, again, you got to keep in mind. Second hardpoint's not active yet. Sukri spawns all the way out. What happens with Grandmasters? Where do they spawn? Over towards the top side of restaurant. So Nave will get the numbers here to enforce, but they're not going to have a perfect setup. But Rencor is beaming. Finds at least an opportunity to keep the back safe.
Yeah, not an easy gunfight whatsoever for Rencor, and now he has a chance to pinch up this play, but gets caught on Mantle, so good news now for Grandmasters, as they'll be able to break on through. Super takes out Kids with direct impact, but still need to wait for the reinforcements to get here, as they'll try to flood right through lobby. PD happily waiting there with the tack. So you'll find that first one. Good snap from Aroma in the back, and now you're looking good for what is a lot of contested time, but 20 seconds up for grab should go the way of Nave.
Well, look how things are starting to turn. On that break attempt, it's 3 kills from all the sub players. Need to see lockdown from Nave with these ARs. Sukri trying to finesse the scrap time. We'll get in there for the key 1v1 gunfight to secure it and put them over 40 points. You head over towards Kitchen. Aroma Rezi trying to lock down the outsides. It only really allows one place for Nave to come through, and that's from the side doors, which Super's already kind of threatening. Maybe a chance for them to break, but he's waiting for help.
The nades just coming through in the back right now. Rezi is just completely bombarded, but looking through the front, they're able to get a touch for a second. PD now has so much work to do. Got a little support from Kids here. We'll be able to find a great nade onto the first one. PD able to get a read onto the second, and well, so far, Kids and PD locking it down. Little 2v4 action in the kitchen hill. That will shut Nave out of that time.
Yeah, if that nade doesn't connect, PD doesn't know which way to direct his attention, and he may find himself looking the wrong way at the wrong time, but the nade does land. Allows an opportunity for that 2v4, like you mentioned, just have you watch that door, I'll watch this one, and all 4 kills come through fluently. Over 100 points go Grandmasters. Nave stuck, and they don't even have pressure on the back at the moment. Do they get a read that Aroma's still back here? You can see Nave's still under threat, and they seem to be aware that there could be an opportunity for someone to get around the back, but they're not even looking at Spa in any form, and the timing of this could be flawless for Aroma as he starts wiggling his way up.
Yeah, he's just inching closer and closer. Ready to blow the play open. There's the first. There's the second. Roma trying to get the trophy down and get a read on the third. They'll get the read now. Kids is there. The trade will follow. Rancor almost finds the snap of his life. Aroma's play does work out, at least for the initial break, but it will not be good enough to hold on. Nave able to break right back through.
Yeah, but Grandmaster's have the spawns here, so now you have to force Nave to bunker up inside the hard point. Yako with 1 kill tries to control front desk, but it's Aroma with a double of his own. Now an opportunity for Aroma. Oh my goodness, 3 in a row for Aroma. Bounces out, lets his teammates finish off the 4th, and Grandmasters neutralize the initial attempt and then win the scrap, and the gap grows to above 50 points.
Man, it just hurts more and more here for the Nave. Trying to grab scrap time, trying to break into some of these hills and break down these setups. It's just not been there for them. The 127 to 75 need a good restaurant hold as PD throws a little shoulder up, try to get a little information. Nade's now coming out as the push about to come through here for Grandmasters. Aroma able to find the first one on the entry. Kids with the second. But Rancor able to hold strong. Can he find the 2-piece? Yes, he can. Rancor goes big. 3 in and around the point. He'll hold here for Nave.
Have to have it. You just have to have some sort of a shutdown here. You don't want to see your AR just going prone, watching a close range doorway. Want him to lock down these lanes. And now Grandmasters start to hit their flood. It forces Super to have to put together a response with the Vaznev. First shots are decent, but here comes the rest of the hit. A lot of it coming not just from the front, but Pete's going to take a long route around the back, put the spawns in absolute jeopardy. Super will drop, and the flank doesn't even need to happen. So it's just the spawn manipulation that forces Nave out. They don't get a read where the hit's coming from, and once again, they're broken. They start to claw back in, do Nave, but still the gap is pretty significant here for Grandmasters as we rotate over to the rooftops.
Yeah, so down by about 30. A lot could change, though, in this hill. Just on how clean you can really be and pushing through what looks to be all the way through kitchen. Little 2 and 2 stack across the map here, so it's very reliant on kills needing to come through, and Super able to find one there off screen. But this push out front, I mean, kids are just sitting here collecting time. Sukari, though, will be able to find 2. That's a big moment there from him individually. Now Nave able to get themselves on the time for now.
But does he have any help? It's just Petey for 30 seconds that gets the 1v1 win completely. Can see long-range shots from Petey. Oh, boy. Nearly took down Yako at range, but the nade silences the break attempt. And Grandmasters will likely have to forfeit the majority of this scrap time. Yako was unsure about it, though, and didn't quite get into a position on the hill. So now Grandmasters can actually just walk in for 10 seconds of scrap, and it grows the lead back to nearly, at this point, 50-plus seconds. The kills also in the middle of the map turn up yellow, and Grandmasters have a chance to blow the lid off this game.
I would really like to know the stat on how much scrap time has been secured for Grandmasters, because it feels like almost every single hill has just been theirs in the back end of it. It's like death by 1,000 cuts here from Nave trying to catch up on the scoreboard. It's just not really happening. Resi now with a sub in his hand, starting to go a little bit rogue. Finding some moments. Really get a read onto Super. Doesn't want it. Repositions right through mid. This is a good time for Nave so far, but Resi here to try to break it open patiently. Waiting for that shout, throws himself in the hill. There it is. Unreal. Kill number 6 is in. Cruise missile secured.
Resi's looking really good, man. I mean, there were moments during Cold War where he was still competing and playing. I was like, he still got it without question, but then didn't really play much in Vanguard, if I'm not mistaken, and decided to go towards the Warzone route. I think he actually spent most of the early parts of Cold War doing the same thing, but boy, this guy can play. 195, 132. Grandmasters looking good for not just the scrap, but they also have kids threatening on rotation. But he doesn't have a lot of help here. It'd be a solo mission, and, well, Nave will sniff him out, find the kill. But they have to hold.
Gotta hold, man. That's been the big problem so far. Nave just have not really been able to lock in a setup defensively. Gotta change. Yako able to find one on this push, but Sukari and Rancor need to hold strong. Resi with another, able to get himself some shots off, but Sukari holds his life. 20 seconds good so far for Nave. Spawn's still very much in the back, and they've been able to hold it off, but here we go. Oh, Aroma! Nice little snap, but is it enough to break in? PD needs to be the one to do it. He's only able to come up with one, and Sukari again delivers with the double.
Okay, Nave, hold on. If only just barely, but watch out for this hit. Aroma taking a lot of focus from the side. It's PD walking around from behind. A team nade comes through. Not good news. 15 seconds to scrap. The statistic that we're not going to get continues to be more heavy-handed, though, here, Austin. Grandmasters once again winning on the scrap time, which is an opportunity for them to put this map away and take the series. On new, kids. Oh, 1v1 with Super. Knife out, wants the AR, but it's Sukari deep. Cuts down the rotation, and Nave will open up the hill.
Yeah, it's a beautiful rotation over there from Sukari. Able to find a couple more. He's been a lot more involved throughout this game. That's what we really required for Nave to get back into it, but they have to hold. Super laying down, trying to fight two members at once from two different angles, but Aroma's able to get himself in as well. Yakko over the top, good for the trades. Kids takes out one of his teammates. It looks like Nave should be able to survive here with the numbers in the point.
This could turn into not just a tie game. They could actually take the lead here with this last 30 seconds. Stunned up into a corner. Rencor doesn't want to take the full challenge. Has to go prone. Has a little bit of help, though. This comes down to staving off the scrap time. The kills come through again for Grandmaster. One more to grab his Sukri. Keeping his life, but eventually turned away. Super looking to contest even further. And how about it? Continues to keep Grandmasters at bay on rotation. Aroma's already here, though. And he's very wisely just waiting for someone to clear out the back. And one kill may gain them spawns. 228, 194, but Aroma falls.
Aroma falls. He has Resi with him, so he feels like he can really start to put on a little bit more of the gas there to make the play. Doesn't work out, but Resi. Dead Silence still very much active. Nade's gonna come out. Stun's coming out too, but that stun's gonna also lock up kids, I think. So that might delay the push here from Grandmasters. Nave happily cleaning up time. A breakings to be here. Sukri under fire. Has to hold his life, and Rencor is there for the support.
30 seconds to play for. Both teams can still win here. Grandmasters working around the back. Rencor through mid. Just trying to check to see if anyone's gonna cut in through front desk. A lot of shots coming through, but no damage really being tallied in any form, and now Rencor can get to work over the top of the heady. Rencor takes down two. The player behind also shut down. It has to be somebody that spawns up, and it's Aroma. Of course it is. Trying to come from around the back. And Resi's not moving. Resi, he may be stuck or something. He hasn't moved in quite a while, so now there's this down to can Nave hold off for these final couple of seconds. Do they get the final tick? I don't know if they do. No, they step foot off. So now Grandmasters are already here, and even though Resi was stalled out, he's here first to open up the hardpoint.
I like this. Nave a second away from closing it out, and now have to make a fast transitional break. The streak does not connect. Nave have to find an answer, and they have to come through now. Super there for the first one, but he can't play his life. PD with a great Semtex cuts off the rotation, cuts off the push. And
oh no!
52-49 Grandmasters. They get there, they hold, and they take the series 3-1.
What an affair. I thought for a second Rencor's final dive was going to be there in time, but he doesn't quite touch. The contest not going to be secured. And Nave, who put together an absolutely heroic comeback attempt, do everything that's required, not quite able to finish things off. And I mean, look, there's a moment in there where Resi's, it looked like he was stuck somewhere mid-map.
Yeah,
he couldn't move. I don't know how he got out of there, but he gets to the hard point first, and just enough contest on bar to see the new hard point. Grandmasters will go 1-1 on the day. 0-2 though for Nave Del Mysterio. That throws this group completely up in the air.
0-2 for Nave. I mean, where do you go with that? Like that is just so surprising on so many different levels. You think their first series is definitely going to be close, but you're thinking their second series here up against one of our, newer teams into the elite. They probably have the edge. They have the teamwork, the experience. It's there, but they cannot put it together. And I mean, that is not the first time Nave have lost like a super close set in like the final moments in a hard point. But we'll take a look at it again here, Alan, as it was just enough contest time here from Aroma.
Oh yeah, I mean maybe even that little
kids,
touch right
too.
there from kids. You don't get that final tick, and then Resi gets onto the point. And there's a couple of moments, I think we're going to see it here, where Rencor, I thought for sure coming out of that left archway, was going to be able to dive on and touch at the very last second. But look at the shutdown. And again, Grandmasters, there's a moment where you kind of see them like scrambling, like who's watching what? But they start to trust one another. PD picks up this key play through Rugs, and then it's just down to Rencor, the last one left. I thought right here he dives the touch in time, and it would have been a contestable spot because nobody else was really there to take the gunfight, but he doesn't quite get on in time. And that's the final moment, but man, what a map.
What a map, man. 250, 249. You don't get those too often, so it's always a fun one when you do, man. But there's the scoreboard, and this is the thing. I think this is why it stings. Nave have, been in the situation before where they've lost by seconds in hard points, but, Sukri gets a lot more involved, finally, right? Like, in this map, he has, 23 kills at least. Like, it's probably the most that he's had, without a doubt, all day long, it feels like. And it's still, not enough. There are a couple clutch situations, and it is off the back end of Nave having to complete that comeback because they were down such a deficit going into the second set. And, I mean, Grandmasters, looking back, they don't get just even one of those scrap time wins that they were winning just every single time. Like Nave win this game and they close this out. So many of those little moments throughout the first set of rotations, mattering so much when you look at the back end of it when it gets down to a single point.
Absolutely. Wow. So here's a recap over what was our featured focus here in this second slot. Embassy Hardpoint goes the way of Nave del Mysterio, largely due to the subs just dominating. I mean, absolute takeover. But then from there on out, Grandmasters show you why they're going to be competitive in this season. A dominant affair in the LEC, low search and destroy. And I think the most brilliant thing about that affair was their ability to kind of learn and adjust after what they saw. I think there's going to be a missed opportunity against Orglis. And what was that same map mode combo for round 5, or for map 5 in that last series? The Fortress Control. Yeah, that was tight. And then same thing here, of course. Just a 1-point margin in the Hotel Hardpoint where Nave nearly pull off the comeback. So Grandmasters at the end of it, and we'll see the standings at the end of the day. But that is an impressive 1-1 for them, considering the caliber of opponent they had in front of them starting off their schedule. They nearly go 2-0. Yeah, this is looking like a team that definitely has designs for a playoff possible, at least pending they can keep this up.
Yeah, if they keep this up, right? Like it's a fun team to watch. Like I'm excited about this new squad for sure. And I'm more specifically, big on the fact that I think that Resi and Aroma are like going to be able to contest like the top ARs here in the league. Like, I mean, they look so good on so many different levels. I think you always know what you're going to get out of PD. He's going to make the heads up plays. He's the vet. He's going to soak the time. The biggest variable for me is what we get out of Kids. I think that he's already shown us today that he can deliver in the S&Ds. He had a lot of great moments, but he was very inconsistent through the respawn. So if Kids finds his rhythm, finds how to pick his spots, I think this team gets very scary going into the rest of their matches without a doubt, man. I'm here for it.
Absolutely. And now we can take a look over the group standings. Now, this is an interesting situation from our coverage standpoint because there are still some matches that are going on. The Originals, it looks like they still need to play Map 3 versus Retirement pending, but they're up 2-0. That's a Group B matchup, though. This is the full completion of Group A through the first 2 matches. Orglis and Team Notorious, after their schedule, I think we would have expected them to be at the top of the grouping, but Team Notorious are looking unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, that is 6 dominant maps. They didn't have to sweat a single moment. You have to know that both Jack and Eric, I'm sure, were laughing with each other during that combined 25 streak they went on between the two of them.
That was so gross.
Jesus Christ. And then Orglis goes 2-0, but they had to fight through their first match on Grandmasters. Did not have much of an issue versus Team International, though. And then kind of to fill things out, Team International with that key matchup win versus Fade are right there in the mix with Grandmasters at 1-1. Whereas all of a sudden, the bottom of the group, it becomes kind of a must-win situation for not just Fade, but how about the surprise from Nave del Mysterio only winning a single map today?
That is just, I mean, it's devastating, right? Like I think that you look at Nave, look at the squad. I hit it at the top of broadcast. Like this is a team that you expect more from. And that's, purely based off of either what we've seen so far this year or what we got a lot of last year. When you talk about, some of those superstars, at least on that roster, Yako having a great back end of the year, Super being one of the best EU players without a doubt throughout last year, one of the best slayers, period, and challengers. So the fact that you have this team 0-2, winning a single map and deciding, to run it back with that same said roster, it's a little bit interesting, I think, going into what will be the rest of their matches, because they got to it's got to be so difficult, I think, to pick yourself up from the situation, knowing that you probably would have had a playoff spot, and now you have to really work for it, work almost 2 times as hard for it, being down 0-2 day 1.
Oh, 100%. It's definitely one of those things that we never like to see teams at 0-2, because it really does turn into an affair where you have to essentially win out. I think especially for Nave, who are going to have pretty much everybody else in the lower part of the bracket now to play up against. The only thing that they have not played is that Orglis squad. So you have to beat Team International, you have to play Fade and beat them, and then you may still have to beat Orglis to get out of that possible 2-3 tiebreaker, which would likely be looming afterwards. So that will at least take our main featured broadcast coverage to EU to a completion. Of course, there are still more matches that are going on in Group B, but all that coverage is with the Twitch channel at We Are Clutch GG, so you can check out the action there for the finish of the Originals versus Retirement pending, as well as Falcons and Signs, who I believe, as I look over to it, are about to finish map 1. So I think they had some playlist and update issues, which is kind of keeping them delayed. So you can find a lot of that matchup over there on the secondary stream. But our next attention now gets grabbed over with North America. This is your featured broadcast stream schedule for the first day of North American round robin action. And don't even try to get a prediction on me, Austin. The only thing I will say for certain is that I am 70% confident that Rocker Academy will make playoffs, but that's it. That's the only prediction I could give you, and that's not even 100%.
That's not even 100%, eh?
No,
Yeah.
I think that group is nasty.
I think it's a tough group without a doubt, but I mean, it's a little interesting this entire split with all the changes that you get. It just shakes up everything, right? Like it shakes up so many rosters coming into the mix. A lot of teams just kind of swapping here and there, but overall, I think you're at that point where you have like basically the number 1 seed, coming out of Boston gets picked up. Just about every single member outside of Yulee, and you're left in this spot where there's just so much shifting happening. So yeah, NA, I'm gonna sit back. I'm just gonna wait to see what happens, and get some popcorn, get some drinks, have a good time, man. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
I am here for that energy, and I have now taken some inspiration. I will be doing the exact same thing. I'll see you in the Discord channel, brother. But that's what's coming up next. So again, if you want to watch the end of EU's action in Group B, you can check it over on twitch.tv/WeAreClutchGG. Otherwise, we'll be back right here for North America at 6:30 p.m. Eastern start time, where who knows what'll happen. You've had enough time for North American players to figure out if there's a better option than the Vaznev. You have a bunch of rosters that are just going to be completely unpredictable, so it's going to be a very fun time. I'll say that much for sure. But until that point, we say farewell for now. Stick around. 6:30 p.m. Eastern, North America comes back to you. We'll be back then.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for Season 2 of North America. My name is Infinity, and as always, I'm joined by the ever-wonderful Proper on here on the desk. Buddy, I didn't know what shirt you were going to wear today, obviously, because we normally have a little, kind of fit check before we get in a broadcast. I'm impressed, mate. You're looking great.
Yeah, you know, I felt like first day, Season 2 here for North America, I was kind of feeling the vibe of, like, some dumplings, some noodles, and although I didn't have that for lunch, I felt like it would be more than adept to wear it on a shirt.
Yeah, you've made me hungry now, mate. I actually feel kind of sick in a way. You do this to me all the time. This is why I'm fat. This is why I'm bigger than I should be. Regardless, incredible season of Call of Duty Challengers action ahead of us. We say that at the beginning of every single season, and we know that we're always right, especially when it comes down to the North American region, because it is packed to the brim with so many great teams, especially after the bout of Rostermania that we just had, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, rosters swapping every which different center of direction. It's interesting to say the least that even for our matchup that you see below our faces, are two teams in particular that kind of went through a lot of Rostermania. We have organizations picking up a whole different rosters along the way. This season of the Elite is going to be very, very interesting, especially ahead of that Texas Open.
Yeah, still pretty early days here in the 2023 season of the Call of Duty League, but let's take a look at the teams then ahead of us here for Group A, the first of the two groups playing in Season 2 of North American Challengers Elite. A number of familiar faces, at least, of course, returning from Season 1 of Challengers Elite, Rocker Academy, Felly and Esports, Team War, and technically speaking, Omit, who are not the Omit that you guys know from last season. That's actually Smog Alpha playing under that team, or there's another Smog Alpha as well. It's confusing, Andy. There's a lot to be talking about here. Let's start the conversation at the top of the board here, just very briefly. Rocker Academy, returning Season 1 champions, coming in looking pretty confident.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not? Rocker Academy, the only chip that they have on their shoulder is losing in map number 7 at the Boston Open to T-Fel Enterprises. They won't be able to seek their revenge because 3/4 of that roster actually then got picked up by a handful of other CDL teams. The only one that is still left over here is going to be Yuli, and we'll get to that roster there for the second group. But very interesting for the amount of names that we have in here. Obviously, Boys a Liar is definitely one that's kind of snuck their way in. Definitely interested to see what they do in this group. It is stacked to the brim with talent.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, so many different rosters, just various changes, new teams as well in Twisted Theory and Boys a Liar. It's going to be a great group. I can't wait to see how this one shakes out. Of course, though, that doesn't mean we're going to be looking at the other group in any lesser way, because Group B is, surprise, surprise, again, this is North America after all, stacked with talent. You just mentioned it, yeah. I mean, I'm going to kind of skip over LAG Academy here momentarily, Andy. You got to talk about Decimate Gaming. It's been a tumultuous path for this roster, but this is far from the very same Decimate Gaming that we saw over at Boston.
Yeah, I'm just very happy that the spot was at least maintained. Obviously, Decimate winning the Boston Open by organization. That was Fellow, Ghosty, Yuli, and Turiel. Turiel obviously being picked up by Vegas. Fellow going over to Florida. And then Ghosty, of course, picked up by Optic. Kind of left Yuli in a very interesting manner. But Yuli is now joined by Johnny, Proloot, and Dave Patty. That is a very good roster. You have to start questioning what their practice might look like. Yes, they're all outstanding individuals. But when you're in a group with Boston Academy, picking up Pentagram now that of course, Beans is moving up to the Boston main roster. LAG Academy, the Resurgence, obviously missing out on Season 1 of the Elite, but they still place very, very highly at that Boston Open, continuously getting better. Not to mention the Smog Alpha gaming roster, like you were talking about, Brody. That is Glowfrosty, Gus, ProMR, and Velux, which, honestly speaking, can really play upset to a lot of these different teams and how they might think that the rest of their season might go.
Yeah, there's so many different, kind of funny situations, funny storylines going on there down the bottom as well, with Smog Alpha and Jokers on You basically both being sequels to PRS Gaming. There's just so many different storylines to talk about with that group. But let's talk about what we've got ahead of us today then specifically. So this is a schedule for what's on today over here at Call of Duty Bravo, as well as what's going on our secondary broadcast over at We Are Clutch GG. First of all, we'll kind of tackle what's ahead of us here on our main broadcast. Felly and Esports versus Team War, a war between former teammates going on first and foremost, and then afterwards, again, the new kids on the block here, Twisted Theory, going head-to-head with the current reigning champions in Call of Duty Challengers Elite. That will be Rocker Academy. Two excellent matches to kick off the day. But over at We Are Clutch GG, of course, if you guys want to check out any additional coverage of Challengers Elite, you can do so, with the first match being Twisted Theory. Again, if you guys want to kind of get a head start on us here on the casting desk over that team, they go head-to-head with the new Omit team. And then, of course, Boys Alaya, that team Trey Zero on the roster, going head-to-head with Team War as well for the second matches. So a lot of Twisted Theory, a lot of Team War there in that schedule.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Theory, if you're unaware, that entire roster, obviously Fickle now on the bench for Florida Mutineers. He is now joined with old Ultra Academy North American teammate of Hixie, who is also the substitute player for Toronto Ultra. They are playing with long-lasting duo of Mach and Hollow. And I strongly urge you all to try to keep as many tabs open with us as well, so that way you can try to see what Twisted Theory might look like ahead of that very, very tough matchup against Rocker Academy, again, your Season 1 champions. But it's very tough to be able to gauge. Obviously, Rocker Academy are the #1 favorites. How can you not say that, considering their second place in Boston and winning the Season 1 of the Elite? But what are some of these new rosters going to look like, again, stacking up against some of the juggernauts, not to mention how we have a new patch that they're playing on, too?
Yeah, that's a whole different thing, isn't it? What do the Vaznev players look like today? Because that thing it's a little nerf. This is a little one, but it might well change everything. I mean, I was playing over earlier on. It definitely feel a little bit different. Then again, I am just terrible at the game, so hey, who knows? Anyway, let's talk about the players coming up in this matchup. We already kind of teed it up a little bit. Aphelion Esports versus Team War. Let's start off with Team in Purple, Aphelion. This is not the Aphelion that you guys have kind of come to know and love last season. There are two remaining players from that roster in the form of Gunzy and Cryptic, but they've kind of acquired one half of last season's Team War roster as Parasite and Fire join the fray.
Yeah, good shout. This is essentially the hybrid in between two players from old Aphelion, like you were talking about, and then old Team War. Parasite obviously coming out of retirement after their top 12 finish at Raleigh, where they had to sub in for Team Notorious, then joining with, I guess, longtime friend and partner in crime, which is Fire, of course. This roster, I've been watching a lot of Fire streams, have been popping off, specifically in the respawns. I mean, Cryptic has been really that guy as far as an AR is concerned, locking down these lanes. And just when you think that you've already dealt with everything, Gunzy and Fire obviously having time spent with one another on that StrikeX roster just last year, were able to obviously qualify for the Pro-Am. They look just as good as they did back then throughout the entirety of Minnesota.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. Of course, Fire and Gunzy just being back together on the roster. Cryptic also looked pretty good in the Vanguard season, but hasn't really reached those heights here in Modern Warfare 2. But let's take a look at the team on the other side. Again, if you're a fan of either Aphelion and War, there will be names and faces that you will recognize. Geo joining the roster alongside, of course, the only remaining player from the original Team War, which is saying not really that much, to be honest, considering this is the third major variation of this team, the 2023 season. Lau, formerly known as Jimbo, on the team. Wardy rejoining the roster, as well as Gravity from Omit from Boston, Andy.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this team starts to gel together, right? Because, I mean, obviously, Wardy picking closer up towards that AR flex, Gravity being that much more hefty anchor play of an AR. What's the pace going to look like? Because we know what Lau brings to the table. We got to see that quite a lot, especially through the entirety of last season of the Elite. Very fast pace. Is also more than adept to pick up the sniper rifle as well. When you bring that to the table with Geo, I think that this team has a little bit more question marks around it. But Wardy has a resurgence to kind of live up to. Not the placings, not where he wants to be, especially being that 5th player for the New York Subliners. Definitely wants this roster to put in the work, and we might see them come through here in this matchup today.
Well, look, mate, there's a lot of potential here in these players, but there's a lot of potential in one player in particular, not necessarily on Team War. We're not going to start with them, of course. So a player on Aphelion, Fire, and a name that I think has had just so much history, not just in Call of Duty Challenges, but of course you can see him there in his jersey, or hoodie rather, from the Call of Duty League. When he was on the Paris Legion. Fire has had just an incredible story, but his season so far, Andy, has been really positive. I mean, you look at those stats, he was, I would argue, by far and away the best player on Team.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick history of Fire. Obviously did not have the outcome that they wanted when they got pulled up to the Pro League back in Cold War, and was kind of handed a very difficult task to be able to pop off the way that they did in Modern Warfare 2019. And then obviously we got to see what they look like in the resurgence going through Vanguard. But Fire looks fantastic in a game like Modern Warfare 2, whether it's the combination of playing with the teammates that he is, but an overall KD of 1.11 for an SMG of Fire's caliber, 1.14 in the respawns. He is not necessarily the sole reason, but almost a main component of why this team looks so good in the respawns.
Yeah, and it is the path for redemption, I think, for Fire, right? Ultimately, I think his story is about making it back towards the Call of Duty League. I mean, we've already seen that kind of be successful for two players very recently, with Turiel and Fellow rejoining the CDL ahead of Season 2, or rather Season 3 over there. So I think for us here, it's just kind of a case of, for Fire, just rebuild kind of your identity and challenges, show what you can do, and do that consistently. So far, he's been able to do that, but I think the problem for him has been that Team War, I mean, outside of fourth last season in Season 1, and then obviously I think they won a cup as well prior to that, like, Team War have not been successful. Like, I think the biggest thing for them has been their LAN showings have been super disappointing. Like, by far and away, when we were at Raleigh, and I think they got top 24 was their finish there, that was the biggest storyline coming out of that event, maybe beside Phase 1 coming out and doing what they did in a kind of a positive way. And then over towards Boston as well. I mean, it's hard to argue, isn't it, that a top 48 finish, I think, is what they ended up getting there. It's not good enough for those rosters, and that's why we're seeing this seismic shift in roster for the team. So, look, Fire now has this new team. I can kind of say the same thing for basically the rest of the roster as well. This is an opportunity for those guys to really show up and play. But on the other side of the board, of course, we've got a player to talk about for Team War. And I do want to highlight Wardy here for the moment as well, because Wardy is a player, at least for me, Andy, that his story has been really similar in a way. He has also been caught up in those war problems, those war struggles over towards Raleigh, where they placed top 24, looked like a really good roster, and especially with Woody on the team. Then, of course, Season 1, Convoy didn't exactly go well for him as well. I think his story, particularly here, Andy, is one of, he's come into the season as like the EU prodigy and just hasn't been able, really. I do mean to stress the words being able, because I don't think it's fully down to him being able to deliver on that.
Yeah, Wardy's been kind of handed a very interesting roadmap as far as Modern Warfare 2 is concerned. Played on almost about like 3, maybe 4 rosters at this point. We saw how unfortunate the ending was for Convoy Gaming, or just really how unfortunate the entire season was for Convoy. They didn't even get their first win until their last series played, and it was this guy in particular that Wardy was just kind of unleashed in a way. I mean, the roof became unglued when Wardy started picking up a lot more of that submachine gun. That's that play style that we really came to know and love from Wardy when he was playing in EU just last season in the Vanguard year. So looking for a little bit more of that, specifically when it comes down to the respawns, to be able to meet that pace that we know both Gunzy and Fire are going to bring to the table. What can Wardy do? 1.13 for the Hardpoint, 1.05 overall. Obviously having to fill in for Omit going over towards Boston. Not all the practice in the world. The team wasn't gelling as much as they would like to as well. Not the placings all 4 of those players wanted at the same time, but this could be the step in the right direction for Wardy to be able to make the impact in this season that he's been looking for.
We'll see. It looks like a good roster really on both sides of the board, Aphelion and War, but let's take a look at the battlegrounds in which these guys will be facing off. Now, we'll stress this much at this point in the season. It doesn't really make much of a difference for us, at least. We kind of have the stories of kind of how Team War and Aphelion in their previous forms did on these map mode combinations, but I think at this point, this is kind of, it's almost meaningless in a way at this point in the season. This is the very first match for these new teams.
Yeah, and it's funny for me too, because I mean, like, there's a lot of players that are representing Team War that are always very comfortable on Fortress Hardpoint. That map was actually left open, as you see. Aphelion got rid of Double Mercado. War, obviously being Team A, they got rid of the Hotel Control, Embassy Search and Destroy, and the Hydroelectric Hardpoint itself, but I mean, Parasite came out with a tweet yesterday, and he was gassing up how good his team really is on Fortress Hardpoint. I watched that scrim block from Fire's perspective. I mean, they simply could do no wrong, but you probably don't want to keep it utterly scrappy versus this Team War roster. You don't want to be able to give the, I guess, the reins available for the Team War roster, specifically in SMG department, to really start heating things up. So you go towards the standardized Hotel Hardpoint map number 1, where fundamentals are obviously going to be tested, and we're going to be able to see how they do stack up against each other. The Fortress Search and Destroy is quite interesting for me. I mean, there's really only a handful of ways that you can try to play out that map mode combination, but then you also see the LSCLO control for map number 3, guaranteed a first 3 map set as it may end up being for itself. So we're going to get just about a little bit of everything. We're going to be able to see how the SMGs stack up against each other. Might be able to see maybe some sniper play. Again, very hard to be able to pull that off in the Fortress Search and Destroy. But on the Hotel specifically, for ARs and SMGs alike, we're going to be able to see how well all 8 players in this lobby, 4 on each side, of course, kind of gel together as a team in a roster that just got formed, all of maybe a week and a half ago.
Yeah, this is the funny thing, isn't it? Yeah, I just think, generally speaking, is this has been a lot of roster mania. Obviously, we already know that I think a lot of teams are going to take a little bit of time to gel, a little bit of time to get used to one another and get themselves into the swing of things. One of those rosters that we kind of had questions about was Boys Liar. This is a team where, of course, they've got Bink, Estriel, Zero. That is Cartier, by the way. I don't know why he's changed his name to that, but you guys will know him, of course, as Trey Zero from the London Royal Ravens. That's the heavy hitter on this roster. And Darkside as well, which is a name that has, I think, increased his stock quite a lot over the last few months and years.
Yeah, Darkside is always that wrench into the system, right? He's kind of like that X factor. 2 young players in particular for Boys a Liar. Estriel, of course, is one of those guys that you always got to be looking out for. Actually had some time spent playing out through Raleigh. I think he was playing with like Noisy and co, and that team wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. But it's all about how well you gel together. Of course, you do have that main leader, like you were talking about, Cartier or Trey Zero, as it may end up being. But they're going up against the #1 team that we have here, the #1 seed in North America, and that's going to be Rocker Academy. Just about dead even. Scrap time being soaked up over by P7 for Boys a Liar, but going in towards the second set, especially for how things are going to be set up, it'll be interesting to see how Rocker Academy either try to bounce back or falter.
Yeah, this is actually a really good game coming up from Boys a Liar. At least at the moment, they're hanging on against this Rocker Academy squad, but this Rocker Academy team, we know how talented they are in the Hardpoint game. We'll see whether they can kind of get on well here versus this Boys a Liar roster. And the fight for the rotation from P1 to P2 going pretty well at the moment for the Rocker Academy boys, especially as Godorex and Panda are going to combine for 2 in the middle of the map. Bink, though, what can you say about that? Shots going across the middle. Darkside probably not going to help there as he gets a direct impact on towards his teammate, but a couple of kills do come through from Boys a Liar here. So a fair bit of space being opened up with 20 seconds left. This is still a fair amount of time, but I think Rocker Academy actually want to overinvest into it.
You don't want to overinvest. I mean, you can see where Godorex is set up for the rotation ahead of P2, so you basically want to hold the line. The biggest issue coming forward is that Bink is already trying to pressure out over by parking lot P7, so it's just about maintaining the presence. Make sure your back alley is secured. Make sure that nobody's pushing through Banana and through the cuts. It seems that Boys a Liar, off of the P1 hit, are trying to take through back alley, but it's a Fortress of Solitude you got to cut through.
A couple of kills do come through here, so this will leave Fame and Godorex isolated inside. Shots going through the wall for Bing. That'll make Fame quite weak for it, but it doesn't matter. On the other side, Godorex and Fame have already picked off a couple. Godorex going to follow up with another one as well. This was a combined 5 for those players. A staunch defense of an important Cantina Hardpoint, but it's not over just yet. Boys a Liar getting the close spawns towards the back alley. Fame wants to make it over, almost heating up there, not just for one, but for the second as well. Still, though, a back 30 left to fight over. Boys a Liar probably going to give this one more good look. And as those kills come through in the kill feed, it's a 3-piece from Panda. Yeah, Boys a Liar, best just leave that one be.
Yeah, I mean, Panda had a fantastic performance throughout the entirety of Season 1 Challengers League, even specifically in that Grand Finals. Whenever it feels like it's completely out of it, Panda is right there to have clutch plays. A nice little clutch 3-piece will secure the back scrap time. And he's still continuing on with his devious ways. On a 4 streak, 21 and 18. Either the rest is Hardpoint. There's just one more player to deal with inside the hill, one coming through the front door. Darkside will actually pick up 2. Those are really big eliminations when you think about the grander scheme of things, because if Rocker turned Scrap into initial, they would have absolutely closed out the game.
Yeah, again, you only need 30 seconds at this point in the game, so Rocker Academy, a really good spot. One break would realistically do that. Of course, they do have the rotation to fall back on. Look at number 6 in the middle of the map, though. That will be kind of the get out of jail free card here for Boys a Liar. It might be able to come in a little bit late to cause some damage, but it's actually in and around the hard point where the kills come through for Rocker Academy. Fame, Real, Godorex, all of them contributing to it. And they can still finish it here. Just 20 seconds shy of victory. Boys a Liar, gotta still give this a good shot. Through the alley comes Bink and Darkside now. Can they get it done? Bink's actually going to pick up a second gunfight there. Good team shots coming through with Darkside, but both of them lose their relevant engagement. Somebody from Boys a Liar has to touch the kill, and to be fair, Fame left up on his lonesome, but he gets the kills on that side of the hard point. The tick over should potentially come on through here, but actually player just going to jump out at the last second. It doesn't matter. The rotation is in hand for Rocker Academy, and they will get it done here.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate right there if you're looking at it from Boys a Liar's perspective, right? You were able to somehow piece together that rotation, even with Panda going on a force free. That one player that was left inside of the pin hardpoint P3 was just staying alive. Darkside was able to come through the cuts and picks up those 2 players to be able to secure the rotation. But, I mean, this is just Rocker Academy, especially what came through over by Boston and what I've been seeing, at least through scrims. I'm not trying to invest too much into scrim box, obviously, but these guys are breaking hard points left, right, and center. Their cohesion is at an all-time high. Again, core 3 from that Electrify Steel roster last year, obviously picking up Real, moving away from playing with Pentagram. They look so good. Consistency. I mean, second places as it may end up being for themselves over in Boston. First place coming through for Challengers Elite Season 1. This has been their... I guess their shtick as of late is just making sure that they break as many hard points. They're very explosive within its own self that in that final moment, Boys a Liar, you don't have the luxury to be able to wait for your regen. You just have to try to fly on in and contest the hard point where you, with the leader's advantage that Rocker Academy had, you can get those straight trades, you can be able to soak up the back end of the scrap time and just try to win the rotation, which is exactly what happened from 3 to 4. Just that 1 second came through, and they'll take that one.
Yeah, I gotta say it as well, because if I remember correctly, and again, it feels like it's been forever since we last casted Challenges Elite Bud, but if I remember correctly, I think Mikado was like one of the stronger hardpoint maps from Rocker Academy in Season 1, so I think they'll be very happy with that pick. I presume ultimately it was their pick in the series. So yeah, that's just kind of a tough one to take if your boys alive, to be honest. And again, this roster is still pretty early days. They've got a lot of talent on side, so maybe a little bit of nurturing, and they'll be looking pretty good. And of course, not all is lost in this series. This is only map number 1 after all. Doing that, getting that close to Rocker Academy, it was far from a blowout, is something positive to be noted. But again, we kind of take a look at the stats here at the end of the game, and it is, as I always like to say, Andy, the usual suspects coming out to play. Fame has been an absolute monster for this roster. Panda also up there. I mean, everybody is doing their part for the team. And that is, again, you know, we always talk about kind of the secret to success for any given kind of top AM, even a CDL roster. Like, you have to have the ability for any player at any given point in the game to go off. Like, all 4 players have to have that. You can't have any weak spots in the lineup. Rocker Academy, they absolutely have that.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 players go positive. 20 and 16 for GodRx. 15 of those 20 eliminations were non-traded. Keep in mind, you with about 3,000 damage. That is the number 1 in the lobby with about 1:30 with a hardpoint time. That's just been the GodRx thing that he's been doing all year long for a long time. I mean, even date all the way back to CWL, Modern Warfare 2019. That is GodRx's thing, man. He just posts up inside of these very annoying positions, end up putting himself in those longer lines of sights, and he will damage individuals to set his SMGs up for success. That'll be map 1 done and dusted for Rocker Academy versus Boys of Liar. Going to be looking for a little bit of a bounce back going into the El Asilo Search and Destroy, and I will call a spade here. This is probably going to be Boys of Liar's best bet. I think that they'll get outpaced a little bit as far as the respawns are concerned. You have a lot of good Search and Destroy prowess on that roster.
No, I'm kind of intrigued here, because again, this is our first look really at this map set. We haven't studied this in depth at all, but we do have quite a lot of kind of VOD and quite a lot of history watching this Rocker Academy roster. I'm intrigued in a way by that El Asilo ban on Control, because El Asilo was by far and away their best Control map in Season 1. It was their best Control map over at Boston as well. Do you get the feeling in a way, Andy, here that this might be kind of one of those cases where Rocker Academy, you've got a little bit of time, a little bit of space to play with early on in the season. They might want to kind of expand their map pool where they can?
Well, it's also funny to me as well, because even talking to a lot of the Rocker Academy guys, talking to their coach Silly as well, those guys don't like Hotel at all. Like, they've been triple vetoing Hotel for a long while, obviously kind of picking and choosing depending on who they're playing with. I remember, like, in the Grand Finals versus TFL Enterprise, I think they allowed the Hotel Control to come through, regardless of the matter. I don't know if it's as much of them just allowing maps to be coming through, but it could honestly be on the same standpoint that maybe they have some scrim time versus Boys of Liar. They have that inside information that they just do not want to be playing them on the yellow Silo Control.
All right, well, let's move over towards our main focus matchup here. It's Team War versus Aphelion Esports. I don't necessarily think there's a lot of bad blood on these teams, but there is a bit of history between all the players, of course, with Geo previously playing with Cryptic and Gunzi on the last Aphelion Esports roster, and of course, Team War also having Parasite and Fire previously on the roster. So a fair bit of history between these two teams. Let's see how it plays out with the new rosters on Hotel Hardpoint things off. Well, the fight for the PT rotation already going down here. Geo and Wardy going to combine for free. There will be one lonely straggler over towards the next hill that will be causing problems for Team War.
Fire's just going to try to hold their line here and just try to get some assistance maybe coming through the P4 side. It's going to be Gunzi to join their SMG duo, and I don't think that Team War are really too concerned with it as well. They're just going to soak up some scrap time. They might be feeling the pressure in the back of their heels right now as Wardy's going to spawn all the way out. You need these stray gunfights to come all the way through, and well, the trades just simply are not there. Good kills coming through for Aphelion Esports will set themselves up for P2.
Good looks here early on this one from Aphelion Esports. We know how much of a money kill this one can be, but you've got to make sure that no players filter in from behind. Holding those back spawns is imperative to making sure you have a good time here on P2. So far, so good for Aphelion. Supporting Cast doing a really good job of getting kills in and around the hard point, but one player about to filter on free. Cryptic telling Slate, but it doesn't matter. Cryptic's tack looking pretty much better than what Lau had in his hands for that one, but we talked about those spawns, Amic. We referenced how mixy they can be. They will be good for the back 20 for Team War, but is that a good thing for them here in this situation?
I'm not too sure. I mean, the 10 seconds will just keep it just about even, but you're getting some proactivity coming out from Team War. Player number 4 is Geo. Already on the backside of the Jacuzzi area, and he will get some assistance here sometime soon. The way that Aphelion are setting themselves up, they're not necessarily ready for this. Well, they should know now. Stuns, nades, everything else coming all the way through. You just got to hold the line and find the kills.
Yeah, this would be a big early break coming out from Team War if they could get it done, and they will do exactly that. Lau and Gravity going to get some kills there in the kill feed. Team War break early on. And this could well be a pivotal moment later on during the broadcast. At the end of this game, maybe Aphelion will come back to regret this one, but Wardy now starting to heat up. We talked about it before we got into the game. On a 5-3, looking for number 6. He will get it, and the cruise missile has been accrued. Great to have in the arsenal there as Team War now looking for the back 25.
It's got to be talked about. I mean, Wardy's back on the SMG full-time, 11-4. He has been so impactful through the entirety of this game. Gravity's going to get overwhelmed inside the hardpoint. We're just down to scrap time, and Aphelion are really going all in for this. You would feel like 2 players spawning all the way over by P2 are going to try to house the rotation. They're going to get a squad spawn from Gunzy over by that B control zone, but it's a north to south spawn affair coming through. Team War not too far away from the upcoming hardpoint.
Big battles once again going down. This is an extremely close game between these two teams at the moment, 69-68. Gunzy inside. Just wait a few seconds before being joined by teammates. The shots will only pick up 1, and again gets overwhelmed there as Lau picks up not 1 but 2 in response. Can Parasite do anything about this? Shots ringing out towards the back walls, but no kills to be found. It's going to be Geo, not for 1, not for 2, but for 3 on 5 in a row. They've already got a streak, by the way, on hand by Wardy, so a second one would look pretty good for especially some of those later hard points towards P6.
Yeah, there's something to be talked about as far as slaying is concerned. I mean, Team War are completely outpacing Aphelion, and that's mostly just thanks to Wardy, who's finding timings like this. Had a good look at number 3. Gravity will find that trade on a fire. A quick 3 dead. Just Gunzy's up bottom bedroom. Has to pop that silence and try to rotate over towards New. So just as soon as you think Aphelion again, get the rotation over towards the upcoming hardpoint. Team War break Aphelion yet again. Geo still looking for that 6th kill. He's going to be on this rotation late as he's soaking up some scrap time. Aphelion need this hold here as the lead has grown to 40.
Yeah, again, big break here from Team Ward, but some serious distance between themselves and Aphelion. Fire. Got the L trigger up, ready for it. The cruise missile will actually come down here. Wardy will get 1 kill and a little bit of information as well. They should know the fire's hung towards the left there, and will be enough information to take him out after a trade. Wardy's still up here though, 18-7 now. Gets another frag. Team War, they've managed to break on through for the back 30. And again, at this point in the game, like going for 30 for 30, that is fine for Team War. They are very happy with this position.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not be? Again, Aphelion are set up early. Team War, they have that resource like you were talking about. That cruise missile gets invested, and now Wardy's up to 19-7. Are you kidding me? He'll finally get traded, but I mean, how to turn this into a quick little snowball through the first set of hard points, a novel being ridden by Team War at this current juncture in time. And they're even trying to soak up some scrap time. This is looking so good for them. They know Aphelion are going to have to go all in for the rotation. And the way they're setting themselves up in the middle of the map, they're kind of spaced out a little bit more than I'm sure Aphelion are going to be looking for. This could be easy pickings for Team War if they get the information.
Again, we've said it quite a bit already here in this game, Andy, but it does feel like, again, another pivotal moment in the game where Aphelion need to hold strong. They've already lost a couple of crucial engagements, allowing some presence for War over towards that back line. Gravity and Wardy. What can they do? Cryptid's coming over here to plug the gap. They get it done with attack. The first shots are good, but not good enough as Gravity and Wardy going to get team shots onto Kim. Again, though, War, to be fair, despite having that presence around the backline, it will actually be cleared there momentarily. They haven't managed to do anything with it. So Aphelion, this is actually pretty good coverage from them overall.
Yeah, you really need this all this 20 seconds to basically just keep things even, and will just mitigate how disastrous a few of those hard points were for Aphelion at the end of the first set. And it looks like Team War are more than okay just to concede it. I mean, Geo's going to get cut down on the backside of Kitchen, and there's just no way you're going to be able to contest what is about to be 3 seconds. So you just set yourself up for New. It's just going to be a 7-second difference in between these two teams, and Team War are going to be feeling pretty darn skippy about that, especially for a first set.
Yeah, but Aphelion did come back, as we said, so they'll be pretty happy as well to at least be even, given the situation that they might well have found themselves in. But in towards this second set of kills we go, and Aphelion going to get some nice spawns there over towards P2. Now they're going to want to hold them. As you can see, the 4 hours on the minimap encroaching into still some important time to be found at the back of P1. Lau able to take down Cryptic. Wardy following up over towards Rugs, and the double arches for the second as well. So still War in control of this hard point, but they have to be careful about the various points of entry that Aphelion could get in from. And there you go, as Fire picks up the double. Aphelion still in for a valuable 20 seconds of time. With Parasite getting that last kill, this is a really good spot for Aphelion to be in, especially with number 8 on the minimap.
You just got to be worried about Geo. Geo's still inside double arches, so this is actually going to open up an opportunity for Team War to hit all the way through Atrium. And just when you think that Gunzy will be able to get those close spawns over by P2, it's not going to be the case. Not when Team War have possession over by Wine and closer towards Chandelier. So much to do for Gunzy inside of the upcoming hardpoint. Can't get it done. Overwhelmed by numbers from Team War. They'll be in for P2 initially.
Yeah, Gio, a massive drop shot there, manages to break his way on through. And again, one of those crucial moments here for Team War. Now, what a hold. Valiant looking to get through on the spar. They've got some coupons ready to go, and Gio just doesn't care. He rips those coupons up, throws them right in the bin as Gio finds himself on yet another spree. Can he earn the airstrike this time around? That's the question for me. Looking for that 6th crucial kill. Gravity, gonna get one, but taken out from behind is Gio there. Not a lot of coverage over towards Chandelier, so Aphelion in for about 20 seconds or so, but we do hit this 20-second mark, Andy. There's still a fight going down for the scrap time. It is the rotational battle that I'm intrigued in. You can see that 1 versus 1 about to happen. Gio wins it.
It's an interesting choice. I mean, I wonder if that's even Gio's choosing that he has the precision airstrike. I don't know. Can't invest too much into it. 215 is what the score is going to be to 166. The rotation over towards New isn't exactly being held confidently by Team War, and the way that Aphelion actually just fly all the way through the south side of the map, they will overwhelm with numbers. It's just Gravity inside the hardpoint. He finds kill number 6, so a cruise missile has been earned. Even if he goes down here, that's a big resource to have for yourself. Wardy will find 2. It's just Cryptic that's left alive outside. Gio's gonna chow it. They'll find the kill. Team War looking to close it here.
Yeah, they could well do so. Back 20 would be nice. One last hit left in this one for Aphelion. At this point, it might well have to be staggered. Don't know if you can actually hit this with the timings that you've got as a team. You certainly can't wait anymore as another 2-piece comes through from Lau. Make it 3. Why on earth not? In towards the freezer comes Gunsy. Can he get his gun up for these gunfights? 5 seconds. You gotta go. He's being tagged up all sorts of utility, and Gio picks up yet another 2. Streaks galore here. Sprees galore in game number 1 as Team War get the better of Aphelion.
Yeah, massive stuff coming through. And again, like, although the first set of hardpoints were very, very contested and we were just about at an even game, it always feels like there's that one team that finds that 6th gear throughout the second set, and it's just Team War that just continue on with their antics. There's that final 3-piece that came through for Gio at the end to finally put it to rest. But I mean, all of those sprees, all of the streaks are just so emphatic for Team War, and it started off with Wardy specifically. When we hopped into the map 1 immediately, Wardy's hitting flanks, he's finding all these different timings with the SMG. It really makes you start to question why this guy wanted to pick up an AR and go to an AR flex through the first part of the Challenger season. He's back on the Vaznev, and he is just picking up where he left off from last year at the end for Europe specifically. When you got that tailing together with Gio and Gravity as an AR duo, Wardy is flying, and he is absolutely frying.
It's kind of funny, right? Because we were talking about kind of the Vaznev nerf, as it were. How is it going to affect players like Wardy? It's not.
It doesn't.
It's not. That's our answer, folks. Wardy looking pretty good, just as normal. 27 and 13, by the way. And this is, again, I struggled in a way to say this is not a Wardy that we're used to seeing. You already kind of talked about kind of the context around Wardy's performances early on in the season, Andy. But in a way, this is nice to see kind of the Wardy that we're used to seeing, at least in European challenges from the 2022 season. So, yeah, business as usual for Wardy. Gio also got to give a shout out to him as well at 23 and 16 on this new roster. Gravity 2 at 16 and 10, of course. We all know what Gravity can do with the GA challenges. It's a staple for him. So Team War looking pretty good at the end of that game, Andy.
It's just interesting, isn't it? Because, I mean, Wardy actually had the least amount of damage on his team. Gravity has 13 assists for 16 kills, 13 non-traded kills as well. That just goes to show you how many kills Wardy was cleaning up from all the damage that Lau, Gio, and Gravity were laying down. It also has to be said, I mean, Gio was about double negative before he went on that 5 spree through the, I want to say, like, through P3, essentially, towards maybe the tail end of the first set of hardpoints. Finishes 23 and 16. It was just the constant pressure. You can go back and really dissect the entirety of that mini-map. All of Aphelion were trying to play for rotation, but the majority of their team were sitting there just constantly spitting, trying to find out where's Wardy flanking from next.
Yeah, really well played from Team War again. Not so much relying on the plays from Wardy, but I think it most certainly helped there in map number 1. Got to say, on the other hand as well, I mean, we didn't really get a chance to touch on it, but Aphelion stat lines were not kind there. I think that's all I'll say about that. Parasite and Cryptic, I think we expect a little better out of them, I think, in the hard points moving forward. But they are going to have to move forward now as they lose map number 1, 166 to 250. Fortress Search and Destroy is up next on the docket between these two teams, Andy.
Fortress Search and Destroy is an interesting, it's a different type of beast, isn't it? Because you really do feel like that kind of falls into the file cabinet of really only having one bomb site to effectively hit towards. Now, we have seen all the way up to the CDL level, a lot of teams are kind of getting a little bit weird. They're getting freaky with this map mode combination, Brody, and they're trying to go for B very aggressively. Your biggest concern is obviously going to be that mid lane. So again, I strongly urge you all to really consider what we just got out of that hotel map number 1 with the way that the ARs were beaming. That will be very pivotal if you want to hit anywhere towards that B site. If not, maybe trying to get mid lane control. Geogravity are going to be those two to watch out for, especially against both Parasite and Cryptic. But nonetheless, when you're thinking about Search and Destroy here on Fortress, there's always going to be that tussle, especially when it comes down to that art, that munitions room itself. SMGs can get rather antsy and very aggressive through the entirety of those fixtures of P4, essentially, and try to sway numbers in their favor and make the enemy team feel trapped on the opposite side.
Right, well, let's check in with what's going on over at Boys a Liar and Rocker Academy at this venture. We already took to the hard point. It was a pretty close affair on Mikado between these two teams. Rocker Academy did come out on top ultimately. So now we get into map number 2 here. It's on El Asilo, of course, and Rocker Academy slightly in the lead at the moment, but now 1 versus 4 for Panda. The thing is with Papa Panda, never want to count him out of these situations. He is absolutely capable of it.
He's got that silence, and he's just crab walking around, trying to get some information, maybe get the jump on one player, but you can see Boys a Liar, like they're not giving him anything. Feel like that the moment he comes out through this back door, player number 4, Trey, might end up seeing him, but not going to be the case at all. Just comes some shots from Pander, but he's on a makeshift head glitch over there by Pride Rock, so not going to be an easy one by any stretch of the imagination. All knotted up here for a piece. Obviously, we're just hopping into this, so we don't know what both teams have been looking like, but just about a stalemate in between these two teams as it may be. Though historically, El Asilo Search and Destroy has been quite a good one for Rocker Academy.
Absolutely. Right to point that one out again. And it's one of those funny things in the map set where I'm just looking at it like, I mean, I don't think there's going to be any bad maps for Rocker Academy. That's what I will say. I think like you're very hard to veto against this Rocker Academy squad, but still, like, again, LSC, they are pretty comfortable with it. What I will say, though, Andy, if you're going to take a map anywhere in a series against Rocker Academy, it's probably going to be the Search and Destroy. So good opportunity here for Boys a Liar to trade up this series. Now on the offense for Boys a Liar. They do have one player to deal with inside the A site. I'll be Real, who is just chilling at the moment. I think he's just laying down, but Fame is actually going to be the flanker doing Real's job regularly, and he will get that kill and should get the hell out of Dodge.
It was in Grand Finals versus TFL Enterprises that Fame and Real were just a nuisance to deal with on this map. Mostly just the SMG tandem inside the building, but GodRX has that A lane covered. We'll find Darkside. That'll be bomb dropped. Now just Bink left in a 1v odd situation. Not going to be easy. And yeah, I mean, maybe Real didn't have that silence. Fame did. Regardless, he hits the entirety of that fence lineup with Pander's assistance through that top kitchen window. And it's just easy pickings from there on out. 7-4 overall through Season 1 of the Elite. We're Rocker Academy and Search and Destroy, but it made quite the resurgence and really getting to round 11 versus some of the best teams to do it throughout the entirety of that Season 1. Now find themselves up on map point to take a 2-0 lead here versus Boys a Liar.
Yeah, and you pointed it out in that round as well. You know, we are looking at players like Real and Fame just to be really irritating for Rocker Academy. They utilize the lanes on El Asilo so well. Can they do anything here in this round? Look at this play from Rocker Academy coming out. They're looking to push their way up towards Big Hill. Already stuns and utility being thrown out from Boys Elias. They're probably aware that something is afoot over here, but what's the reaction like to it?
Just don't know how much information you were able to get just playing over by that back railing. Darkside, though, going to be able to find at least one. There's the trade. Real top kitchen will take down Bink. Biggest problem is going to be Zero. He invested Dead Silence to get this top administration area. Fame doesn't care. He finds that he is all vacant inside of this A bomb site. And he thought he was going to be able to plant from up top. That was going to be Real. That was going to be in that clutch spot. Trey pounces on it. Be able to have a 2v3 for a retake.
A little noise being made by Trey over there as well. It might well just be a ruse to try and draw these players away. Estriel and Darkside have retaken the site momentarily here. The numbers should work in the favor of Boys Alive. Of course, this one to around 11, but no. Fame and Panda, they're able to collapse, and Zero reveals his position now. 1 versus 1. He spotted out Fame. Fame has the better positioning. Zero tries to go for the challenge and will end up losing it. Rocker Academy able to take the Search and Destroy.
A 3v4, 2v3 there at the end. Having the bomb planted is just forcing all of Boys a Liar's hand to maybe try to make a play happen. Really, the only player that was going to be in a position to do it was actually Zero in towards the back, but because he utilizes Dead Silence to get inside a top office area, it just became the Fame show. You can really just pick and choose all these different timings down low. 10-5 for Fame. Absolutely absurd things. We'll couple that along quite nicely for the 10-6 of Pander, but Just as soon as that one comes to a close, Rocker Academy have a 2-0 lead in that series ahead of their control. Back over towards our main focus here with Aphelion and War.
Oh, I do love Challengers Elite Days, mate. We just keep the action rolling continually, match after match here. All the wonderful Challengers action. Coming in this one, 1-1 now between these two teams. And sniper rifle in the hands of Lau. Hyper-aggressive over towards Ava. Look at this play coming out from Aphelion Esports. It looks like it's going to be a push over towards Stables, and I'm curious if they were going to follow through with a move over towards B. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Just try and get that opening blood and then rotate back.
This is going to be my question for Team War. Is Lau going to be the sniper? That's absolutely the case. They'll lose Wardy for first blood. And Aphelion want to utilize this to maybe throw a couple stuns and Semtaxes over towards this A bomb side, but the trophy's going to keep Lau safe. Oh, his spidey senses are tingling. He's just holding the pre-aim, looking for that pick, and he'll get it.
That's a lot of utility. Lau knew that they had to go after investing that much into the push. Now makes it a 3 versus 3. Lau going to back away for the moment, taking shots from the side. Should get support sooner rather than later from his teammate, but it's not good enough as Geo does get overwhelmed there by Parasite. Lau now has to get involved in the action himself with a pistol. It would be nice to get some kind of real go in there towards the end, and I mean, fair play to him. He absolutely tried it, but yeah, just really well played, I think, there from Aphelion to kind of react to what they were being given by War.
It's just very, very interesting. Again, Lau sniping. It just, if anybody was wondering about the history, when he was playing on Team War, when he was playing with Parasite and Fire, as well as Johnny, he was questioned to see what he can do with the sniper in his hands. And we'll get a replay here of this round number 1. Just really rips Cryptic's head clean off. In my heavens, I am so happy we got the replay of that, because Lau with the sniper rifle has been integral, it would seem. Still down by a round, though.
I would have been gonna tickle people. So if we wouldn't have got to see that, I would have been so mad. Regardless, we do get to see it. Lau looking pretty good with the sniper rifle here early on, but it hasn't resulted in much success for Team War as they're still 1-2 down. Woody opens up things for first blood here, going to catch fire off guard as he attempts to make his way through the munitions building. Those kind of SMG players making their way through munitions is a pretty common strat here on Fortress Search and Destroy. And now Aphelion, they want to get involved in a more direct way. You can see Cryptic just creeping his way up over towards A.
Numbers in favor of Team War, and these nades are damning for Cryptic. He can't chow anymore. It'll be all right. I mean, unbeknownst to all of Aphelion, Team War, they get that first blood, and they're just posted up in and around munitions. Parasite's going to be that player to maybe try to find some space and maybe try to mitigate the numbers advantage that Team War have.
Shots flying out. Team War feel confident enough now to get the bomb down. They needed to do it sooner rather than later, but they've got to be careful. Let's look at number 1 on the minimap. Flank coming through, but it might be too late. Again, Parasite just takes way too long to enact this. His teammates have already gone. Parasite sat there for way too long in trying to make that play happen.
Yeah, I mean, not too sure what Parasite was like, even if he had dead silence. I think he's just a trophy system player, but this is just things that you cannot allow to have happen, especially from Parasite's caliber of a player. Whether it was miscommunication or mistrust that was coming through, the initial push all the way through open and close just falls flat for Aphelion, and the Parasite's flank just meant absolutely nothing. Easy reads coming through from Team War, all off of that first blood, and that's the experience that we're going to be looking for a lot of these elite players in teams. You get that first blood, and all Team War just posts up.
Look at how aggressive Team War are being here. Lau could well be the playmaker. I presume he's put the sniper away in this position. I would hope so, at least. If not, it's very bold. Yeah, there you go. Lau going to go with a fully automatic weapon for this one. Gunsy's shooting through, but Lau's already repositioned. It doesn't matter because his teammate is there to pick up the slack. 1 for 1 we go. And I think, to be fair, War actually win that joust because the bomb is now stuck down on the gallows.
But they don't exactly have all the space. They don't exactly have all the information. So I love this call that's coming through from Team War. You are on a 3v3. Full hit the flank. Cryptic's got a sniper rifle. There's nobody immediately watching the flank. And there's no way that Cryptic is going to be ready for this. Gravity find him for free. Oh,
Gravity,
man.
not just one, but he gets the buy one, get one free. Fire able to trade in on out, and now we need to do something special. We've been gassing him up, and yeah, just nothing there. Cryptic, and really just that entire play call. You could see it as soon as they started rotating around the minimap. We love plays like that.
It's just so interesting because when Lau makes a play like that initially, he goes 1 for 1. He didn't exactly have any assistance. It's very hard to put an AR all the way through open and just almost maybe throw away their life just so that way he can do a long-range bait and switch so that way Lau's position can at least benefit a kill, maybe being able to find 2, but at least being able to find the trade, that bomb being dropped on the gallows itself, whether Team War are aware of it or not, There's really only two things you can do. It's either you wait, you play for a full retake, you get inside of Art, perhaps, or you just full-on flank, and it works out wonderfully with a one-round lead. Team War looking for an offense.
Just completely ruining the expectations there of Aphelion in that round. Team War, though, and they play with the expectations in this round. Bomb in hand. They're still leaning towards this A push, but they have to get something first. And Lau with the sniper battle might well be the player to do it. You can see Parasite is actually going to go check B to make sure the players aren't pushing through towards stables. And on the other side, Fire has caught out Geo. So things not looking too bad for Aphelion. They find themselves in an effective 2 versus 2, but it might actually be a 1 versus 2 now for Gunzy. Can they time it correctly? They do line up, but it's okay because it's too overwhelming for Gunzy. Or again, systematically pulling this defense apart. But look at number 1, Parasite could still be the playmaker.
Lau's just holding the irons. He's just holding the scope, looking at all of that lane. Now going to jump up. They're thinking about the B rotation, especially after losing gravity. And you called out Parasite's positioning. He has the information. He's hearing the play come through. We'll find Wardy. He knows that Lau is around maps. He just simply doesn't have the time to be able to find these picks. Or maybe he does. We'll take down Fire. Last known position when Parasite was on the other side of the door. It goes for the scope. And if he finds that, my hair just leaves my scalp. But that was just insane scenes. Lau with the sniper rifle trying to make the play happen. But it's Parasite, the vet, that makes a heads-up play, knowing that they didn't commit over towards A because all of Aphelion had already swarmed it very early. So Parasite goes to defend the B site itself and turns that into a very, very good timing. What is
I was
that?
about to full mast. Honestly, he gets that second kill, I'm done. I'm out. Yeah, I mean, just the first kill is disgusting enough. Woo! I was sniping at the moment. And I saw the Tingley's and another one as well! Go on, give us it. Do it for the Vine.
Oh,
Doesn't matter.
my.
Gravity's there to steal the kills away from it, but it's okay. Fire, mate. 1v4. Good luck. Have fun.
What a crazy aggressive hit. Fire's going to eat a couple of shots. He'll trade some damage over towards Gravity, but I mean, it almost feels like this Team War roster has been playing with each other for the entire year, the way we're seeing some of this synergy, but can't count Fire out. He has a lot of time to maybe try to make this play happen. Does not have the bomb. He's very, very isolated from it. Lau, underneath the scope. Fire. Lau's just trying to buddy hop in the corner to stay alive. Won't be the case. Fire now. 1v2.
I said good luck, have fun, and I did that in a sarcastic manner, Andy. I might well regret it by the end of this. These players are actually pretty well split up, to be honest. Fire could pick them off.
Eddie, though.
I think, Gravity with the repositioning, as you say, and yeah, the lack of Daddy from Fire is going to be the problem with anything. Oh, you know what? He hits those shots, and I don't know if the trade comes in fast enough, to be honest with you, Andy.
I mean, if he hits the headshot on a Gravity instead of tagging his shoulder, he 100% just rips Gravity to shreds here. Again, no dead silence. I'm sure Gravity probably heard that yesterday when Fire was going to be chowing out from the side door leading into munitions, but gave himself a real good look at that, what was going to be a 1v4. I mean, Fire needed the entire ace to be able to take a one-round lead here in the Fortress Search and Destroy. We are going back and forth here between these two teams, and our main focus of a matchup, it was an aggressive hit for Team War. It worked out in their favor. Lauso has the sniper, and he stuns the door open, has a good look at the second. I think he tagged the trophy system or a leg, regardless of the matter. Another first blood for Lau.
Hey, I'm going to be dreaming about Lau tonight. It might well be in the nightmares of Aphelion esports. Snipe's going out. A lot of hit markers connecting. I think Lau's going to be pretty pissed about that, but it's okay. Good coverage from Geo. Top single. Pulls it down another one. Lau is just feeling himself at the moment, and I absolutely don't blame him at all. He turns around for the kill. He'll get it stolen away by a teammate. But the way that Lau is traversing the map at the moment, it looks like Sunset Bloody Overdrive.
I mean, the vibes of this squad for Team War have to be at an all-time high. Like, it's not just Lau. Like, yes, Lau is putting on an all-star performance here in the Fortress Search and Destroy with a sniper, no less. But, I mean, everybody is just flying. Like, they are aggressively taking these angles, and once they have any lick of information, they all just react accordingly. 8-4 for Gravity, 9-5 for Lau, 6-3 for Wardy, 5-3 for Geo. They can simply do no wrong. Now for a potential final round here for Team War, they're going to play this rather passively outside of Lau, who's getting wallbanged to eternity. Yeah, that's the very free first blood there for Aphelion.
Good reads. I think this time that Lau is definitely feeling himself at this point. Is probably going to get hyper-aggressive. Aphelion punish him for it. About damn time, too. Now the numbers here in favor of Rebellion. They've got the pick of the crop as opposed to what they want to do. They could just fly over towards A here. And they will. That bomb should go down. So worn out. Going to have to go for the unconventional playbook. For the retake. What are the 1 versus 2 on the site? Players over towards street as well. They might well get caught off guard by Fire, and they do. Fire picks up 1. Going to leave Gravity on his lonesome. Cryptic watching the back line. Going to take him down. Warding now finds himself in a 1 versus 4. Time, his biggest enemy. And Aphelion, again, first blood goes their way. Able to get the bomb down. It goes pretty well from there on out.
Yeah, it goes back to what was that, like a round 4, round 5 play where Lau just dolphin dives on the backside of stage. I mean, if you're new to Call of Duty, if you're new to Modern Warfare 2, that entire stage, you can wall bang it, especially with attack. And Lau is, unfortunate to say, is on the receiving end of that. Can't get the job done with the Vaznev. And with that being said, with Lau pulling away the sniper rifle, pulling out the Vaznev, Wardy actually opted in to pull out Attack 56. And Gravity on the opposite side, it was just not going to be an easy feat. So now Team War coming back through. Another offensive round. Going to be looking for a B execute.
Hey, Lau. Give him a reel. Give him a reel. Switching over to the pistol here. And you're going to look for a weapon on the ground, but getting taken down. Now quickly, it's Geo left up in a 1 versus 2. Bomb is going to be down over towards stables. Aphelion have retreated themselves over towards B.
It's just patty caked on the backside of that P1 truck over by A1. And I respect this call that's coming through from Gunzy and Cryptic, right? Is that you just play for retake. You know that you have numbers in your favor. Whether they know that bomb is down or not, it's going to be information that is not a luxury to them. The biggest issue coming through for Geo is that he is a trophy player. That silence is not going to be a virtue. Just barely sees the ankle. The body of Cryptic just barely sticking out from the gate. Expecting the Chow to come through open. Not going to be the case. 35 seconds to try to make something happen.
Yes, still trying to draw blood from a stone at this point, isn't it? Geo. He's looking in a lot of different directions. I don't think he knows what's going on here. And yet still, depending on the route he takes, might wouldn't be in a good position. Again, though, no dead silence. That's probably the most pressing issue for Geo here, and he has been heard. Swings out for the kill. Would have been nice for 1, but the trade is probably inevitable anyway. Valiant, bring us to the all-important, the all-valued round 11.
We go back and forth, round for round, and then you get 2 answered back by Team War, 2 answered back in kind for Aphelion. And again, that's a very unconventional but right call coming through for Aphelion. You got numbers in your favor. You just want to defend the B site, because if you're able to pick up that bomb, if you're Geo, and you can plant the bomb over at B, that becomes a little bit more of a question mark and maybe much more of an isolated 2 1v1s that you could have fed Geo if he gets that bomb planted at B. Just was not going to be the case. It's Aphelion on offense for round 11.
I was curious about the aggression of Team War. Lau is running that sniper rifle. We can see him in the X-ray here. Of course, these players cannot. Stun's thrown over. The information is there. You probably know it's Lau, to be fair, and he'll be taken out as well. Nice nade. Good plays coming out with the utility here from Aphelion.
D4, and again, Aphelion, they find that first blood, got the sniper down, and they just make sure that they maintain munitions control. Gunzy's going to slow roll their way. Knows that jump up over towards boat or towards top single could be something that they would be looking at for a Team War member, but it's not going to be the case at all. Pressure also still mounting over by the A bomb site. Aphelion can't plant this quite yet.
Oh, Gunzy getting caught out by Gravity there. Wardy should finish him off, but Wardy actually gets some bad timing. There you go. Finally going to hunt him down. Now, 3 for 3. Again, though, time the problem here for Aphelion. You thought they might act on their early information. Might well be a regret later on in this round. Wardy, though, can he get picked off? Yes, he can. And now that should be the validation that Aphelion needed to get this bomb down. Gravity tagged up. He's going for the kill still. You need to get the hell out of dodge, brother. 15 seconds left. He does exactly that. This is a fast reposition coming out of Gravity, and it might well work out. He'll stop the plant. Does he get away here? He's going to move all the way towards the other side of the map. Just run, Gravity, run. The bomb plant will go down. And Gravity, gonna play as if it wouldn't. Now has to play for the retake, but he's seen Fire. Has Fire seen him? That's the question. Gravity peeks in, and it's Gravity for the 1 versus 2 situation towards the end. Beautifully played here in round 11.
It's insane, right? Because Gravity has almost like this entire idea behind him as an AR player is that he's super slow. This is why a lot of people, when he was playing underneath Omit, when it was originally him and Dave Patty, weren't super appreciative of it because of the way that how slow that AR lineup could be. But let me tell you something, Tom Gravity, if he finds himself an inch, he will turn that into a country mile. He loads into round 11. with dead silence. Pops dead silence in a, what was it, about like a 1v3 at that point in time after losing his teammate over inside of munitions, and just makes his way all the way towards the bomb site around the side door. It is just playing with his food. The timing was so slight. It was a mustachio's hair away from being planted in a 1v2, but Tom finds the kill, repositions, plays against the timing, knowing that Fire has two different options, right? You either go back towards the back staircase, or you go inside of the side door. Tom's dead silence ran out, but he still found the timing, and like you said, Fire was expecting maybe Gravity to chow back through the side door. Wasn't the case at all. Got the best timing this side of the Mississippi to see him go inside the side door, get the elimination required in the clutch round 11.
Yeah, what an incredible 1 versus... I think it was 1 versus 3, actually. I'll correct myself there, because I got it 1 versus 2. I think it was a 1 versus 3. Yeah, I think that was incredible. Search and Destroy, really. I think, I'll be honest with you, the fact that we got like a highlight reel and a half from players on Team War, Lau and Gravity specifically, this is just going to be loud, to be honest, with the sniper role, isn't it? It's almost a miracle in a way that Aphelion even pushed that to a round 11, and you kind of have to credit the tenacity of the roster, because they were 5-3 down at one point. I thought it was pretty much all over at that point, but great plays coming out from Team War overall. Gravity for this final 1 versus 3. It is just immense, isn't it, to see, because to kind of have the balls to move around through munitions like that in a situation, like the timing of it, you have to make sure that is fully correct, and he does exactly that.
Yeah, he absolutely will. Here's some of the stats to be looking at. Lau, 10 and 8. I want to say maybe about 7 of those 10 eliminations by way of sniper. 2 of them with a pistol, and I think like 1 with the fast F. It's just insane scenes. I really wish that the stats were working properly so that way we could see how many first bloods Lau was honestly getting, because it felt like on every single offensive round that Lau loads in with the sniper rifle, he was always good for that first blood, and it just enabled the rest of the team to be able to dictate the pace through that mid-round adjustment, never really allowing Aphelion, especially through, I want to say like rounds 8, 9, and 10, to be able to make sure that they never lost mid-map pressure. But I mean, you got to tip your hat to Gravity. 11 and 6. He led the lobby. That damage number is obviously not right, but man, that guy was flying. He was always fighting the trades required when Lau went down in that 1v odd situation towards the end. Just absolutely ices up and allows Team War to punch their ticket to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, again, those star players. Gravity out brilliantly played there for Team War and Aphelion Esports. I think everybody had a good game there for the most part, but just not good enough even to win that round 11. And ultimately, results here in Team War being 2-0 up in the series over Aphelion Esports, looking pretty good. At least that Search and Destroy was a lot closer than that Hardpoint for sure. But next up on the docket is going to be Control between these two teams.
Gonna give a quick update as well for the rest of all the matches, because we do have 6 that are happening simultaneously right now. I think Convoy and Joke is the only one that isn't happening right now. LAG Academy are going up against Boston Breach Academy. They lost map 1. Boston Academy won the Hotel Hardpoint 250 to 217. Smog Alpha were able to beat Decimate in the opening Hydroelectric Hardpoint map 250 to 209. But I think the biggest story of it all right now, Brody, is that Omit. The old Smog Alpha team,
right?
That is Snoopy, Thresh & Co. They are leading 2-0 against Twisted Theory, which is Mock Hollow, Hixie, and Vickle. They won the Hydro Hardpoint 250 to 205. And then I was watching it on my side screen because it's happening on Clutch GG right now. Doobie had his way. They won that Hotel Search and Destroy 6-3.
Yeah, I mean, like, that Omit roster is no slouch. We should, like, stress that. I mean, they didn't have the best
really
early, like, preseason 1, but they've gone from strength to... I think, especially when they added Snoopy to the roster, like, Snoopy is not the end-all, be-all of the roster, but he's certainly really good and does absolutely contribute quite a lot to the team. So, yeah, they've looked really good, especially with that top 8 in Season 1 and then top 12 over at Boston. So, we'll be keeping an eye on that matchup. We'll give you guys updates when we can. For now, though, let's take a look at Boston Academy. We know there's always the sense of fans in chat. We're going to see what this new Boston Academy looks like here. Currently actually 1-0 up against this super duper powerful, at least on paper, LAG Academy.
Yeah, this is the new Boston Breach Academy. You remember the announcement, I think, came through today. We knew that it was there for quite some time. Pentagram was on Iron Blood Gaming all the way through Boston. He's playing with Pristini, Gunless, and after they dropped Ghosty following Raleigh, they picked up Bink. Not the outcome that they wanted, but Pentagram now in green. Have to be seeing what this team might be looking like, because without Beans, honestly, this Embassy Search and Destroy is a toss-up for me. On the opposite side for LAG Academy, what they made a name for themselves when it came down to Search and Destroy at Boston is always playing a lot faster than their opponents.
LAG Academy, this roster, finally an elite. Let's see what they can do here in the Search and Destroy. Neptune going to open things up the first blood here in this round. That should give way the B plant for LAG Academy. They do have to be somewhat wary. They've probably got an idea that a flank is probably being enacted by Boston Academy, and Spark will act on that as Pentagram falls, and now Kremp for the 1 versus 4. He's got the sniper rifle and the X12. Not the greatest arsenal to pull off a 1 versus 4, let's be honest.
Oh, it's not. I mean, this is where a lot of the conversations have to be starting and almost stopping for Boston Breach Academy, right? Because, I mean, when you don't have Beans on your roster anymore, you have Sensor that then picks up the main AR. Shawnee's now the flex. Kremp is sniping and search and destroy, so a lot of question marks still left to be answered. But like I was talking about, LAG Academy, they just hit that tennis court lane just so fast. Neptune with an AR finds first blood, and it allows Noisy to be able to not only plant that bomb, but to be able to get himself in a very annoying position. He hasn't died yet. He's on 4 in a row, Brody.
Noisy. Very loud, lad. 4 in a row, but he does get shut down. Caster Curse incoming. Shawnee going to take him out of the equation. Now LAG Academy, 1 man down. Have to stop Boston Academy from traversing the tennis court. Trade starting to go down here. Shawnee falls, as does Diamond Con. So now 3 versus 2. Neptune, though, in a pretty good spot, but that peek out towards Kremp is a lot of information. This jump might well still stop the bomb, but no, it doesn't. Bouncing the stun down, going to tag on towards Pentagram, and Neptune is still alive here off the back of that 1 versus 1. Boston Academy going to have to reposition and try and get these guys on LAG Academy all the way over, but Spark with a peek on towards Kremp, and now you very likely know that Sensor is in this position. There's probably going to be the preeminent sniper rifle for this one.
Should be. We'll have a lot of time to be holding in. Oh, Sport misses the shot. Sensor pops dead silence. I just have to pop out through this back window. There's not enough time for this. Neptune's going to come all the way past Potts. Maybe expect Sensor to come back down towards side admin. It's not going to be the case. Yeah, Doug just sprays the bomb. Well done, but a very unfortunate missed shot that comes through from Spart on that bomb itself. You find that pick, the defuse comes through. Boston Breach Academy stopped the bleeding here in round 3.
Yeah, and I think the other remaining player as well, they moved at the completely wrong time, too. I think they went to check the side door to make Sensor isn't coming out in that direction, and then Sensor peeks it at that timing. So, yeah. Sensor, nice 1 versus 2 there. It was Boston Academy, their first round here. Of course, we already noted the fact that Noisy went into that round at 4-0. It gets stopped from earning any cruise missile here. LAG Academy, see what they're up to. Look at this very aggressive push over towards parking lot from Boston Academy. Unconventional, I'll say that much. They are relying on nobody crossing this no man's land.
Yeah, we saw this in EU, actually, and it worked out quite wonderfully. I don't remember the matchup, but yeah, I mean, you all hit over towards the A lane, and you completely flip out the map, but you're allowing Noisy to be able to get over towards the B bomb. Kremp is hitting this fast. Silence is out. He gets the information. Great first blood to have. That clutch spot is gone.
Yeah, big power position now for Boston Academy to have, but still alive here somehow. Flinch or no flinch, I don't know how he's still alive here. This is the thinnest tree in the world, but Kremp will finally take him down. Has he wasted enough time, though? That's the question. Noisy now has to pull off a 1 versus 2. To stop these Boston players from getting the defuse off. Does Kremp pick the right corner? You've got to check the defuse, mate. Noisy, he's going to get defused on here. Yeah, just going to try and stay alive in that situation. Thought maybe they wouldn't go immediately for the defuse, but they made the right choice.
Hey, man. I'm never going to count Boston Academy out from just hopping on the defuse immediately. Remember what happened on Mercado Search and Destroy last season, Brody? Where we got Doug just hopping on for the ninja.
Doug cool, man.
Yeah. I'm never going to count Boston out from just hopping on the bomb, but it's a great 2-round resurgence coming through for Boston Academy. And again, that A-lane pressure works out so well for them as they just completely overwhelm top admin. Don't allow Diamond Con to stay alive in that clutch position. So now another offensive round. Semtex is going to get a lot of damage, but no one's in a position to stop this quick plan from coming through from Pentagram.
Yeah, there's not really a lot of pressure at all over here from LAG Academy, to be honest. They are relying on a retake through admin side. That power position first would be nice. Of course, though, still do have a little bit of emphasis over towards tennis court side. That'll be in the form of Diamond Comp. Pentagram won't encounter him just yet inside electrical. Instead, all these gunfights are actually going down over by the administration building. Pentagram just needs to check the bomb, make sure that nobody's got on it just yet, and, well, information gained there. He calls out Spark, Kremp goes to deal with it, and now Diamond Con in the position that I mentioned earlier on. Yeah, not a lot to work with. Boston Academy, 3 rounds on the bounce. How about that?
It's just really weird for LAG Academy. If you're Noisy, the nades combine for damage. They don't find first blood, but I mean, Noisy had to have seen at least 2 cross, right? You know it's going to be a B execute. You allow the bomb plant to come all the way through. The only player that reacts to maybe try to go help things out over on the tennis court lane was Diamond Con, because LAG's plan was just to get administration building in their favor. The same thing that Boston actually did in their previous defense against LAG Academy. But they don't find the gunfights, the trades don't come through, and Boston played their numbers to a fine tee. Now LAG need an answer here. As you say, Boston 3 on the bounce.
Pentagram, there's a lot of weight on his shoulders at the moment. The new addition to Boston Academy here. The rest of his team have completely resigned themselves over towards A, so Nep, he needs to play his life. About to get double chowed here by Nep and Noisy, double end duo, and they will take him down. It's okay, because Kremp is over here. Sniper battle versus Sparty. I always call him Sparty. His name is Spar. I don't know why I do that, but regardless, Kremp uses the 1v1, gets chowed there against Neptune, and now again, Boston Academy, they were positioned over by parking lot, opening the door, and Shawnee's head will roll. Spark takes him down, and now center for the 1 versus 3.
An AR sensor, Dead Silence runs out, and there he goes. Oh my. Oh my, indeed. Was that Diamond Con that picks up the sniper up top? Somebody. That was Neptune.
Snap.
Just silly things coming through. But that's the round that you needed, right? If you are LAG Academy. That's 3 rounds in a row finally halted by LAG Academy to not allow those 4 rounds to come through in quick succession. You start answering back the pace. You go back to what worked back in their first offensive take for LAG Academy. That quick hit over towards B. Make sure that the flank is at least secure, because that's the one thing that did upset LAG Academy the last time that they tried the B S&D hit. Here we go for Boston in their offense. We know how much they love their quick hits and their quick plants over by B, but Doug is just a distraction.
Indeed he is. I don't know if that distraction has really worked all that much. They've certainly turned in that direction. Pentagram, is it enough? Yes, it is. The smokes and mirrors are good for Boston Academy. Neptune, though, still presence over here, and ultimately it's a 1 versus 2. Name how we get a 1 versus 1. The Dominoes have fallen pretty quick in this round, and these guys are worlds apart.
Pentagram's got a sub. That silence. Diamond Con doesn't actually check past the Xbox lane in time to see this cross happen. The issue is Pentagram's Dead Silence has run out. So now he has to crab walk his way to decide which bomb site would be the best for him to plant at. No utility, no tax, no throwables at all. He's just going to try to clear everything. But Diamond Con's doing the right thing. He's holding that mid lane. He's going to play for a retake here, Brody.
Pentagram just has no information, and that's ultimately the problem. His idea at the moment is as soon as he gets this bomb down, it's going to be chowed. Right, that's the problem for him, and yeah, Pentagram double, triple, quadruple guesses himself into oblivion. LAG Academy stopping the bleeding here with 2 rounds in a row of their own.
And you can't really fault Pentagram for wanting to come back through mid lane and maybe try to play over towards A, because without any information where Diamond Con was, like, yes, Pentagram cleared all of top AC. He cleared orange slightly, but the one building that he won't be able to clear that quickly with that much time left on the clock is admin. And Diamond Con could have very much so put himself in that position to stop that bomb plant from coming through in that top admin window. So 2 rounds answered back after the 3 of Boston. LAG Academy falling back to their winning ways, perhaps. Again, they lost map number 1. Love to be able to close out the Search and Destroy versus Boss Breach.
Yep. First blood does go their way as well. Noisy has been a real boon of success for this LAG Academy roster in this Search and Destroy, but he will be taken out of the equation there by Kremp. He now finds himself in the bathroom stalls. Hopefully they will flush. Find himself in a bit of a sneaky disaster in there. For the moment, it is just the presence that's problematic for LAG Academy, as Noisy was the bomb carrier.
That silence runs out for Kremp. He was expecting a chow to come through that bathroom door, and that's going to allow Diamond Con to be able to collect that bomb. Shawnee throwing shots over towards Spart. He also has information on a player inside the stairwell. Neptune under immense pressure, but it's Diamond Con to even things up even more so. Kills coming through. LAG Academy, they get the information, and they collapse on the play.
Right, and you got to remember as well, Andy, that Kremp was the one that drew that first blood against Noisy, right? So they know that Kremp is still hanging around here somewhere. He hasn't gone cross back towards their side. LAG Academy feel confident enough, therefore, to get the bomb down. Of course, they've got the numbers too, so Kremp finds himself back truly against the wall. Cold wall. He's got a lot of places he needs to check. Even if he chows Spart in this situation, Spart should have his number, and I think Kremp knows that that's not the wisest chow to take. The problem, of course, time not really on his side. Dead Silence is about a million miles away from being earned, and again, Kremp is checking every single spot. Fair play to him. He survived a lot longer than I thought he would there, but survival is, well, inevitably going to run out there as LAG Academy, again, 3rd round now in a row.
LAG Academy singing the nursery rhyme of anything that Boston Breach Academy can do, they can do better. 3 rounds in a row after Breach Academy were able to win 3 of their own. And it's just systematic, isn't it? When they get that first blood, when they get traded out, how quick were all those arrows to immediately shift their focus to assist Neptune to recover that bomb over by the side admin stairs. The assistance of Spartan, that sniper rifle plus Diamond Con, and how electric he's been all year with the AR in hand. It works out so wonderfully for them. Now, Breach Academy, they need an answer here. Spart's holding the cross. Hit marker is going to at least confirm that this is in fact to be hit. Here comes Noisy.
Noisy, ready to go. He's got one. Then Sensor's going to take him out, though. Number's still in favor. Spart's life is still on the line, and well, yeah. He was in a pretty good position. I don't want to count him out just yet, but again, it's a bit awkward to be there with the X12. Maybe a snipe off would have been good. We saw Lau pulling off some crazy stuff earlier on, but Spart's not going to get it done. Boston, it's a quick round from them, but they will not lose here.
Step in the right direction if you are Boston, just to try to halt the momentum that all of LIG Academy are starting to amount for themselves. Again, that was 3 in a row, finally getting themselves back on the board. One round away from forcing out the round 11, sure, but at B Execute almost completely got broken up. And if Spark continues to hold that longer line of sight, he might have been able to find that trade onto Sensor after Noisy made that dead silence play through the middle of the map to be able to stop the plant from coming down initially. All question marks. See what LIG Academy do on this offense. It's going to be another B Execute here, Brody. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a B Execute. Boston, though, they're playing heavy defense here, and Neptune with the first blood. Oh, that nade for going on towards Sensor is so damaging. Boston Academy have no real estate whatsoever. And this bomb will go down. They have to find a retake somewhere.
Hello, teammates. Dead silence. He's got attack 56, though. And this is all isolated. I mean, Shawnee, he's all the way on the back flank. Kremp, though, able to find a second. The knife is out. Noisy's there for the trade. Now Shawnee. 1v1 versus Noisy. Dead silence pop by Noisy, though. What's that timing gonna look like?
Did Shawnee see him? I don't think Shawnee saw him on the cross. Shawnee's going to jump straight on the defuse here. Noisy, if he flies wide, the timing could probably be good. He tries to, yeah, he tries for the window. He has no time to stop this one. He'll have a look, but Shawnee makes the defuse call. And yeah, I think that was off the information again. I think he did see Noisy cross and made the call just to run straight towards the site. But regardless, Annie, that was a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, it was, in fact, a 2v4. I mean, again, it's really tough to say what's the success rate going to be looking like when both Kremp and Shawnee are isolated from one another. Shawnee takes down Spart on the back of Potts with the sniper rifle, so that's going to be at least one ace if you're thinking about for LAG Academy, and then Kremp completely clears away all of Orange. Round 11, it's going to be an offense for Boston. Here comes another fast B hit.
LAG Academy, they drew first blood not once but twice last time around. First bloods. Regardless. Boston Academy getting aggressive, and despite not getting a blood just yet, they're comfortable enough to try to get the bomb down, and it's a bit of a fallacy, isn't it? And it goes exactly the same way, or rather a little bit different here, as Spart will follow up with a third kill. Last one goes down. LAG Academy able to tie this series up at 1-1.
Yeah, Jay, just easy reads coming through in that round 11. Just a little bit too easy if you are LAG Academy. I mean, I want to say that maybe there was one out of the handful of offensive rounds that we got from Boston Academy that they were actually trying to shift more focus in and around top paper to maybe try to get themselves across that A lane successfully. Wasn't going to be the case at all. It just very, very one-dimensionally, in my opinion, for LAG Academy to understand it's got to be another B Execute. So at least if there's going to be one wrench in the system, maybe you send Noisy through the middle of the map again to get inside of that very annoying corner to stop the push happening over by Sign. And you saw the idea initially for Pentagram, who is the bomb carrier, wanted to try to push a little bit further forward on the backside of AC, to maybe find a player just lurking over there to maybe try to go for a little bit of a late chow, but you allowed the spidey senses to tingle a little bit too long for Noisy as he was just lurking inside of bottom Orange, opens up the door, finds that first blood, stops the plant from coming through, and then all the information just came pouring in after.
I think I respect it in a way, because it's just the call in that round 11 ultimately is to just try and get the bomb down if you can. You feel like no one's chowed you yet, so you might as well just go for it. But I think the fact that he wasn't laying down there was the thing that fell him in that situation. Regardless, LAG Academy tying up that series at 1-1. A very important series overall. Let's take a look at the stats at the end of the game. I think Noisy had a pretty consistent performance throughout the entirety of the game. I think he started off on that 4-3-4 in a row, and then I think just continued on playing very well from there on out. Of course, Spark, Diamondcon, and Neptune also contributed to the squad. And on the other side of the situation, I don't think his stats kind of show it, but I think Shawnee absolutely had the ice there in that game, especially with that defuse towards the end.
I mean, Shawnee has been very, very good for Boston Academy all year long in Search and Destroy. I mean, there's one thing that's always going to kind of loom in my mind, and that was that Map 5 Mercado S&D versus TFL Enterprises, especially in the winners bracket, round 1 of playoffs in Season 1, where Shawnee goes like 12-6. But I mean, all those timings aside, it just mostly comes down to the early stages of the entirety of Search and Destroy that come back to completely fall for Boston Academy, because you allowed one of Noisy to get rather comfortable. I mean, if my SMG duo is Neptune and both of them are playing at a pace like that, I don't know why Tyler wouldn't feel as comfortable as what we just saw through those 11 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm kind of disappointed in a way that I didn't get to see that map number 1 in this best of 5, because Boston Academy, they do actually manage to take it away from LAG Academy. And it's kind of been an interesting story, I think, for both of these two teams. I think for LAG Academy in particular, you know, the fact that obviously this is very much not the same LAG Academy squad that ended up winning Raleigh, and kind of these guys, the brand new roster, despite having this kind of talent on board, did not manage to qualify for Season 1. So this is our first look at them in Elite, going up against the Boston Academy roster that actually looks pretty competitive here with Pentagram on the team. We'll keep an eye on that matchup later on down the line. We're going over towards Team War and Affiliate and Esports once again as the control is finally underway, and Lau is already starting off doing Lau things.
Team War up 2-0, Aphelion. They desperately need this control to convert it in their favor. They desperately need some kills to come through, because this B zone is still being tacked over. Last player on this play will be Geo, who had an electric start. That'll all be what they're going to be able to find. Just one single segment. It is being depleted by Parasite. And you just almost thought that maybe Team War were going to spawn parallel over towards A. That's not going to be the case. Not with Cryptic playing over by that top tower positioning. So it allows Fire to get inside a bottom pool, try to find a couple of kills, make Team War really second guess on where they should go to next.
Yeah, Parasite falling there massive for Team War as now the lane has opened itself up. They do have to be kind of wary of players coming on the flank here, and Gunsy will try to enact that flank, but it's taken out by Geo. So now Aphelion got to be a little bit more honest with pushing up front through Garage and Tools. Cryptic falls though, again, go one by one they fall. Team War, they've managed to capture B. This is a worrying prospect as well, because Lau comes off the back of that with her double. Gunsy has so much to do here. Looking towards Checkers, has to get at least one. Gets the first, but the trade will be through from Gravity. Presence here on A from Team War.
Geo's in the money spot as well. Off of that B-zone capture, he's just playing top barbecue. So if you are Parasite, you're looking for the best timing that you could possibly find. But just as soon as you see Geo go back inside top kitchen, Lau is inside a top office, and the stack is coming through for A. Geo finds 2. He's on 4 in a row. Gunsy has to step up in a massive way, but he's not going to get anything at all. My heavens. Team War. What a way to convert the B-zone into map pressure galore. Never really allowed Aphelion Esports a single chance to try to recontest that A zone.
I think they were just too staggered on that initial defense of B, or I say initial, that kind of the late defense of B. Like, they'd already lost it by that point, and they were still throwing themselves towards the point, not even as a team, but one by one, and they were absolutely punished for that. Lau over 2-piece, and I think that double was really the thing that was the catalyst for the move over from B towards A. So, Team War managed to get the first round on the board here. Reminder, folks, you can see at the very top of our screens, they are currently 2-0 up in the series, so they win this map and they win the duel of former teammates here. 3-0. The statement starts to Season 2 of Challengers Elite. But Aphelion now on the offense. Already utility going through the middle of the map. I think Aphelion looking to make this one through Checkers, and, well, Fire gets some shots in towards Lau. Lau going to have to fall to Gunsy instead. Now, Aphelion, off the back of that, have a chance over towards A, but it's not a very strong chance. Gunsy needs to build up some heroics.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Gunsy on this play, so he might be looking to cause a little bit of distress, maybe pull some defenders over towards his A zone, and he's going to be able to find a couple of kills. But the way that Aphelion were kind of setting themselves up, I thought that they were going to commit over towards B, but this entire time, Wardy was behind enemy lines, and he was just making it rather expensive to be able to show presence towards that B lane. Now being able to get on the A zone. First segment has been secured. It seems that Team War want absolutely nothing to do with it. It'll be a delayed hit, but they're not going to fully commit to get this A zone back, I would think.
Again, it's sending resources. I know you want to try and save the point if you can, but I just see teams doing this. And Team War have just done exactly what Aphelion did in that prior round. They've given them an opening towards B. Now, fortunately for Team War, holding B off the back of that is a little bit easier than holding A because of the spawns being closer on Pride Rock. They will actually open things up with the first few kills. So yeah, they'll clear house here, Andy, but that was dicey.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit too close for comfort if you are Team War. Again, you were able to at least mitigate the life deficit back to just about even. Selling Esports, 19 plays up against 18. And Geo is pushed very far up. Double Positive has been having a great LSCLO control thus far. The ARs all together. And again, it just enables Wardy to pop dead silence, play in and around this entire building. Albeit he might get traded out. All these straight trades are going to continuously be good for Team War to slowly whittle away at that clock.
Team War. Get up a couple of kills here. And to defend away. Fire trying to punch a hole in this defensive line. Dead Silence has been activated, but I think he's been seen as a player. Lau is on the chase. And Fire finally going to get taken down inside tools. But still, there isn't actually that much presence over towards house side. It's only really Wardy that's problematic, and they have to hunt him down before making the first move. Lau up front, though, able to take down Cryptic. Cathelian not comfortable just yet. And to be fair, why would you be? Wardy, still that problem that I was talking about. And Team War being so frustrating to deal with. Wardy picks up 2. They need a player themselves. Parasite, again, I don't know what's going on with his sound settings, but he seems to have had a player on the same level. That's not where that guy is.
That's so much space to clear. On the moment he pops up inside a kitchen, Fire's late, and he won't be able to find the trade. You're just playing on top of that 10. How would you ever expect it? Well, Fire will end up taking him down. 17 seconds remaining, 13 plays up against 7. Last chance saloon, and Aphelion are starting to find themselves a little semblance of numbers.
Yeah, this is the best look so far with 10 seconds left there. It might be too little too late, especially as Lau now finds himself on a 5 in a row. Be a great way to end this second round. Down to their last 4 lives for Aphelion. Now will fall, I think, before he earns that cruise missile. Now 2 players on the point, but again, it's back to 3 versus 9. Wardy comes through. Wardy comes through for the final 2. Parasite is in no man's land. You might as well not invest anything into this one. If you can take down a player, that would be nice just to try and do something. He'll just give away the kill to Wardy. It is basically that at this point.
It's just crazy, the amount of openings that Aphelion Esports were lacking throughout the entirety of it. It's from this guy that gets the final kill. Wardy, when he went into this round, I want to say maybe +2 as far as KD is concerned. He ends almost double positive at 14-8, and the majority of those kills came through because he was constantly pushing all the way through the bottom side of the building into billiards and cutting down reinforcements when Aphelion were spawning in their back shack. And the moment that Wardy gets cut down over there, Lau, as you were talking about, finds himself on that 5 spree. He gets inside top house, and it just was no easy feat for Aphelion to try to bounce back after those 60 seconds did come through. Now you got to start the reverse sweep here in LSCLO control. Maybe start the reverse sweep of the series.
Needs to be perfect from here on out from Aphelion. And I just think they need some semblance of organization, to be honest, on these hits. Team War, though, bunch up inside the house. They're playing Siege at the moment. Gravity going to get taken down by Fire there. Trade coming out from Wardy. Now a lane has opened up here for Team War. As a streak will come down. Good utilization coming out from Team War to try and create some space over towards B. They find themselves in a 3 versus 1. I don't think they're comfortable enough just yet to make this move, though. Aphelion, there's only one more wave here if your Team War before you make the move, and Wardy will be tagged up by the stun. Gravity has already fallen his comrade over towards B. Things not exactly going so peachy here in this round for War.
No, they're not. I mean, it's going incredibly right for Aphelion. You're finding good trades. You're keeping the life lead. You're not allowing any segments to progress all the way forward. It comes down to Wardy. He's the player that's pushed up furthest. For Team War, just playing inside of tools, looking for another one. 17-9 now. Wardy finds himself on a 3 spree. This could be the opening to maybe show presence at A. But Team War, they want B. There's only one player over here defensively, and it's Parasite. He'll get traded.
It's bold. I'll tell you that much. It certainly is bold, but I mean, maybe it's warranted. Geo picks up 2. You can never quite count these guys out, can you? Wardy up top now. Should get taken down. Actually, no, he will not be challenged just yet. He'll be player downloading tools. That's going to be Fire who falls. Team War, 16.4 seconds on the clock. Now players starting to make progression on the point. Players up towards bricks. Nobody close by to deal with the pressure just yet. Instead, that player will try through the middle of the map, and Parasite gets cut down. Wardy now wants to help on the point itself. Wardy getting aggressive, and it's warranted again as he picks up not just one, looking for the second here up top in AC. He will find it against Cryptic, but the timer now starting to tick down again. Wardy hyper aggressive. Wardy is the coverage man at the moment for Team War. It's 6 in a row, and the extra 60 seconds comes down.
And he calls with the streak immediately. He's going to get gunned down by Fire from behind, but this streak is going to cause a lot of problems. Geo's cleaning up. He finds a 2-piece. Wardy with the streak takes down Parasite inside the shack, and the clock is stalled out. The stack is in. Second segment on the way.
This is not looking good for Aphelion. They're relying on the flank from Fire. He has to be the playmaker in the situation, but he gets caught out for spawn by Wardy. Players looking good. Can the last player touch? Gunzy can touch. It will be a momentary hold. But back from the brink are Team War. 16 seconds on the clock. They capture B. And again, the transfer for A is sublime from War. I tell you what, mate. If I'm taking anything away from this series, though, individually speaking, Wardy's gameplay, mate. I'm loving seeing Wardy back on the map again.
Somewhere in the world, Richardo is absolutely jiving in his chair with the hot 3-0, man. I tell you, he's got to be feeling pretty darn good about this Team War roster for a Challengers Elite Season 2. Even ahead of Texas to look this good against former teammates, even that he was represented going through Boston. Dude, this Aphelion roster, there's so many different questions. The slaying power just was not there. I'm right there with you, Brody. I honestly... You got to just sing the praises of Wardy continuously, because even in that round number 2 defensively, you had numbers for Aphelion, but it completely gets clawed back by Wardy, who is just constantly berating the spawn of Aphelion in and around from Billiards, and he does the same thing. We were down to 17 seconds, and somehow Wardy, through Dead Silence, finds 2 bottom tools, gets the timing to go up top kitchen, and then continues to go on a massive spree. Yeah, he gets traded out, but that 6 free to call on the cruise missile allowed Gio to find 2. Taking down Parasite with the cruise missile itself. Double positive for Wardy. Have yourself a day, man.
Yeah, it's not just him, though. I mean, I'm a big fan of Wardy. You know, I'm trying not to be EU biased again, I promise, guys.
Yeah, but you are.
I am a little bit, I'll admit it. But still, I mean, it's nice to see him in the gameplay, but I also want to give it a shout out to Gio as well at 21-12. I mean, that's not the only good performance that he's had so far in this series. He's been pretty consistently great for this Team War roster. And again, you know, I think Gio is one of those players. You guys might know him as YE as well. That's kind of a name that he's formerly gone by. He has been a rising star, I think, over the last few months of Call of Duty last year on the Louisville Red Wolves roster. Of course, this year as well on Aphelion Esports. So he's looking pretty good now, and this is arguably the best he has ever looked on this Team War roster. But that is a statement victory to start things off again. We remind you guys about the context of this series with former teammates going head-to-head. Well, this Team War roster, they won that battle.
Yeah, no, that is a step in the right direction when you're thinking about it. I believe it was Visions that talked about this throughout the entirety of the Elite EU, that you don't basically want to fall down into what Boston Breach Academy had to do in Elite Season 1. Starting off with a win is exactly what you want. You do not want to have to essentially look at the rest of the schedule and just have to win out. There's only so many matches here in group play. Seymour start off with an absolute bang.
There's only so many matches in group play. One of those matches is LAG Academy versus Boston Academy. We got a chance to look over towards the Search and Destroy. That one went all the way to round 11. LAG Academy won out, despite the fact that Boston Academy did win a map number 1. So into the Control we go. Currently stacked up 1-1 in LAG Academy here in this round, about to win an offensive side. The numbers are good for them. They will take that one. But not all is lost here, because on Hotel Control, offenses are the norm.
I mean, I wouldn't say they're the total norm, but it definitely has the highest percentage of conversion for offensive rounds comparatively. I don't know. I think Team War might try to make an argument for El Asilo the way that we saw them go from B to A. But, yeah, we'll have to see what it looks like. I mean, keep in mind you that this Boston Breach Academy squad did win out in that map 1 on the Hardpoint, and it was on Hotel, albeit by about 33 points, I believe. And I need to see more productivity from Sensor. I know he's the main AR now. 5 and 7 just might not be good enough. Not with the way that we're seeing Noisy pop off of these past 2 maps. 15-9 for the K through 3 rounds.
You have to have an answer, don't you? And I think statistically, again, we go back to the conversation about Boston Academy, kind of how I don't want to use the word reliant, but how crucial I think a player like Beans was to this team. You need to find that slaying power. Pentagram's had a really good shot at that so far, but you need the entire squad to pick up the slack where Beans is left off. Now an opportunity to do that here for Boston Academy, but you've got to be aware of a flanking player from Neptune. Hugh is just coming through, takes out one, no more than that. Not as effective as he would have liked. Now for Boston Academy here, really good look at this. I don't think LAG Academy really would be wise to invest too much into defending this.
No, because lives are even up, 25v24 now, as Noisy will take down Pentagram. So you just play a couple exit kills, you set yourself up inside of top or bottom bedroom. That's what Noisy's going to be looking for. Maybe try to get the atrium in your control as well. There's actually a lot of focus coming through from LAG Academy. They know that it's just one player on the zone itself. As Neptune hit this, he's got an AR, so Not exactly an easy one, as Sensor was just holding the iron. So 60 seconds will be added on towards the board, but LAG Academy, they do the right thing. They concede it. Just try to set themselves up in the best position possible to defend the B zone.
In the end, those engagements don't exactly leave LAG Academy in a disadvantageous position. Even still, they're actually doing a really good job of recognizing the pressure building and mounting around the backline here. Boston Academy going to reposition. Sensor joins forces with Pentagram through the middle of the map, and now that alleviates some pressure over towards number one, but there's quite a lot of pressure here for Neptune and Noisy. Hugh Neptune now needs to pick up not just the double, but the third as well. Sensor goes for the challenge. Neptune, surely not. Sensor will actually win that battle, and now pressure inside the lobby as well from Shawnee. He's picking up players off the spawn. 8 in a row, from Shawnee. He's already got the cruise missile earned, and these players need to deal with him before they get anywhere near the point. Shawnee will now be down. Second progression will be through. LAG Academy looking to clear. Unfortunately for them, they lose 2 ticks of progression, but they will survive for the moment.
It's just going to take one good hit, though. Shawnee, he's back to his devious ways. He finds 2. The Semtex will clear away the first. He's going to be able to gun the next off of the luggage staircase. So now it just comes down to player number 4 is Noisy inside a bottom bedroom to cut down the reinforcements. Kremp playing for the exits, bottom bedroom. It just takes one good hit here, Brody, and Kremp might have opened it up.
Again, though, Neptune has a response. Not quite secure just yet. LAG Academy taking their time with this one, and again, it might be a regretful situation because Neptune does fall. An opening presenting itself here for Boston Academy. Can they react? The stack is through. 2 players on point. LAG Academy just going to back away here for the second. They're going for one last hurrah. Those players will fall. Boston far from done here. They just needed that final tick. They do get it. Round 5 we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said. I mean, offensive conversions here on Hotel are something that you can absolutely find for yourself. I mean, obviously helps when you're looking at from Shawnee's perspective, going on an 8 spree all the way through the lobby side. He'll have that cruise missile, Brody, for this round number 5. Not knowing the segment progressions, it's a toss-up for me personally. Let's see which sides each team is going to get, but man, I tell you, when LAG Academy went in for playing for all those exits, it was only Noisy that went inside of bottom bedroom. They didn't exactly have any control through the middle of the map. They were all focused on towards Shawnee in the backside of P2 and get cut down over by pillars the way that they did. Open up the floodgates for Boston in those 2 segments. It will be Boston for defense coming through. LAG Academy not going to be playing anything mischievous here for their round 5 offense. They're going to go for A zone first.
Boston Academy, I don't even know if they can do anything about this, really. They're going to go for a very late flank here. Or at least, I think, just try and get some positioning inside bedroom. I think that might be the play, if anything. They might already be resigned here for Boston Academy. As Pentagram picks up a Thrag, though, I think there is actually a shining light for Boston to try and regain control at this point. It will be a 3 versus 4. Can they make it work? Players coming out through rugs, excuse me. Pentagram able to pick up 1, no more than that. Noisy and Spark going to combine for 2. Kremp now the last one left with a look, but A, is already gone. LAG Academy now looking for the transfer.
Kremp just playing here on the main desk. P1. Only be able to find 1, but the A zone will be converted. Luckily enough, if you are Boston, you played this wisely enough. It was just Kremp that was kind of overextended. Pentagram will concede the space and just play across that info desk. And look at the bedroom control. It's also coming through from main AR Sensor. Player number 5 is Shawnee is pushed all the way up past Jacuzzi at one point. So you know that there's going to be a handful of players in towards the back. And Kremp's going to get that rogue spawn. He's going to flank behind these players. Spartan needs to find this trade. Even if he does, which he will not. Really nobody in a position to try to capitalize off of it.
LAG Academy continues to knock around the door. The back line. Not finding anything just yet. This is a very heavy push around the flank. They're putting no emphasis whatsoever on the bedroom. Will it work? Player push deep into the spawn here for Boston Academy, so they find themselves in a 3 versus 3. Kremp goes down, so now Pentagram. Sensor, what do you got for us? Pentagram goes down. Sensor, you need at least 2 here. Sensor is going to deliver. He's looking for the third on top. Goes for it. But Neptune survives. 60 seconds on the clock, and Neptune finds himself in a really great position now.
As a heat check and a half coming through from Sensor when he was just down in HP, but Kremp picks it up back through the atrium. 28 and 21 for Kremp. In this hotel control, map number 3, a big swing map mode combination. Down to 45 seconds, Boston have a 6 life lead. The only issue coming forward is that they have really only 1 player to be able to try to play upset for this. And Shawnee, he has the sound, the information comes through. Diamondcom was looking for Shawnee the entire time. Can Shawnee turn this into a double? A little bit of a delayed reaction, Noisy in the corner. Some space being provided perhaps for LAG to touch the B zone.
Yeah, and Neptune, again, is still the sole saving grace here for LAG Academy in this position, but he does pick up a kill on towards Pentagram. Now Boston coming off spawn, not a trophy system to save any incoming utility. They need one on the point, frankly, at this point with 23.9 seconds, but still find themselves in a 2 versus 3. That nade should land and find some damage on these last 2 players. Noisy, what can you get done? Absolutely nothing. Boston Academy now looking strong here with 20 seconds left. LAG Academy can no longer at this point go in as a unit. They need to go one by one. You need to see some heroics. Neptune opening things up for that first blood. Kremp pushed all the way forward towards bottom bedroom, able to get one. Now looking for a kill around the backline here, just trying to draw these players out. That positioning could be useful later down the line, but now players on the point. 2.1 seconds on the clock, but Sensor and Kremp going to come through and clear it in the end. Boston Academy, too strong. Another map going their way in a crucial series for their group.
It's just always these players in the most annoying positions possible for Boston Academy, one of which was Shawnee, constantly over by the top valet garage, and then Kremp, as annoying as he was throughout the entirety of Atrium, was always just picking up, I want to say, the slack that was kind of left over across that B zone. If there was anybody inside the top or bottom bed, and they got past Shawnee, Kremp was right there. Dead Silence plays continuously all the way through the Atrium, just cutting down reinforcements. Even if Kremp goes like 1 for 1, 1 for 2 the majority of the time on that round 5 defense, that's basically all you need to do, because you want to make sure that Shawnee's positioning was maintained. So that way when Pentagram and Sensor come off of the respawn, they can try to chow on the B zone itself, get bottom bedroom back in their favor, leave Sensor back over by D2. You saw it just work out. Just such a cool formula coming through for Boston Breach Academy there in the round 5 defense. They'll take the swing map mode combination and a 2-1 lead at that.
Yeah, and we should say, by the way, as well, we're not surprised by Shawnee having this performance, because I think Shawnee has been a player in the past of Boston Academy, even when Beans was on the team, where it's just like, Shawnee can have these games. He absolutely can go off when he needs to, and he has brought that to the roster previously. So seeing it here again, it isn't that much of a surprise. 31 and 20 at the end of the game, a 1.5 KD, 38 damage, 38k damage? 3.8k damage. I don't know why I can't say numbers. 3.8k damage at the end of the game. Pretty ecstatic scoreline for him. Kremp also up there at 32 and 22 as well. Those are the guys that, again, when Beans wasn't going off previously for Boston Academy, it was those players doing it for the roster. Of course, Pentagram and Sensor also bringing kills to the table when required. LAG Academy, on the other hand, again, key players shut down. Diamond, Con, Spark. We know how valuable those players are to the roster. We're not able to come out and play extremely well in that map.
Just like, I'm having a little bit of chuckle because I mean, like, Boston did win the map, but Sensor has as many engagements as Kremp has kills. Like,
I mean, you didn't need to say that, did you? Like,
it's not a bash. It's just like it's a little bit of a funny to me, man. Because I mean, like, the system is obviously working. Again, you know, Sensor's picking up the main AR and losing out Beans. Kremp is having to step up even greater as well. We knew that Shawnee was heating up, especially towards the tail end of Season 1. Didn't exactly have the outstanding performance that they were looking for at the Boston Open. But nonetheless, it looks like that this team is starting to click. On the other side, though, LAG Academy, whether it was going to be a 2-3-5 affair, is not going to be the case at all. They have to win this Embassy Hardpoint before some map 5.
Yeah, absolutely they do have to win this Embassy Hardpoint. And the good news here for this roster is they won the first Hardpoint against LAG Academy. So Boston and the Breach here looking pretty good. I will say this much, though. You know, we go back to kind of the Embassy Hardpoint conversation, and I'll be intrigued to see how much has changed, because Sensor is not natively an AR player. We'll say this much, right? I think this is fair to say. That's not a criticism of Sensor. It's not his nativehood at all. And previously, when we talk about kind of Embassy Hardpoint, kind of what worked for the roster, I remember a stat line that we brought up in Season 1 was like there was combined like silly KD or something between Beans and Shawnee. Yeah. And that wasn't like Beans just anchoring it down. Like Shawnee was equally going huge on Embassy Hardpoint. Like the reason they were so good at Embassy Hardpoint is because Beans and Shawnee, as a duo, were really problematic in the AR department for teams to deal with. Like they were one of the stronger AR duos actually that we had in Season 1 of Challengers Elite. They were a reason why Boston Academy got so far into the playoff bracket. Beans is now gone, right? And Sensor has to fill that hole. He has to be that AR that Shawnee needs to play alongside him on this map. And, you know, the question is he going to be able to do that? Because, and this is, I'm trying not to, like, bring this to be a criticism of Sensor in any way, because I don't think it should be. Again, Sensor's being put in a position here where he's out of role, effectively. It's like, I don't know if he can do that. It's going to be a big ask, I think, to bring that one to the table.
I mean, you got to kind of give Doug his flowers a little bit here when it comes down to the, I guess, like the selflessness that comes through. You know, he didn't want to play the SMG. Well, he probably wants to play the SMG. Like you said, it's not exactly his native gun play to be a main AR, but he allows for somebody to come in, be able to replace Beans more or less. So Sensor picks up the main. That enables Shawnee to be a little bit more explosive as an AR flex, and they pick up Pentagram. It's just going to be a continuous question about how well is this team honestly gelling together. Because, I mean, you're right to talk about Embassy Hardpoint specifically from Season 1. They played it 4 times. They went 2-2 overall on it. Their most devastating loss was against Rocker Academy, where they lost 181 to 250. But even through a lot of those sets of hardpoints, it was, in fact, Shawnee, Beans, and Kremp that were popping off continuously. So now you're looking for Pentagram to come into the mix, especially when you're thinking about the rotation from P4 to P5. That's where SMGs can really feel right at home, and also just trying to lock down a lot of time on P3 itself. Having that extra SMG to help out Kremp and be able to keep pace comparatively to what we got from Sensor in Season 1 could be the difference maker. Again, we didn't see Hotel Map #1 between these two teams. That could have very much so been the case. I don't even know the statistics for it as well, but all I can tell you for one thing is that you want to make sure that you do try to meet, if not try to beat, the pace of LAG Academy and their SMG lineup. You got to see ever so slightly through those few rounds of Control, and also through the S&D on Embassy, how adept Neptune and Noisy can be when they're playing in tandem with one another.
All right, well, while we've got a little bit of time here, folks, we'll give you guys some updates on what's going on around the grounds. We saw earlier on Rocker Academy and Boys a Liar. That match was a 3-0 in the end to Rocker Academy. I think the start we almost expected in a way for the Rocker Academy roster, the reigning champs, of course, of North American Challengers Elite. As it currently stands, I believe the series between Twisted Theory and Omit is still ongoing. Last we heard, Omit were 2-0 up in that one again. It would be a massive victory for the Omit roster there if they're able to take it away from the new Twisted Theory team. That team, by the way, for those of you guys who don't know, is Hixie, Beakle, Mock, and Hollow, a really great roster. Aphelion and Team War, as we saw Team War 3-0 Aphelion in that matchup on broadcast just a second ago. And we'll talk about this in just a second. We've actually got the map set, the map scoreboard for you guys at the end of map #1 between these two teams. LEG Academy, obviously, with Vents Boston Academy, we've got that on screen right now. Convoy Gaming with a 3-0 versus Jokers on you. And then finally, we have Decimate versus Smog Alpha. Andy, mate, Smog Alpha currently 2-0 up over Decimate Gaming. That is a really interesting matchup, I think.
I mean, Smog Alpha were definitely surprising, specifically for Glow Frosty. Hamza was popping off all throughout Boston, was upsetting players left, right, and center. And you even saw on that scoreboard ever so slightly. We didn't really get much time to talk about it, but that's exactly what we were worried about, with the SMGs just popping off in tandem with one another. DiamondCon did not have a good map #1. So here on Embassy, you got to be looking for DiamondCons. You have that influential stat line that we know that he can bring to the table, especially when he was playing with Exceed & Co. back in that Raleigh Open as well. We'll have to see. Favorite side of the map still technically being held by Boston. Those close spawns will be into effect, but you got to be careful, because this can honestly turn into a spawn trap if Boston Breach Academy if they're not careful.
Yeah, that is the problem, I think, for Boston Breach Academy. Players around the backline currently being shut down and pressured, really, by DiamondCon and Noisy. Noisy around the backline. Gonna be putting some shots in towards Sensor. Sensor here playing his life well enough, and a good distraction play, really, as Pentagram comes up the double doors. Spark now the last one left alive, and Sensor so pivotal to that play there for Boston Breach Academy as they clear house.
P2, again, throughout the entirety of the second stage of CDL, has actually been one of the more difficult hardpoints to be able to turn into a money hill. You're basically looking to maintain parking lot pressure, maintain that mid lane pressure as well. Still 20 seconds left to fight over. In Boston Breach Academy, they're trying to win the battle on 2 different fronts. Kremp is able to find 2. Johnny elsewhere is trying to already win the rotation over towards New, but he waltzes into LAG Academy's spawn. Back 10 seconds will be soaked up. We'll keep the game just about dead even ahead of this P3 rotation.
Big rotation coming out here from LAG Academy. DiamondCon already providing some of that supporting cover fire. Johnny and Pentagram sent back to the respawn screen here, as LAG Academy will be the first team to touch. Already cover fire coming in from the other side as well from Sensor, again playing that AR role here for Boston Academy. Now going to have to get involved right in the mixer as Kremp up the stairs he goes. Might be able to time this well enough with Shawnee on the other side, and he will do exactly that. Shawnee, Kremp, Pentagram, the siege is good here for Boston Academy. They break within 20 seconds.
That's exactly what you want to see, because now it becomes a little bit of a head scratcher if you are LAG Academy. Do you want to really try to invest a fight for what's about to be 20 seconds once you actually get up through this ladder and through the stairs? Sensor's holding the irons. He will take down Noisy. And it's just Neptune that's maybe trying to make an argument for the scrap of scrap time. He's got a 1v2 the moment he pops out, and he's not going to have a good look, is he? A full-on money hill coming through from Boston Academy, breaking it as early as they did. It's going to force LAG Academy's hand to try to go all in for this P4 rotation, but Boston Breach, the Academy roster already have numbers in and around this hardpoint, Brody.
Yeah, Pentagram, though, he's already activated the Dead Silence. Could well be the breaker of this play. Going to pick up one. Backing away for a second, making the player feel uncomfortable but noisy up top. Gets involved with a knife situation there. Or is he going to win out anyway? So LAG Academy, fortunately enough for them, will be the first to touch here on this rotation towards P4. But Boston, they want to break quickly, just as they did in that prior hard point. Would be great if they could get it done. Trade's already starting to go down. A lot of pressure mounting inside that hallway. Again, though, it's a little bit one-dimensional. Joining around the back line, trying to add some lanes here to this attack for Boston, but players going down left, right, and center. So Center's going to make his way in for 2. That was 5 in a row for Center, by the way. Going to be shut down there before this result can be accrued. Gunfight still in favor of LAG Academy, despite the fact that Boston have knocked at the door time and time again. Ultimately, LAG, an important hold for them.
It really is, right? It's just one more player you're going to deal with for the scrap time, and that's going to be Shawnee. So now you're looking towards players like Neptune that's trying to influence this rotation, especially towards this kitchen hardpoint. This is where SMGs are going to be feeling right at home. And Spart's also looking to clear away the high ground as well. He'll get that trade that DiamondCon does fall against Kremp. Just down to these players inside of the kitchen hardpoint itself. It's Pentagram against the world. Let's have some assistance with Shawnee. And these gunfights for this rotation are massive for Boston Breach Academy to get set up here at 5.
It's going to be an important rotation for Boston Breach and Kremp in the middle of the map, as you said. He's providing all those support and engagements for Boston. Going to be tagged up by the stun, but not going to be anything acting on that for LAG. Instead, Spark will walk into the open, welcoming arms of Pentagram. Another kill going their way. Now Pentagram again getting involved in the situation. Able to take down 1. All these trades are going down ultimately in favor of Boston Academy, but now players on both sides for LAG. Can they break? Fortunately, Spark goes a little bit early. Does get shut down off the back of that. The support of Neptune would have been nice in that situation, but not going to get anything off the back of it. And now LAG looking to make their way through the ramp again. Back 10 seconds would be good, but again, Boston heating up inside here. They've got the trophies to deal with any incoming Semtexes and such. DiamondCon, though, doesn't care. Comes through, takes down Kremp. Before, again, that cruise can be earned.
It's just going to be a 27-second lead that Boston Breach Academy do have over their Academy counterparts of LAG, but it's really the quick break over by P3 that is the difference maker in between LAG Academy keeping this game, even if not being able to have a full-on lead. Sparta's 4-13. We're going to have to see an immediate turnaround for him. Sensor on the other side, I mean, 12 engagements, say what you will, but he is double positive technically, and he's just locking down these longer lines of sight and allowing Pentagram and Kremp to go off along with Shawnee. So in towards the second set we go. Favorite side of the map, not exactly something that you're going to be looking for, but Pentagram's going to be looking to be that annoying player to collapse on these players in and around the admin building.
Yeah, Pentagram could well just shut this entire game down. We've got to say this right now as well. With 20 seconds left in this hard point, if Pentagram goes off here, he's already on 5 in a row. Could be so problematic for LAG Academy. They can't really be ineffective more than just getting that 1 kill. And again, it's another cruise missile denied here for Boston Academy. LAG, going to be the early ones here on towards P2. Shawnee, though, actually picking up a double. Going to send LAG again back to the respawn point around the back of administration building. The line of sight sensor will not be enough to block it, but it will be enough actually to pick up 1 kill. Shots going in towards DiamondCon as well. This is a lot of pressure around the back line. Sensor has been so huge this game at 11-5.
Wow.
Now make it 12-5 as well. Boston, they flipped the map and now looking to get control. Kremp starting to re-aggress towards the hard point. Only in for 1. A 2 versus 2 here for the moment. Shawnee on the other side of the plant port just trying to distract for Sensor. Again, playing this back AR position. Pentagram flies with his Vaznev. And Boston, a crucial moment in the game for the back 30.
I mean, it's almost impossible to get back to Sensor when you just have to worry about Kremp and Pentagram that are channeling legitimately everything, and Shawnee's just playing inside the hardpoint at this moment in time to an absolute perfection. Even Sensor long-range shots on the Spart will gun him down. They were able to convert 40 seconds off of P1, then again, another early break comes through over by P2. All thanks to the heroics by Pentagram. He has 40 engagements so far, Brody, and Boston Breach Academy are already over 200 points. This P3 hardpoint, again, much like the first set of hardpoints, LAG Academy will be set up first. They cannot afford to get broken up as early as they did in the first set.
Needs to be a good hold here for LAG Academy, otherwise this will be game series over. Neptune, big kills outside, in for 1, switches to the doorway, and there you go, the second as well. Great double here from Neptune. So supporting gunfire, the first wave is good for LAG Academy. Boston Academy, they've got a big net, big safety net to work with. Take this one slow. If you're Boston, make sure you get the rotation towards New. If this fails, Shawnee Again, Pentagram, goes a little bit early. Shawnee is there from afar to pick up 2. So we're going to bring this down to a 1 versus 2. Sense are good enough to put some shots through the walls, but not good enough to convert to a gunfight kill just yet. Neptune now finds himself on 5 in a row. And somehow, Boston Academy, aggressive a little bit too late, might have just given the rotation away to LAG.
This could be the turn of events LAG Academy are looking for. But you have to turn not only scrap into initial like you were talking about, Brody, but you really need Neptune to get this streak. Could be the difference maker for LAG Academy to fully bring themselves back into the game. A full 60 off of P3, and the rotation has been won, more or less, going in towards P4. Close spawns in towards the back, though, for Boston Breach Academy. They're rearing and ready to get themselves in, and a 3 dead comes through at the blink of an eye.
Yeah, they could well finish it here again if they suck up every single second off the back of this hard point. LAG Academy, they want to break through. Streaks or not, none of them are going to work really on this hardpoint Sensor around the back line. He's been so successful for Boston so far in this game. LAG all through the stairwell. They go single file, and Kremp will just line him up. Give him 4. Well, he will be shut down there. Sparta is able to find his way in momentarily. It will force a rotation towards New, and LAG Academy going to win one of those crucial engagements. Boston should get this scrap.
That was not good. We'll talk about that at the end of this map, depending on, or really, regardless of how it goes, because like you were talking about, LAG Academy, they do have the rotation over towards New, but it's only, they can only give up a second. They have to get a full 60, and they have to keep Boston Breach Academy off of this hard point. They're getting players set up in and around Orange. The stun will get that Pentagram is, in fact, in P1. There's just no players to really try to help out Pentagram, so he's got to go big in this moment of time. Can't even find one. LAG Academy, hold strong for now.
Sensor goes down. Boston Academy, they are being battered away at pretty much every single venture for the moment. So LAG Academy, they're doing their job. They're providing support and gunfire in and around the hard point. And I think Boston have to be careful here because this hard point, pretty much a very close quarters combat. It's very easy to give away streaks on this hard point to the sub players of LAG Academy. You're already starting to see that in the gameplay. Diamondcon also now heating up over towards the parking lot. Going to be shut down. Keep an eye on Sparta and Neptune as they're both on 3 in a row. Back 10 seconds again. Has to be good here for LAG. And they find themselves in a 2 versus 2. Players on both sides. Krem, Pentagram, they're winning gunfights. Pentagram in for 2. And there isn't enough time. Boston Academy with arguably the first upset of this season. LAG will fall 3-1.
I mean, it for sure would be, at least on paper, an upset. But I mean, the way fundamentally that I was watching LAG Academy play throughout the entirety of this embassy was wild, to say the least. There was a lot of decisions that were being made in all the wrong ways possible. I mean, obviously, Spark going almost double negative doesn't help out your favor when your ARs are just getting belittled by both Kremp and Pentagram, who are just as disrespectful as ever. I mean, that's what you expect out of Kremp. That's why he's been very sought out, even through last year of Vanguard, playing with this Boston Breach Academy roster when Ghosty was still on the team, and even through Season 1 of the Elite and a handful of cups as well. Kremp is really that guy that is just always in your face. He's going to chow everything, and if he gets the gunfights, it's the best play this side of the Mississippi. But even if he goes 1-for-1, you still always have Shawnee and, more often than not, Pentagram to be able to pick up on the damage that Kremp was laying down. Pentagram, by the way, I mean, say what you will about the guy. Definitely a lot of people were questioning who was going to be that player to step in for Boston Breach Academy now that Beans gets called up to the main roster as Methods has gone into retirement. And he looks great, I mean, on that rogue role with an SMG. A lot of those P2 conversions, both in the first and second set, are all in the backhand of Pentagram, who was just causing so much distress, so much ruckus into the back line of LAG Academy. Definitely excited to see more of this team through the Elite.
Yeah, absolutely. Boston Academy looking pretty good again, and it was a massive risk, I think, bringing Pentagram to the lineup, of course, replacing a flex player with just a straight sub like Pentagram, and he comes in, Sensor switches over towards an AR role, and he looks pretty good. I gotta say, you know, Sensor finishes 15 and 11, and mind you, I mean, he's playing so slow that he might well have just kind of dropped his controller at points in the game and started flicking through Twitter on his phone. I mean, he gets just as many kill engagements as Pentagram and Kremp get kills, but he still played extremely well and played so crucial moments, I think, so many crucial moments, I should be saying, excuse me, in that hard point, you know, just basically heading up with his AER, providing so much cover fire. But also, I mean, you already called it right, the sub pressure for Boston Academy almost feels like a flip of the script in a way, because where Boston Academy was successful before an Embassy hard point was in their AR presence, now Kremp and Pentagram just going wild on the aisles on this map.
I mean, Kremp and Pentagram had a combined 6,100 damage. Like, what is that? I mean, Pentagram, you have 14 seconds of OBJ time. It doesn't really matter when you got Sensor 2 minutes of hardpoint time. I know people are going to sit there and probably clown that he only had 26 engagements. This is as many engagements again as Kremp had kills, but when he's just playing his role to perfection, he can do really whatever he wants. Like, Kremp is just everywhere. Pentagram, again, is causing distress. That the ARs can just sit there, hold these longer lines of sight, and just kind of watch these young buck SMGs just fly and absolutely fry. 6,100 damage between two SMGs? I mean, what? That is just absurd. And it kind of goes back hand in hand with what we got, at least from the stat board, from that hotel map number 1 that you see Boston won 250 to 217. Another close one on Embassy, as it ends up always being, it would feel like, when two teams are relatively close. But it's a pace differential. This SMG lineup for Boston Breach Academy honestly has never looked better. And it's no shade to Doug, but as he goes over towards a main AR role, picking up Pentagram, I think that this team is about to hit a new skill ceiling.
No, I actually totally agree with you. I think, again, you know, bringing in a new SMG like Pentagram to the roster, and, you know, we should say, by the way, for those of you guys who maybe aren't familiar with Pentagram, what he's been able to achieve in Call of Duty challenges over the last few years, like, Pentagram is a highly successful player. Like, he was the 4th for the now Rocker Academy roster for a very long time, right? So Pentagram, he's, again, really good SMG, especially talented during the Black Ops Cold War season, so it's not a surprise to see him doing the kind of things that he's doing now on Boston Academy. The SMG presence, therefore, I think, has skyrocketed for this roster. And off the back of that, Boston Academy, they now look much, much better. And, you know, there are a lot of questions, to be fair, to be asked about this Boston Academy roster, what their ceiling actually looks like, because they already surprised a lot of people last season. I mean, I'll say it. Their preseason, even with Beans on the roster, was abysmal. Like, top 16s throughout pretty much every single competition, like, even at Raleigh as well. Like, I don't think I expected anything from them going into Season 1. The fact that they were able to kind of achieve the hypes they did in Season 1, that was just such a wonderful storyline, I think, for Elite for that season, especially for all the Center fans out there. And then, of course, you know, moving forward now with this new roster, I'm really excited about this Boston team.
And they started off, it's just drastically different here in Season 2 comparatively to what it looked like in Season 1. Like we were talking about, you know, top 16 placings. Didn't exactly have a star-studded performance even at Raleigh ahead of the Season 1 Elite. People weren't even expecting them to qualify for Season 1 Elite. They start off 0-2, and then they win out, and then they finish 4th place. Like, it was just the most insane Cinderella story I think we've ever really seen in Challengers Elite. I mean, someone might be able to fact-check me on that, but it was insane scenes nonetheless. They started off with a W here versus LAG Academy. Do not sleep on Boston Breach Academy.
We're looking pretty good here with this Boston Breach Academy roster as they get a statement victory against LAG Academy. Reminder that might well be important within that group. But we took a look over towards Felian Esports and Team War as our focus matchup for the first match of the day here in North America. For our second, we talked about them very briefly there. It's Rocker Academy. We've already seen them versus Boys a Liar. Now they go up against the Twisted Theory roster that were, the last time we checked, 2-0 down versus Omit. We'll have that result and more to talk about when we talk about the match after this break.
back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, it's not a test, it's not a race. No black or white, everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow, only the present, that is your gift. It may fit you only if open, everyone's chosen. Beauty of choice, you can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, stand before judge, stating your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you're ready, take a step back from the edge. Take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endurance and rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you're ready, take a step back from the edge. Take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll
Everyone, welcome back here to Call of Duty Challenges Elite for Season 2. We're about to get into our second set of matches here of the season. If you're just joining us, my name's Infinity. Joining me in the desk is always is Proper. Andy, mate, it's good to see you smiling and waving as we're getting into a great matchup next. It's going to be Rocker Academy and Twisted Theory in a little bit, at least.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Theory are just getting off of a hot reverse sweep versus Omit. They almost lost that Fortress Hardpoint map number 4. I was watching it in tandem while we were sitting here casting our matchups. I think we were between like LIG and Boston at that point, but I think Omit were down by about like 100 points, and they almost brought it back to be within like 30 at one point. So definitely a lot of questions, but a reverse sweep to start off their Season 2, Brody. It'll be interesting as they go up against the #1 team here in North America.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential around this roster. It's probably the most exciting roster, I would actually say, of the entirety of this season of North American Challengers Elite, right? Just because of kind of the names on the roster. Obviously, for those of you guys who don't know, it's like Hot, Follow, Vikul and Hixie, just a great roster overall. We'll talk about that kind of in depth in just a little bit, but we do have a match we're going to go into in just a second here, though, while we're kind of getting everything ready to get underway with Rocker Academy and Twisted Theory. That'll be Decimate Gaming and Convoy Gaming. Now, just very briefly here to keep you guys an update on kind of what's happened with these rosters. Decimate Gaming actually starting off with an 0-1 start to the season. The 1-3 loss versus Smog Alpha Andy, and Convoy Gaming also losing their first match versus Jokers on You. So a pretty important match, I think, for these two teams.
Yeah, again, we talked about it going towards the break that we just had at the end of LAG Academy versus Boston Breach Academy. You don't want to be starting down 0-2. These first few games might just be everything when it comes down to group play matchups, especially when you're thinking about here in Group B, when you got teams like Smog Alpha with LAG Academy, Boston Academy. So many of these teams obviously starting off on 1 because, hey, that's how round robin kind of works when you play 3 matches in the first group play. But this Decimate versus Convoy Gaming squad, I would think, is going to be very interesting to say the least, to see which team is obviously going to be able to walk away with this day 1 of group play 1-1, and which team is going to have to do the almost unspeakable and basically win out for the rest of the group.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Because, you know, two very different storylines, I think, for Decimate Gaming specifically, because obviously this is a Decimate Gaming roster that was formed very much at the last minute. Like, this was like Yuli just bringing together like the Avengers inside challengers. For those of you guys who don't know the roster, it's going to be Dave Paddy, Johnny, Prolu, and Yuli on the roster. Of course, you only designate survivor, if you will, off the back of basically every player being brought up towards challengers apart from here. He's the Diamond Com of the team, right? Which is, it sounds more savage than it really should be, to be honest with you, Andy. Of course, that roster, though, again, just such great names on the team, you know, all of them having history with the CDL.
Yeah, I mean, the entirety of this Decimate roster, you feel like that on paper, it should be absolutely nasty, but there's only so little time that they had in between figuring out what the roster was going to be and their Elite Series matchups. It's just nice to be able to see the Decimate name coming back in after their second place finish there, or their first place win, sorry, at Boston, where Yuli was also a part of that TFL Enterprises squad where they got second place at the Boston, or in Season 1 of the Elite, excuse me. But yeah, Dave Patty, Prolude, I mean, those are two household names, right? I mean, when you're thinking about the grander scheme of things, Dave Patty for quite a long time has always been in the upper echelon as far as players are concerned, the Optic Reaper, if you will. But he was playing for the Florida Mutineers even last year. Didn't have a good run when he was subbed in for Major 2 as a whole. And now he finds himself to be a free agent along with Prolude, who has almost a very similar roadmap, more or less. Didn't have all the impact in the world when it came down to the Vegas Legion, and even last year had to sub in a very impossible situation for Illy when he was out for a thumb injury for Optic. Gave it his best shot, but now he's going to continue to prove his worth back down here in the pit.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll be keeping you guys updated on what's happening with Decimate Gaming and Convoy Gaming, because we were actually going to go to this matchup because Rocker Academy and Twisted Theory weren't really sure what was going to happen with this matchup, but we are now sure because the match is about ready to get underway. Actually, we'll be switching over towards Rocker Academy and Twisted Theory here. We're sorry for throwing you guys around a little bit. Let's talk about our main focus matchup, though. Rocker Academy, you guys know them already. God of Rex, Fame, Regal, and Panda. These guys are currently, and I think inarguably, the most successful roster in North American Challengers that's still in Challengers, of course, considering what happened to LAG Academy and TFL Enterprises / Decimate Gaming. But this roster, I mean, it is just sensational. Again, we talked about it earlier on when they were playing Boys a Liar, Andy. This team is just like, they have that X factor where any player on the roster can go off at any one time.
I don't know when Fame turned into Pack Cryptic, but I was about to say.
I was thinking that for a second there.
Fame looking a little different right now, but yeah, I mean, this roster as a whole, obviously you see Coach Silly there in the bottom right. hand side of the screen has been, constantly proving themselves. Obviously, Season 1 of the Elite was an outstanding performance. They only dropped a single series that was against TFL Enterprises in their first group play matchup, and they didn't drop a single series soon after. It was definitely something to behold. As a Challengers fan, and just overall, just big fan of all these individuals as well. So, I mean, they are definitely have a target on their backs individually and as a team to see who's going to be able to take down the top dogs here in North America.
All right, well, let's take a look at the team on the other side then. Twisted Theory. Again, I already kind of spoiled this roster. Sorry, guys. A pretty good roster at that, though. Two separate duos coming into play again with Bok and Hollow. These guys have been like a duo for forever. Like, since Modern Warfare 19, these guys have been playing together. Of course, I've only had a couple of instances where they haven't been together on a Challengers team. And of course, Hixie and Vikal, who played together on that all-star Toronto Ultra Academy North America roster last season. Vikal back down to Challengers now to team again with us.
Yeah, I mean, Vikal, Hixie, Toronto Ultra Academy North America, second place for Challengers Finals there at the end of the year. Even Hollow had a stint in the CDL as well. If you remember going back to Modern Warfare 2019, he was actually called up along with Draza for that OGLA roster. So, going to be looking to continue to prove that he deserves that league spot, but back with longtime duos on both different sides, ARs and SMGs alike, Brody.
Yeah, indeed. This is Twisted Theory roster. Looks pretty good, but let's talk about some players on the roster. Now, we only really have stats from Season 1 to go off from one player on Twisted 3 because 3 of them are brand new to Challengers, at least in this season. So we're going to be focusing on Hixie versus his counterpart on the other team here, Fame. Hixie's story, I think, this season has been rather intriguing, hasn't it, Andy? Because Hixie, I think after last season, after being like a hyper-successful player on Toronto Ultra Academy North America, this season, even despite how stacked that OMIT team was, has not been able to really find the same success.
Yeah, I mean, you got to put an asterisk onto it, don't you? Because, I mean, that entire OMIT roster was kind of handed a very interesting hand, right? Is that towards the end of their entire season going into playoffs, like, Dave Patty was being called back up to Florida. So you got DiamondCon that subbed in for the rest of playoffs. And then going in towards the Boston Open, they actually got Wardy to take that place because, again, DiamondCon on loan from LAG playing along with the Academy roster. So put an asterisk next to Hixie's numbers there. He also has a lot of intangibles, but the guy has been looking good here in Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah, here's a look at overall towards Fame as well. You can see him on the other side. So let's move forward then to talk about one particular player, I think, from, this Twisted Theory roster, because we do have something to talk about, I think, not just Hixie, because we only have his stats to go off, I think, Season 1, right, Andy? But we wanted to very briefly talk about the Vikal, right? Because as a player, I think he, during Season 1 or during the first few seasons of the CDL, just didn't really have, I think, that great of a go of things. There was a multitude of reasons why, but here is his stats, at least from CDL, from those periods of time.
Yeah, it's a 0.83 KD, not 0.83%. I don't even know how you would get like percentages of kills. I mean, you can, but it's a number that we are not too familiar with here in esports. But S&D, obviously, where Vikal has definitely been shining, 0.86 overall, and poor Javi has been on the tail end of a lot of interesting flack, unnecessary flack, I would say. This guy brings a lot to the team, and you got to see a lot of it. Obviously popped off in a certain amount of rounds in Search and Destroy. It's also constantly going to be that guy trying to threaten rotation, try to get at least those last few exits in control. There's a lot that Vikal does bring to the table, and that was quite apparent even through Challengers, Elite, and through the Opens, as well as Finals, all throughout last year with that Ultra Academy North America roster. So asterisks on the side of a 0.86 overall KD here for Vikal. Again, that is going up against the best of the best of Call of Duty, especially up in towards the league. But it'll be interesting to see how he handles himself here, especially with his new roster with Zinx and G Bursted as their coaches.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, for Vikal, it's a very different setting, as you said, Andy. Going up against the CDL teams, very different to the Challengers players that he was competing against during the 2022 Challengers season. So I think now back in Challengers again, I think it's going to be kind of a redemption story for him, trying to prove that he deserves a spot once again in the CDL. And he is dangerous when he's playing in a Challengers setting. So I'm very excited to see what he can do here on this Twisted Theory roster. But we always ask the question, where are these guys going to be playing in terms of maps? We'll have the answer here for you in just a second. Here are the best of 5 map set for this series. Now, Andy, you and I, obviously, we do get to look at the maps a little bit ahead of time. I'll be honest, I think this is actually a pretty good map set overall for Twisted Theory.
Well, it might be. Again, you know, our sample size is just super small when it comes down to what Twisted Theory actually look like. You know, apart from maybe a couple scrims that we were able to watch, but I mean, those are just scrim bucks at the end of the day. But I mean, when Twisted Theory were playing against their first match of Omit, they did have to reverse sweep. It was a triple fortress that they were able to win. They're not going to get that in this best of 5 series, apart from that map number 5 of Fortress Search and Destroy. So if it goes the distance, maybe we might see a reprise of what they won against Omit 6-2. In that one in particular. They also got Team A, so they got rid of Elosilo Control. So whether Rocker Academy wanted it or not, they're going to have to go to Hotel eventually as they get rid of Hotel, Hardpoint, and Search and Destroy. That Control will be interesting to say the least. You really want your ARs to be on lock when it comes down to that Hydroelectric map number 1. So we'll see how Twisted Theory do size up against Pander and God RX, as well as Fame as that third AR on Zarqua itself. But Elosilo Search and Destroy is what I got my eyes on, Brody. How do the SMGs fare?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting a Hydro. You know why, Andy. You know I love me some Hydro Hardpoint. We'll see that one very soon. We are going to go over towards Decimate Gaming and Convoy Gaming. Again, a quick reminder, these teams are both 0-1. They do not want to be 0-2 at the end of day number 1. It would not be the start that they would desire. And already here in this game, Decimate Gaming seems to have found their footing. Currently up by a rather large margin, as they've still got 20 seconds left to get here on this hub.
It's about a 100-point lead, though. I mean, Convoy Gaming, veteran as they are as far as namesakes are concerned, really need to start getting something going. And Classic just can't get anything going whatsoever as Day Patty is piecing everybody that they possibly can here in this final hard point of this rotation. Also on a 4 spree as well, so potential shrieks on the board for Mr. Paddington. We'll have to see how Convoy Gaming answered back, being down 90 points into the second set.
Yeah, we always say there is a path back into this game for Convoy Gaming. Hold a lot of time at the back of this hard point and make sure you hold that crucial rotation for P2 as well. Gunfights, though, already starting to go in favor of Decimate here. Looking pretty good. Cindy and Gunless, what can they do? Shots going out towards the middle of the map. It will result in a couple of frags, but they've got to be cautious of players coming on the flank. That'll be good for Decimate, and those south spawns now starting to come on through. They're going to reaggress through couches, try and get some time away from Convoy Gaming. A reminder that there is still a lot of time left on this hard point. But now Decimate starting to push through for the push towards P2, and yeah, you can see it. They've already got control of those spawns.
And that could just continue to shift their focus towards the main lobby as well. I mean, yeah, you lost 2 players over by the atrium, but they should be spawning in towards the back. Just one player is Johnny that actually gets a rogue spawn all the way bottom luggage, and well, Rex was never going to anticipate that. 5 seconds left to be soaked up over here, and it seems that ProLoot wants every last lick of it. They'll be cut down, so interested to see what that does towards the spawns. He should be spawning in towards the back. Yeah, that's absolutely going to be the case. So Decimate with the close spawns and the initial time intact.
Yeah, again, we talked about it. Convoy Gaming, they really did need control at this point. Haven't got it. Now they need to fight tooth and nail to regain control. Close spawns now coming on through from Convoy Gaming. Not around the back line just yet, so they're going to have to fight this one from the front. Rex already tagged up from that previous gunfight. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do anything against Johnny. Yuli also fighting coverage in mid too. Classic with a nice stun. We'll pick up a couple. People that'll open up a lane here for Convoy Gaming. But again, you've got 25 seconds left here. You give this one last look and beautiful central rotation.
Oh man, and ProLoot is just playing the head glitch on the back staircase as well. Johnny's there to help things out. 23 and 14. 4 spree for Johnny. ProLoot combined is 6 in a row for these 2 players. Not going to expect Pristini to chow out over by the right side, but nonetheless, you could not have asked for a better position to be in for Decimate. 227 is what the scoreline is going to be, comparatively to 107. And it's every caster's favorite phrase when it comes down to Hardpoint, bro. You know I'm going to say Convoy got to play perfectly from here on out.
They have a 23-point safety net. Not a big one, is it, really? It's the most minute safety net you'll ever have seen, but still. Convoy have to stop players like Yuli making flanks like this happen. He's being patient with it, to be fair, trying to catch Goneless out in the mind games, and will win that 1 versus 1, and now towards the front line as well. Decimate starting to aggress. Just that one player left up the front, and that will be Johnny. He does fall. They already know about Yuli because he got that earlier kill. Gunless goes to clear up shop, and Convoy doing a stellar job of keeping control of the kitchen for the entirety of the hardpoint. Decimate should give this one more look for some nice, tasty scrap time. ProLoot finds himself with the streak in the back pocket. Here they go, flying towards the kill. One last player, Nave Paddy. He's fighting, I guess, just trying to get that scrap time away. But again, Decimate now looking towards a rotation.
I'm not the biggest fan of going all in for all that scrap time. I mean, yeah, I know it was only 2 players strong, so what Decimate we're looking for is maybe you get a couple kills, you force them to spawn back in for old, but you basically open up an avenue for players to be able to flank all the way around towards the back. It's going to be Pristini on D2. Double weapon setup, couple that along with Dylan Rex, 3 down.
Convoy, again, doing a stellar job at the moment. They hold that kitchen time, as you say. Decimate Gaming pushing a little bit late. Does end up biting them in the bum. Now for Decimate, just one good hit will do this. Yuli through couches might well be that hit. The street comes down to try and get these guys inside. Yuli looking for it. Unfortunately, gets traded out by the Classic there. Massive gunfight for him. Johnny now through the mid does get shut down. It's trades in favor of Convoy Gaming. Still over 25 seconds left here. There still is enough time now for Decimate. Now, no longer. They need to go towards the rotation if they want to win this game. And a lot of coverage from Daypad in the middle of the map. These spawns are not favorable for Convoy.
No, they're not at all, and you still have players for Convoy on the hardpoint itself. It's Prelude just being annoying. He's got damage in towards the second player of Rex as well, and my heavens, Prelude's going to be able to combine for a few more kills. What does that do for the spawns if you are Convoy Gaming? Where they're actually going to be spawning around bedroom over by the jacuzzi. Dave Patty has the rotation, but Gudless needs to go big. He's got to win this one.
Gunless, what can you do? Flies out. The dive is not enough. He gets shut down there, and Decimate. I mean, we came into the game there when they were about 100 points up or so over Convoy Gaming. Props to Convoy for at least keeping themselves in the conversation with a good holdover towards Kitchen, and then, of course, the break to bar, but was not enough. Decimate, their advantage was too strong.
Yeah, it just felt like when we hopped in, just from a stat line perspective, and even continuing on through the majority of that map, that the pacing just was not really met. I mean, Persini had a nice play over by P4, but Rex was the only player that went positive, so more questions to come out of that series. We'll see how they get on later on, because this is our main focus matchup here. Twisted Theory versus Rocker Academy. Again, both teams coming off of a hot win. Rocker Academy 3-0. Twisted Theory had a reverse sweep.
And we're in towards the water. By the way, little thing here. Apparently the water's changed color. Not too sure if that's true. That's what I was seeing on Twitter earlier on.
On the wrong guy to ask.
Tweeting that, though. Yeah, I don't know, man. I felt like it might have been an Arden Forest tree situation, but who knows? Hixie currently utilizing the water here to try and play his life. Teammates dying around him, so Hixie's going to have to make the heroic play on 3 in a row. Would be a really good start of the game if he could get it done. Just looking in all sorts of directions for a kill. Finally goes towards the hill to get at least one. Keeps Rocker Academy off time for the moment. Trophy system now out here for Rocker Academy. And they have those close back spawns for the back 20 seconds or so. They did have a little look at the rotational battle there, but you could see Panda did actually lose it.
Yeah, Panda just trying to maybe play a little bit for the future. Probably wouldn't have influenced all the spawns in the world, but it's Darkwall Hydroelectric, so what do I know? I'm just a caster. Rocker Academy will end up soaking up that scrap time, and I love this presence that's being shown in the middle of the map, and also the productivity that is being done by Hixie all the way in towards the back. You want to block those P3 spawns, you effectively have to play as far west as the map can possibly go, but that leaves a lot of players isolated, as you see all of Rocker Academy running them over in the middle of the map, and they'll get Godorex to spawn in the back.
Big time here for Twisted Theory. Got to be careful about that player spawning in the backline, though, as you say. Godorex could well be problematic. Does actually lose his 1 versus 1 against Hollow. And now Kixie again started to heat up with yet another 3 for him. Not going to get the 4th there as Real up top, flying towards the hard point. Now, Rocker Academy going to give this one last look. And if the door does pick up a decal. Players on, does get shut down there, does Hollow. Again, Real finding those routes, only able to get 1 before falling. Rocker Academy, though, they've done the job of keeping Twisted Fury out of a few more seconds of time. Still fighting for it are Rocker, though, through the front. Ultimately, will be Twisted Theory getting that scrap time. Rocker Academy, though, good for the rotation.
They are good for the rotation for the meantime. I mean, Godorex is going to probably get there a little bit late, but he's making the right rotation. But all these stray kills that are coming through is just causing distress throughout the entirety of the map. If the Twisted Theory are trying to play through the middle, they're not going to fully expect these players to be on the pinch and all over the place. Yeah, great little resurgence coming through from Rocker Academy to find 4 in a row for themselves. Not only secure the first 15 seconds, but it leaves Panda in a location outside by Ruins where he can just continuously piece players up, not making the rotation easy for Twisted Theory to move across the map.
Yeah, even if he dies, he'll get a spawn up towards the back line, so good positioning coming out from Panda, but now he will fall.
Oh.
Actually, he spawns out right behind them, so this is not the worst thing in the world to be honest. I don't think they're going to expect this, and yeah, Panda's like, hey, I'll take some free kills. Free kills? I'll absolutely take those ones. Vehicle, and the last one left alive in a bit of an awkward spot. Yeah, Panda just got gifted a spawn from the COD gods. Completely holds that hard point for a full 60 for Rocker Academy and Twisted Theory. Yeah, they're just going to give it up.
You got some Zarqua spawns, but as the most Zarqua that I think we'll ever get, especially in the hands of Casey Panda, who was 12-9, Godorex 12-5. That's why even before we watched the Decimate game, why I was talking about both Panda and Godorex and what they're going to be able to piece together for themselves. The ARs need to answer back on the opposite side. Hollow now starting to heat things up. 10-8. Semtex will allow the regen to come all the way through, but needs some assistance. Needs somebody else to pop up around this hard point so that way they can try to generate it a majority of time.
Olo trying to run in around the hard point here for Twisted Theory. Starting to heat up himself at 11 and 8. Now make that 12 and 8. Not just yet, actually. Those kills taken away from him. He's making a little bit premature there, but Hixie will pick up those kills instead, and he himself now having a pretty good game. But back and forth we go. A lot of handshakes to the hard points here in this one. Back 25 still worth fighting over. Panda found himself on another 5 in a row. There will be the cruise missile denied there momentarily, but nonetheless, it will result Rocker Academy getting control of at least 10 seconds of scrap time. I think it will probably just be about 10 or 15 seconds as Vehicle comes through for the last couple of kills. So Twisted Theory holding pretty close versus Rocker Academy for the moment. That was a big hard point from them.
Yes, it really was. You cannot stress it enough that Twisted Theory could not afford to get broken up. Like I was talking about, Hollow shows up in a big way. Hixie's also starting to heat things up now, up to 13 and 9. He's currently trying to work his way closer towards that ever-so-wanted cruise missile. Could be massive when it comes down to Zarquil. Hydroelectric as Hixie getting Mixie through the middle of the map. Now going to go ahead and cool themselves off inside the water. Oh, hello, Godorex. A little bit of a melee action going down low, and Godorex somehow can generate enough power while he's swimming to punch Hixie in the face.
Oh.
I'll make it happen again. Going for the twofer. Come on. Get him!
Oh my goodness me. A little bit of Percy Jackson. Crazy. Godorex will win that melee engagement underwater. Rocker Academy in control for the moment. Really good spot from them. Already up in this game. A back 20 would be good. And then, of course, the rotation towards New as well. Hollow wants to ruin that, though. Already picking up 1. Going towards the shelter for 2nd. Real having absolutely none of it. Trades galore here. Pursuit of Theory win out for that back 10. Again, close. But Fame actually towards the middle of the map does take down Mock. And it's this positioning. We saw Panda in this position not that long ago. Now it's Fame that's acquired it. Switching over towards this area of the map now. Trying to provide this mid-map coverage. Hollow does take him down. And Twisted Theory now on their way.
That's mid-map. Where do you spawn if you're Fame behind? So Twisted Theory, they should know what happened to the last time they were trying to push this side of the map. You gotta go, and you gotta go now. Find where some of these players are located at, because Fame is gonna be able to get the golden ticket to be able to pinch from behind.
Oh, wow.
Hixie's that player, though. Again, he's heating up wonderfully. Did not get that cruise, but is still looking for the break inside of P2. Completely breaks the ankles of Fame inside the hard point, but still, close spawns. Numbers are here for Rocker Academy, at least for the meantime. But they're kind of trying to win the battle on 2 different fronts. They're trying to get mid-map pressure while you have at least 1 or 2 players trying to battle for some scrap time. This is a big 20 seconds, Brody.
Yeah, this is, again, a massive break coming out from Twisted Theory. They would have probably liked a little bit more time, but they certainly won't complain about taking that away from Rocker Academy. And I think more to the point here as well, as we look over towards the rotation, it is Twisted Theory in control of P3. Big gunfights around the backline. Hixie for 1, Hixie for the 2nd. The first few shots don't connect, though, so not good enough for the kill. Panda survives the engagement. Vehicle knows how important it is to get involved in the situation now. Vehicle around the backline. He makes it look so easy on 4 in a row. He's got the dead silence already in just a second. Doesn't even need it. Vehicle on 5 in a row. Vehicle on 6 in a row. Granted, that was a little bit of help coming through there from his teammate, but nonetheless, Vehicle is now starting to heat up here in this game. Twisted Theory springing from last to this hard point, looking pretty calm.
That back 20 seconds off of P2 was the springboard that Twisted Theory were looking for, as Vehicle, as you were saying, is starting to heat up in such a magnificent way. That's coupling along quite nicely for Hollow on the first set of hardpoints, and Hixie even though it started at the beginning, and Vickel's not done yet. On an 8 spree, gonna start clearing away P1 to get some pretty good timing on the Pander, and my heavens, Vickel cannot be stopped. Might get cut down over by Dome. He actually gave Fame the old spinorama, but what a resurgence coming through from Twisted Theory. Not only do they take the lead, gonna grow it by about 40 points.
Hixie towards the backline here, trying to cause some problems over towards New. It would have been nice. If they did that again, Andy, I genuinely would have been disgusted if Twisted Theory were able to break early on. They still might, to be fair. Rocker Academy spawning in Narnia will leave. Godorex and Fame isolated on the New hard point now. It is just the latter of the 2. Fame going to regroup towards the middle of the map side. It's a flip here from Twisted Theory, as they should have, I was going to say should have control of the spawns, but honestly on Hydro, you never really do you? As Rocker Academy now back in for the back 30. Fights on both sides. Hollow still towards the backline is finally dealt with by Fame, who now finds himself on a spree, just like his teammate previously. 1 kill away from a cruise missile would be great for later on in this game. And Fame, he will find it. He'll find more than that as well. The ruins are his.
Shooting nukes out of his Vaznev right now. Vehicle also invested that cruise missile. He was aiming mostly for Fame, but the trophy system that Fame's playing with here in Hydro actually is going to keep him alive and to be able to get that streak. Lead swap again. Gets some very unfortunate timing to the player inside the water. That's Hixie. Gonna be looking to cut him down. Fame, even with the AR, playing the stairs head glitch, will be inevitably traded out, but that presence is surely felt. Not enough to be able to influence the rotation, at least not immediately, but you got players like Real and Godorex that are pushed up on the map.
Such a close game here with this one between Twisted Theory and Rocker Academy. Real getting aggressive inside Generator. Switches over towards his native weapon of the Vaznev. He's tagged up, survived because of the coverage being brought by Fame, and Real picks up another one as well, springing from corner to corner. Real and Fame going huge for Rocker Academy right now, securing a wealth of time that Twisted Theory still need to go at the moment. They cannot give this one away. Real providing coverage all around the hardpoint, looking for the kill versus Hollow, and Real makes it look so goddamn easy, looking for another one, swinging from behind. It's okay. Godorex is there to hoover that one up. That is a lot of time going the way of Rocker.
And gonna get stunned up. Hixie's gonna be looking for the Chow at least through Broken, but he's not gonna be able to get it anytime soon. There's some assistance. The double Chow, Hixie wants no part of it, but it doesn't mean that you can get out from safety. Real, 1 kill away from getting another cruise missile. Remember, Fame still has his at 24 and 17. Everybody from Rocker Academy through the second set starting to pop off. And speaking of that streak, Fame's gonna start calling it in. Try to get some information going in towards a third and final set of hard points. If he can find almost anything, it would be good, but the damage isn't gonna be good enough. And also to be talked about, Rocker Academy aren't in a position to try to capitalize off that information, but they do get the close spawns for P2, and Pander's starting to heat things up.
Ultimately, Rocker Academy, they've done their job right. They're on the right side of the map. Fame now keeping up once again on 4 in a row. Trophy system will be gone. Switches over towards the X-12 to get it done, but again, his kill will be enough. Sit in a 2 versus 2 situation for Rocker Academy. Gotta be wearing that player flanking through the water. That'll be Hollow, could well activate and do some serious damage here, but it's Real once again getting in these flanking positions, and Real just rips Hollow off that heady. Disgusting heady here in Modern Warfare 2, by the way, and Real makes it look so easy. Just 11 seconds left in this hardpoint. Rocker Academy, they've got control of the rotation towards P2.
And look at how far forward they're actually playing for the future. Godorex is pushed as far southwest as you, or southeast, excuse me, you could possibly go. That'll anchor out the spawns. All the Twisted Theory, they gotta go. They gotta go now. 19 seconds away. Rocker Academy looking to close it out.
One good hit, Twisted Theory, that's all you need, but you also got to be careful that Godorex doesn't come and ruin your day. He does pick up one. Information gain now for Twisted Theory, and off the back of that, they make it work. Every single kill goes in their favor. And Hixie, you got to have some seriously nice trainers on to run across the map in a fast enough fashion to contest. Just not gonna happen. Rocker Academy, they get it done here.
Yeah, I mean, we knew it was going to be an uphill battle, especially the respawn for Twisted Theory going up against Rocker Academy. Just when you're thinking about the grander scheme of things for Rocker Academy, I mean, I want to say maybe minus like the Omit roster, who were Smog Alpha. This team has been together for the entirety of the year. You know, the only change that they made was Real coming in for Pentagram at the end of the Vanguard year, as Real got picked up as one of the substitute players for Minnesota Rocker. And you're seeing all of that cohesion come through so wonderfully. I mean, the double chows, the team shots, everything else that, as far as the fundamental is concerned, specifically through that second set of hard points for Rocker Academy, where it was all aces, all of their breaks, just making everybody feel rather uncomfortable on a map like Hydro, where even spawn outs will occur continuously. They made the most of it on every single hard point that was active.
Yeah, a really close game, I think, just overall there. Rocker Academy, as you say, you know, just making the most out of multiple rotations in that game. Twisted Theory, to be fair, held them pretty close for a vast majority of time. A lot of what I think Twisted Theory will bring to the table was down to players like Hollow and Hixie doing what they could. Nice little knife battle in the water there that we saw from Rocker Academy in the end. But regardless, Rocker Academy are the ones that come out on top, despite some seriously good individual efforts from Twisted Theory.
I mean, this entire streak for Bickle is just absolutely insane. I mean, like you were saying, a couple of these players were weak, but you would feel like the 8 spree was going to be enough to catapult them into such a manner to be able to close things out. But, I mean, when you're just laying down the amount of damage that both Pander and Godorex were getting for themselves, Fame's job was just so easy. He's that third AR, that second SMG when it's required, and even if he picks a Vaznev up off the ground, you got to see just the amount of pressure that was coming all the way through. Here are the stats, and it'll be quite telling. I mean, just Pander alone, all that damage, bro. Come on. 25 and 23, 3,300 damage for him. Couple that along with Godorex. I mean, 2,300 damage. Sure, he had a minute and 6 of hardpoint time. 23 and 24. Even from top to bottom on the opposite side, like Hixie, Vickle, it's a lot of damage, guys. I'm not gonna lie, but this is why we always end up talking about you can find all the kills in the world. The difference is, for that second set of hard points, for Rocker Academy specifically, they were finding all of the right kills to maintain spawns, to maintain presence in the hard point, to generate the majority of time when the hard points were active.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's a lot of potential in this Twisted Theory roster. When I'm looking at players like Mock and Hollow, who are the players that maybe didn't have the best performances there in map number 1, I kind of think back to what they were able to do on Raleigh on the Decimate Gaming roster, like the first Decimate Gaming roster, you know, back when Parasite was a coach. And, you know, we kind of see the potential that they were bringing to the table there. And it's just not there in this map number 1. Rocker Academy finding a way, I think we're just raw aggression, to be honest, finding a way to shut it down. So, yeah, as you say, you know, Rocker Academy, there's a reason that every single one of these players, when we look back towards the Season 1 stat lines, had a positive KD in Hardpoint. All of them are excellent at that game mode, and they're able to win it here in map number 1. So we'll keep an eye on that one moving forward. Of course, that being our main focus matchup. Rupa, though, coming out with a Lackman here over towards Embassy. We were wondering what would happen post-patch, and we have an answer.
Well, I mean, I saw Paris like kind of tweet things out, which is kind of ironic for the matchup that we have on our screen, is that maybe the Lockman sub might be viable, but I mean, we'll have to see as the meta continuously shifts, especially on this new patch. 238 to 120. Brody, I don't know what's going on with this Fellian Esports roster today, but they just simply cannot keep pace with the teams that they're facing, but it doesn't help. You got Thresh at 20 and 15, and Snoopy just doing Snoopy things at 30 and 19.
Yeah, Amit just 12 seconds shy of victory here. They're, of course, going to give it the scrap time fight. Obviously, one of the players that we were highlighting earlier on in the Fellian's matchup versus War, unable to win a crucial one. So Amit doing a stellar job at keeping these guys at bay, and here comes a moment where you are just going to have to take individual gunfights. Parasite does open up with 1. The trade is good, though. And for that player sitting inside Laundry, waiting is okay, but you have to make sure the hit that follows it is good enough. It simply is not. Cryptic jumps in just a second too late, and Omit come out on top. Look, I'm not going to act all that surprised, to be honest, because this is the very same Amit roster that, albeit, yes, they just got swept by Twisted Theory. They also went 2-0 up versus Twisted Theory, and this Omit roster has continued to give us surprises here in the Modern Warfare 2 season.
I mean, this team is good. Like, we even got to cast and really gas up Thresh even last night when we were casting College God. But like,
oh, yeah, true. I forgot about that.
It's just one of those things that, like, Thresh with this roster just continuously look better and better. Like, the biggest difference, again, for Thresh here is that he's just got just an AWOL of a player of Snoopy. I mean, everybody continuously talks about Snoopy. Even through Search and Destroy, the guy is electric. He's always playing with just such big names, and you're seeing why. This guy is absolutely gross. One change that we did end up not really hitting on, I don't know if We Are Clutch GG ended up talking about this as well, as they had their original matchup in that reverse sweep that Twisted Theory did have for themselves. But Omit, going underneath that banner, they actually have Coach Mystic there as well. And Charles is leading this team, and he's quite ecstatic about this roster because they are very, very passionate. They want to improve continuously. You could not have asked for a good step in the direction to be able to start the day off 1-1 with taking down a Fellian Esports, who Cryptic and Gunzy, you remember throughout the entirety of Season 1, Brody, were actually undefeated, I want to say, all the way leading in towards playoffs. They only fell off about all the way towards maybe like the last day of round robin, but Omid are looking very, very good so far.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you brought up Mystic as well, because I think sometimes, again, you know, we talked about this before, like maybe we don't give the coaching staff their due. Mystic is like that guy when it comes to coaching. I mean, I'm fairly certain he was the coach last year on Toronto Ultra
yes, he was.
America. Yeah, and obviously we know how successful that team was, and he's had a successful career in and around that as well. Like, what he's going to bring to this Omit roster, I think, is just so crucial, because I think for Omit, you know, they've proven that they can hang with some of the top tier teams, right? You know, they've got top 12 in Season 1 of Challengers Elite. They got top 8, excuse me, and top 12 over towards Boston as well. So it's just kind of looking to make the next step, I think, for that roster. Speaking about the next step, we're in the next step of the matchup between Decimate Gaming and Convoy Gaming. Currently a very close search and destroy at 4-4. Now finding ourselves in a situation where Gunless has to pull off a 1 versus 2. Picking up the first, that's nice. In the defense of the bomb as well. Proloot behind him. Gunless with the reposition. He's heard Proloot. The first few shots going out. Proloot trying to get the tag with the Semtex. It will not, though. And here comes the Snakekin battle. Gunless switches towards the Batstaff to win the gunfight. Snaking into the drop shot. Gunless is making the movement game look good.
I mean, if there's one thing that we can definitely say about Convoy Gaming, there is a lot of veteranship on this roster. I mean, in between just Proceeding and Gunless alone, like, that is just absurd. That Rex is really gonna have to step up and be the Slayer. And we did see that in the map number 1. That was a Hotel Hardpoint that they lost pretty dramatically, I would say. But, I mean, Classic also has to be able to show up in a big way, I would feel, as that SMG presence here for Convoy Gaming. Double negative in the Search and Destroy isn't bad by any stretch of the imagination, especially when both Rex and Gunless are at a combined 12-12. Or 22-12, sorry. Math is hard.
It is. But it's okay. There you go.
Thank you.
Convoy, you're pretty good off those performances. 5-4. Not a lot of presence over towards A at the moment, and all the presence they did have has just dissipated, with Rex being taken out of luggage. So Yuli going to be responsible for that gunfight now. Players through the middle of the map here. Pristini's already aggressed towards the bomb site. If Pristini falls here, this would be disastrous, but it's okay. He picks up one. Johnny's there, though, to trade things out, and Classic now finds himself in a 1 versus 3. Yeah, this is very tough. He is right in the hornet's nest there, the center of all 3 players. There's no way.
Round 11 we go, and then, you know, the conversation, I just love contradicting myself, talking about all the veteranship that's on the side for Convoy Gaming. You talk about the search and destroy prowess on the opposite side. I mean, Johnny has, even before he was of age to be able to compete in challengers, was just making a name for himself in S&D wagers and other different tournaments going on. Pro Loot, the reason why he was brought on to Optic is because of his S&D prowess. Even going through the entirety of Cold War for, like, the original New York Subliners Academy squad. Dave Patty's sniper, Yuli's presence all the way through the Decimate Gaming's run throughout the entirety of that Boston Open. It's all very interesting. Round 11 we go. Seems that Convoy Gaming, for their round 11 offense, are looking to play rather slow, but they put 2 players focusing over towards the restaurant, and that'll give Johnny that first blood.
Not the start that Convoy would have wanted here in the search and destroy. Of course, they have to play the aggressors in the round as well. Pristini's hoping that he can maybe fish something out of the kitchen. 1 versus 2 would be good. They might actually challenge 1 versus 1 on the minimap as well. The shots are going down. Pristini getting involved in those gunfights. But while that's going down, Rex is taking engagements over towards A. And yeah, they were really hoping that Pristini could kind of pull the wool over the eyes of Decimate. That just doesn't happen. Gunless now in a 1 versus 4. And I don't care how veteran you are. Yeah, this is almost impossible. Dave Paddy might give him a free kill, though. The shots go in, but yeah, I think as Dave Paddy walks away. I thought Dave Paddy was just going to wait for his teammates. He just didn't.
Oh, man, and Gunless even had the read towards the second, but, you know, like, what even is that on the info desk? It looked like a laptop almost. It could have been the bomb for all I know. It was strange, but had the read, couldn't see the player come through. It was Johnny that pops over through the fountain area, and he'll find the final kill required. 13 and 6 for Johnny, popping off here in the search and destroy, and that's going to be a sting and a half for Gunless and Rex, who again 22 and 16 between the two of them, just could not get it going for their roster. Now they're down 0-2. Our Convoy Gaming versus that Decimate team. Both teams again looking for their first win here in groups.
Moving over towards the teams that do have their first wins in groups already. Rocker Academy and Twisted Theory about to get into the search and destroy. Rocker Academy, we've seen them on this map mode combination, of course. We saw them fatefully lose this map mode combination in game number 7 versus Decimate Gaming over at Boston. I'm so sorry for running you guys, Rocker Academy, but regardless, this round going a little bit better here. They're going to be able to get the bomb down over towards A. Post plant now coming through for Twisted.
3v3 in this post plant for Rocker Academy is all the way in towards the back. GodRx, we've seen this so many times. It's going to pull out a third SMG. Just the second one on the map, you would assume. Just pops open the door. Yep, okay, they're through the window. I don't want anything to do with that. Just confirmed they're not on the bomb.
Nice, he jumped it for a second there. Hollow's going to pick up another kill. Time quickly dwindling down, though, in this situation. And Hixie now, as he's already lost Hollow, taking shots. Yeah, Fame should be able to finish one off. Hixie gives him a good look, but Fame obviously has the better situation there with a pre-aim. Will win out that round. Rocker Academy, they get that bomb down.
Get that map, or get that first round here in map number 2 after winning map number 1, 250 to 195. You're just now joining us here for this very, very good matchup in between Rocker Academy and Twisted Theory. Arguably probably going to be the 2 top dogs when it comes down to this group altogether, but obviously probably jumping the gun here as his first day of groups. Regardless of the matter, another interesting conversation point is how we have 2 Spaniards on 2 different sides, essentially going to be looking for the same thing on the map. There's going to be a lot of focus. We know what Real and Fame can do through the middle of the map. You're almost thinking that that presence needs to be met by Fickle and Hixie.
See if Twisted Theory can do what Rocker Academy just did to them. And this is something we noted about Rocker Academy before. They never put somebody inside the site because they rely on plays like that. Real on the flank. Would you believe it, mate? It's Real flanking.
Color me a surprise. You got Fame just anchoring down over by Pride Rock, so this is essentially, I would think, like 2 SMGs. Maybe GodRx has one as well, but bomb needs to get recovered and needs to get planted, and these players are more or less stuck. Mock will take down Fame, so you know that that BS&D side is at least secured. Pander's going to look to pick things up, but just as soon as Real is going to be hitting towards the flank, you've got Mock on the opposite side looking to do it. Real is playing inside the couches, straight trades across the board, 2v2.
Flankers have been dealt with, or maybe not fully. Look at Connor X, man. Look at the route he's running there. He's fully just sprinting down mid. Hollow's dead silence, about to run out. Doesn't matter anyway, because his life expires as well. Mock now finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Shots out towards Connor X. Not enough for the kill. Panda, of course, Mock is well aware of the fact that he's on that side. Going to throw a nade up towards that position, but Panda has already repositioned to safety. 15 seconds left. Mock is forced to try this last-ditch attempt. He's just waiting for these guys to chow him. The shots go out. And yeah, now they know that he has to chow here. Can't really get the bomb down. And yeah, just not really in an advantageous position whatsoever.
I don't like that coming out from Twisted Theory. The way that they aggressively hit towards a quick A bomb plant. Typically when you do that, you'll put a player like on that really weird hop up over by the arcade machine, if not a player up top, to make sure that that flank doesn't come through for one. Because, I mean, Hixie was by himself in that bomb site. And the next point of defense that was going to come through to make sure that bomb plant comes through was over inside of Billiards. And it was just, I don't know. It was weird, a little bit disjointed. We'll have to see what the drawing board looks like for Twisted Theory in the next offense, because Rocker Academy have a 2-0 lead for their second offense.
How about this coming out from Rocker Academy? Unconventional as hell. Fortunately, this is why you don't see teams very often doing this. They've already lost one player. They need to rely on some crazy heroics coming out of players like Fame. And, well, to be fair, they are pretty regular. But unfortunately, Fame only going to be able to get one. And now this is awkward for Rocker Academy, because that push over towards B, it leaves the bomb completely in the open.
Yeah, and even more awkward because stylistically, offense for Rocker Academy, like more often than not, you'll see Goddard X with a submachine gun. You do have Pander that is towards that top tower, but this is not going to be easy shots, especially post-nerf Vaznev, but Mock will see it. Nice nade comes through, but now Pander 1v2.
I'm going to catch Hixie off guard. Yeah, those first shots come from Hixie. Hollow should be able to finish him off. And yeah, Twisted Theory win that round. And again, I think it's that early play call from Rocker Academy. They kind of wanted to get an advantage, catch Twisted Theory off guard, but it just doesn't work, Andy.
Well, the play call was, you know, to split the map 2-2. We saw that in Grand Finals versus Decimate at Boston, and it works out, right? So you put a lot of focus over towards the 8 lane. You show a lot of focus, especially with Pander being closer towards that top tower. And more often than not, it means that Real and Fame can probably inch their way closer towards that B bomb site, find the pick required, and get that bomb planted, because then it gives a direct flank for Pander and Goddard X to be able to clear all the way top barbecue. It just comes down to that one player that was over there, top Pride Rock, to be able to find that elimination to stop it from coming all the way through. Twisted Theory, stop the bleeding.
And now this time, I was talking previously about Rocker Academy not having anybody inside sight. You can see Real positioned over towards Couch. Hannah, with the door being open, that is a really good play from Rocker Academy. Again, something we haven't really seen from them. The door is open for Panda to put some shots through towards the bar. Not enough to take Hixie out, though, but it will crawl here. Twisted Fury to a snail's pace.
Both teams still looking for a pick. And are just throwing shoulders over by Kegs. Eagle's going to be first-blooded, so now if you are Twisted Theory, you feel like you need to push to be able to get this pick. They will take down Goddard X, 3v3, Hixie with the bomb, and Dead Silence looking to make a play around the back.
And making sure to open these doors in a non-loud way. Because this flank has to be the play from Twisted Theory. Dead Silence has been utilized now. Wanting for a reset here, but Hollow gets caught off guard there. Fame not in the position you would normally expect. He is going to be traded out. Now 2v2 we go, make it a 2 versus 1. Hixie now the last one left alive, and he's stuck between these last two players. Information on both, to be fair. He's going to go straight for the plant. Real not going to check it just yet. He will. The post plant looking pretty good for Hixie for the moment. Real getting a little bit restless. Might want to wait here, but the sun checked through the nade as well. The shot should be good. Finished it off. It's a little bit messy, but Real able to finish his food.
Twisted Theory trying to at least reconcile with a very messy opening. A lot of shots, stuns, nades, everything else coming through in kind, but you know, it was mostly that play call that was coming through from Hollow and Hixie. You know, I'm not too sure whether or not Hollow had that silence as well, but Hixie did for sure. And instead of fully wrapping around and at least clearing bottom tools, Hollow pushes all the way over towards the beast side. And I'm led to believe that he doesn't have that silence because, I mean, Fame heard him. Like, he was essentially sitting right next to him. Finds that free pick, and albeit being traded, the information gain in trade coming through from Rocker Academy is what makes them such a deadly team here in Search and Destroy with a 2-round lead.
All right, Rocker Academy, as you say, they've got the lead for now. What do they pull out? The strategy book for round number 5. Slow for the moment here, trying to draw any information away from Twisted Theory. Hixie inside sight would be the player who want to review position, if anything. But at the moment, Rocker Academy just waiting for Twisted Theory to get aggressive.
And Hixie just going to be playing in this 1-for-1 spot. Does have help. That's Beakle. That's all the way up top. Throwing some shots, whether that is down low over by Real or regardless of the matter. You got 3 players that are over on the offensive side of the building for Rocker Academy. Ander was looking over at B for a moment in time, but now's the go button. They're trying to execute. They're trying to take more space away on Rocker.
Now they know Hixie's in it. How many people are joining him? That's the question going to be on Rocker Academy's mind. Where is the support for Hixie in the play? You also have Real doing Real things on the flank. Hixie now forced for the shots, and oh, the speed. Goodness me, dash power or what? Fame able to win that gunfight, and now the bomb will go down. Rocker Academy fast on the take. How fast does the retake go from Twisted Theory? Vehicle only able to get 1. Real hit or Godorex going to be able to get a couple of kills. Last one comes through as well. Mate, the speed of Fame on that play, like, just a blur. Just a blur.
I mean, he's just schmoves. I mean, you see right there, Pander tried to do the same thing that Fame did, but like you said, I mean, Hixie inside of the AS&D side threw out a couple shots, and he was really like the sole defender after losing Vickle up top and lack of information on where the other players were located at. But I mean, Fame just quite literally throws his entire body towards Kegs. And I think it was Real or Godorex with a submachine gun that's right there to try to trade things out, but just as quick as Fame can be, jumping off of the top of this area. He collapses on that push over inside of A. Win conditions set galore. Rocker Academy now with 2 more rounds in a row.
Starting to put some serious distance between themselves and Twisted Theory now. They get the bomb down though, it's Twisted Theory. It's only been 1 round where Rocker Academy's had somebody inside sight. Do they really need those when they've got so much utility coming on off the back of the plant? Hixie had absolutely no chance, gets bombarded like in the middle of a World War I battlefield. Now, Twisted Theory looking for the hold here, excuse me. 3 versus 4, now down to 2 versus 4. Hollow up top would be good. If he can win this one, he does. Nade going out now as well. The bomb is not really planted for him because you could stretch defuse it. And now Hollow finds himself in a 1 versus 2 as his teammates are falling around him. He's going to have to jump for it because of that stretch defuse coming on through. Panda knows exactly where that player is. And another round here for Rocker Academy. Real is starting to streak out as well.
I mean, ever since that 1 round, Twisted Theory have won. That is 3 back answered in kind by Rocker Academy. And Hixie's job as far as an offensive play is concerned, just try to get that bomb planted quickly as possible. And I think it was Vico that was down low with him towards that arcade machine to make sure that that flank doesn't come through as what it did in their first offensive attempt, Brody. But, I mean, the bomb just wasn't stretched far enough away towards that top money area. That way you can get in that clutch position and try to shut things down. When the defuse is coming through, that's your best bet to maybe try to get a 1v3 in that regard. But say Real heating things up on a 5 spree. He gets 1 more kill. I'm sure he'll call in the cruise missile immediately.
I don't get it though, to be fair. Hollow on the heady, yep, takes him down. Real wasn't prepared for that. Despite the suns being thrown his way, I don't think he was expecting them to get that aggressive. But again, aggression coming out from Rocker Academy. If Twisted Theory have it, trust me, Rocker Academy have it as well. Panda finds himself stuck between a rock and a hard place, though, and does go down. Godorex, he's a little bit late on enacting this flank, but it does finally come on through. He's, however, still a 1 versus 2 on his hands.
Got attack for this, though. Last known positioning, at least on a few players, should at least be conveyed, but it's like Mock has the information of which we do on Codcaster. That bomb is down, and Mock is defending it. Vico has also pushed all the way past the shacks. Godorex, a lot to do here. Have 30 seconds to do it.
I don't think he's seen Vehicle yet as well. So it's going to be as much of a surprise for him as it will be for Vehicle. And yeah, he's not seen him. Goes for the shots on the boards. Mock, no more than that. Twisted Theory, not done yet. And again, the crucial gunfight they get at the start of the round, Real goes down before a cruise missile can be accrued.
Yeah, and it's massive within its own self, right? Because not only do you win the round, you keep your heads barely above water here on the LSELO Search and Destroy for Twisted Theory, but you also shut down Real with that streak. That cruise missile could have paid dividends, whether it was earned in that round or it was utilized in the later round, even if Rocker did lose it. But well done coming through from Twisted Theory just to be able to isolate a handful of these players, utilize their throwables, specifically their tacks, to make sure that Real cannot push all the way up through the pillar side, to make sure that Fame gets dealt with on the opposite side as well. We're isolating the players galore and playing head glitches to an absolute perfection. So not Twisted Theory. Gonna have to win an offensive round. Again, it's gonna be another AXQ. The difference is that Hixie isn't gunning straight for the quick plan. It's being defended by Rocker, who also find first blood.
That's problematic. Hixie Trying to play the hero here for Twisted Theory, having the door shut in his face, quite literally. Have to back away. The shots do go out, though, and again, that's valuable information for Rocker Academy. This is so much information going their way. Bomb in his hand as well. If he falls, it would leave Twisted Theory in a very awkward spot. Again, though, flank now coming through from Beakle. Gonna take down Godorex, looking for the second in towards top checkers, but nope. Not going to happen, and now Hollow left up in a 1 versus 3 tag from behind. Has to go for the challenge situation. Back towards the window for the kill. Not going to happen here, Sonny. As Rocker Academy, 6-2 on LSELO Search and Destroy. Yeah, very comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Silly, along with all these guys, are just looking in prime form right now, honestly speaking. Because, I mean, they fall back to their old devious ways, don't they, Brody? Again, in the early stages of this LSELO Search and Destroy, it was Real Fame just being a nuisance and a half, whether it's through the A area or through the building itself, or just defending a lot of these key areas on the map. Didn't see Pander pull out the sniper all too much. Wasn't ultimately required. Going back over towards Convoy versus Decimate, though. Again, a must-needed map win for Convoy Gaming, and I hesitate a little bit to say that because it's on Fortress Control.
Yeah, it's
not easy map to win.
Absolutely not, no. But you know what? If anybody could do it, Convoy Gaming. For Decimate, excuse me. Wait, the names are flipped here, right? I'm not just... Am I having a... Am I having a moment?
They are
yeah,
flipped. Yeah, Convoy are 2-1 up.
No. Sometimes my brain just, has a moment. And, I was just very concerned there for a second. It's okay. We're all good now. The names are indeed flipped. Yeah, there we go. We're back to normal. Yeah, Decimate Gaming now. You say 2-1 down in this one. Round number 5, extremely likely. Johnny towards top single. Already picked up 1. Gunless knows he's over here, but he can't get too aggressive because Johnny has the better position. Now on 5 in a row, looking for number 6. A streak would be pretty good for that next round. But again, score streaks, guys. Come on now. Not going to get it just yet. Decimate, though, make no mistake. They are in the much better position here. One last hurrah from Convoy Gaming. They're going to try and brute force their way with a nice stun from Classic. Will leave Proloot immobilized, but... it is not just enough here as Johnny picks up another one. Yuli in for the kill inside. One player filters through. Rex manages to escape. Can he do anything with 6 seconds on the clock? Another headshot there for the second. Dave Paddy in an awkward spot, though. Dave Paddy for 2. The third should be good. Gear Classic doesn't even need to fall in the end. Decimate, they guarantee the round 5.
And they will end up forcing the round 5 again. I mean, as far as Fortress Control is concerned, it is just a defense bloodbath when it comes down to it, but... even more than that, I think that what's going to be a further struggle is the simple fact that there were no segments gained on that offensive attempt coming through for Convoy Gaming, albeit some heroics that came through. Even Rex there towards the end getting himself at least a juicy 3-piece. You're just not going to be able to deal with the inevitable spawn trap if you do end up going down in such a manner. So sides will swap, and it seems that it's going to be Decimate. They're going to have to convert an offensive round if they want this to be a 3-0 win. This is Convoy's best look to at least extend it to a map 4, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely he is. I'm curious, did they get that streak in the end? He wasn't 7 in a row, Johnny, right? So I don't know if he actually did end up getting it. We'll talk about that if we get on board with him in just a second. Regardless, so the first ever gunfights have gone the way of Convoy Gaming. They're going to need that streak, really, to break out of Fort Knox at this point. They've Paddy and Yuli coming out with some kills, though. They have actually managed to find an entrance. Classic, the last player over towards munitions, at least for the moment. Gunless is the advanced positioning, though, and he's already picked up 3. This is the problem. There are just so many power positions to try and deal with if you're on the offensive side. Players like Gunless, just so oppressive. You need somebody like Proloot to get a 2-piece or 3-piece. He can only deliver on 1.
Oh, man, and Gunless, I'm pretty sure he gets himself a cruise missile there at the end of just playing top maps balcony like that. So, couldn't have asked for a better start. You're hoping for a breakout performance coming through from maps from at least one of these players that are representing Decimate, but they find their way out. They're slowly getting past front maps. You then have to worry about the player that is playing top boat. That's Classic. He'll find 2. And you also got to be wary about Rex that is playing across that P2 lane. Going for broke. They made their way past Blacksmith as at least player number 3. That's Yuli. A lot of work to do. He'll be cut down. 20 seconds remaining.
I got a feeling this one's probably going to map 4, to be honest with you, Andy, bud. Imprisoned or Decimate in their spawn. It would be quite heroic to see them get out. Proloot's got dead silence, so he flies here towards the defensive side. Classic, the call should be there that someone's coming on the flank. Apparently has not been communicated. So now with 8.2 seconds left on the clock, Decimate have found their way on towards A. Takes a progression slowly coming through, but Proloot is drawn out into a gunfight there by Rex. Gunless brings the streak down, and I think that was probably why. The kills are good here, but not enough to get on towards the point. Convoy Gaming, they get it done in a defensive round 5. Surprise, surprise.
What I'm getting at least the confirmation for, and our observer was communicating this through us and all of our tech production. Not a single segment was earned throughout the entirety of that Fortress Control. That's the most Modern Warfare 2 thing I think I have ever witnessed in my life. Apart from Rocker Academy stalling out on an offensive round versus Atlanta FaZe to be able to force out a round 5 defense. But that's, hey man, that's Fortress Control in a nutshell. It's always going to be defense for defense continuously. It's a very rare occurrence that you do see at least a full zone being captured on Control for Fortress itself. It's just that dang spawn trap, man. It's so annoying to try to break out of there because you're always going to have to deal with the players that are in and around maps. And even if you deal with those maybe 2 players that are around maps, you got to worry about the player that's over by open. Then you also saw Dave Patty's positioning on their last defense, playing the head glitch on top of the truck. There's just so many different points of interest, if you will, power positions galore, just to fully enforce that spawn trap to come all the way through. So round 5, not going in the favor for Decimate. Is that'll be extended to a game number 5. Convoy Gaming's hopes of winning a series on the day. Not done quite yet.
Yeah, we can try and analyze it. Hill, we can. You guys know how Fortress Control works at around number 5. It's almost impossible. It's just like, it's ridiculous at this point, to be honest. It's just like, how can you get out? It's happened a couple of times, to be fair. Like, you got to have, like, you got to make sure you stack on towards a point. And there was a good look there towards the end for Decimate, you know, when they managed to get Proloot on the point. But you talked about it, right? Gunless having that streak down, it kind of forced the guys inside as opposed to coming to help out Proloot. Proloot goes for the 1v1 to at least make the kind of what followed.
He didn't have a trophy system in there, too. So, like, if you're wondering why he had to chow out from the truck, it's because he didn't have a trophy. So, your best case scenario is you go 1 for 1 right there, and then maybe your teammates can pick up the slack on that zone. But, I mean, what are you going to do?
It's Control. It's Fortress Control. It's round 5 defense. Like, you expect a team to win that. Like, 90. I would love to know, like, the stats for, like, challengers and CDL to see how many, like, round 5 offensive have been won. On Fortress Control, or just how many offenses generally, because I'd imagine it wouldn't be a lot. I tell you what, why don't we add more examples here to the sample size, mate, because we've got another Fortress Control coming up between Omit and Aphelion Esports. We had a little look earlier on at the Embassy Hardpoint that did go Omit's way. Apparently, the Search and Destroy went their way as well.
Yep. 2-0 lead here going into Fortress Control, and let me tell you something, this Omit roster, even through Season 1, they love Fortress. They are fuck wild nasty at it, but going over towards the B zone, just because you found a good opening rip doesn't mean that ARs will have head glitches galore. 3 AR strong are Aphelion to shove back that B zone attempt from Omit.
Yeah, that's tough. From Parasite there, he brings down a trophy system at the complete wrong time as the challenge comes through from Omit. So a lane is opened up now for Omit to make their way through, at least through munitions. I've got a feeling they want to knock at the door of B here momentarily. Infinite had to wait for the dead silence to come through. Now it is. Able to get the first kill there on towards Cryptic, causing chaos and carnage inside munitions. Snoopy deals with fire in towards their spawn building as well. Omit, they've broken out of the spawn trap. And now for Aphelion, it's about getting the rats back in the cage. Can they get it done? Infinite starting to get aggressive. Finally, someone going to jump on towards A now. And Infinite's positioning here is so crucial to just try and keep these players at bay. Infinite for 1. Spots out Cryptic, decides to go for the repositioning here and just trying to waste some time.
Again, this is a really good turn of the tables when you're looking for moment. They're trying to at least force another spawn trap on their side. Kill streak does get called in, but it's only just information. Cryptic is still pushing up. Snoopy for 2, though. Comes down to fire, and Rupert will gun him where he stands. Whole A-zone capture coming through for Omit, and they have a 5-light lead.
Yeah, that was tough for Aphelion. They just did not know how to swarm on towards a point and save it. And they're unable to in the end. It's okay, though, because they do get a couple of kills through. It will now only be a couple more before they regain control of the map and get Omit back into that spawn trap. Omit will not submit here in this situation. Snoopy's still alive. Infinite does fall. So Snoopy, his situation becomes really important for Omit, but maybe not so much anymore. Thresh and Rupert able to pick up some ones here. It enables Snoopy to push further up the map. Has Rupert with him. And here they go. Snoopy unfortunately falling towards the back line. Omit still, though, with pressure towards the point. Infinite around the front line will fall. Does not manage to time that correctly with Thresh. And Omit, they are relying on individual efforts here. Rupert in for 2, looking for number 3. He gets a really good look at fire there.
Yeah, but I mean, all these kills are going to start amounting to something, but 30 seconds left on this offensive attempt coming through for Omit. They can essentially win this by kills, but the biggest thing, they have to stall that clock. Closing the doors. Cryptic doesn't know which way to shoot. The stun is going to be coming through. It's fire on the opposite side with the Semtex. Will pick up one. But stalling up the clock, you only have 8 respawns remaining if you are a Aphelion. Omit have a handful of win conditions here.
Indeed they do. Aphelion looking for something. Fire. Trying to get the kill against Infinite. They're trying to remove Omit now in a 14 versus 6 situation. 20 seconds on the clock, though. This might not come down alive if Aphelion are going to be able to control this point. And they do. Rupert finds himself now in a 1 versus 3 on the point. He does fall. 15 seconds left now. Aphelion can get control of the middle map once again. Omit need to do this perfectly to get out the spawn and make this an offensive conversion. The stuns are out, but it's just not good enough. Gunzy tagged up. Gunzy able to go huge in the closing moments of the game. And yeah, we said it, right? It doesn't matter how much of a life advantage you have. If you cannot get onto the point, stall the clock enough, it won't matter in the end.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was on about, is that you had at least 2 win conditions set in stone for so mid-roster, but it's only just hindered off of stalling out the clock. I'll give you the update on that game right there, as segments might just hinder towards Omit getting around 5 defense. But back over towards our main focus here, Hotel Control. Out of 3 control maps that we got in a row, Brody, at least this one's going to be on Hotel. Twisted Theory for an offensive round. They will close it out quite successfully indeed by way of segments.
Yeah, we always talk about kind of getting B out the way first, because that's the harder point to take down, of course, and then you only need really 1 good hit to get control of A. It seems like that was the case there for Twisted Theory. They looked pretty good, and Hixie at the end of that round finishes at 6-1, by the way. Hixie, a player that I don't think we've seen him play even on the Toronto Ultra Academy North America. Like, he was a very selfless player last year, Andy. You know, I don't think he was like ever really too flashy in the stat department. Now back to kind of a rather flashy role here on Twisted Theory, alongside Vikal, who's also having a pretty good start at 4-2. Rocker Academy need a response in kind here on this offensive effort. It's going to be a 2-2 split. 2 players for the middle map, 2 players straight towards B. Vikal picking up that first blood, though. Gives him the agency here to move forward towards bottom bedroom side. Flame and Panda, though, have a response. What can Vikal do? He needs to go huge for the first kill. Nicely done. Players now coming on the flank as well. Vikal will fall. So now 3 players from Rocker Academy. Gonna stack the point. Hixie not the best weapon for the situation, but he makes the best of it. Able to take down 1. Still presence on the point now for Rocker Academy.
And Goddard has a trophy system, well, had a trophy system, as Mach will unfortunately take down Goddard buddy, and, well, Vikal might be able to find at least a trade, but Hixie needs to wait. And I think in that moment of time, you will end up seeing them just completely chalk the B zone. Hixie's not even going to get here in time, but Hollow! Off of previously, Mach dealt with the trophy system, the Semtex cleans up 2, and Mach will clean up the 3rd, so just when I thought it was going to be chalked, in 60 seconds it was going to be added on towards the board. Twisted Theory find the kills required. They'll send Rocker Academy over towards A.
Now Rocker Academy. You have that progression on A starting to come through. Mock and Hollow again, though. We've talked about it. They're starting to heat up with these ARs. Mock being tagged up, finds himself in a not so desirable situation. Vikal gonna have to back away towards double arches and falls. Panda in for 2. That should be A locked in. Transition towards B. Panda had a look at it, but it's shut down there by Hixie. So things should calm down now as Rocker Academy capture A.
60 seconds will be added on towards the board. I mean, Twisted Theory, try as you might, you're going to have to try to get a couple of exits here. Rocker Academy, though, playing with what was going to be a slight deficit, but lives just about evened up. 18 plays up against 17, favoring that slightly of the defense. But look at this call coming through from Rocker Academy. Twisted Theory were playing for exits over by shops. Rocker Academy eat that information up, and they start sending players all the way towards the backside of their spawn, trying to make sure that they get bedroom control, then the atrium before they fully assault that B zone. It's just 1 tick is all they need.
Yeah, first couple of kills are already through as well. Bedroom control is gone. Rocker Academy, close spawns. Hollow, though, he's doing better. Able to pick up 2, but not enough to clear point just yet. So Rocker Academy, that 2-stack, that progression is going to result in a capture. If Hixie doesn't get a point, he flies towards it. Mock with a Semtex, but Hixie in for 2. A spicy double at that. But the progression has not been reduced. So Rocker Academy still just need 1 good look and they'll capture the point. But Vikal in from behind. Vikal, sneaky as you like, he will activate for yet another double. If it's not Hixie, it's Vikal. Twisted Theory refuse to give up now with Vikal picking up a 3rd.
A nice team shots coming through from Mach to make sure that that last player was weak versus Vikal. 13-7 for him, 10-4 for Hixie. It's the SMGs that are showing up in a big way. You still have so much time to try to do this. Lives aren't too far gone either, just down by 2 are Rocker Academy. Trying to get Atrium in their favor. Real got X, they combine for 2. You just gotta be worried about bedroom control coming forward. That is the ace in the hole coming through for Twisted Theory, but the kills come through. The stack's soon to follow, and I'm not even too sure if Twisted Theory are gonna get here in time. The answer is absolutely not. Offense for offense we go. Hotel Control, anybody. Order it up. Who would have thought?
So you know how earlier on we had the conversation, and it was a very minor conversation, mind you, about kind of offenses being the norm. I feel like it might be at this point, right? Again, you know, towards the end there, especially with Rocker Academy, just only needing that one tip aggression. It's just, it's so fragile in a way. A defense, it could just fall apart just like that. It absolutely does there for Twisted Theory. Back and forth we go. Beagle having a hell of a game here, by the way. 15 and 9. Himself in the Challenger circuit.
One good push is sometimes all it takes here on Hotel Control, especially when you get to show presence over at B. You force the defensive team to spawn over by shops. Offense for offense we go, and it seems that Twisted Theory for their second offense are looking to split their affairs. Again, a lot of focus over towards Wine. It's just Mock that is actually left over by Bedroom. He is up top above Luggage. And it seems that Real's going to be that player to try to fish things out. So the first player to touch the zone will be Hixie. The clock stalled out.
Look at Twisted Theory at the moment, the way they're playing the map. This is a very slow capture for Twisted Theory. Rocker Academy know what's up, by the way. Yeah, they can see that slow capture coming on through, so they know that there's at least 2 players not on that point. They probably know it's 3, and, well, Fame, well aware of the fact that this push has come through. Fame just makes it look so easy on the defense of the push towards B, and now an opportunity here to re-aggress on towards A. As a matter of fact, for Rocker Academy, do they just want to play for the exit frag? So that's the question. The stack now coming through. Fame still having a look here. Being baited, tempted in towards it, and well, yeah, Beagle's going to take him down. Mock with another one as well. Rocker Academy, they do actually give that a good look to try and defend it.
Yeah, it's just interesting because it felt like that they chalked that A zone yesterday, and they found a couple of exits, but a delayed attempt to maybe try to get that back in their favor is now allowing Twisted Theory to show presence through the middle of the map. The only player that's in a position to maybe try to deal with this is going to be Pander. They're unaware of his position. He's over by Couches. Mock will find a trade as well as Beagle. And the stack should surely be in. 2 segments are what you're probably going to be looking at. Probably the full zone capture before Rocker Academy can even sniff this defense, and it might just be the case.
Yeah, they'll stack this. There's no reason not to, right? There's nothing that Rocker Academy can do about it. And I don't think it's solely to do with the fact those final 2 frags come through, but I think it kind of weakens the defense, right, as the transition is made from A to B. Because they know, like, they get those first 2 kills, like, right, we're just going to swing through the middle of the map as fast as we possibly can. And then, of course, they get the kills at the back of that as well. So, yeah, I don't think it's solely down to that, Andy, but I don't think it helped.
No, it definitely doesn't help when you're thinking about it, right? Because, I mean, if those 2 kills don't come through, say, like, Fame, for example, can maintain his streaks, he can go top or bottom bedroom. Godorex was already over there. Pander was Couches. I mean, you just essentially got to chalk. You need to make the decision. Like, are we fully chalking it? Are we playing for a couple exits? The exits were fine, but trying to push in towards Wine, it was just not timely, so we'll have to see. Will we get our first defensive round? Because if Twisted Theory can do it, it'll force him at 4.
Let's see if they can get it done. Twisted Theory here. Quite a bit of pressure on towards B early on. They're relying on an individual effort here to defend A. That's on a vehicle on the long flank, but he has just been spotted out on the minimap there. Real's going to take him down, his former teammate. Rocker Academy. So far, so good on this capture of A. They are reduced down now to just 2. But I don't think Twisted Theory wants to overinvest in this one. You can see on the map. Yeah, they're not going to do that.
Oh, chalk it. See, this is the thing that I was talking about with Rocker Academy. I mean, maybe you can get some Atrium control. I mean, you would love to be able to find the trade on a Godorex, who is just playing a ring around the couches with Vico at the moment of time. We'll get some assistance. Good help from Mock. We'll push over towards Info. Real, SMG, that's that nerf we were talking about. You're not going to start beaming people like that anymore, but 60 seconds added on towards the board. Rocker Academy 2 life lead. It's a battle of inches coming through for Rocker Academy, taking more and more map away from Twisted Theory.
Real trying to get hyper aggressive. Yeah, Real, man, he's just doing Real things at the moment. Even at 9 and 16, he's now starting to really heat up at the back half of this game on 3 in a row. Which serves towards the attack again against former teammate, and Vic will just run straight into the gunfight. Now Rocker Academy starting to make progression. No trophy system on the point. Will not protect them against the incoming nades. Rocker Academy still with a player to stop the clock. They do have bedroom control, so Rocker Academy have that to fall back on, but they want to go full send now towards the point. Coverage being provided by Godorex. Panda also inside the bedroom. Hollow flying out there. The team shot's good enough, but it will now be a 1 versus 2 on the point, and it's just too much for Fame to handle. Real, his flank is just a little bit late, and it will be smart now, I think, just to try and back away.
Oh, he didn't see the player. Oh my glass, it's Hixie. Oh, Godorex will pick it up regardless. That is a big kill coming through from Godorex to make sure that the Atrium will at least maintain presence. Coming through from Real is also going to have his SMG duo of Fame coming through sometime soon. But now your next battle has to be over towards Mach. Top bedroom is going to be a power position to say the least. And you're seeing at least a few players try to toy with the idea of how do we try to get this player out from this position itself. But as they're trying to make the decision, more of the map is being taken away by Twisted Theory. They are just chipping away at that game clock. Still down by 3 lives, with just a minute left to play.
Again, what they don't have anymore is that bedroom control. Both Mock and Vehicle pushed all the way up. Mock's position now made known. You probably know Vehicle's in that position as well, let's be honest. Mock now on 5 in a row. Let's take him out of the equation here, and with 45 seconds left, Mock is going to pick up that 6th kill. Hixie with another one as well. The tables have completely turned here. Over the last 40 seconds or so, Twisted Theory have dug their heels in here. Rocker Academy just cannot break. A kill towards double arches, though. A potential flank now on the cards.
Seconds remaining as well. You need this push to really stick onto something. And as you were talking about, the flank was Pander over by Shops. Hollow has the read. Now it comes down to Real to maybe try to make this push all the way through the lobby side. He'll find one. Hollow should be able to find this trade, you would think, but Real's in an extended 1v1. Has the head glitch to Snake as well. The battle over towards bedroom. Also a big one. Real finds that kill in towards the back. And now you can stall the clock over at B. But you still have Mock. He's been top bedroom for like 2 years.
And never mind the AR, just put a Bass left in Mock's hand. He's on 8 in a row. He's going to have to reload, so forced into a bad situation. Still now 2.5 seconds on the clock. Somebody from Rocker Academy has to touch the point. They get the kills, though. They could well do this. Trophy system down on the point. Dixie, can he do anything here? Shots in towards 1. It is just 1 player, but the reinforcements, the cavalry has arrived. Rocker Academy looking to get it done now. It's all on Godorex. Shots towards the point, and it's all good for Rocker Academy. They do not fall here. Round number 5. Offense for offense. We go.
Oh, Brody, I feel like we're just going to sound like a broken record, and people are going to think that we're not as smart as we crack ourselves up to be, man. But literally, Hotel Control in general, it literally just takes 1 good push. Even with a team kill, having 3 players alive, Hixie has an SMG. So, albeit great shots to be able to take down the first, you're just going to be able to snap and get that trade. Once Rocker Academy get presence on B, it forces almost everybody from Twisted Theory to spawn closer towards Shops. That play does not come through unless Real wins a crucial 1v1 versus Hollow in towards the back. If Hollow's allowed to stay alive, then Mock completely can continue to go unnoticed. And I'm pretty sure he called in the cruise missile to be able to try to bring that round back from the depths. But as ticks were evened up across the board, it goes to kills next. Twisted Theory having the majority of those. They'll get defense for round 5.
Ooh. What a crazy control this has been. Twisted Theory fighting tooth and nail to survive here. Rocker Academy. Pushing for a B hit. Still knocking at the door. We know how dangerous he can be if you invest too much into hitting B time and time again. Might well lose yourselves in the round. But trade's going down. Still technically speaking in favor of Rocker Academy, especially as Panda picks up a second. Vehicle gonna fall. And now things looking pretty rock solid for Rocker Academy. They only have 1 player on the flank to deal with. That'll be Hixie. I think they're being a little bit cautious of the fact the player might come on the flank. Hixie, has he found a route that's good for him? The shot's good, but not good enough. Hollow now, the last one left alive. He will fall. B is donezo.
And Godorex was also playing on an island all the way through Atrium. He actually found a kill inside a secret. And now they can start pushing up past info, looking for a couple of exits. But the way that Twisted Theory are coming off the respawn, they knew that B zone was chalked. They gotta get themselves a couple players inside a kitchen. That is your best bet to maybe try to hold on to this A zone. And a round 5 defense, you gotta dig deep if you are Twisted Theory. Again, everything leaning on this round of control for Twisted Theory to stay alive in the series.
It only takes 1 hit though, Andy. I know people are probably fed up of us saying it, but
What
it
is
is so
Brody?
fragile. It's so fragile, mate. Things might well break apart here for Twisted Theory. Mock very far removed from the situation. I find himself in a 1v1 on the flank for Real. Real goes down, excuse me. Mock finds a second as he comes and helps out his team. Vehicle gonna get another one as well, and now it all falls on the shoulders of Godorex. What can he get done? Absolutely nothing. Staunch is the defense for Twisted Theory here. They hold strong. Vehicle now going to activate the dead silence to reaggress through kitchen. He's getting right up in the faces of Rocker Academy here. Knows that's the only way to play this.
I need For a second there, I thought we were going to have a little reprise from that one clip. I mean, Vico gets hit by the stun, and then the nade slams the door into him, but he wasn't. That door is a fickle object, let me tell you. It just completely shoves him back outside. But look at this defense being set up. We have shaved about a minute plus worth of time off of the game clock, and Twisted Theory are not giving up this kitchen position without a fight. So players inside of Freezer. Nice help from Hixie coming through from Rugs. He'll find 2, 20 seconds remaining.
Twisted Theory, they've done so well on this defense. Fame doesn't have dead silence, so might well be heard on this flank. Might he just come in here full sneaky like they don't know? They don't know. Now they most certainly will here as Fame goes off, and Fame, his teammates fall around him. He's got a 1 versus 3, so many different places to look. He might not even get the first. No, he won't. Twisted Theory, not done yet here in this one, Andy. Game number 4.
If Fortress Control is defense for defense, Hotel Control is 4 rounds of offense for the last round to be a defensive round win. I swear, it happens all the time in Hotel. Or not all the time. I would probably say maybe as much as Lysol kills germs. But, like, it's just absurd. Again, what the conversation comes from, especially for Hotel, you get that B zone first, then going over towards the A zone. The one way that you defend it the best is making sure that you keep numbers inside a kitchen. By doing that, Twisted Theory holds strong. They'll stay alive in the best of 5.
Right, well, we just had a round 5 control between Convoy Gaming and Decimate. This now means that we are going into a hard point here on Hydro. Decimate up 2-1 in the series, but down in the hard point overall. This back 10 seconds will go the way of Convoy Gaming. Now we'll move over towards P3. It is going to be a hard point, crucial one for Decimate if they do not want to see a game number 5.
No, they do not. But, I mean, Convoy might just have to force it. The way that they are playing throughout the entirety of the set. Again, we didn't see the majority of that first set. Obviously, we just hopped into it here with you all, but Dave Patty 11 and 15 on a map like Hydroelectric is not a good sign at all. ProLoot might have to be that guy to maybe try to pick up some of the slack. We'll find Rex inside the hardpoint. We'll keep it vacant for the time being. There's still a lot of time to fight over here inside of P3. Keep in mind, Ewan. Well, ProLoot's really the only player in a position to maybe try to threaten this. Has some assistance around the back. You got player number 3 at Classic that's reading these close spawns. ProLoot is just playing these guys like a fiddle. His 25 seconds should be soaked up by Decimate.
Yeah, again, we talked about this hill being super integral for Decimate. They've done a stellar job at holding onto it down, and mostly Johnny and ProLoot, who are on a combined 6-3 there. Johnny will fall before he can do anything further to Convoy Gaming. And every single second goes the way of Decimate. So now they're on the hot heels here of Convoy Gaming. Starting to aggress around the backline. Gunless well aware of the fact that this Ruins area is probably going to be where Decimate come, if anything. Call has already been made by Classic as well. ProLoot already picking up first. Got to get past Gunless and Classic. Classic, the shot's in, but ProLoot is just too strong. And now Gunless has to deal with them around the backline. They know that somebody is over here. Gunless has to take these players off the spree and just cannot get it done as ProLoot picks up number 6. Decimate, they've managed to break around the backline.
Oh, and Classic also getting caught in the mantle. Ruins control is everything when it comes down towards P4. Numbers starting to sway, though. Spawns have not flipped. Rex is about to be behind the entirety of the play, and Gunless is holding through the middle arches as well. It's just down to ProLoot again on the 6-3. The cruise missile has already been earned, and Rex will tear him down. 15 seconds will be soaked up by Convoy Gaming, and they're trying to win the battle on 2 different fronts. Pristini's already in towards the back. Dave is there to read it, but doesn't win the gunfights. Kill still coming in the way for Convoy.
Convoy Gaming looking pretty good here. They've got to deal with one more player. Yuli will have been called out even if none of those shots connect. So Yuli has a hell of a task on him inside and does end up falling. Just a little bit too hot to handle there. Inside the generator building. Again, 50 points the difference between these two teams, and that lead will grow exponentially with Rex on 5 in a row. Cover is being provided in and around the generator hardpoint. Decimate, you got to get in right about now. You have to go. You cannot give away this time to Convoy. Pristini running around the outside of the kill, playing patrol for the team, but he's now going to be pushed out. That's a nice Semtex. That'll stick on towards one. Did he just get bombed there? Johnny just runs straight towards him. He's had absolutely enough of that one. Yuli inside, though. Yuli inside. 4-3. How poetic.
Oh, man. I see so many players trying that. It just rarely happens to me. Johnny just pulls out the knife and just sprints at Pristini. It was quite literally one shot, so the splash damage from the Semtex will get the kill, but E5 not done over yet. Just 8 seconds remaining here inside of this hard point. It'll allow Convoy Gaming to get over the 200-point threshold. The 151 scoreline that Decimate have for themselves. You need this P1 to be big for yourself. You don't need to soak up all the time in the world. You want to make sure you maintain those P2 spawns, but most importantly, you got to keep Convoy off the time.
Decimate Gaming, they know how important getting this time is still, though, even if they lose the first couple of engagements. Now, though, they find themselves in a 2 versus 4. Johnny, Prolute, what do you have for us? They find 3 between them. Would be nice if Prolute can pick up the 4th and final one. He's already got that cruise missile ready to go in the back pocket, and that will be utilized soon enough to try and get control of the P2 spawns. For now, though, fight still going down for the time over towards P1. Dave Paddy facing a lot of pressure. Able to survive most of it. Takes down Pristini and Decimate Gaming doing a stellar job. Yuli lands an absolute bomb of a Semtex on towards Gunless and Rex. Those players should still spawn pretty close, but now Decimate an opportunity to pressure.
Yeah, space provided. 30 seconds between these two teams, but still straight trades are going to be favorable for Convoy Gaming. Prolute, the sneaky beaver. He's all the way around back. It looks like Classic aware of this. Conveying that information to Rex, and he will pick things up. How good has Rex been in these respawns? 29 and 22, even up top, he will be traded. But space through the middle of the map still being held by Convoy.
Decimate Gaming looking for a way in. Johnny falls, and Dave Paddy will now be isolated. The streak comes down. The trophy system will stop it from being effective. Convoy Gaming smiles across their faces at this point. They know this one's probably going to a game number 5 as Gunless providing all the cover required. Decimate, one last desperate effort to find their way through. Dave Paddy actually picking up a kill here, but if Johnny survives, it would be a lot more situational. Dave Paddy gives it one last go, but it's just not enough as Convoy Gaming force us into a game number 5, Andy. Could the reverse sweep? Did it happen? Did it happen?
I'm not going to sit here and call it, but I mean, hey, it might. And I'm pretty sure Convoy Gaming, they won their first series versus Jokas on You. But talk about a crazy start this would be. Decimate desperately want this win here, and they do have to be rather careful with it as well, because starting down 0-2, of course, not a place anybody wants to find themselves. Yeah. You remember Convoy Gaming just from a namesake alone. I'm sorry, Convoy Gaming fans and even owners of the organization, but you were basically made the namesake that everybody was reverse sweeping you all the way through Season 1 of the Elite. This is an entirely different roster now. It's going to a Fortress Hardpoint. I mean, you could not have asked for a more mixy Hardpoint come all the way through, but I mean, if Gunless continues to piece like they did in that Hydro Hardpoint, then this Fortress Search and Destroy might be quite good for them. Same thing could be said about Rex, who also dropped a dime piece of a performance, even in a round 11 loss on their map number 2.
All right, well, Rocker Academy, they lost that hotel control in round number 5 to Twisted Theory. They have the ice. Is it melted in between maps number 3 and 4? That's the question. Is Rocker Academy going to start things off on the better side of the map? A bit of time given away to Twisted Theory here on P1. Hixie and Mock, though, going to start that journey towards the administration building. Real ought to be careful here, because getting too aggressive if teammates fall might well be a situation where he gives away the spawns for a new, but it's okay. Real's all good. So are Rocker Academy. They win the gunfight.
Embassy Hardpoint for Rocker Academy, especially through the first season of the Elite, was actually one of their weaker of the Hardpoint game modes. They finished 2-2, and the last time they played it online was a 124-250 loss versus TFL Enterprises in their map number 1 in Grand Finals. But it's all about pacing here versus Twisted Theory. Just want to make sure that you're shutting down your flanks continuously and make sure that the ARs don't heat up continuously. Into P2 we go, and we'll be Rocker Academy at least with the time for now.
Not exactly the strongest of holds, though, to be fair, for Rocker Academy. It is mostly just down a Panda and a little bit of coverage from Real on long. Panda, though, just outplaying. Going to get out of the way of Vehicle for a moment here to try and get the kill, but unfortunately bad timing on towards Hixie as well. We'll take him out of the equation. Fame tagged up now as well. Like 25 seconds, it is probably worth going for, to be fair. Fame knows it, swings out towards the middle of the map for a second off the back of the first, not able to get it done, so very likely here that Twisted Theory do get that scrap time, unless Real, he really wants this scrap time, man. Again, I mean, to be fair, it is going to secure the rotation towards New, and it will actually take a fair bit of scrap time, too.
It's not just about the scrap time. Again, if you find a couple of those eliminations over by P2, he's actually blocking towards the kitchen spawns, but because he lost that gunfight, player number 7, Hixie, actually spawns down low. Got our Rex up top. We'll deal with him. But if those kills continuously come through, it'll force Twisted Theory to still spawn closer towards admin. And that's exactly what Real was looking for, and he will get that and more. 20 seconds already secured here for Rocker F3.
Rex starting to get control of the administration building. This crossfire is important, but you also have to have some emphasis on the hard point. Mock actually getting hyper-aggressive. We'll pick up a couple kills here. And Rex, I mean, he recognizes in that situation the only thing that he could do is sprint across the tennis court and try to get to the kill in time before Hollow can touch. Not to be. Twisted Theory now garnering time. Fame has managed to easel his way in towards Electrical, but no more than that as the back 15 will go Twisted Theory's way. Rocker Academy, I was going to say they'll have to settle for the rotation towards New. That is already being threatened by Kixie, but not for long as Panda takes him down. So Rocker Academy here, that hill didn't exactly go to plan. This one needs to.
A good pickup by Rex and Fame, especially off the respawns towards that A-bomb lane, just to make sure that that flank will at least be maintained while the rest of their teammates, Real and Panda, are going to be shifting their focus in and around this P4 hardpoint, but you're still starting to look at some stray gunfights. In Twisted Theory, they're being isolated one by one. They try to take these gunfights and they'll fall.
Real still providing a lot of pressure inside the hallways of the administration building, and yeah, they expected him to move. Real's like, you really thought I was going to move in that situation? You silly Billy. Real's going to take him down off the back of that. 5 in a row now for Real, 4 in a row for Panda as well. Streak starting to be built in here for Rocker Academy, and Real catches Fickle off guard in the toilets. Ooh, whoops, well, Real not going to get number 7 there in a row, but it doesn't matter. Panda can now get streaks as well. Rocker Academy having a hell of a time there off the back of the sub-pressure around administration.
That could very much so be the turning point at the end of this first set of hard points and maybe the game altogether, because now Rocker Academy not only have flipped the lead, but now they're going to have about a 30-point lead altogether in towards P5. Get your SMGs out. It's going to be a bloodbath inside of this kitchen hardpoint, but still a little bit delayed for Rocker Academy. These stuns and these little delayed timings are really good until Fame, Panda, they'll combine for 2. Now they can shift their focus into the hill.
Trophy system out here for Fame. Wants to stop any incoming nades and utility. The 2-for-1. Fame in for a double. Gonna bait out Real to get it done. It doesn't matter. Real does his job as the dummy, but Hixie comes back for 2 of his own. I don't think Hixie's quite out of the danger zone. Okay, I was gonna say, he's not quite out of the danger zone. Actually, a nade will be enough here to push these players away. So Twisted Theory in for the second.
Wow.
Panda looking for the kill, but Hixie behind the door. It says Peekaboo wins that game, a particular hide and seek. Deadly fashion. Rocker Academy, though, not done with this hard point just yet. As yet, again, Real and Fame, would you believe it? They come through with the kills required to get that back 10 seconds or so of time. It maintains their lead in this game, but again, it's rocky considering Twisted Theory right on their tail.
Yeah, that spree for Hixie, especially towards that last 1v1 that they had for at least control of P5, was very big for Twisted Theory to be able to generate as much time as they did off of P5. Just about even going towards the second set, as you were talking about there, Brody, just a very nominal lead for Rocker Academy. And Twisted Theory, they are heating up once again. This is what I was talking about coming into an Embassy Hardpoint versus Rocker Academy. They cannot afford for these SMGs to start popping off in a big way, and the ARs are starting to follow suit.
Yeah, one thing I will say at the moment here, to be fair, Andy, is we take a look at the KDs across the board for these two teams. Like Rocker Academy, it feels at least like they are outslaying Twisted Theory by a relatively large margin, right? Twisted Theory, though, they're in the lead here in this game. They're seriously being a little bit more efficient, compared to Rocker Academy. But Real just doesn't care about efficiency when he can just get the raw slaying power in. For the squad, 18 and 13, finds himself on yet another 3, a back 10 or 15 seconds that would be quite nice. It is ultimately, though, Twisted Theory in control of the spawns for New.
Spawns for New, but you have focus over by Pots, and I mean, Hixie is just playing in a very annoying position through the mid lane. He's going to climb all the way up towards top bridge, where he runs into Pander. Pander will find him. Like we were talking about, I mean, as far as slaying prowess is concerned, yeah, Pander's popping off, 17 and 9. It's what we expect out of Pander at this point in time. Never really want to say it for a player, but Twisted Theory are finding the right kills to maintain at least presence around these objectives. 37 seconds still remaining over here on P2, and the setup for Twisted Theory is a good one.
Rocker Academy have to find a way to punch this defense. They cannot allow all this time to go their way. They might have found it. It's Real once again on the flank. Trademark Real. He's already picked up a couple of kills here. Hollow towards the back lane. Should be good to keep Real out of the hard point. If it's not him, it should be Hixie and Mock. Somebody please take Real down. Finally, Mock does it, but Real gets at least 2 more kills than he should have done there, or at least 2 more kills than Twisted Theory would have wanted. But rotation's okay here for Rocker Academy. Real was just a distraction to disrupt the last hard point for Rocker Academy.
You remember P3 in the first set of hardpoints is where Rocker Academy actually got a majority of their time, was where they started to build a little bit of a lead for themselves. They're still down by about 20. Trophy systems are going to be the buddy system for P3, at least for the meantime. One player that's playing a little bit further rogue over by P5, that's actually going to be Real, and well, it doesn't really matter, does it, when Panda finds 2, especially over by that side, and, well, that's going to be all the information that you need. Now the focus could be over towards the tennis courts. Initial time secured for Rocker Academy.
Again, an important hard point. So back and forth as this game. Handshakes of heels time and time again. Back 30 worth fighting for Twisted Theory. Mock and Hixie open up things for the first bloods. And, well, Gonorrex in for double. Rocker Academy still holding on tooth and nail for this back 20 seconds or so. Rex wants to be careful because he can have his head chopped off here by Hixie and Mock from afar. Trophy system will not catch any of those nade. This is okay for Twisted Theory, to be fair. They give away that back 20 seconds or so, but they do have a rotation for new.
Yeah, I mean, they did come back from that 30-point lead again at the end of P3 through that first set of hard points, and it was mostly maintained over here at P4. Just very scrappy, but Real has that silence pop. 22-17. Oh, he sees Hollow. He wants this elimination. He's not going to hear him is Hollow, and now he can shift his focus over towards Potts. Mock is waiting for him over there, but the collapse, the teammates for Rocker Academy are here.
Yeah, late on, this might well be the difference maker. Real picks up a 3, and Rocker Academy find their way in. It only takes 20 seconds, but Hollow, could he fight back? Hollow absolutely does fight back with 2 of his own. Rocker Academy still have to get back in here, despite getting control of the kill momentarily. It is only momentarily. Twisted Theory back on in now for the back 20 to 30 seconds. Still a fight going down. Rocker Academy will give this one last look. Players in the corner, though, just too strong.
Again, you talked about the turning point for Rocker Academy. Just as soon as they break, Twisted Theory fight back. Now they go over towards P5. This time around, it will be Rocker Academy that do have the rotation already held down, but you got 2 players that are playing isolated away from each other, and it's a long time due. Godorax is holding down that A-bomb lane, where you have Pander is holding down over by tennis courts. A lot of space needs to be provided. A team kill is not going to help out Twisted Theory's affairs if they want to get in early.
Godorax just providing so much coverage towards the parking lot. Handing out a number of tickets to Twisted Theory. You can't park here, mate. Godorax having absolutely none of it. He is just looking in so many different directions at the moment. Of course, Real providing the roaming sub-pressure as well for Rocker Academy. But as Real falls now, Godorax going to have to retreat towards the point and help out Fame. Already willing, to be fair, because Fame is actually winning the gunfights all by his lonesome. He is an independent man on the hard point. Finally falls. His vehicle and Mock combined for 3. And Twisted Theory, again, in for an important 20 seconds. Annie, this game continues to go back and forth.
15 seconds is going to be soaked up here for Twisted Theory. You do have to be careful if you are Rocker Academy not to overinvest going in towards P5. They're not going to really have a choice, especially with those back P4 spawns in and around admin. It seems that Pander is at least feeling the hot hand. He wants to chow this for the scrap time, but Mock will take him down. Can Fame find the trade? Yes, he can. So he takes Mock at least off that 3 spree. That cruise missile could have been pivotal for maybe Twisted Theory closing out this map number 4 and forcing out a map number 5. But in towards a 3rd and final set of hard points, we will go. Just 12 seconds are all that Twisted Theory do need, or 22 seconds, excuse me, are all they need. Rocker Academy can also look to close it out.
Yeah, this has to be scrappy, I think, for Rocker Academy, especially with players like Real, who are constantly flanking, constantly getting themselves in those power positions to cause problems. The Twisted Theory now going to start to chip away at that 22 seconds required. Again, a good look at it as well. And Mock just going to sit in the kill. He's got all the covering fire from the cross from Vehicle. Nobody looking across here. Real going to try it, but he's being shut down. Vehicle for the double. You need to take him down and you need to get in. Rocker Academy, can they do it? Well, they're going to take the player out just 2 seconds away. You need to get into the kill yourselves, or just make sure that Twisted Theory do not. Real, he will fall. Surely that should be the closer. Nobody from Twisted Theory can get inside. And finally, with that kill, that should be it. Twisted Theory, a very close Embassy hardpoint. But we're going to game 5 anyway.
I mean, how can you ever be surprised with a close scoreline here on Embassy Hardpoint? It feels like the bocage, essentially, of Modern Warfare 2, where everything is very, very close. And this was a big turning point here in the best play of the game, especially for Hixie. I mean, yeah, forces out a team kill regardless, but Hixie goes on a massive forward spree inside of P5. It just maintains presence, and then you start seeing everybody else heat up around Hixie. Paulo specifically showed up in a massive way comparatively to what it looked like on that Zarqwa Hydroelectric. I know that Hydro isn't exactly as friendly for players to absolutely slay out. Rocker Academy were able to do it, but this time all of Twisted Theory answered back in a massive way. And now Twisted Theory, I mean, they reverse swept Omid in their first series. Now they're looking to take down the #1 team in North America with a potential reverse sweep ahead of that Fortress S&D.
If I get 2 reverse sweeps in one day, these guys, they've
That'd
got
be
like
crazy.
a collection of broomsticks in the closet, it would seem. But regardless, yeah, An incredible hardpoint. You know, it's always funny in a way because we always talk about Embassy Hardpoint as this map, which is probably like the closest hardpoint we have here in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Like that right there is the epitome of that. Just so back and forth. Like a team will get like a full 50, 60 seconds of one kill. They'll go to the next one. And would you look at the other team's going to get that full 50, 60 seconds off the next one? Like just so back and forth there in that game. Just two incredibly closely matched teams that we have here on the table, Landy. And I can't wait for this game 5, mate. I'm just so hyped.
It's an absolute treat. We'll take a look at some of the stats that just kind of back up some of these claims. I mean, Pander was popping off. Again, it's just Casey Pander doing Casey Pander things at the end of the day. It needs to be talked about, especially with how the roles are kind of reverted, especially for Rocker Academy. Yes, Pander got RX, longtime AR duos, but Fame being that trophy system SMG is a little bit unorthodox. I know a lot of teams have been shifting towards the focus of both SMG should be running a trophy system or running Dead Silence, excuse me, especially in the respawns. But Pander was that guy for Rocker Academy that had the second Dead Silence, and he was playing it to a fine tee. Yeah, Real popped off. I mean, 21 and 27 eliminations non-traded with about 3,300 damage. He was just about everywhere that he needed to be at certain moments of time, but it just felt like that there was no follow-up. The cohesion coming through for Twisted Theory. I mean, 26 eliminations for Hixie. 26 over 28 with 3,600 damage, 16 assists as well. I mean, come on. Like, this is exactly what we talk about with Hixie. This is what we were conversing about at the end of the year when we were creating our top 20 player list, especially for challengers. There's certain intangibles that come along with Hixie being on your roster. He'll be the selfless guinea pig. He'll throw his life away for some scrap time or for the rotation. And all the damage that he's finding along the way makes the job so much easier for players like Beekle, Hollow, and Mock to be able to clean up those kills, to maintain presence in the hard point for some map 5.
Yeah, and we kind of compare what happened in map number 1 comparatively to kind of map number 4 there as well, right? You know, talk about kind of Mock and Hollow, who maybe weren't so much present on the Hydra hardpoint. They were here to play, right? They were providing that AR sub, the AR pressure on this map when required. Just very well played overall from Twisted Theory. Something I really do feel like we glossed over, by the way. I've just like thought about it as we look at the best of 5 map set here. Like, Twisted Theory took a control of Rocker Academy. That is not an easy thing to do. I know we're like 10, 20 minutes late on that, but like, you got to remember, Randy, that Rocker Academy, like, they were like the best team in North America on control for the longest
they only lost
time
one
last
in
season.
season
Yeah,
1.
they only lost one. Albeit, I think Hotel Control was a bit of a weak pick. I think we knew that anyway. So, like, hey, look, they kind of avoided Hotel for a reason. For the longest time, they didn't really get a choice in the series ultimately. But nonetheless, I think, you know, it's just kind of funny in a way that you know, they managed to lose one here in this series. So props to Twisted Theory. They're not only just taking maps, but they're taking maps where the strength do lie for Rocker Academy ultimately.
I mean, it's the difference in between getting Team A or not and being able to get that one control veto. You have 3 maps within the pool. You should know as well as anybody that El Asilo is going to be Rocker Academy's best map when it comes down to control. So you force their hand on a hotel map. I agree with Twisted Theory. I would not want to go to Fortress Control. That's kind of like a coin flip in that sense to see how you would fare against the slaying prowess that is Rocker Academy. But you force them on their pick of which they normally veto. Remember, Rocker Academy have historically, especially through Season 1, they don't like Hotel anything. Hotel Hardpoint, S&D, Control, unless it was against T-Fell Enterprises in Grand Finals of Season 1, they were getting rid of Triple Hotel continuously, being that higher seed. But, hey, man, Twisted Theory, like they have a really good back of house. I'm pretty sure like their head coach is Zinx as well, a longtime Challengers player, especially through Call of Duty. Then they also have an S&D coach of G Burst that has been playing S&D for a very long time. So the back of house is just as good to back up all of these very strong players that are already represented here for this Twisted Theory roster. I think Rocker Academy are probably biting off more than they can chew. They are the #1 team just by status alone, especially with their most recent placings, but I'm sure that they're also talking about it in their camp. You can't be taking these guys for granted.
No, like, I think the thing is, we always say with North America, right, is it's just, it's a highly competitive region. Anything can happen. I think, you know, when Alan was doing the transition from Europe to North America earlier on, he was saying, like, I don't want to be taking any bets on this. And I don't blame him, to be honest, because, like, you just don't know what's going to happen. We've already seen, like, one surprise today, maybe, with, like, Boston Academy beating out LAG Academy. I'm trying not to upset the Boston fans out there, but, like, still, I think, you know,
on paper, it is an upset, technically, just off a namesake alone for that team. But, I mean, Boston looked good.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and we kind of had that, and already, you know, around the grounds in North America, there's already some kind of big storylines formulating. We'll talk about kind of some updates while we've got the chance here as well, because this is not the only Game 5 going on at the moment. I believe there's a Game 5 right now between Team 4 and Boys a Liar, which would be a massive victory for that
Boys
Boys
a Liar
Liar
have
roster.
a 5-2 lead on that Fortress S&D.
They have a 5-2 lead?
What's going on
Yeah,
on
that's going to
Clutch's
be an
stream?
upset. I mean, Team War, they already beat Aphelion once today, so like, yeah, if you guys want to watch that while we're just rambling on, go ahead and go see that. I think at twitch.tv/clutchgg. The other one that was going on, we talked about it, we actually watched the end of the Hydro Hardpoint, was between Decimate Gaming and Convoy Gaming. I was thinking like maybe we'll go check in on that one. We're not going to go check in on that one, because it's already over. Yeah, Decimate smoked them in the game number 5. How about all that for an anticlimax? Like, what are you doing, guys? Come on, give us something more competitive than that. Yeah, it was a 6-0 in Fortress Search and Destroy for Decimate Gaming over Convoy. So, those game 5s are either ongoing or have already concluded. Here's the game 5, though, between Twisted Theory and Rocker Academy on Fortress Search and Destroy. And things already going down very quickly into this round. Panda gets stuck up there with a nade. Hollow will finish him off. Now Godorex finds himself in 1 versus 3. Oh, my goodness me. Godorex, you disgusting man.
Let's recover the bomb, though. Now let's hold our horses. Might wait for Dead Silence. You have so much time. Eagle has a stun grenade if he wants it. Just checks the B-bomb site. Good. Godorex just probably waiting for Dead Silence top map. So Beagle playing over here at benches, be in the best position possible to shut things down. I mean, he is just licking his lips, just waiting for Godorex to cross, and there it is. Yeah, he's going to see him. Beagle picks the best corner to possibly play, will shut it down. Godorex gave himself real good old Scholar's try to be able to clutch a 1v3. This, again, is the conversation about Rocker Academy just in Search and Destroy in a nutshell. We know that Fame has historically been making a name for themselves as being an AR flex. He's pulling out the tack continuously, but here on Fortress, it seems that maybe Pander was sniping. We didn't get to see the early stages of this round, but Godorex with the SMG only had so many plays up their sleeve.
And imagine if Godorex makes that 1 versus 3 this early on. That's one way to start the Search and Destroy, isn't it? But coulda, woulda, shoulda. Didn't happen in the end. Theory chose a different fate for Rocker Academy and Godorex there. Now, what does their fate look like in round number 2? This looks like a very easy acquisition of the A site here from Twisted Theory. They have no qualms at all about getting this bomb down super fast, like. And as such, Rocker Academy need to have a super fast retake.
How do you do this retake, though? You're losing numbers. This is mostly all coming around from the front end. If Hollow is feeling it, he's got that silence, and he can make this flank play happen. Fame is at least understanding of the idea, while Gal is trying to clear away towards the back. The one player that's playing on the bomb itself, a team kill does get forced. That means that Fame has to hop on the bomb, probably can't stick it in time. No, Twisted Theory. Aggressive as you like, have some resources up their back pockets, and immediately just hit over towards that A bomb site. They kick that quick plant down while also finding first blood and immediately convert that into back pallets control. Maintain presence for Hollow in double windows. Be able to hit that flank to come all the way through. Wonderfully done.
I think we take those A hits for granted, to be honest with you, Andy, right? Because those are so rare to hit that fast and for it to actually be successful and that dominant as well. Fair play to Twisted Theory. Coming out with a smoke here in round number, or game number 5. And they continue on. Aggressive, Twisted Theory on towards A, in towards munitions as well. Trade's already starting to go down, and we're getting shades of what happened in round number 1. So we go 3 for 3.
Eagle, Dead Silence play. Already into Secret. This time he's gonna look like... I'll see him? Yeah, he had to have seen him. Through the door, Eagle gave himself a really good look at that, but ended up being at least a kill going for Rocker Academy. They have numbers 3v2.
Well, he doesn't realize it. The player right below Real. Godorex, he's on the other side of the door. Yeah, now he definitely knows because Godorex swings wide to take him down. The information should be there. Godorex should be able to get second. And yeah, just like that, Rocker Academy able to deal with the pressure. Been a long calm, I think, there before the storm. But as Vehicle falls, numbers are good here for Rocker.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that is just Fortress Search and Destroy in a nutshell. That if you can't work that fast A hit of what we saw from Twisted Theory in their previous offensive attempts, then you're pretty much going to be fishing out that first blood. And you just kind of post up, especially in a 3v3, knowing dang well that there could be a trade by any point of contest in around any one of these fixtures of the map. They just catch Beagle out from that silence play. Comes down to another offensive attempt, and they're leaning towards this P1 lane. This is a very dangerous look for Twisted Theory early on.
First blood has already gone towards Hixie, but look at Fame in the middle of the map. He is on a very weird position. Vickle gonna pre-aim in though, and we'll take him down. And now a 1v1 after all of that. Boils down to Vickle versus Real. Spanish powerhouse is here, and Real has his number. Mate, the courage for Real just to fly out like that, to know you're gonna win that gunfight, it's just such a Real thing.
I wonder if this was communicated as well, because you remember the last time that Vickle was in a 1v1, even if it was on defense versus GodRx, his last played position in that 1v1 was actually over by benches. And I wonder if that was talked about, because that's now 2 times that Vickle's in a 1v1 and his position is immediately called to go towards benches. So Real's just gross, though. Third life, finds 3 kills within that round. He is just going a little AWOL. Very forward approach, especially through the double arches. Vickle is pushed up in towards the AS&D site, but Rocker Academy mostly just wanted art control.
Oh, Real. Real, come on, man. You can't be following what you did in the previous round with a bit of a snuffed nade. Apparently it does anyway, to be fair. Don't care what you want. Vickle wants redemption. Opening blood would be nice to follow up with that. But Fame's going to take him out. 3v3 now. Twisted Theory, no closer to stopping this A plant.
Just be waiting for Dead Silence, or they're just going to be looking to maybe double chow this. I mean, Real has GodRx's help. You know this mid lane could mean just about everything. The Fame is on an island. Shots are going to be coming through. Information traded. And now it looks like Twisted Theory are going to be looking to push inside the 8th slide, but Fame holds his own.
It's the stage. It's the stage, though, isn't it? We've talked about it so many times. There's no cover there to be had, apart from the visual cover it offers. Now 1v1, GodRx. You want to be careful with this one. Down to 38 HP. Needs to hit the regen before he challenges. Mock has a lot of directions to look here. GodRx with a better weapon for the 1v1. And wins it. The ice in the veins.
It's just massive, especially for Fame. I know the wall banging that does come through over by the stage, it will inevitably get that elimination, but that is just so much information that can be traded out for GodRx and Real as they were kind of pushing over towards cannons and then just double back over through munitions and through the backside of the A bomb site itself, just to be able to force out the 2v2 in isolated forms, and GodRx will clean up those back 2 kills. 3 rounds now on the board for Rocker Academy. Twisted Theory back towards an offensive attempt. Last time around, they tried to shift their focus over towards B, left Vickle in a 1v1. This time, they're going for munitions control. Save on.
Yeah, we've seen this before from Twisted Theory. Fast, furious on towards A. Not a care in the world for the defense that Rocker Academy are offering up. Real already down for the count. Relying on the flank from GodRx free munitions. He's able to pick up 1. Curtains have been pulled over Twisted Theory's eyes here. So the move on towards the A site is good for Panda and Fame. Panda now going to recheck through the middle of the map to make sure a flank isn't coming through. But Fame is hopping on this defuse. Right now, yeah, Fame gets checked there. Panda now in a 1 versus 3. The shots are not good versus Hixie. Good enough to get the kill anyway in the end. And now a 1v1. Time not really on Panda's side here. Vickle, all he's got to do is check up with 7.5 seconds left on the defuse, and yeah, Panda just doesn't have the time to make this one work. Vickle's going to take him down, and it's a very similar round to what we saw in round number 2.
Yeah, it really was. Again, that fast A hit, you don't fix what ain't broke. If you are Twisted Theory, you can, as an offensive team, you can immediately get munitions control. Why is that? Well, you spawn right in front of the building, for crying out loud. So you can end up just taking full force over by the A bomb site, and unless Rocker Academy send a player inside of open directly and they try to overwhelm with numbers and just full on sprint out of their defensive spawn, they're never really going to shut that down unless they have some crazy lineups with Semtexes or nades. So bomb being planted, always a good win condition, tied up in round 7.
Academy want to take this one slow, and I think that is the difference between these two teams at the moment. Twisted Theory taking a lot more risks in the way they're playing. That pressure, is it good enough here for Twisted Theory? Okay. Surveying for any information. Now Twisted Theory starting to make that move. I was saying the risks coming through, and there it is. Traded. Will be followed. 3 versus 3 now. Rocker Academy, that bomb in a bit of a dangerous spot. Fame needs to pull back.
Does have some assistance. GodRx is in a position where he can't fully see cannon. He's being LOS at least by that second truck. Seems that Hixie might have been able to make the jump, at least inside of Art. Very slow-rolling offense, tied up 3 for 3 as far as lives are concerned. And yeah, Hixie Can't get much more done, especially over by top boat. Starting to run out of time. This bomb needs to go down.
Yeah, those players race to try and trade him if they needed to. Beacon now getting peppered up through the door. Kixie with an advanced positioning. Would have been nice to get that kill versus Godorex. Can't get it done now. The bomb going down. Mock out of position. Doesn't matter for Mock. Decimates Panda. And Beacon going to follow up with another one as well. The post plant. And they might know where Godorex is located. Just jumping straight to the fuse here. Godorex, can he catch this player off guard? And where's the bomb planted for? More importantly, Vehicle going to be forced off the bomb now in the 1 versus 1. And through the stage. That's Godorex. No. Vehicle off the heady. Vehicle off the heady is just disgusting. And yeah, I feel like that might be one of the situations where it's okay to pepper the body.
All right, Javi. He's feeling himself. 2 rounds in a row for Twisted Theory. A 4-3 lead here in what could be potentially a second reverse sweep for Twisted Theory on the day. They did it versus Omit earlier, looking to do it against the top dogs here in North America. But, man, if you're Godorex in that perspective, right, you know you're in a 1v1, Brody. So you get him off the bomb. You wait for the regen to come through. You throw maybe another shoulder. Just make sure that he's off the bomb. I know that it was about 30 seconds before the bomb detonates, but that's pretty much all you got. He would have had enough time to rotate through at least 2 different points of interest. So not Twisted Theory feeling themselves. Again, munitions control is the main focus here. Is Beagle going to be calling in this cruise missile to try to get further information?
Yep, that's the answer right away. Those that don't really have much to work with here. This should force Rocker Academy back or into munitions. Yeah, this is going to tag. Nothing that Real could do there. He either sits and takes the cruise missile to the face or runs straight into the Hornet's nest that is Twisted Theory inside munitions. So good utilization of the street there. Gives him a lot of map control.
Pickle also looking to lap his streaks. Keep in mind, 10-3 for Javi is going absolutely wild crazy here on Fortress Search and Destroy. And he's starting to search for a little bit more. 4v3. Encroaching on the A bomb side. Hixie's going to get the rock down.
Risks they're taking and Vehicle. 1 kill away. Vehicle. What on earth? 2 cruise missiles? 2? Hello?
I mean, you know what's even crazy, too, is that, like, I know that, like, it's just Beagle that played for Florida Mutineers, but even in Fortress Search and Destroy for Florida Mutineers, like, they were gross on this map, and it's just Beagle continuously. He was mostly playing the OBJ role, but when that bomb got down, his timings in executing on said routes is just absolutely absurd. He is just putting Rocker Academy in the absolute blunder. 3 and 6 for Real. Very uncharacteristic. Vehicle just doing the job better.
He actually still hasn't earned that cruise missile, to be fair. I don't think yet. So a little bit premature. Sorry, guys. He'll still get it with 1 more kill. Stunned up he is, though. An assist would probably do it at this point, to be honest. But maybe not even going to get a chance. Mock follows up. First blood here in this round. Real down to the count. And Rocker Academy, I mean, not having the numbers in an offensive situation is horrendous.
Now you're forced to try to make a play happen. The bomb carrier is famed. He's got a Vaznev for this. He's going to see the ankles of Mock trying to get the kill. He will lock it down. The biggest issue going forward is that Godorex is going to be in an isolated 1v1 versus Hixie over by P1. So they're going to hold strong. 3v3, 48 seconds. Oh, it's free.
From behind. Yeah. Catches Fame off guard. Numbers now for Twisted Theory, and that will be something that Fame will be frustrated by. Godorex does take down Hixie. Again, though, the important player, Vehicle, still in the conversation. And he gets that 8th kill. That cruise missile will now be on board. Panda has to try and play this to the situation. Might just run straight into Vehicle. The bomb, though, right in there. Clutches. Panda has to find a route to make it happen. 15 seconds left. Spots out Vehicle. But not really the time to even think about it in any strategic manner. Hollow takes him down, and Twisted Theory compete their second reverse sweep on the day. Goodness me. How about that? Ice for Twisted Theory.
I mean, you got 2-3-5 teams. You got 1-4-5 teams. But how about a 3-4-5 team on the day? Twice on over by Twisted Theory. I'm sure it's not in the playbook. I'm sure coaches G-Burst and Zinks are probably running out of fingernails to chew on the day, but goodness me. I mean, Beagle, what the hell, brother? Like
buddy.
It is just insane. The amount of pressure that Beagle was finding alone. I mean, it maybe not just by himself. He always had like an AR's assistance, if not maybe Hixie, to be able to be right there for at least the early damage, and Beagle right there for the immediate trade. But I mean, this guy was just all over the place. It was like, where's Waldo, but like a where's Javi, basically, for Rocker Academy. There's so many of these different rounds where he's going to pop into next. Does he have a Vaznev? Does he have a TAC 56? Guy was doing everything. 1v1s galore. I think he was in like 3 1v1s. He went 2 for 1 in them overall. Absolutely absurd. Well done.
Just silly. It is just silly, isn't it, mate? Like, I just think it's just been such a stunning day for Twisted Theory again. We talked about this roster having so much potential again. It comprised of 2 duos, effectively, Mock and Hollow, who have been basically an incredible couple throughout the entirety of the last few years of challenges. Yeah, we're still in the proximity of Valentine's Day, mate. I can make romantic jokes.
It was yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday. Vikal there at 4-0, by the way, after body shots. Yeah, Vikal, we talked about him. I think he's always been that kind of hype player, during challenges last season, and even before that as well, kind of in the European region. Like, Vikal has gone from strength to strength, and, he's had a setback, albeit, not being kind of in the CDL anymore. We have to note that as kind of a stain, if you will, on his history here in Modern Warfare 2, but, I mean, it's like Vikal hasn't even gone, mate. It's just good to have him back at 13-3, just an incredible game for him.
And just insane scenes, really. I mean, maybe not on a lot of people's bingo cards that the Twisted Theory roster can come into the mix and be able to beat Rocker Academy, but to reverse sweep them fully is just absolutely insane. Hollow had a fantastic turnaround, especially in those latter maps. 9 and 6 here on the Search and Destroy. 4 of those 9 kills non-traded, but I mean, you just got to talk about Vikal. I mean, 8 out of 13 non-traded. He goes 13 over 3 KD ratio. Guy was just doing just about everything that you could ask for as far as a slaying SMG is concerned. This is exactly what you wanted to see. You are a Vikal fan. Put your Vamos in chat because this guy is back and he is slaying the hell out.
Now here's a look at the final map set for the second reverse sweep of the day from Twisted Theory. There you can see it, the back 3 in the map set. Hotel Control, Embassy, Hardpoint, and Fortress Search and Destroy. Just an ecstatic victory, I think, for them. And by the way, to contextualize this for you guys, Twisted Theory are basically a brand new team here for Season 2 of Challengers Elite. Rocker Academy, the Season 1 Elite Champions, and the runners-up over at Boston as well. These guys are not easy to take down. So to come out and do that, especially after kind of how much they got battered on Hydra, Hardpoint, and Elasilo Search and Destroy, yeah, IC is the only way to describe it, isn't it? Just incredible Twisted Theory. You've got to give them their props.
It's just hilarious that their logo is in fact, I think it's like a cobra. I don't know. I'm not too adept on my snakes like I am my birds per our conversation last night, Brody. But even more so than that, like, that's the thing is that, you get an animal pushed all the way back into the corner and they absolutely snap. And that's exactly what comes out of this Twisted Theory roster. We ended up seeing Hixie go really, really big, whether it was inside of that Hotel Control, specifically in that Hotel Hardpoint. A lot of those times do not get flipped over in Twisted Theory's way if Hixie does not find the amount of damage and the amount of assist that was turned over there. And then, again, just to hit it one more time, I mean, Javi, Vikal, it just goes absolutely buck wild crazy in that map number 5, which is just letting all of Rocker Academy absolutely have it. 14-3. I mean, I'm gonna have nightmares about that Search and Destroy. Come on, Javi, what are you doing to me?
They certainly will. I think that much is for sure. At Rocker Academy, where I was like, God, I really thought I got away with Harvey, but apparently he did not. Regardless, let's take a look at the standings then at the end of day number 1, starting with Group A, because, this is a first look from me, really. And again, we introduced the North American region by saying we really did not have a bloody clue how everything was going to go. I didn't expect this to be how it went. Here's a look at kind of what's happened so far. 4 teams, by the way, 1-1 with Rocker Academy, Team War, Omit, and Boys a Liar occupying the middle of the board. Twisted Theory at 2-0 at the end of the day, but they had to fight for that.
Yeah, I mean, 2-0, 2 reverse sweeps,
Hilarious.
6-4 map set. Boys a Liar coming back to beat Team War in a map number 5. I think it was like 6-3 was the final scoreline. Aphelion Esports, I mean, they are not looking good, man. I mean, 0-6 as far as what it's concerned. 0-2 to start the day. We saw their loss versus Team War, and then also just following that as well. It's just not where you want to be, especially for the namesakes that are on that roster. They definitely have a really good back of house and individuals on their team to try to turn that around. I'm sure Parasite's already talking to the boys about what they need to be focusing on next.
Yeah, that's the biggest kind of exclamation mark from me, at least, over towards Aphelion Esports, going 0-2 on the end of the day number 1. not good, especially when the rest of the group looks like that. But let's take a look over towards Group B then instead. And I was told that everybody went 1-1. I thought Alan was pulling my leg. I'm not going to lie. I was like, yeah, you're joking, aren't you? He wasn't joking. How do you analyze this? What do you do at the end of day number 1? This has never happened. This has never happened.
Trying to think. My brain is working.
It's not happened, mate.
At a very slow rate, especially after that search and destroy. But I mean, like, if this doesn't kind of show you how competitive North America Challengers is, I'm not saying that EU isn't, but I mean, as far as these 12 teams are concerned, like, anybody can beat anybody. I mean, the only team that's 2-0 is Twisted Theory, and they had a reverse sweep twice to be able to do it. This entirety of Group B, I mean, to say that something's going to be decided after a single day worth of group play would be egregious of me, but this Group B is going to be shaken out to be something special.
I think, like, the thing I would say is, at the end of the group standings, generally speaking, you expect to have some semblance of an idea as to what's going on, right? Like, you'd be like, all right, so Team A has come out here, they've gone 2-0 on the end of day number 1. We either did expect that or we didn't expect that, and now they're looking in pretty good stead for next week, for the second week of matches, or the second day of matches, I should say. It feels like the second. It's insane. It just is insane, isn't it? Like, what's that in total? Like, my math's like 10 teams at 1-1 at the end of day number 1. I love North America, mate. I love casting North America every time we get to look at it. And goodness gracious, I think kind of the setting has changed, certainly after all that roster mania, but for the better, at least for us here on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better first day of competition. EU was electric. We have upsets. We have interesting group finalizing. We have 2 reverse sweeps in one day by one team. Normally, I mean, like, at least as far as reg is concerned, last time in Season 1, we had one team got reverse swept twice, at least in one day. This time, Twisted Theory, they reverse sweep twice on over. It's just insane to think that we only got 2 matches in for these 12 teams here in Challengers Elite North America Season 2. We are just getting underway to see who is going to make their way to playoffs, Brody.
Oh, mate. Things are spicing up here in the North American region, of course, and the European action as well is already only just getting started. This was day number 1 of Season 2. We've still got 2 more days worth of the round-robin action before we decide which teams will be going to playoffs. And the second day will be tomorrow, mate. So if you want more Call of Duty challenges, you don't have to wait long. We'll be back tomorrow with all the action from Europe and North America. Thank you to everybody for tuning into today's broadcast. Shout out to all the wonderful people at Clutch for all the brilliant broadcast stuff that they bring to us here on Call of Duty Challenges. And shout out to you, mate, for being as beautiful as ever. We'll see you guys tomorrow with more Call of Duty Challenges action.